Hello, good afternoon. So welcome back to the class. Known people already, most of them are in online and few of them are in offline. So chalo, let's get started. So since you guys have already attended my classes, so you know the pattern. So microeconomics, initially we don't start with chapter 1 and all. We have our own flow of following things. So this will be the flow. So first initially I will be starting with chapter 2 unit 1 demand. Even when you are preparing, this is the order in which you guys have prepared even in the classroom. So let us also follow the same way. First we'll do with demand, chapter 2 unit 1. After that we'll revise with supply, and demand and supply as an interconnection with chapter 4 unit 2, that is determination of. And next chapter 2 unit 2 consumer. So this is the first set. So after finishing that, we'll go to chapter 3 unit 2 theory of cost. After completing theory of cost, then we will come to theory of production. Next we'll come to chapter 4. Already unit 2 would have been done. After demand and supply only we have finished it. So only unit 1 and 3 will be pending, market and its types. And last but not the least, easy peasy chapters of micro, chapter 1 and chapter 5. So this is the order in which we shall be starting the revision for microeconomics. Clear? Not visible. Riham. Others, kindly screen not visible. 1 second, let's check. Now is it visible? Chalo. Online students, just have a check. Audio, video, everything proper. So any new students in the class, like who has not attended my economics class earlier, revision class itself is a very new class for you. Anyone in the class, anyone online students, anyone for the very first time? I hope everyone are my students. You have attended my classes earlier. Chalo, cool. So this is the order in which we shall be following it. So same microeconomics starting with demand, after that supply. Then we'll jump to chapter 4 unit 2 determination of price. And next chapter 2 unit 2 consumer behavior. Then in theory of cost we will do it first. In chapter 3 first we do unit 1 cost. Then we will come to production. And left out unit of chapter 4, that is 1 and 3. And finally chapter 1 and chapter 5. So let's get started. So first we are going to start with the concepts of demand. So if you remember, 3 beautiful examples I had given in the class. Now say a person likes a teddy bear. Now a lady will go to buy a chocolate. Now after taking a chocolate, she will turn behind and she can see a teddy bear. After seeing a teddy bear, as an Indian, what do we do next? See the price tag. Now the price tag said rupees 9,999 only. What is it? Rupees 9,999. And she was like cheap product. She left it. And the second example. Now a person, he wants to buy his favorite car. He will go to buy his favorite car, but after listening to the price, just 2 crore. Now he said he will come back tomorrow and he will be having a friend who is the son of Mukesh Ambani. And he will go and express that he wants his friend to gift him a car on his birthday. So he will go back and they will buy the car on the very next day. If you remember that example. So demand, in order to call it, there are 3 simple conditions. Which are those 3 simple conditions? Number 1, desire to buy, ability to, willingness to spend. Only when all these 3 conditions are satisfied, then only we call it as demand. That means there should be a desire to buy a product. After you look into a commodity, you should be having a desire to buy it, as well as you should be having an ability to pay the price for a particular commodity, and even there should be willingness to spend money on that particular commodity. So only when all the 3 conditions, desire, ability and willingness, only when all the 3 are satisfied, then only we call it as demand. If not, we also had one more meaning, if you remember. So this is a cricket bat which is used by Rohit Sharma to score double century. Now I want to sell this bat. I will say this bat is 1 crore. Now say for example Mr. A is ready to buy. Now Mr. A said, okay, I will buy it for 1 crore. Now any commodity, now it's not just a cricket bat. It can be any commodity at a given point of time for a given price. If a customer is ready to purchase, even that is considered as demand. So either remember the 3 conditions, desire to buy, ability to pay and willingness to spend. If not, cricket bat example, any commodity at a given point of time for a given price. If customer is ready to purchase, that is considered as demand. In ICA material, these 3 simple conditions has been given in the form of statement. What is it? Desire backed by the purchasing capacity with the willingness to spend. Desire, it is nothing but desire to buy. First condition, backed by the purchasing capacity. Purchasing capacity is nothing but, last but not the least, willingness to. After which we started discussing about the most important topic of demand, that is determinants of demand. What is it?
Determinants of demand.
And there is a shortcut to remember it. What is it? PITCAT PCs. The very first P stands for price. And we know the thumb rule. Whenever price of a product increases, automatically demand will decrease. If price of a product
Decreases,
automatically demand will.
increase.
So this is the dash rule.
Inversely.
Main thumb rule of a demand chapter, and it is inversely related. Which related?
Inversely related.
Or negatively related. Now, price is an important determinant that will affect demand to a dash extent.
Maximum extent.
So that means the very first component which is going to affect demand to the maximum extent. When the product price keeps on increasing in a market, customers would not like to buy it more and more. Automatically their demand for that product will decrease. So when price increases, demand will decrease. Next, whenever prices of a product is decreasing, automatically demand for a product will increase. So there is an arrow marks in an opposite direction. So it is called as inverse related or negative related. Clear? And there is a relationship between price and demand. What is it? Relationship between?
Price and demand.
Expressed in a mathematical equation called as demand function. So what is the demand function? D is equals to F of P. D is equals to F of
P.
Such functional relationship is of two types. One direct, second one is.
Indirect.
Now the main thumb rule just now we discussed, that is dash relation. Indirect related or negatively related. See, D is equals to F of P. This is the demand function. Functional relationship is of how many types?
Two types.
Two types. Number one,
Direct, indirect.
direct. Second one is
Indirect.
indirect relationship. So this direct relationship is also called as positive relationship. Indirect relationship is also called as negative relationship. And the main thumb rule of a demand chapter just now we had discussed. What is that? Whenever price
Increases.
demand will decrease. Whenever price decreases, demand will increase. This is dash related, negatively related or indirectly related. But there are only few circumstances. Dash circumstance,
Few circumstances.
there will be direct relationship. But in most of the circumstances, there will be dash relationship, indirect or negative relationship. So what is that? Negative relationship, price increasing, demand decreasing. That is the main thumb rule. But what is positive relationship? Arrow marks will be in same direction. If price increases,
Demand also increases.
if price decreases.
Demand also decreases.
So gold was the one best example which I gave. Even though if the prices of gold is increasing, still demand for a gold will also. So only and only in few circumstances, dash circumstances,
Few circumstances.
there will be a direct relationship. But in most of the circumstances, dash relationship. So that's for this indirect relationship is also called as thumb rule. And we also discussed one more beautiful element. Dash is dependent on dash. Demand is dependent on price. What is it? Demand is.
Dependent on price.
That means whenever prices are changing, see, when price is increasing, demand is decreasing. When price is decreasing, demand is decreasing. So whenever price is changing, whenever price is, that is leading to the changes in demand. So price is a dash factor. Price is a
Primary factor.
primary factor and demand is a dash factor.
Secondary factor.
Demand is a secondary factor. So in short, dash is dependent on dash.
Demand
Demand is dependent on. That means whenever price changes, whenever
price change.
that will lead to the changes in.
Demand.
Clear? So any doubt in this point number one? So there is a relationship between price and demand expressed in a mathematical equation called as demand function. Which function?
Demand.
Clear? Such demand function is of how many types?
Two
Two types. Direct and
Indirect.
in most of the circumstances, which relationship?
Indirect.
Indirect relationship or negative relationship. Clear? And point number two is income. PITCAT PC. Second one is I. I stands for.
Income.
So whenever income of a consumer increases, if we earn more and more money, that means we will start demanding more and more. Whenever the income of a consumer decreases, automatically demand will also.
Decrease.
Now see the arrow marks. Are they in opposite direction or same direction? Same direction. So they are dash related.
Second relation.
See, price and demand as a negative relationship, but income and demand as a,
Positive relation.
and income represents dash.
Purchasing capacity.
Say I have 100 rupees with me. Need to buy a tomato. 1 kg tomato is 20 rupees. How many kgs of tomato can I buy? 5. My purchasing capacity of a tomato for rupees 100 of income is 5 kg. Suppose if price increases, say 25 is the tomato price now rather than 20. Now I can only buy
4 kg.
So how much of goods and services can I buy? That is defined based on the income that is earned. That is based on what?
Income that is
And next comes point number 3. What is it? Tax. Now if you remember, I said in tax there are 2 kinds. How many kinds are there?
2 kinds.
So in India, tax is classified into 2 kinds. Number 1,
Direct tax, indirect tax.
direct tax. Second one is
Indirect tax.
indirect tax. So on what do we pay the direct tax? Direct tax is paid on
Income.
and wealth, income and
Wealth.
indirect tax is paid on
Goods and services.
goods and
Services.
services. Now, even indirect tax is further classified into 2 kinds. Number 1, production tax. What is it? Second one is product tax. This we had explained in national income, chapter 6. If you remember. So, production tax is nothing but your license fees, permissions, grants, all those things. Product tax is GST. On every single product we need to pay na, that is GST. Production tax example is license fees. What is it?
Life.
So remember, we are classifying both direct tax as well as indirect tax. Now direct tax will always reduce a disposable personal income. Which income?
Disposable person.
Again, in national income concept, we will study this. What is disposable personal income? From the income, if at all we pay the direct tax. Which tax?
Direct tax.
Whatever the money that is left out in order to buy goods and services and to spend, that is called disposable personal income, DPI. So DPI stands for what? Disposable personal income minus direct taxes, disposable personal income. When do we pay indirect tax? That is on goods and services. In short, GST, that is called as a product tax. We also have one more indirect tax, that is production tax. Whenever any manufacturer or any person is planning to start a new business, he has to take license, he has to take permissions. All those comes under production tax. Which tax?
Production tax.
So now tax is of 2 kinds, direct and indirect. Under indirect, again classified into 2 types, production and product. Whether it is direct or indirect, that will reduce the ability of a person to buy goods and
Services.
just assume that if GST, indirect tax of the commodity, is going to increase more and more, will you buy that product more and more? No. Whenever the taxes are more, demand will be less. Whenever the taxes are less, demand will be more. And point number 4 is climatic.
Condition.
Due to change in climate, even we start demanding different commodity for different point of time. And point number 5, advertisement. Now advertisement will instigate the customers to buy the commodity. Advertisement also passes information about the goods and
Services.
services. Now when Katrina Kaif comes and holds a mango, when droplet starts falling, then you will feel like drinking slice. Until then you didn't felt like drinking a slice. And point number 6 is taste and
Difference.
sir, I like the taste of that gobi manchuri shop. That's the reason I go again and again. So demand gets created when you like a taste. Or sir, I want coffee. I don't want a tea. Preferences. Or I like non-veg. I don't want veg. Sir, Sunday we should eat non-veg. Sir, Sunday is meant for non-veg. Who will eat veg? Like this, preferences. Because of that, Sundays usually non-veg hotel will be full houseful. That's the reason. And 7th one, population. When the nation has more population, what is it? When the nation has
More population.
the chances of demand is more and more. When the population of the country is less, demanding capacity will be
Less.
and the most important of all, complementary and
Substitute.
so what is complementary? Those commodities which are consumed together. Best example, bike and petrol. Without petrol, can you use the bike? No. Without ink, can you use the pen? No. These are called complementary and they are dash related, negatively related or indirectly related. That means we should always compare price of one product to the demand for another product. Say for example, now petrol prices are increasing. What is increasing?
Petrol prices are
Since petrol prices are increasing day by day, demand for bikes will decrease. Number of people who are planning to buy the bike will automatically come down. Now arrow marks are in a which direction? Opposite direction. So complementary goods are dash related,
negatively related.
but complete opposite will be for substitute goods. So what is substitute? They are next best alternative. What are they?
Next best alternative.
which gives dash level of satisfaction. Same level of satisfaction. Superb. They are dash related, they are positively related or directly. Now, best example, coffee and tea. Now, say for example, if the coffee prices are increasing day by day, what happens? Coffee prices are increasing.
Day by day.
People, rather than drinking coffee, what will they choose? Tea. Now, the demand for tea will
Degree.
increase. See, arrow marks are in a same direction. That means they are dash related.
Positively related.
So, complementary goods will have negative relationship. Which goods?
Complementary.
Complementary goods will have negative, but substitute goods will have
Positive.
positive relationship. So, you should always compare price of one product to the demand for another product. This is where comparison comes into picture. Clear? So, these are the 8 important determinants of demand. Plus 1, 9. That is complementary and substitute. Most important. So, what is the shortcut to remember? PITCAT PC. P stands for
Price.
I,
Income.
T,
Tax.
C,
Climatic and
A,
advertising.
T,
Taste and
another P,
population.
C and S, complementary and
Substitute.
complementary goods are dash related.
Positive.
Hello. Complementary goods are negatively related. Substitute goods are.
Positively related.
So who taught you economics? Shashikiran. First alphabet? Yes. Substitute good first alphabet? Yes. Both are positively related. So in exam, remember, by mistake, if you are getting confused between positive and negative relationship. So who is teaching you economics? Who taught you economics? Shashikiran. So first alphabet is?
Yes.
Substitute good first alphabet is?
Yes.
Both are dash related.
Positively related.
Clear? Understood? If substitutes are positively related, complementary goods will be negatively related. And remember, one more important element. If you remember, we spoke about demand function. What is a demand function? It is a relationship between price and demand expressed in a mathematical equation. In popular, we wrote it as D is equals to F of. See, why did we write it as D is equals to F of P? Because price is an important determinant that affects demand to a dash extent. That's the reason we straight away wrote as P. But in reality, rather than writing it as P, we should actually write it as determinants of demand. That means demand is a functional relationship with determinants of demand. That means D is equals to functional relationship with PITCAT PCs. But we only and only take it as P as a most simplified way because price affects demand to a dash extent. Maximum extent. Clear? So these are the determinants of demand. The most important concept, especially relationship of price, relationship of income, relationship of complementary and substitute goods. Those are the most repeated questions you will get. Any doubts in PITCAT PCs? Cool. Superb. Now let's go ahead. After discussing about the determinants of demand, later we started understanding the concept called as law of
Demand.
There was one super duper intelligent fellow of economics called as Citrus. So according to the Citrus paribus, all the other things is going to remain. Only and only price increases, demand will decrease. So whenever price increases, demand is going to. So whenever price will decrease, demand will.
Increase.
That's the main thumb rule of demand chapter. That is what we studied. But most important thing is all the other things is going to remain. So what does that other things remains constant? In PITCAT PCs, now only price will change. Price is the only variable factor. IT, CAT PCs are going to remain fixed. That is the meaning of that statement. All the other things are going to remain constant. Only when price increase, demand will decrease. When price decrease, demand will increase. Clear? And see there. This concept of law of demand will only and only show us a dash in change. Direction of change. That means if prices are increasing, demand will be decreasing. If prices are decreasing, demand will be. But it will never say how much price will increase, how much demand will decrease, how much price will decrease and how much demand will. So henceforth, law of demand will only show us a direction of change. It is called as dash statement.
Qualitative statement.
Qualitative statement. Clear? But if you remember when I explained you the determinants, there are few circumstances. Which circumstance? There will be dash relationship or positive relationship. So let us now understand which are those positive relationship or direct relationship. These are called as exemptions to law of demand. What are they?
Exceptions to law.
See, law of demand is usually dash related, negatively related. What do you mean by exemption? Now it will be positively related or directly Now, which are those few circumstances? Point number 1. In case of conspicuous consumption. Which consumption?
Conspicuous consumption.
What do you mean by conspicuous goods? Luxury goods or prestigious goods? I was giving you the example of gold. If the gold prices are going up, still demand for gold will also increase. People believe that if the product of a luxury good increases, the price of a luxury good increases, that will give more and more satisfaction. That means they feel the utility of a commodity. What is it? Utility of a commodity is always measured by its price. If prices are more, utility is more. That is, satisfaction is more. If prices are less, satisfaction is less. They are called as conspicuous goods, luxurious or prestigious goods, on which the people measures its utility by its price. If it is more price, more satisfaction. Less price, less satisfaction. And point number 2, and the most important element of your entire demand chapter, that is which goods? Two simple conditions were there for Giffen's goods. Which are those two simple conditions? Number 1, Giffen's goods are inferior goods. That means low quality goods on which customer spends a dash part of their income, major part of their income. So there are two conditions. Point number 1, consumer spends a major part of income and they are inferior in nature. If you remember Puma, Poma, biryani rice, normal rice example. Now say for example, here what's your name da? Purna. Now say Purna wanted to buy one sports t-shirt. He will go to a Puma showroom. He will look into the t-shirt. He will wear. He will try everything. Superb. 2000 rupees is price. He will say, which stupid fellow will pay 2000 rupees for one t-shirt. He will come out. He will go to the local shop where he always buys a t-shirt. Luckily, he finds the same t-shirt, same design, same pattern, same material. But instead of P-O-M-A, Puma, it is written as, instead of P-U-M-A, Puma, it is written as P-O-M-A, Poma. Now, Poma is 200 rupees. Now, which one will he buy? Poma. Now, next month he wants to buy one more t-shirt. Now, Poma, 200 rupee one has become 300. Will he buy 300 one or 2000 one?
300. Yeah.
See, observe, even though if the price of that low quality good is increasing, demand for a low quality good is only increasing. Say subsequent month, third month he wanted to buy one more Poma t-shirt. Now, this time the shopkeeper will say 100 rupees. Now, you know it very well. First of all, it is low quality good. Even though if the price of that low quality is decreasing, that would have become worst quality. So he will say, no, I don't want this 100 rupee. Show me something similar to the 200 or 300. That means if a low quality good prices even more decreases, then demand for low quality will decrease. See, arrow marks are in same direction. Now, there is one more twister. If you remember, I made you to even write the table. So this is normal goods and inferior goods. Logic with respect to and logic with respect to income. Now, PitCat PC already we have studied. So whenever price of a product increases, demand will decrease. Whenever price decreases, demand will increase. In PitCat PC, income. Whenever income of a consumer increases, demand will also. Whenever income decreases, demand will also decrease. Now, just now we studied about the Giffen's goods, low quality goods. If a price of a low quality good increases, demand for a low quality will increase. Suppose if price of a low quality decreases, demand for a low quality will decrease. Now the twister comes in. Suppose if an income starts earning more, let me say if a person's income will be more and more, if he starts earning more and more income, now say 15,000 salary, now it will become 20,000. Now whenever income of a consumer increases, now will he buy Poma or Puma? Puma, original one. He will not buy the duplicate one. Some 15,000 to 20,000 salary increase, sir, why duplicate? I will buy the original. Now demand for low quality good will decrease. See, whenever income is increasing, demand for low quality good will be decreasing. Same way, sir, next month because of COVID, lockdown happened. I'm only getting half salary. Now first point, will you go for shopping? Even though if you are going to a shopping, Puma or Poma now? Poma, whenever income of a consumer decreases, automatically demand for low quality good increases. So this is the place where usually you might go wrong. Clear? So already I made you to write this table. So logic with respect to price, logic with respect to income of normal goods as well as inferior goods. And one more beautiful statement we made in terms of Giffen's goods. Giffen's goods are inferior. Definitely all the Giffen's goods are low quality, but every low quality good is not a Every low quality cannot be considered as a Giffen's goods. Clear? And we also took that biryani rice and normal rice example. Usually in biryani they use basmati rice, superior rice. In our home every single day, normal rice. We don't use basmati. With comparison to basmati, the normal rice is inferior in nature. So even though if the normal rice from 50 rupee per kg, if it goes to 60 rupee, we buy that 60 rupee only. We don't go and buy that 150 rupee basmati rice. So if a low quality goods prices are increasing, still the demand for that low quality will increase. But now government will give at highly subsidized prices like 1 rupee per kg, 2 rupee per kg and all. Now I cannot consider that as a Giffen good. No doubt. Giffen goods means low quality. Every low quality good is not a Giffen's goods. Clear? And after understanding that, we also took the example and concepts of snob effect and Veblen effect. So what is snob? Whenever a product is becoming common, either few people will decrease its consumption or altogether stops its consumption. Best example, you went to a studio, you bought a shirt or you bought a top. Now after wearing that, when you are walking now in a road, even some other 10 people are wearing a same shirt. Now how do you feel? As her, everyone are wearing a same shirt. Next time I don't wear it, or maybe very oftenly, sometimes once in a month or 2 months, once I will wear this. So when everyone has the same commodity, when everyone are starting to use the same commodity, either you will reduce its consumption or either altogether you will stop its consumption. That is called as which effect? See, when a product is becoming common amongst all, some people will decrease or altogether stop its consumption. That is called as snob effect. Which effect?
Snob effect.
Next comes Veblen effect. What is this Veblen effect? Highly priced goods are consumed by whom? Status seeking.
Rich people.
I want to travel by Mercedes-Benz G-Class only. Even though if the price goes from 1 crore to 1.2 crore, I want same car. I don't want to buy any other car. It is my prestige. It is my status. Even though if price increases, I still want a same car. That is called Veblen effect. In order to satisfy their dash consumption. What do you mean by conspicuous consumption? Luxurious consumption or prestigious consumption. Clear? So there is no technical difference between Veblen effect and conspicuous consumption. Both are almost one and the same. But the only thing is, in conspicuous, we straight away said luxurious or prestigious. But what is that luxury? What is that, let me say, prestigious? It defines from one person to another person. But when I say status seeking rich individual, they always want to satisfy their needs with respect to the same particular commodity. Even though price increases, I still need a same commodity. That is called as Veblen effect. Which effect?
Veblen effect.
Clear? So we were discussing about exemptions to law of demand. That means usually law of demand is dash related. Inversely related. But exemptions to law of demand will be positive relationship. Which relationship?
Positive relationship.
So first point, conspicuous consumption done. Second point, Giffen's goods done. Under that, even snob and Veblen effect is also done. Now point number 3, conspicuous. So if you remember, I gave an example at your home. Now your father or mother has got 2 chocolates, one blue color, one red color. For your sibling, they have given red color, for you blue color. Now what will you do? Even I want red color. You will start quarreling, you will start fighting. Same. That is called conspicuous necessaries, also called as demonstration effect or bandwagon effect. Sir, my friend bought a new watch. That's good. Next time when you go to a shopping, even you want to buy a same watch. Even though if the watch prices are going up, I still want a same watch. Where demand for a product is decided by the usage of other person. By the usage of what? That is called as conspicuous necessary, also called as demonstration effect or bandwagon effect. Usually this happens in lifestyle commodities. Which commodity? Point number 4 and the most important. Expectations of future change in price. What is it?
Expectation of
Future change in
price.
Sir, next week there is a festival. Pongal is coming up. Festival is coming up. My parents are smart. They don't want to buy it on next week. At least 1 or 2 days before the festival they will purchase. Because on the day of festival prices are more. So demand from now itself it starts increasing. Say in future prices are going to increase, but demand now only it starts to arrow mark same direction. Now in future, if there is an expectation of decrease in price, when will you buy? Now or future? Future. So automatically in future, if prices are decreasing, demand will presently it will start decreasing. We buy it in the future. Next, in case of emergencies, law of demand will not work. If you remember highway article example I gave, when you are going, say for example, if you are traveling through a national highway, the bus or maybe in your car, you will stop near the hotel. There is one shop which sells all this, let me say water bottle, chips packet and also biscuit packets. Now water bottle, 20 rupees, you will sell it for 25. Chips packet, 20 rupees, you will sell it for 25. Still you will end up buying, sir, next 100 kilometers, 80 kilometers, no shop. Whatever water bottle I want to buy, biscuit I want to buy, only one single shop available. At the time of emergency, law of demand will not work. In case of speculative activity, cricket bat, Rohit Sharma, double century, why 1 crore I will say, other 1.1 crore, 1.3 crore, 1.5 crore, 2 crore. Prices are also increasing. Demand for this bat is also
increasing.
Next, in case of present trends and changes. Best example, normal jeans pant, 700 rupees, no one will buy. Tear it and give 1500, everyone will buy. So in case of present trends and fashions, law of demand will not work. Even though in spite prices are more, demand will still increase. So these are the 8 circumstances where law of demand is not going to work. Point number 1, conspicuous consumption. Point number 2,
Different goods.
point number 3, conspicuous necessaries. Point number 4, expectations of future increase in price. Point number 5, emergency. Point number 6, speculative activity. Basic necessaries of life. What is that?
Trends and changes.
Especially in case of basic necessaries like food, clothing, shelter. Even though if price increase or even though if price decrease, usually we still demand that commodity. Demand is going to remain same. Clear? And that usually comes under the category of perfectly inelastic. What is it?
Perfectly inelastic.
We will explain that. Perfectly inelastic, wherein which price might go up or price might come down. Quantity demanded will remain same. Clear? Now, after that, we discussed about the concepts of demand schedule and demand curve. If at all we represent demand in the form of a table, that is called as demand schedule. Now, say Shashikiran is a chocolate seller. Now, after eating my chocolate, my customers are getting superpower. So, who are my customers? Batman, Superman and Iron Man. Now say I am decreasing the price of my chocolate day by day. Going further, we know that whenever price decreases, demand will automatically increase. Now Batman started to buy more, Superman started also to buy more, Iron Man also started to buy it more. Now if I analyze only a demand created by just individual customer, either Batman, either Superman or either Iron Man, a demand created by just one individual customer because of change in price, because of
Change in price.
that is called individual demand schedule. What is it called as?
Individual demand.
It represents demand created by a individual customers because of change in
Price.
rather than considering just individual persons. Suppose the demand created by all the 3 customers in the market. Like 3, there are n number, but in my example, I have only taken 3. All the demand, total demand created by all the customers, that is called as total demand in the market because of change in price. Because of change in
Price.
then it is called as market demand schedule. That is a demand created by all the customers due to change in price. Clear? And next, we discussed about demand curve. What is demand curve? Representing the table or representing a demand in the form of,
Price.
it's called as demand curve. And if you remember, demand curve is dash sloping curve. So it is a
Downward sloping.
downward sloping linear curve from left to right. Say this is the initial price, this is the initial quantity, this is P and this is Q. Now say for example, if price increases, price, so automatically quantity demanded will decrease. See, that is the main thumb rule. If at all price increases, quantity demanded will decrease. If price decreases, quantity demanded will increase. So this is P2. Price decrease, quantity demanded will increase. Clear? Now observe. Why is this demand curve sloping downwards from left to right? There were 5 important reasons. Number 1, because of the concept of LD. What does LDMU stands for? Law of diminishing marginal utility. When I consume same commodity over and above continuously, it looks like I'm getting more and more satisfaction, but the reality is I can't consume more units, like 5, 6, 7 maximum. After that, I feel like, okay, exhausted and I will give up. Initially, demand might zig go up and again it will come down. Clear? And because of substitute, suppose if my substitute goods, next best alternative prices are lesser than my commodity, people prefers to go and buy the substitute goods rather than my goods. So demand curve is sloping downwards. Third one, income effect. When customer gets more income, definitely he will come and buy. Maybe next time if he doesn't want to spend on that, maybe if suppose the product price is less and if income is also same, now his capacity can increase to buy. Only one time they might come and buy it, but later they might not turn up and buy it. And next, in case of any new customers, I will give offers, promotions only one single time. Because of that offers and promotions, they will come and buy. Next time they may come or may not come. So demand can go down, or because of alternative or multiple
Uses.
So best example, newspaper. So in middle class families, newspaper is a substitute of tissue paper. Today's newspaper, from tomorrow for oil packing purpose, cleaning purpose, newspaper only. We don't get newspaper. Let me say we don't buy tissue paper to home, only newspapers. And another best example, milk. Sir, from milk, my mom will prepare curd. From curd, she will take out butter. From butter, she will only prepare a ghee at home. We don't buy ghee from outside. Only demand for milk is increasing. Demand for ghee starts decreasing. So because of one commodity, there is a multiple usages. Because of that, only the commodity which has multiple usage, demand will increase. The byproducts of that, automatically their demand will decrease, because people only starts getting that at home. Now they are only preparing it. Best example, ghee and butter. Clear? So these are the 5 reasons why demand curve is sloping downwards. Number 1, LD. Second one, substitution effect. Third one, fourth one, fifth one.
Alternative or multiple uses.
Now comes the most important topic of your entire demand chapter. That is elasticity of demand, the biggest and the most important one. So why did the concept of elasticity is introduced? Because of the disadvantages of law of demand. What is it? Because of disadvantage of? What is the disadvantage? Now law of demand will only tell us the direction of change. So it was called as dash statement, qualitative statement. But elasticity will not only just tell us the direction of change. Along with direction, it will show us a numerical change or percentage. Suppose if price increases by 10%, how much percentage will the demand decrease? Now with the direction, it will also show us a numerical change. Suppose price increases 10%, demand decreases 20%. So elasticity is called as dash statement, quantitative statement. So in order to overcome the disadvantage of law of demand, concept of elasticity of demand has been introduced. Now what is the meaning of elasticity? It is the responsiveness or a changes in quantity demanded due to change in some determinants. So which are the determinants of demand? PITCAT PCs. Out of this PITCAT PC, only some determinants. Which are those some determinants? Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Now cross refers to complementary and substitute goods. Clear? So how many types of elasticity of demand is there? Price, income, cross and complementary and substitute goods. Advertisement. Cross itself means complementary and substitute. So fourth one is what? Advertisement. Clear? Now let's get started one by one and see the formula. Elasticity of demand is equals to percentage change in quantity demanded divided by
Percentage change in price.
So in meaning, while writing the meaning, we say that due to change in some determinants. But while writing a formula, straight away we write it as price. Why? Because price affects demand to a. That's the reason, rather than writing some determinants in formula, straight away we write it as price. So how many types of elasticity of demand is there? What is the very first one?
Price.
So what is that price elasticity? Now the quantity demanded is going to change, or it will respond because of changes in price. So formula remains same. Price elasticity of demand equals percentage change in quantity demanded divided by
Percentage change in price.
Clear? So how many types of price elasticity is there? 5 types. Number 1, relatively E is greater than 1. Relatively E is lesser than unitary E is equal to perfectly inelastic E is equal to
0.
perfectly E is equal to this last topic, perfectly elastic is myth. That is unrealistic in nature. So how many types of price elasticity?
5.
Relatively elastic E greater than 1. Relatively inelastic E lesser than 1. Unitary elastic E equal to 1. Perfectly inelastic
E is equal to 0. Perfectly elastic is equal to infinite.
infinite. Superb. Now let's get started one by one. Have a look here. What is the meaning of perfectly elastic? Small changes in price will lead to a large change in quantity. Now we know that demand curve is downward sloping curve from left to right. But here it will not be a 45-degree downward sloping linear curve. Rather it will be more and more sleeping curve, like this flatter. What it will be more and more of? So this is the initial price and this is the initial quantity. Now what does the meaning says? Small change in price leads to a
large change in quantity.
See there, suppose say for example, price is increasing by some 10%. That's it. But demand is decreasing by some 30%. So change in price is lesser, but change in quantity demanded is more. So that's the reason relatively elastic is also called as dash proportionate change.
More proportionate change.
Which proportionate change?
More proportionate change.
Clear? So remember, and the nature of demand curve will be dash.
Flat.
It will be a flatter demand curve. And if you remember, we also solved one numerical problem here. So what is the formula to solve a numerical problem? P by Q into change in quantity divided by change in. This is a formula method. Which method?
Formula method.
And this is the problem. How was the problem being derived there? Say for example, Shashikiran is a chocolate seller who sells a chocolate for rupees 10. And I used to sell, say for example, 100 chocolates in a day. Now I will decrease the price. Say for example, the chocolate price becomes 5. When price decreases, demand will increase. Now in a day I am selling some 170 chocolates. Now what does this P refers to? P refers to earlier price. What is my earlier price? 10. Q refers to earlier quantity. What is earlier quantity? Now change in quantity, present and previous. 170 is a present, previous is 100. 170 minus 100, 70. Same way, change in price, present price is 5 rupee, previous price is 10. 5 minus 10, minus 5. Clear? So this will be earlier price 10, earlier quantity 100 into change in quantity, that is 170 minus 100 divided by change in price, 5 minus 10. So this will bring up to 10 divided by 100 into 70 divided by minus 5. What is that? 70 divided by? But as of now, ignore negative. I will teach you how to deal with negative. We thought that in income elasticity. Now with this respect, 10 ones are 10 tens are, 5 ones are 5, 14s are. So this becomes like 14 divided by 10. Answer is 1.4. Greater than 1 or lesser than 1? Which elasticity? Relatively elastic. If the end answer is greater than 1, that is called as relatively
Elastic.
If the end answer is lesser than 1, relatively inelastic. If the end answer is equal to 1, unitary elastic. If end answer is equal to 0, perfectly inelastic. If end answer is equal to infinite,
Perfectly elastic.
so what is the formula to calculate that? P by Q into change in quantity by change in
Price.
Clear? So this was relatively elastic and the nature of demand curve is dash flatter demand curve. Now let us go to the second one, relatively inelastic. Large changes in price will lead to a
Small change in
quantity demanded. So the general nature of demand curve is 45-degree downward sloping, but in relatively inelastic it will be more and more steeper curve. Which curve? More and more. So this is how the demand curve will be. Say this is the initial price and this is the initial quantity. Now what does the meaning say? Large change in price. Suppose price increases by some 20%. Now quantity demanded is decreasing by just some 10%. Say 20% increase in price, just some 10% decrease in quantity. So large change in price, a small change in quantity demanded. The proportion of change in quantity is lesser than change in.
price.
So this is called as dash proportionate change.
Proportionate.
So relatively inelastic is also called as less proportionate change, and the nature of demand curve will be
Steeper demand.
which demand curve?
Steeper demand.
Clear? So remember, relatively elastic was flatter curve, more proportion change. Relatively inelastic is steeper curve, also called as
Disproportionate.
less proportionate change. Clear?
Example for this.
All undesirable goods like cigarettes, alcohols. Now say for example, even though if price increases like exorbitant, alcohol price, beer bottle price from 150 to 200, still people will buy. Rather than buying 5 bottles, now they will buy 4 bottles. Proportion of increase in price is more, but the number of decrease in customers is hardly less. So usually all undesirable goods and services will come under the category of relatively inelastic. Which inelastic?
Relatively inelastic.
And next comes,
That's all. Medical care, that example.
that was salt, medical care examples and all, that comes under necessaries of life. Perfectly inelastic. Even though price increase, decrease, you will definitely buy them. So next, unitary elastic. Which elastic?
Unitary elastic.
Whatever may be the change in price, whether price might increase or whether price might decrease, quantity demanded will remain unchanged. Is it unchanged? Changes in same proportion. What does it changes in?
Same proportion.
That means, say for example, what is the general nature of demand curve? Downward sloping curve from left to right. Say for example, this is the price and this is the quantity. Now, suppose if price increases by 10%, even quantity demanded also decreases by same 10%. Here increase 10%, here quantity decreases also
10%.
So it is a dash proportionate change.
Same proportion.
And if you remember, I also taught you one more meaning of this, and it looks like a equal proportion rectangle. What is it?
Equal.
Proportion rectangle. So unitary elastic has also got one more name. What is it? Rectangular hyperbola or
Equilateral hyperbola.
equilateral
Hyperbola.
hyperbola. So these are the examples of unitary elastic, also called as rectangular hyperbola or equilateral hyperbola. Clear? And E is equal to 1, same proportionate change. And the nature of curve will be downward sloping linear curve from left to
Right.
next comes perfectly inelastic, wherein in case of perfectly inelastic, nature of demand curve will be vertical. Whether price might go up or whether price might come down, quantity demanded will remain unchanged. Quantity demanded will be unchanged, or it remains the same. Which type of goods will come under this?
Perishable.
Perishable goods and basic necessaries. Perishable goods and
Basic necessary.
basic necessaries of life, that will come under perfectly inelastic. And what is the nature of demand curve? Vertical or parallel to y-axis. Last but not the least, this concept is unrealistic or myth. Whether price might remain constant or whether price can change, but quantity demanded cannot be determined. Nature of demand curve is horizontal or parallel to x-axis. Clear? So go back. Initially I made you to write one table if you remember in the class. So relatively elastic, E greater than 1, nature of demand curve flatter. And this is also called as more proportionate change. Dash proportionate change.
More proportionate change.
That was the fourth column which I made you to write. And relatively inelastic, E lesser than 1. Steeper demand, also called as less proportionate change. And unitary elastic, E equal to downward sloping demand curve from left to or rectangular hyperbola or equilateral hyperbola. And perfectly inelastic, E is equal to 0. Vertical demand curve or parallel to example, all basic necessaries of life, and perfectly inelastic is a perishable goods. Clear? And last but not the least, perfectly elastic, E equal to infinite, horizontal or parallel to x-axis. This concept is myth or unrealistic in nature. Now, in order to calculate this price elasticity, there were 4 methods. If you remember, first one, formula method. Already we have done P by Q into change in quantity by change in price. And ARC method. What is that ARC method? Change in quantity by change in price into P1 plus P2 divided by Q1 plus Q2. If you remember, we should consider both price of first initial price and after that second price. Let's take up the same problem. Say for example, price, quantity. Price was 10, quantity was 100. Say we increased the price to 15 and quantity became 70. Now we will consider both the price. P1 means earlier price. So this is P1 and this will be P2. And this is Q1 and this will become Q2. Clear? So according to the formula, what will be the values now? Change in quantity 170. What is change in quantity? 30. Change in price 10 and 15. Change in prices into P1 plus P2. Earlier price is 10, new price is 15 divided by Q1 plus Q2. Earlier quantity is 100, new quantity is 70. With this respect, this will become 30 divided by 5 into 25 divided by 170. With this particular respect, it is 5 1za, 5 5za. So 30 into 5, 150 divided by 170. 150 by 170. 0.88. Greater than 1 or lesser than 1? Which elasticity? Relatively inelastic. Now the confusion comes. Sir, in an exam, numerical problem is given. But which method to use, they haven't specified. If you remember, I said you to, I've also made you to write it. See, if in an exam, if a numerical problem is given without mentioning which method to use, is it formula method or ARC method? So first we have to solve it under formula method. If answers are not matching, then if we have to solve it under the And suppose if both the method answers are given, ARC method answer. Which method answer? And third type of measuring the price elasticity, that is point method. And even this concept is what? Unrealistic in nature or completely myth in nature. So what is this point method? They say we will use this method to identify extremely small changes. Say Shashikiran is having one Mercedes-Benz car worth of 2 crore. Assumption. Now I have given it to a service. One of the spare parts has been worn out. Now I need to replace this spare part. Now the cost of replacing that spare part is 10 rupee. Worth of car is 2 crore. Spare part replacement? That is what? Very minimal, extremely small changes. What is it?
Extremely small changes.
That is called as point method. Now under point method, this meaning is unrealistic, but graphical representation has a connection with chapter 4, unit 3, monopoly concept, if you remember. Now, the formula says that lower segment on the demand curve divided by upper segment on the demand curve. And we know that demand curve will usually not touch x-axis or y-axis. Demand curve will be downward sloping curve from left to right. But suppose if it is touching x-axis or y-axis, just now we discussed perfectly inelastic. What is it? What is the nature of demand curve? Vertical. That means it is touching which axis? X-axis. If it is perfectly elastic, what is it? Perfectly. Now demand curve is touching which axis? So whenever it touches y-axis, E equal to infinite, perfectly elastic. If it is touching the x-axis, now E will be equal to 0. Clear? When it touches the x-axis, E becomes 0. When it touches the y-axis, E becomes infinite. And the middle point of the demand curve will be always and always unitary elastic. Upper portion relatively elastic, lower portion relatively inelastic. Now space between point A and point B is a segment. B to C is also a segment. C to D is also a segment. D and E is also a segment. Now space between these points is a segment. From A until E, there are totally 4 segments. Clear? Now let us consider point C. Now at this point C, how many lower segments are there?
2.
How many upper segments are there? 2 by 2. If the end answer is 1, which elasticity is that? Unitary elastic. That is why I said the middle portion of the demand curve is always dash elastic. Condition satisfied. Now let me say at point D, how many lower segments are there? 1. Hello, see there, D and D, only 1. Why ma, what happened? What did you had for lunch? Full on reverse you are seeing this, Puja. Next upper segment 3, 1 by 3, 0.3, lesser than 1. So lower portion is always lesser than 1. Say at point B, how many lower segments are there? Total 3. And upper segment is 1. 3 by 1 is 3. 3 is greater than 1. Relatively elastic. Now say at point E, bottom point, how many lower segments? Any lower segments we have? 0. Divided by 4. 0 by 4 is 0. So point E is 0. 0 divided by numerical is 0. But observe point A. Now at point A, how many lower segments are there? And upper segments? 0. Any numerical divided by 0 is a math error. This math error is nothing but. So remember, any numerical divided by 0 is math error. 0 by numerical is 0. 0 by numerical is 0. So the middle portion of demand curve is dash elastic. Unitary elastic. Upper portion relatively elastic. Lower portion relatively inelastic. If demand curve touches x-axis, perfectly inelastic. If demand curve touches y-axis, perfectly elastic. Clear? Next, last but not the least, total outlay method. Which method? Total outlay method. Now what is the main thumb rule of demand chapter? Whenever price increases, demand will decrease. Whenever price decrease, demand will increase. Accepted? But now I am least interested about this demand. Whenever there is a change in price, what will be the change in spending nature of a customer? What is it?
Spending nature of a customer.
Spending nature of a customer. Now this is what is most important. Was whenever price increases or whenever price decreases, how much customer will spend? Is customer spending more money or customer is spending less money? That is what we shall be interested in. That is what we call total outlay method. What is it called as?
Total outlay method.
Total outlay. Remember this term outlay is also represented as total revenue. What is it called as?
Total revenue.
And what is the formula for TR? Total revenue. P into Q. What is it?
P into Q.
Price into
Quantity.
quantity. So remember, outlay is also represented as TR. What is it? Outlay is also represented as,
PR.
see there. As a result of change in
Price.
whether customer is going to spend more money or customer is going to spend.
Less.
That is what we are interested. So in short, because of change in price, what will be the spending capacity of a? Now observe, same three customers. Shashikiran is a chocolate seller. Now whoever eats my chocolate, they will get superpowers. So who are my superpower customers? Batman, Superman and
Iron.
now see there. I am decreasing the prices from 6 to 5, again 5 to 4, 6 to 5, again 5 to 4, 6 to 5, again 5 to. Definitely, no doubt, whenever price decreases, demand increases. But I am least bothered about the quantity demanded. Now I am interested in what? Outlay. That means spending capacity. So price into quantity. So 6 into 10, 60. 5 into 15, 75. 4 into 20. Day, 4 into 20 is not 420. 4 into 20 is?
80.
Now, listen. Whenever prices are decreasing, now Batman is spending more and more money. Accepted? First he was spending 60 rupee, next 75, next
80.
if he spends more proportion. What is more proportion is also called as relatively elastic. So E greater than 1. And observe the arrow mark. Now, price and outlay. Arrow mark in same direction or opposite direction? So, in relatively elastic, price and outlay relationship will be negative. Price and outlay relationship is what? And this is where usually examination question comes and you people will make a blunder. So, listen to this very carefully. The concept name is relationship between
Price and outlay.
price and outlay. So, point number 1, when E is greater than, whenever price is increasing, total outlay, that is also called as TR is decreasing. Whenever price decreases, TR is. So this is dash related, positive or negative? Negative related. And remember, price and outlay move in a opposite direction. What is it? Price and outlay move in opposite direction or different direction. Clear? Next comes point number 2. Now observe. Let's go straight away to the Superman. Now Superman, whenever price is decreasing, now 6 into 10. How much is that? 60 rupees. Next 5 into 12. 60. 4 into 15. He is like, boss, you whether increase price or whether you decrease price. My budget is only 60 rupee. I will only and only spend 60 rupee. That means outlay is remaining same. Same proportion changes, unitary elastic. E equals to, if a customer spends the same amount of money because of change in price, that is dash elastic, unitary elastic. Which elastic?
Unitary elastic.
Next, see there, Iron Man. Now, Iron Man, 6 into 10, 60. 5 into 11, 55. 4 into 13, 52. That means whenever prices are going down, even E is spending lesser money on a commodity. Now observe the arrow mark. Price and outlay both are decreasing. That means price and outlay moving in same direction. And whenever prices are decreasing, outlay, that is spending capacity, is also less proportion. Which elasticity is that? Relatively inelastic. And now observe the arrow mark. Price and outlay is in the same direction. That means dash relationship. Positive. Now suppose if E is lesser than 1. What is it? E is. That means whenever prices are increasing, even outlay will also increase. Whenever prices are decreasing, even outlay will also increase. And that means price and outlay is moving in dash direction. Here we have a positive relationship. And the most important, price and outlay move in same direction. Clear? If you want, copy that down. That one statement you might have not written. This statement you might have not written. If you want, you copy this down. When price and outlay move in the same direction, that is which elastic? Hello? Price and outlay moving in the same direction. Which elastic is that?
Relatively elastic.
Price and outlay move in opposite direction.
Relatively elastic.
Clear? So this is the concept of total outlay method. Now observe here. This is how in a table form they have represented in ICM material. What did I said? Relatively elastic has negative relation. Relatively inelastic has got Positive relationship. See, when prices are increasing, since it is negatively related in elastic, outlay will move in a opposite direction. Price increase, outlay decrease. Here price decrease, outlay will increase. In relatively inelastic, same direction. If price increases, outlay will also increase. If price decrease, outlay will also. But unitary elastic, it doesn't matter whether price increases or price decreases, outlay is going to remain. Clear? So most important is this price and outlay relationship with relatively elastic and relatively inelastic. With relatively elastic, price and outlay is going to move in an opposite direction. In relatively inelastic, price and outlay is going to move in a same direction. Clear? Inelastic, same direction. Relatively elastic, opposite direction. So these are the 4 methods. How many methods? Of calculating which elasticity? Price elasticity of demand. Formula method, ARC method, total outlay method, point method. Clear? And next comes income elasticity. Which elasticity?
Income elasticity.
So whenever there is a change in demand because of change in income, that is called income elasticity. So formula, percentage change in demand divided by change in income. There are 2 goods. If you remember, normal goods and inferior goods. What is a normal goods income relation? Whenever income increases, demand for normal good will also increase. Whenever income decreases, demand for normal good will also decrease. There is a dash relationship.
Positive relationship.
Clear? But inferior goods, Giffen's goods, already we studied. If a income of a consumer increases, demand for low quality goods will
Decrease.
Whenever income of a consumer decreases, demand for low quality goods will
Increase.
So there is a dash relationship. So in case of negative relationship, demand curve will be
Downward sloping.
downward sloping linear curve from left to. Now y-axis will represent income, x-axis will represent quantity. Now in case of positive relationship, graph will be upward sloping curve. Dash sloping curve.
Upward sloping curve.
Clear? Understood? Now there were 4 methods to calculate price elasticity of demand. Which was the first method? Formula method. P by Q into change in quantity by change in price. And ARC method, change in quantity by change in price into P1 plus P2 divided by Q1 plus Q2. Clear? Now same to same. We also have formula method and ARC method. In the place of P, we will replace it as Y. That means Y by Q into change in quantity divided by change in income. Same way, change in quantity divided by change in income into Y1 plus Y2 divided by Q1 plus Q2. Clear? So by using this formula method and ARC method, this is which method? Formula method, and this will be suppose by using this method, if the answer is E greater than 1, which good is that? Luxury good. Suppose if E is lesser than 1,
Necessary.
basic necessaries or normal goods. Suppose if E is equal to 1, either luxury or normal goods. Now this is the most important. If E is equal to 0, that means income is increasing from 15,000. Say for example, I used to earlier get 15,000 income. Say this is income column. This is my spendings. Say I used to spend some 11,000 rupee. Now my income increased to 20,000. My still spending is how much? 11,000. What is the change in spendings? Change in spendings is 0. Change in income is 5,000. Now even though if income changes, spendings has not changed. That is E0. What is it? E0. In such a case, there is no change in spendings, no change in demand or spendings, even if income change, even if
Income changes.
income is changing. And the most important, if E becomes
Negative.
now I said you to ignore negative value while solving the problems. If the concepts are negative, that means which good is that?
Inferior goods.
Inferior goods. Clear? The last two is important. If E is greater than 1 in income elasticity, which good are there? Luxury goods. E lesser than 1, basic necessaries or normal goods. If E is equal to 1, either luxury or necessary goods. If E is equal to 0, there is no change in demand, even though if there is a change in income. Now income has increased, say from 15,000 it has become 20,000. When my income was 15,000, spending was 11. Even when my income became 20, spending is 11. Clear? Now let me make a twister. You tell me the answer. Suppose my income was 15,000. Now it will become 20,000. My spendings earlier it was 11,000. How much was that?
11,000.
Now it will become 18,000. Now what is the change in spendings? 7,000. How much is change in income? See, income has increased by 5,000, but spending has increased by
7,000.
greater than increase in income or lesser than increase in income.
Greater
So this is E greater than 1. Which good is that?
Luxury.
than
Luxury goods. Clear? So remember, whenever income is spent more proportion than changes, then it is on luxury good. Which good?
luxury.
Now come, say for example, if my income was 15,000 and my income will become 20,000, my spending was 11,000, now it will become 14,000. How much is the change in spendings? 3,000. How much is change in income?
5,000.
So change in spending is lesser than change in income. So E lesser than 1. E lesser than 1. Which good is that?
Normal.
Normal goods or
Necessary.
basic
Necessary.
necessary goods. Clear? Now remember this very carefully. This is the most important question in respect to a normal good. Whenever the income increases, what is it? Whenever the
Income increases.
listen to question carefully. Proportion of income spent. Whenever income of a consumer increases, proportion of income spent will be dash. Increases or decreases? Spent on consumption. Proportion of income spent on consumption. Online students, even you can answer. Whenever income of a consumer is increasing day by day, say from 15,000 your salary increases to 20. From 20 now it will become. Next it will become 50. No doubt, even spendings from 11, 14, from 14 it will become 18, from 18 it will become 25. Like this, even spendings will also increase. But my question is not about spending. Proportion of spending. Whenever your income is increasing day by day, full on, going high, when income is keep on increasing, no doubt spending will increase. But the proportion of income spent will be lesser. Clear? So, no doubt you will spend, but the proportion of money spent will not be more and more. It will be lesser and lesser. So, this was one important question in exam. Even in class, I said you this. Whenever income of a consumer increases, the proportion of spendings, proportion of
Spending.
will be dash. Decreases. Will be decreases. Clear? So, remember, in case of income elasticity, which elasticity?
Income elasticity.
If E is greater than 1, E is greater than, which good is that? Luxury. E lesser than 1.
Normal.
Basic necessaries or normal. E is equal to 1. Either luxury or necessary. Anyone. That means even my income increased by 5%, spending also increased by same proportion. Now if E is 0, there is no change in demand, even though if there is a change in income. E negative, infinite goods. Which goods?
Infinite.
Infinite. Inferior goods. E negative is what?
Inferior.
See, you know it very well. Intentionally, I will make a mistake like this. Even in class, I have done this multiple times. Still, you people are not learnt the lessons. If E is negative, which good is that?
Inferior goods.
Clear? Understood? Now, let us go to cross elasticity. See, cross elasticity is applicable for which goods? Complementary and substitute good. That means due to change in price of one commodity, say for example, good B. Now, good B prices are changing. Because of that, good A demand is going to change. So, even the formula. See, already we have discussed about complementary substitute goods. Complementary goods are negative related, substitute goods are. So remember, every single time after solving the problem, complementary goods answers will be in a negative, substitute good answers will be in
Positive.
clear. And complementary substitutes formula is most important. What is the formula of complementary and substitute goods? Here, cross elasticity, percentage change in quantity demanded of good A divided by
Percentage change in
good B. Due to change in price of one commodity, there is a demand changes for another commodity. Most important in cross elasticity, we do not have formula method and ARC method. Straight away we should take this percentage method. So substitute goods are dash related, positively related. So graph is upward sloping curve. Complementary goods are negatively related. So graph will be downward sloping curve. Now y-axis represents price of one commodity. Say for example, this is coffee price. So coffee price is y-axis. Tea quantity or a tea demand will be x-axis. Due to increase in price of coffee price, now demand for tea is also increasing. Same way, complementary goods. Y-axis represents prices of one commodity. Say petrol price. Which price?
Petrol.
If petrol price increases, demand for bike will decrease. So x-axis will represent the quantity demanded for bike. Clear? Now, the most important, this question, if you remember, Anushka Shetty and Virat Kohli. Anushka Sharma and Virat Kohli, not Shetty, sorry, Sharma. What happens? Anushka Sharma owns a coffee shop. Now, in her coffee shop, she sells a coffee for rupees 10 and she used to sell 100 coffees cup per day. Now, because of increase in raw material price, she will increase the prices to 12. Because of that, demand will come down to. So, Mr. Tea shop of Kohli didn't do anything much. He was selling tea for rupees 10. He used to sell some 400 cups of tea per day. All of a sudden, demand increased to 500 cups and price is still 10. Now, what happened? Observe here. Only and only prices of coffee has changed. Because of that, demand for tea has changed. Now, only these two informations are important to me. Now, we should convert these values into percentage. Now, what was the initial price? 10 rupee. New price? 12 rupee. What is the change in price?
2.
What was the initial price? 10. 2 divided by 10 into 100. How much percentage is this? How much? 20 percentage is the change in price and demand. From 400 it has become 500. What is the change in demand? 100. Initial demand was
400.
into 100. 4 by 5, sorry, 1 by 4 into 100. This is how much percentage?
25.
So demand has changed by 25 percentage. Price has changed by
20%.
and cross elasticity of demand. Percentage change in quantity demanded. Demand changed by how much? 25. Percentage change in price. How much?
20.
So 25 divided by 20, 1.25. Clear? So cross elasticity of demand is 1 point. Clear? So we don't have a formula method or ARC method. Straight away we should use the percentage method. And most important thing, even I made you to write it down in the class. If at all, in cross elasticity, if the value is 0, if the value is E is equal to 0, that means ECD, cross elasticity of demand. If it becomes 0, what does it becomes?
0.
Which good is that? Write down, unrelated goods. Write down. In case of cross elasticity of demand, what is it? In case of cross elasticity of demand, if E becomes 0, they are called as unrelated goods. What is it? Unrelated goods. And if E is infinite, what is it? E is? They are called perfect substitutes. What is it? Perfect substitutes. Suppose if E is greater than 1, they are more substitutes. What is it? That means E will be greater than 0. E is equal to 0. Unrelated. That means say if the prices of petrol increases, demand for tea decreases. Unrelated. Say perfect substitutes. Say coffee and tea. And if value of E is greater than 1, they are more substitutes. What are they?
More subs.
More and more substitutes to each other. Now 1.25 is the answer. Greater than 1, they are more substitutes. Suppose if E is lesser than 1, they are called as less substitutes. What are they called as? Suppose if E is negative, E is,
Negative.
which good is that?
Inferior.
Complementary goods. Negative values of only comes to which goods? Complementary goods. Positive value will come to which goods?
Substitute goods.
Substitute. E 0 is unrelated. E infinite is positive value only na. Greater than 1, lesser than 1, infinite. That is substitute goods. Either perfect substitute, more substitute or less substitute. Only E0 will become which good?
Unrelated.
Write this down. Online students, able to understand? Any doubt? Clear with this? 28 of them are there. Yeah, respond man. Good. Clear? Superb. Let's continue. So this will be the concepts of cross elasticity of demand. Now, okay, you guys do this problem. Second problem, you only do it. Already in class, I've made you to do it, but still one more time, you guys have to do it. See there, if the price of ink went up by 25%, already they have given in the form of percentage, and quantity demanded of pen went down by 20%. My first question, is it complementary or substitute goods? Ink and pen, complementary goods. So answer should be in negative. Complementary goods are negative. So price is 25%, demand 20%, 20 divided by 25. Answer
1.2.
Hey, 20 by 25, man.
0.8.
That is minus 0.8. Complementary goods are negative. Clear? So answers of complementaries will be in negative relationship. Next, advertisement elasticity of demand. Last and the most easiest one. There will be changes in demand due to changes in spendings on advertisement. If we spend more and more money on advertisement now, prices of spendings on advertisement, if it changes, even quantity demanded will also change. That's it. No graph, no explanation, easy peasy concept. When we spend more money on advertisement, that will lead to more and more demand. Clear? So these are the four types of elasticity of demand. Price elasticity, income elasticity, cross elasticity, and
advertisement elasticity.
so this brings to the last topic of the demand chapters, that is expansion and contraction of demand, increase and decrease in demand. So already we discussed determinants of demand. Shortcut to remember? PITCAD. Now in this PITCAD PC, suppose only and only if price changes. What is it? Only and only if price changes, that leads to expansion or contraction. What does it leads to? Expansion or contraction. Superb. See there. Whenever there is only and only due to change in price, that will lead to expansion or contraction. Normal, general nature of demand curve, downward sloping curve. See, my initial price, black color line, P and Q, and reference point E. Now, whenever prices are increasing, now don't use a word increase or decrease for demand, because there is one more concept by name increase or decrease. That is due to changes in other factors except price. Due to change in other factors, that means in PITCAD PC, now price will not change. Price is going to remain constant. ITCAT PC changes, that will lead to increase or decrease. Now only and only if price changes, that will lead to what? Expansion or? Now see there, whenever prices are increasing, this orange color line, now this quantity demanded is coming almost near to the origin. So it's coming inside the origin. So this is called as contraction. When price increases, demand is going to contract. What is it? Demand is going to contract. Same way, suppose if prices are decreasing, green color line, it is going away from the origin. That means expanding. What is it? When price decreases, demand is going to expand. Price decrease, demand expand. Price increase, demand contract. So we decided based on the origin. Let me say, if it is coming near to the origin, contraction. If it is going away from the origin, expansion. So whenever price goes up, demand will be contracting. Whenever price comes down, demand will be expanding. So in an exam, listen to this carefully. In order to make you people understand, main thumb rule of demand chapter, I used to use a word called as increase and decrease. But the real concept is expands or contracts. So remember, in exam, by mistake, if the question comes, when demand changes due to change in price. When demand changes, okay, let's say for example, when price decreases, demand will be dash. When price decreases, demand will be dash. Option A increase, option B decrease, option C expand, option D contract. Expands. Don't try it as, sir, you only said now main thumb rule. When price increase, demand decrease. When price decrease, demand. So price is decreasing, now demand will be increasing. Option A increase. Yes, I also thought. Expansion and contraction happens because of change in price. Whenever price is going up, demand will be contracting. When prices are increasing, demand will be contracting. Same way, when prices are decreasing, demand will be expanding. So whenever price changes, that leads to expansion and contraction. So be careful in exam. In Josh, you will write it as increase or decrease. Yes, Pooja, tell me.
They in question they'll ask increase or decrease. Like how it will be said if
Listen,
they have
whenever price changes, whenever
price change.
it leads to expansion or contraction, except price. Now IT, CAT, PC changes, increase or decrease. So that is what determinants is the most important thing. In PitCat PC, if only price is changing, only and only
Price is change.
that will lead to expansion or contraction. And whenever that happens, see this point E will either move for E1 or either it will move for
E2.
on the same demand curve. We are moving this from E1 to E2 or E2 to E1. So that's the reason expansion and contraction is also called as movement on same demand curve. What is it? Movement on
Same demand curve.
Clear? Now let's go to increase or decrease. Now what is the reason for increase or decrease? Due to change in other factors except price. Now in PitCat PC, only and only price will remain constant and IT, CAT PCs are going to be changing. In such a case, now whenever other factor increases, like income increases, say for example, now advertisement will increase or taste and preference of the customers will change or complementary availability and substitute availability is going to change. Whenever this other factor increases, what is that other factor? We are drawing a new demand curve, that is a downward sloping demand curve, new demand curve towards the right side of existing demand curve. Towards which side? So we called it as RHS shift. Which shift? Right hand side shift. If you remember, I said it in class, this RHS and as well as LHS. Whenever other factors are decreasing, whenever other factors are
Decreasing.
that means except price. Suppose if income, now taste and preferences, advertisement, complementary substitute goods decreases. Now demand curve will be drawn, new demand curve towards the left side of existing. That is called which side shift? LHS shift. So whether increase in other factors RHS or decrease in other factor LHS, we are shifting the demand curve to the right side or left side. This RHS and LHS are a shortcuts words which I am only using in Shashikiran's class. That's it. In ICM material, you will never find RHS and LHS. Rather than what will you find? Observe this black color line and this orange color line. Is this orange color line towards upwards or towards downwards?
Upwards.
So it is called as upward shift. Which shift?
Upward shift.
It will confuse you. Next, this green color line to the black color, is it downwards or is it upwards?
Downward.
Which shift?
Downward.
So you will go mad where it is upward, where it is downward. So to make your life simple, what did I said? Whenever other factor increases, which side shift? RHS shift. Whenever other factor decreases, clear? But you will never find this word RHS and LHS in ICA material. You will only and only find it in Shashikiran's class. That's it. In my notes, in ICA material, they use a word as RHS or LHS. Is that so? Upwards or downwards? Clear? So by this, the entire concept of demand comes to an revision. And one more important note. Still, revenue concepts are there, but we do the revenue concepts in chapter 4. We didn't do the revenue concept along with demand. Clear? And remember, average revenue is also called as which curve?
Demand.
And demand is a dash concept.
Flow concept.
We will explain that along with the supply. Now, demand concept, entire demand concept we studied from a dash point of view. Clear? So this was the revision of demand. Usually demand was the biggest one. Once demand is done, supply will just get over like this. Supply is a very smaller, chota sa one. Clear? Flip back the page, have a look. Any doubts in the demand concepts, let me know. Before moving ahead to supply. Any particular doubt in supply? Oh, sorry, demand.
Any example for unitary elastic?
See, it can be any commodity. Suppose if price is increasing by say some 100 rupees, demand will also come down by some 100 units. Like they say, for example, same proportion. 10% price increase, 10% demand decrease.
To differentiate the price and other factors, they put an expansion and contraction.
Expansion contraction happens only because of price. Increase and decrease happens because of other factors except price. And there is one more statement in ICA material if you observe. When there is a change, They just say as increase and decrease. When there is a quantity changes, when there is a
Quantity changes.
because of price changes. So be careful when you are reading ICA material in one place, on some of the nook and corner of one of the sheet they have given this. Whenever there is a changes in demand, whenever there is a
Changes in demand.
they are called it as increase and decrease. When there is a changes of quantity demanded, when there is a changes of
Quantity demand.
expansion or contraction. Quantity word is mentioned na, expansion, contraction. Just word change mentioned na, increase or decrease. In one statement they have given in the new material. I observed it. Cross elasticity problem. Okay, Chaitra. Which one? Virat Kohli, Anushka Sharma, or the second one? See, simple. In cross elasticity, we don't have formula method and ARC method. We only have a main percentage method formula. What is that percentage formula? See, percentage change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in price. But that we are including good A and good B. What is that good A, good B? Either complementary or substitute good. So full formula will become percentage change in quantity demanded of good A divided by percentage change in price of good B. That means due to change in price of one commodity, say for example coffee price. Now coffee prices are going up. So good B, consider it as coffee. Whenever coffee prices are increasing, because of that people are switching over from coffee to tea. Now the tea demand is also increasing. So due to change in price of one commodity, there is a change in demand for another commodity that we are converting into a percentage form. We are not straight away taking a value. That value will be converted to percentage. Same here. Initially the prices of coffee was 10 rupee. Later it became 12 due to increase in price of raw material. So demand automatically went down from 100 units daily. Now it went down to 75. People, rather than drinking coffee, they shifted to tea. Kohli was selling 400 cup of tea. Now all of a sudden demand increased to 500. Now prices from 10 it has become 12. 2 rupees increase in price now. So 2 by 10. Earlier price was 10. So 2 by 10 into 100. 20% prices have increased. Next, from 400 to 500. The demand has increased for tea. So change is 100. So 100 divided by 400. Earlier quantity was how much? 400. So 100 by 400 into 100. That means 25% demand increase. So according to formula, percentage change in quantity demanded. How much quantity has changed? 25%. Divided by percentage change in price. How much price has changed? 20. So 25 by 20. Answer is 1.25. It is more substitutes. What is it? Greater than 1 is what? More substitutes. Clear? Chaitra? Okay, Nirmala. Sir, can we change a good A and good B? I mean, say percentage change in quantity demanded of good B divided by percentage change in price of good A. Yes, see, good A and good B is just an example. You observe in the problem which product price is changing, which product demand is changing. It can be complementary or substitute goods. You can write instead of good A, write as good B, but it doesn't matter. Now only good A and good B was an example to take there in the formula. Whatever price changes now, that comes in denominator. Nirmala, clear? Cool. Let's go to the supply.
See, expansion contraction is movement along the demand.
Movement along the same curve. We will not write the new demand curve. On the same curve, movement is happening. That's it. Okay, let's go to supply. Now, supply is a part of stock which is offered for. Now, say for example, Shashikiran is a farmer. Who is Shashikiran? Now, I have 1 acre plot of land and I am growing paddy. What am I growing? Say I have grown 100 bags of paddy. How many bags of paddy?
100 bags.
Now, out of this 100 bags, I am only supplying it to the market as 80 bags. How much is a supply?
80 bags.
80 bags is a supply. But how much did I grow?
100.
So this is a stock. 100 bag is a stock. 80 bag is a. So supply is a part of my stock. So that is the reason meaning says supply is a part of stock which is offered to. And supply and demand, both demand as well as supply. See here, even demand is also a dash concept. Flow concept. Even supply is also a. What is that flow concept? Now, let's first understand stock concept. When you are preparing a balance sheet, at the top of balance sheet, you write one statement. What is it? Balance sheet as on 31st of March 2024. You will only calculate a balance sheet on that one particular day. You don't calculate every now and then. But demand and supply can be calculated whenever we need it. What can be the demand for next 1 month down the line? What was the demand 1 month ago? Like this, we can calculate the variables at any particular point of time. They are called as flow. So demand as well as supply both can be interpreted. It can be anticipated. We can calculate it whenever we need it. So that is a flow concept. Entire demand we studied from a dash point of view. Entire demand we studied from a. Now entire supply we will study from a or producer point of view. So if you remember, demand at three simple conditions: desire to buy, ability to pay, willingness to spend. Or cricket bat Rohit Sharma, any commodity given point of time for a given price, time, price, ability, willingness, same to same as supply. See, the term supply refers to the amount of goods and services that the producers are willing as well as able to offer to the market for a various at a given period of. Now see there again the concept of willingness, concept of ability, concept of price and concept of same to same. Now this entire concept is from producer point of view. Whose point of view?
Producer point of view.
Now you tell me, you are a manufacturer, you are a producer. Why do you want to produce goods and sell in the market? So when will you make more profit? When prices are more or when prices are less? So simple. Now same determinants of supply. Point number one, price. Price affects supply to a dash extent. Same dialogue. If the prices are more, we will supply more. If prices are less, we will supply. Arrow mark same direction or different direction?
Same direction.
So the main thumb rule is positively
Related.
So point number one is going to be price. Price has got a dash relationship.
Positive relationship.
In your chapter of supply, there is also a negative relationship. Same. See here. The relationship between price and supply expressed with a mathematical equation called as supply function. S is equals to F of P. I can also call this functional relationship two types. One direct relationship, second one is. But in your syllabus, they are only and only focusing much on direct relationship. They are not focusing on. So we will not concentrate much on indirect. It doesn't mean that we don't have indirect relationship. Yes, we have indirect relationship. The very next one, price of related goods. What is it? Price of?
Related goods.
Now, say for example, like Shashikiran, even there is one more acre plot of land next to me that belongs to Mr. Dhoni uncle. Which uncle? Now, Dhoni uncle is growing sugarcane. Say Dhoni uncle by selling sugarcane from this 1 acre plot of land, say is making some 1,20,000 rupees. How much? Now, Shashikiran by selling the 80 bags of paddy, he earned some 1 lakh rupees. How much did he earn? Now, say for example, there is one more adjacent land which belongs to Mr. Kohli uncle. Which uncle? Kohli uncle. Now, say Kohli is growing ragi, iron content is more, strong fellow. Now, he is earning some 1,50,000. How much? Now, given a chance, Shashikiran, next year, which crop will I grow? Ragi. Definitely, prices are more, na? So I would like to produce ragi and supply more ragi. Now, ragi and paddy can be substitute goods to each other. Now, related goods is also referred as complementary and substitutes. What does the related goods refers to?
Complementary and
So, even because of prices of complementary and substitute goods, the prices of my commodity can also vary and supply of my commodity will also vary. Even supply changes because of price of related goods. Price of?
related.
If my related goods prices are more, my related goods supply will become more, my goods supply will be decrease. All of a sudden, see negative relationship. Price of related goods are more, my commodity supply will decrease. Negative relationship. But we don't focus much on negative. In the supply unit, we are focusing only on positive relationship. Clear? Next, point number 3. Technology. Now, whenever technology is getting advanced, productivity will increase. By using new technology, we can produce more number of units in a same time. So, technology gets advanced, supply will increase. Technology becomes outdated, supply will decrease. I used to give that example. Technology. See, I am in Chennai. I am taking, say, a marathon in Chennai. See, I have a student sitting from Bangalore and attending from online. Now, if at all, hello, I will only take classes in Chennai, marathon from Chennai. See, how many students we have? Entire classroom we have. Can I? No. So like this, because of technology, now using a technology, I can produce more output. I can teach more number of students. So whenever technology becomes updated, by using that new technology, new machinery, I can produce more number of units. When technology becomes outdated, I'm not using updated technology. That means my production will, my supply will decrease. So even because of change in technology, even the supply will also change. Clear? Next, prices of.
Practice.
How many factors of productions are there?
And labor.
4. Which are those? Land, labor, capital and.
Organization.
Now, is that land available for free of cost? We should pay what? Labor available for free of cost? Wages or salary. Capital available for free of cost? We should pay interest or we borrow it for an interest. Next, organization expects a return called as Now you tell me, suppose if the rent paid is more, wages paid is more, interest paid is more, what will happen to my profit?
This.
Less. If my profitable earning is less, will I produce more and supply more? No. When these factors of cost are less, then my profit will be more. Then my supply will increase. Even the cost on other factors of production like land expenditure, labor expenditure and capital expenditure will decide my productivity of goods and supply of a goods. If my cost on factors of production, what is it cost on? Is more, my profit will become less. So supply will automatically decrease. Clear? Next, government policies. Which policy? So because of change in government policy, because of change in dash? See, suppose if government is making too much of strict rules and regulation, unnecessary rules, unnecessary regulation, full, heavy, it is there. I can't produce unnecessary taxes, unnecessary rules. That will create a trouble. That will create what? Trouble. So I can't produce and supply more and more. If government policies are friendly, if at all they are not much restricting in nature, then I produce more and I supply more. Like this, still more points are there. It becomes repetitive if I teach you people. In ICA material, there are some points. You can go through it like a newspaper. So these are the determinants of supply. Clear? Next, law of supply. Same dialogue. All other things remains constant. Now when price increase, supply will increase. Price decrease. Relationship between price and supply expressed in a mathematical equation called as supply function. S is equals to F of P. Price is an important determinant that is also affecting supply to a dash extent, maximum extent. Clear? And when we represent supply in the form of a table is called as supply schedule. And two types, individual and market, same to same. Now supply curve representing supply in the form of, since there is a positive relationship, that is when price increases, supply will also increase, price decreases, supply will also decrease. Since positive relationship is there, supply curve is dash curve, upward sloping curve from left to. Clear? Next comes to your favorite topic, elasticity of. Now elasticity of supply is nothing but because of change in price, there will be a change in the quantity supplied. Due to change in price, there is a change in quantity in demand. We said some determinants. Due to change in some determinants, there is a change in demand. Which are those some determinants? Price, income, cross, advertisement. But here straight away we are considering it as. So how many types of elasticity of supply will be there? Relatively elastic greater than 1, relatively inelastic lesser than 1, unitary elastic equal to 1, perfectly inelastic equal to 0, perfectly elastic infinite. Now formula, percentage change in quantity supplied divided by percentage change in. Now graph, everything will remain the same, including meaning. Just you have to replace the word demanded as supplied, but graph will change. In demand it was downward sloping, supply it will be
Upward sloping.
demand relatively elastic, flatter. Here also flatter curve. Which curve? But it will be upward sloping. And one more extra topic. When we extend the supply curve, what is it? When we
Extend the supply.
now it will cut which axis?
Y
Or price axis. Y axis or?
price axis.
And relatively inelastic. Large change in price leads to small change in quantity supplied. Now it will be steeper supply curve. That means more and more of standing in nature. Steeper curve. And now when supply curve gets extended, it will cut which axis? Or quantity axis. Now unitary elastic, whatever may be the change in price, quantity supplied also changes in dash proportion. Nature of curve will be upward sloping linear curve from left to right. When supply curve gets extended, now it will intersect at origin. Intersect at. So that is a new thing that you have to learn. See, come back to the table. See, flatter supply curve relatively elastic, steeper supply curve relatively upward sloping supply curve unitary elastic. One more extra topic, when supply curve gets extended. Now this is where examination questions have come sometimes. In relatively elastic, when supply curve gets extended, it will cut y-axis or price axis. Y-axis or?
Price axis.
In relatively inelastic, x-axis or quantity axis. Unitary elastic, it will intersect where? Origin. Clear? And next to graph, explanation, everything same. Whether price increase, whether price. Now quantity supplied will remain unchanged. Quantity supplied will remain. And the nature of supply curve is vertical or parallel to y-axis. Last but not the least, concept is myth. Whether price might change or price might remain constant, quantity supplied cannot be determined. Supply will become infinite. Nature of curve is horizontal or parallel to. Now, even in supply, we have four methods: price, ArP, ArP method, outlay method, and what is it? One more. Formula method, ARC method, point method, and outlay method. Same to same. No difference at all. Clear? Now let us come to expansion and contraction. What is it? Expansion and
Contraction.
so what is that? Due to change in price. So logic remains same. Only graph will change. Graph is upward sloping. From point E, either it will move for E1 or either it will move for
E2.
now see the logic. Whenever price is increasing, now supply will be expanding. It is going away from the origin. So supply will expand. Whenever price is decreasing, supply will contract. Reverse. And expansion and contraction is also called as movement on same curve. Either demand or either supply curve. Now logic also remains same. Increase or decrease in supply due to change in dash factors. Other factors except price. Now same to same logic. Whenever other factor increases, RHS shift. Supply curve is upward sloping. Upward sloping RHS, or from your ICA material point of view, this is
Downward shift.
which shift?
Downward shift.
See, black color and orange color. This orange color, is it downwards or is it upwards? Downwards. So demand upwards.
RHS in demand it was upward. Right?
Yes.
Here,
Here it is downwards. So that is what? It will confuse you. Where upwards, where downwards. So to make it your life simple, whether it is demand concept or whether it is supply concept, other factor increases, RHS shift. Other factor decreases,
LHS.
but here upward sloping, then LHS means
Upward shift.
upward shift. So total confusion will start if you remember from upwards and downward. So whether it is demand or whether it is supply. Demand curve downward sloping, supply curve upward sloping. Other factor increases, right side, RHS. Other factor decreases, left side, LHS. That is only a shortcut to remember in my class. But in ICA material, they will give it as what? Upward and downward. Clear? Understood? By this, even supply also comes to an. See, supply very much easy. Only demand will take a lot of time. Supply complete opposite of demand. Clear? Understood? Flip back the page. Have a look.
Determinants of supply.
Yeah.
Price of related code. It is basically a substitute code.
Substitute or complementary. Even it can be complementary.
Related code now. Okay, this one or this one. That is related, right? How does this complement?
Both are used together, na? Say there is a supply of petrol, but there is no supply of bike. Now, what will they do with petrol? Will they come and put it on fire and they will do it Diwali celebration here? No. There should be bike, na? In order to order more and more for petrol, only petrol is there.
How is that determination?
See, simple.
affect the supply? I'm asking.
Simple. There is more and more availability of a petrol in the market, but there is no so much of bike produced at all. Bike production is very less. Bike is very less demanded, but supply of petrol is very high. Related goods. Since petrol is very high in availability, bike availability is very less. Prices of petrol will decrease. In order to attract customer, prices will decrease now. Like this. Related goods. It is both complementary as well as substitutes. Upward shift and downward shift of supply. Once again. Okay, listen. Concept is very simple. Whether it is demand or whether it is supply. Understand. Increase means RHS shift. Supply is upward sloping curve. There will be right side, one more curve will come. That is increase of other factor except price. If it decreases, it will come to LHS. Whether it is a demand concept, whether it is a supply concept. Remember RHS and LHS. Increase means RHS, decrease means LHS. Life becomes easy. But your ICA material says, see there. Observe this black color line and orange color line. Is this orange color line towards downwards or is it towards upwards? Downwards, na? So instead of calling RHS, whenever supply increases due to change in other factors, they say there is an upward shift. Same way, whenever supply is decreasing due to change in other factors, this green color line is upwards. And below the red, black color comes downwards. But here green color is upwards, above the black color line. So it is called upward shift. Whenever other factor decreases in supply, supply curve will shift to upward. So you will get confused when I say upward, downward, even in demand. So to make your life simple, whether it is demand, whether it is supply, other factor increases, RHS shift. Other factor decreases, LHS shift. Nirmala, clear? Cool. Now let us go to interconnecting chapter. That is chapter 4, unit 2. There more than 20 graphs I have made you to write. If you remember, full on that entire 20 graph revision I will take tomorrow to complete that one entire unit only. So I will give a just here. Most important is market equilibrium or industry equilibrium. What is the nature of demand curve? Nature of demand curve is upward sloping. Accepted? Demand curve upward sloping. Then demand curve is downward sloping. Supply curve is upwards sloping. The point where demand and supply meets together or intersects together is called as. Now at the point of equilibrium, whatever the price gets established, that is called market clearing price or equilibrium price. Only and only at the point of equilibrium, price is going to remain constant. So this is the point of equilibrium. At the point of equilibrium, what will happen? Price remains constant. That is total demand equals total supply. And that will lead to what? Price remains constant. Wait, let me write. Price remains constant. Suppose Shashikiran is a greedy fellow. Now equilibrium price was 10 rupees for a chocolate and I used to sell 100 quantity of chocolate. Now I am greedy fellow, stupid fellow. I will intentionally increase the prices to 15 rupee. Whenever price goes up, automatically demand will come down. Now demand curve, observe, this is the demand curve. Now demand has come down to just 70 dotted lines, follow that. But since price is more, I am supplying more. I am supplying 130 units. I am supplying 130 units, but in the market demand is only for 70 units. Now this particular region, this region will become excess supply. What will this become?
Excess supply.
Excess. So there is more and more goods available in the market, but demand is very less. In order to attract customer, now I will start giving offers, promotion, everything. So what will happen to effect of supply? Sorry, effect of price.
Come down.
Effect of price will be decreasing. That means when there is excess supply in the market, prices will decrease. Prices will decrease. Clear? Now, suppose, say for example, Shashikiran intentionally will reduce the price than equilibrium price. Now say I will make the price of chocolate rupees 5. Since prices are very less, will I supply more to the market? No, I will only supply 70 units. Since prices are very less, demand is 130 units. Now this particular shaded region, this is excess demand. What is it?
Excess demand.
Demand is more for a commodity, but there is no supply. This is the concept of excess demand. When there is more and more demand in the market, but product availability is very low, shortage, people are ready to pay even extra money for that. So what will happen to effect of price?
Increase.
So when there is excess demand in the market, price increase. When there is excess supply in the market, prices will only and only at the point of equilibrium, prices are going to remain
Constant.
That is what we call equilibrium price or market clearing. So what is it called as? Equilibrium price is also called as market clearing. See there, equilibrium refers to a market situation. Quantity demanded, that is total demand, is equal to total. So the intersection of demand and supply is called as equilibrium price. At this price, that is equilibrium price, the amount the buyers want to buy is equal to the amount the sellers want to sell. Only at equilibrium price, both buyers and sellers are satisfied. So equilibrium price is also called as
market clearing.
And the main important concept of microeconomics is determination of price. And how does the prices in the markets are determined? Because of demand and this is also called as market forces. What is it? Or price mechanism. Dash mechanism.
Price.
Do you remember day one, long ago, very long ago, some 10,000 years ago, when we did the whole batch, very first day, I would have started with all the basics. When I did the basics, I would have given this question: how does the market prices are determined for goods and services? Because of market forces or price. That is nothing but demand and the point where demand and supply intersects together, that is called equilibrium price, and such price will remain constant. And this concept of entire graph, this is called as what equilibrium? Market equilibrium or industry equilibrium. Which equilibrium?
Market equilibrium.
Or industry equilibrium. So remember, when there is excess demand in the market, prices will go up. When there is excess supply in the market, prices will come down. But only and only at the point of equilibrium, prices are going to remain
Constant.
clear. Understood? Now after this, we studied a beautiful graphs, if you remember there. what happens? Now, suppose if demand increases and supply remains constant, what will happen to price? Next, if demand decreases and supply remains constant. Wait, let me open the chapter 4 unit 2. I will go to chapter 4 unit 2. Wait. No, we got it. So this is market equilibrium. Next, see there, change in demand when supply is. So when I say change, two things will happen. Possibility A, demand can increase. Possibility B, demand can decrease. Whenever demand increases and supply remains constant, demand increases to which side shift? RHS. Just now we discussed. When demand increases, RHS shift. So demand increases, supply remains constant. There is only one more demand curve that will come. Demand curve will shift to right side by supply only one single line. Because of that, equilibrium price is increasing, equilibrium quantity is also. Now same way, if suppose demand decreases, next graph, see there, demand decreases, which side shift? LHS shift. Supply is remaining constant, price is decreasing, quantity is decreasing. Same way, next change in supply, but demand will remain constant. Now two possibility. Possibility A, supply can increase. Possibility B, supply can decrease. Clear? Now demand will not change. Demand line is same. Only supply is increasing. Supply increases with side shift? RHS shift. Now this will become new equilibrium point. At the new equilibrium, prices are decreasing but quantity is increasing. Now in exam, this is how the questions will come. If you remember, I already gave you a few questions in the class. Now listen to this carefully and answer. When supply increases, when supply increases and demand remains constant. When supply increases and demand remains, it will lead to dash. It will lead to dash. Option A, price increase. Option B, price decrease. Option C, price increase and quantity decrease. Option D, price decrease and quantity increase.
Price decrease, quantity increase.
Now you know, because graph is there. In exam, you can't do inky, pinky, ponky. If you do that on the result day, you are monkey and your friend is Venky. So you know the rhythm already. So you have to put the graph like this. You need to understand what is happening to price and what is happening to quantity, and then you should mark the answer. Don't do inky pinky and all. It will never work. Then you will become monkey. Okay, now let's go ahead. Now, next one. See there, simultaneous change in demand and both demand and supply changes in a simultaneous way. Now, what is that? Demand increases more proportion than supply. That means demand is also increasing, supply is also increasing. Now, both are having RHS shift. But demand is increasing more. Say demand is increasing by some 20%. Supply is increasing by just say some. So demand is increasing more than supply. Now because of that, equilibrium price is also increasing. Equilibrium quantity is also. But increase in quantity is greater than increase in price. See like this. The questions might come. Which increases more? Equilibrium quantity or equilibrium price? Like this, more than 10-15 graphs I had given. 10-15 situations I have given. Demand decreases more proportionate than supply. Next, supply increases more proportionate than demand. Supply decreases more proportionate than demand. And demand increases more proportion. Supply decreases less proportion. All this mix match. And also one more beautiful concept. Demand is perfectly inelastic and supply changes. This is where most of them went wrong in the class. When demand is perfectly inelastic, graph is vertical demand curve. Which demand curve?
Vertical demand curve.
See, demand curve will not be downward sloping. Rather, it will be vertical demand curve. Only supply will be upward sloping. When supply increases, RHS shift. When supply decreases, LHS shift. So, whenever supply increases and demand remains constant, that is perfectly inelastic, prices will decrease. Quantity remains the same. So, like this, you need to plot the graph and then you should come to the final conclusion. Clear? And next, if you remember, examination question, 9 different equilibrium points we had discussed. So, there will be a question like this. So, initial equilibrium will be point 1. See, initial demand is D1, initial supply is S1. Suppose if demand increases, it will go to D2. D2 is RHS, S2 is also RHS. Whenever demand decreases, it will come to LHS. D3, supply decreases, it will go to LHS. S3. So initial equilibrium is point 1. Now due to different conditions, different questions, now equilibrium points can change. 4 different questions I had given in the class. Now see there. Let me explain. If I ask you people, now I know you will make blunders. So let me only explain. Assuming we are analyzing the market for which good? We are analyzing the market for a good. Which is a dash good?
Normal good.
Holding everything else constant. Income rises. Now you tell me, for a normal good, when income rises, demand?
Increase.
When demand increases, RHS or LHS?
RHS.
So D1 or D2?
D2.
Now we should consider D2. And prices of factors of production is also. Just few minutes back I did that. Prices of factors of production increases. See there? Whenever the prices of factors of production is going up, that means we are paying more and more price to land. That is, rent is more, labor is more, interest is more. When prices are more, profit will be. When profit is less, production will be. Supply will be. Clear, ra? Now in this case, what will happen to supply? Supply will decrease. So S1, S2, S3, which one? S3. So D2 and S3 is intersecting at. So point 2 is the answer. Clear? Online students, clear? I know now you will have more and more people doubts, especially all the college goers, college batch students. This is the important question. From this you can expect a question. See there, any doubts? Anyone having doubt here? We are analyzing a market for a normal good. Normal good is good Z. Whenever income increases, demand increases. So demand increases with side shift, right side shift, RHS. And prices of factors of production increases. If the prices of factors of production goes up, profit will be down. So supply will be less. So supply decreases. S3. Clear? Shall I erase this? Okay. Now second question. Now read the second question. See there? We are analyzing the market for a good Z. Now good Z we are analyzing, and the complementary good Y prices are increasing. See there, we are analyzing the market for a good Z where the prices of complementary, which is that complementary good? Y. That good Y prices are. First question, complementary goods are dash related, negatively related. If price of one complementary good decreases, then demand for another goods will. So good Z demand will increase. That means D2 RHS shift, from D1 it will become D2, and there is a technological advancement in the production of good Z. We are also analyzing for good Z. If technology increases, supply. Now even supply will also increase. So S2 and D2 intersecting at 0.7 is the answer. Clear? Online students, clear? Second question. Will the recorded marathon available in the app? It will be uploaded on the YouTube only, man. 7th it has been uploaded at the early morning 10 o'clock. June 7th early morning 10 o'clock. Next. Any question? Any doubts here? Okay, chalo. Now let's erase this. Third question. Now observe the third question. What is the third question? Heavy rain in Maharashtra during 2005 and 6 has caused a heavy that means flood of the rice crop. That means crops has been destroyed. Now what will happen to supply? And moreover, rice is essential goods and services. Demand will always be there, remain constant, and there is no information given about the demand. That's it. What point on the figure is most likely to be new equilibrium price and quantity? No information given. They are only saying that because of flood, crops have been destroyed. Now supply will decrease. No information about demand. So demand remains constant. Demand remains constant. D1, supply will. D3, intersecting is point. So third question answer is. Any doubt? Okay. Now question number 4. What does question number 4 speaks about? Assume that consumer expects the price of a new car to significantly increase next year. Expectation of future increase in price. Exceptions to law of demand. In future, if prices are increasing, now presently demand will automatically increase. So D2, and there is no information given about the supply. So we assume supply remains. So intersection is at point. Clear? Understood? Done? So these are the exam related questions like this. They might form a new question. They will give a equilibrium points like this, and you need to identify the new equilibrium point. Clear? Any doubts? Flip back the pages, have a look. So we did with the revision of demand, we did with the revision of supply, we also did with the revision of chapter 4 unit 2. Clear? Flip back the page, have a look. Any questions or any doubts, let me know before taking up the break. It's been almost 2 hours now. 2 hours done. It went away just like this. Tapak. Chalo, take a break with consumer behavior, and we'll also take theory of cost. We'll wind up with theory of cost and consumer behavior. Let's continue. So we have done with the concepts of demand, done with the supply, and done with the price determination. Now let us start with consumer. So unit 1 demand we studied from consumer point of view. Unit 2 supply we had studied from unit 3 supply we studied from producer point of view. Now this is unit 2 in ICA material. Usually in my material I will make it as unit 3. I will make supply as unit 2 in my material. So this entire concept of consumer behavior will be studied from a consumer point of view. Whose point of view?
Consumer point of view.
And in economics, we believe that every consumer is a rational consumer. Who is every consumer?
Rational.
Not rascal consumer. Every consumer is a?
Rational.
So who is the rational consumer? Whose choice are consistent with goals. Whose choice are?
Consistent with
Goals.
That means, say, I wanted to buy a white shirt. I go to a shopping, I will only buy a white shirt and I will come back. But in reality, we thought of buying white shirt. We end up buying everything else except white shirt. That is why I said we are a rascal consumers. But economics believes that we all are a rash consumer.
Rational.
Why? Because we have a limited resources. By using this limited resources, we are trying to satisfy our unlimited. So we believe that what is your thought and what is your action, both are one and the same. In this entire unit, we shall be interested in identifying the equilibrium of a customer. So what is that equilibrium of customer? We have to get a maximum satisfaction without thinking of changing a commodity. So maximum satisfaction with no change. What is it? Maximum satisfaction with?
No change.
That is the concept of equilibrium. That means whenever we are consuming any particular goods or a services, there is going to be a particular point or a position. What is it? Particular? Where we will be satisfied the most. So what is that particular point or a position where customer is able to satisfy as many wants as? That is what we are interested to identify this condition of equilibrium. There are two approaches in this chapter. One cardinal, second one is ordinal approach. Now this concept of cardinal was developed by Alfred Marshall. Who developed it? Now Alfred Marshall said satisfaction can be measured in terms of, that means cardinal measurability of utility is possible. What is it? Cardinal measurability of? That means satisfaction can be measured in terms of numbers. The tool to measure a satisfaction, that is utility means a satisfaction. The tool to measure such utility is called as, like how we measure distance in terms of kilometers, liquid items in terms of liters. To measure that utility, that is satisfaction, there is a tool by name util. Say for example, tomorrow is my birthday. My parents have given 5,000 rupees to me. Now what I will do? First I will go and buy a clothes. Okay, after buying a cloth, say I will say I got some 50 utils of satisfaction. How much?
50.
Next, I will go to a movie with my friends. Now after watching a movie, I got some 70 utils. Next, I will give a treat to my friends. Stupid fellows. They will not give, only I should give. I just got some 10 utils. How much?
10.
So like this, whatever I do now, I will quantify this in terms of numbers. Now, cardinal approach said we can measure satisfaction in terms of numbers. But you tell me, is it practically possible to do this? That's the reason to accept it in the most practical way. Ordinal approach is developed by R.J.D. Allen and J.R. Now they said, see boss, it is highly impossible. There is a drawback in a cardinal approach, and to accept it in the most appropriate way, ordinal approach is developed. It is not at all possible to measure satisfaction in terms of, instead we can arrange satisfaction in the form of preferences or, that means which will give you most preferences, or let me say which will give you more satisfaction. You consume that first. Say my first preference will be going to a movie. Next, purchasing a clothes, and last preference will be giving treat to my. Like this, I will give a preferences. First rank, second rank, third rank, or first preference, second preference, and third preference. So who developed the concept of ordinal approach? R.J.D. Allen and J.R. Hicks. Who developed the cardinal approach? Marshall. Alfred Marshall said satisfaction can be measured in terms of numbers. Ordinal approach said, no boss, we can't measure them. We can only provide in terms of rank or preferences. Now under cardinal approach, there are two theories. Number one, LDMU, law of diminishing marginal
Utility.
Number two, consumer surplus theory. Under ordinal, we will study about indifference curve, and we will study about,
Budget line.
if we study about these four concepts, the entire consumer behavior comes to an end. Before straight away going into LDMU, let us understand the basic concept. If you remember, there are three basic concepts: TU, AU, and MU. TU stands for total utility. What is it? Total. It is a utility derived by consuming all the units of output. What is it? All the units of. Now say for example, myself and what's your name, da?
Purna.
Now Purna, we both are playing a badminton. Now early morning, Sunday morning, we are exhausted. Let me say we are feeling hungry. We go to the nearby canteen. Foods are completely gone, empty. Only biscuit packets are there. Now we took biscuit packet each, one for me and one for Purna. Now Shashikiran is full hungry. Now we started eating. Purna received a phone call. Very important phone call. From 2 hours, he didn't even reply also on our text. Very important phone call would have come. Now Shashikiran started having. Now say for example, there were some 10 biscuits. How many biscuits? Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3, Unit 4, Unit 5. Like this total there were some 10 biscuits. By having first biscuit, I got some 10 utils of satisfaction. See, cardinal approach says that we can measure satisfaction in terms of numbers. Next, second biscuit I had. Now first and second put together, both put together, I got some 30 utils of satisfaction. I had 3 biscuits, all 3 put together. I had 4 biscuits, all 4 put together, 100. Now all 5 put together. I finished the entire packet, all 5 put together, 300. This is called total utility. It is a utility derived by consuming all the units. What is it? Utility derived by consuming
All the units.
So utility derived by consuming all the units. Clear? So what will be the formula? TU is equals to U1 plus U2 plus U3 until UN number of units. That N number can be any units. Clear? Okay, now someone will ask, okay Shashikiran, you had 10 biscuit, you got 300 utils. How much each biscuit gave you a satisfaction? I will say, see, very easy. 300 satisfaction by 10 units. That means every single biscuit has given me 30 utils of satisfaction. This is the concept of average utility. Which utility?
Average utility.
Average utility derived by consuming every single unit or per unit. What is it?
Per unit.
Every single unit or per unit of output. The formula for average utility will be total utility divided by quantity. What is it? Total utility divided by?
Quantity.
Now Purna is completely busy. Purna is not in a mood to disconnect the call. Without his knowledge, I will take off one biscuit from his packet. See, that is what friends do. If you don't have your food on time in front of them, all yours is there, but all theirs is never yours. Now I snatched one biscuit from him. I am having the 11th biscuit. By consuming all 11, I got 350 utils of satisfaction. Now you tell me, by consuming 11th biscuit alone, 11th biscuit,
Hello.
how much satisfaction I got?
50.
50 utils of satisfaction. This is called marginal. One more extra. What is it?
One more.
Marginal utility. Utility derived by consuming one extra or one additional. What is it?
One extra.
Or one additional unit. One extra unit or one additional unit of output. See, formula for marginal utility. There are two formulas. When output is continuous and when output is not.
Continuous.
Now, when output is continuous, TUN, present minus TUN minus 1, present minus previous. See, now present is 11th unit, previous is 10th unit. So, 350 minus 300, answer was 50. Suppose if output is not continuous, second formula, what is it? Change in TU divided by change in quantity. This is when
Output is not continuous.
output is not continuous. Clear? So, when output is continuous, TUN minus TU. Okay, now let us identify the marginal utility of every single biscuit. I had only one biscuit, so I got 10 utils of satisfaction. Suppose only and only by second biscuit, 30 minus 10, 20. Next, only third biscuit, 60 minus 30 is 30. Only fourth biscuit, 100 minus 60 is. Only fifth biscuit. Clear? Now, observe this very carefully. 10 plus 20 is 30. Next, 10 plus 20 plus 30 is 60. 10 plus 20 plus 30 plus 40 is.
100.
So, remember, total utility is cumulative of MU. What is it?
Cumulative of
MU.
Cumulative or summation. Summation of which concept?
marginal.
That means when we keep on adding marginal utility, we will derive total utility. When we keep on adding which utility? Marginal utility, we will derive total utility. So total utility is cumulative of MU. So there is one more formula for total utility. Total utility is summation. Summation of MU. Clear? This is the second formula of total utility. Clear? Now let's get started. Let us go to LDMU concept. Now say for example for puja. Now I will start giving her favorite sweets. Pooja, do you like jamun? Okay, now I will give Pooja a jamun. First jamun I will give. She will ask, sir, why are you giving me this jamun? My birthday today. Enjoy. Okay, sir. Happy birthday. Early morning. Say 7:30 she has come to the class without having breakfast. Her favorite sweet. After eating the first sweet, her cravingness increased. Sir, one more, sir. Feeling hungry. Okay, chalo, take. Second I will give. After having second one, still more cravingness increased. Now I will give third one. Still have it. Next, one more she will ask. Fourth one. Okay, have it. Fifth one she will ask. Okay, chalo, have it. Now I bought only one box of sweets. There was only 7 sweets. Pooja only had 5 sweets. Now her tummy is full. She is like satisfied. And I will say, see Pooja, still none of your friends have come. Only 2 sweets are pending. You eat one. I will eat one. So she's like, okay sir, without asking you are only giving, she will eat. But after having 5 sweets, her tummy is full. Now 6th sweet she will have. She didn't find much satisfaction. Okay. Now I will say, anyhow Pooja, you had 6 sweets. Only 1 sweet is pending. I don't like sweets. You only. Sir, I will have later. Have it now. If any of your friend comes, I will be in trouble. If not, I will fail you in economics. Undue influence. Now with great difficulty, she will have the 7th sweet. And she will, sir, 1 minute, I will go to washroom and come. And she will go vomit everything and she will come out. So that will create a dissatisfaction. What is that? So, assumptions of LDMU. Now, when I gave sweets to Pooja, did I charge anything with Pooja? Commodity should be given for free of cost. What is the very first assumption? Commodity should be given for
Free of cost.
And I believe that Pooja is a dash customer. Rational customer. Clear? And there should be continuous consumption. One after the other, without any time gap. And all the sweets, 7 sweets should be from same shop, same size, same taste. They are homogeneous goods and services. And as per cardinal approach, we can measure satisfaction in terms of numbers. Say for example, after having first sweet, Pooja said it was good. She got some 50 utils. Sir, second one is superb. Second one is, she got some 95 utils. Third one is ultimate. Third one is 95. Sir, fourth one is mind blowing. 110. Sir, fifth one is out of the word. What is it? Out of the 120. Next, when she had a 6th sweet, okay, sir, it didn't give me much satisfaction. 7th sweet, vomiting. Dissatisfaction. If you observe initially, when she is having more number of sweets, it looks like she is getting more and more satisfaction. First one is good, second one is superb, third one is ultimate, fourth one is mind blowing, fifth one is out of the word. But the reality is she is not getting more and more satisfaction. Actually, her satisfaction is decreasing. For that, we should identify MU. Now, observe output is continuous in nature. What will be the formula for MU now? MU will be TUN minus
1.
Accepted?
Yes,
now, only first sweet she had 50. Next, 75 minus 50. 25. 95 minus 75. 20. 110 minus 95. 110. 120 minus 110 is 10. 120 minus 120. 0. 100 minus 120. Minus 20. Accepted? Now, observe it very carefully. First sweet alone has given her 50 units of satisfaction. Second sweet alone, 25. Third one, 20. Fourth one, 15. Fifth one, 10. Sixth one, 0. Seventh one, minus 20. That means, in reality, she is not getting more satisfaction. From the very first unit itself, her satisfaction is decreasing. So, remember, whenever output increases. What is it? Whenever output increases. So it looks like she is getting more and more satisfaction, but the reality is satisfaction is decreasing. So remember, whenever output is increasing, our individual satisfaction keeps on. That is what? A law of diminishing marginal utility. What is that? Diminishing dash? Diminishing.
Marginal utility.
So my MU is keep on diminishing when output is keep on
Increasing.
Clear? This is the concept of LDMU. See there. When a customer goes on consuming a particular commodity, what do you mean by particular commodity? Homogeneous goods. Satisfaction that they get from the commodity will diminish. Satisfaction that they get from the commodity will
Decrease.
diminish or decrease. Clear? Now, suppose, if at all I need to ask you where exactly the equilibrium lies. Where exactly?
Equilibrium.
Whenever TU becomes maximum and MU becomes 0. What is it? TU becoming maximum. MU becoming
0.
That is the point where a customer has got maximum satisfaction. When she had a 5th jamun, let me say 5th sweet, at this level, she got 10 units of satisfaction. With the same belief, she will have 6th Jamun. Only after having 6th Jamun, she got to know she is no more getting any. So she will stop there. She will not think of having 7th one. So she will stop it right there and they will change. She will change the mindset. Until she had a 6th Jamun, did she change her mindset? Only after having 6. So what is the concept of equilibrium in LDMU? Equilibrium in LDMU is when TU becomes maximum and MU should be clear. And there is one more beautiful concept. If you remember your favorite concept, relationship between TU and MU. What is it? Relationship between TU and. Now this was the most important point. Initially, whenever TU increases, MU will be decrease. But TU increases at dash rate. TU increases at diminishing rate. Because if you observe, MU is decreasing. That's the reason TU is increasing. And TU is cumulative of dash. TU is cumulative of MU. So 50, 25, 20 like this. 50 plus 25. Next plus 20. Like this, MU is keep on decreasing. That is what we are adding. That proportion of, let me say, value we are adding. So TU will increase at dash rate. TU will increase at diminishing rate. Clear? Next point number 2. And the most important, whenever TU is maximum, TU is MU will be 0. This is what the condition of equilibrium. What is it? Under LDMU concept. And last but not the least, whenever TU starts to decrease, what is it? TU starts to decrease. MU will be negative. Clear? So whenever TU decreases, MU will become negative. Any doubts? So especially this place you have to be very careful. This is the place where usually you guys will go wrong. TU increases at dash rate. Whenever TU increases, MU will be decreasing. And there are 6 circumstances where LDMU concept will not work. Which are those? Number 1. Like old stamps, old coins, collections and all. Person will not be offended if you give more and more, or he will not feel like higher satisfaction already achieved. He will collect it. He will be more and more happy. Now say for example, for puja, rather than giving her a sweet, if I would have given 100 rupees note, sir, let's see your capacity, sir, give. She will never say no. She is like, let's see her. Even get your property papers from Bangalore and give. I will never say no. So in case of money and wealth, what is it? Money and LDMU will not work. And in case of harmful drugs and drunkard, say especially for any drunkard, you go and offer him a drink, he will never say no. Even though if he doesn't consume immediately, he will take it and he will keep it aside. In case of, you already have one bungalow, you want one more? You already have luxurious car, one more? You will never say no at all. Next, in case of very small units of, sometimes someone offers you a sweet because they scored a good mark. Sometimes you like that sweet, but you can't take it because you don't know the person. You will take only light, small, very small unit. After eating, cravingness will increase. Next, in case of like swimming, dancing, singing, all these things, the LDMU concept will not work. So these are the 6 circumstances where the concept of LDMU will not work. Hobbies like singing, dancing, usually a person who is in a hobby, he loves to do that. So that's the reason that will never work. LDMU will not work to some maximum extent. Only some chota mota extent it will work. But still he likes that. He will do it every single day, reading books, all those things. Clear? So this is the concept of LDMU. Any doubt? So what is the equilibrium condition of LDMU? TU maximum and MU 0. Clear? Next, let us go to the second theory. What is it? Consumer surplus theory. If you remember, iconic example, movie ticket example. So few of the students will bunk my class. They will go to the movie first day, first show they wanted to attend. And one of the guy who is very big fan of, say for example, Mr. Vijay. He is a very big fan of Vijay. Say tomorrow Mr. Vijay movie is getting released at any cost. He has to watch first day, first show. He will go to the theater. He know tickets will not be available in the counter, but still he will go try for a black ticket. Now black ticket guy will say, sir, one ticket price is 500. Then he reminds, I think Sai sir said this theater belongs to him, or Ankit sir said this theater belongs to him. Let me call him. Hello sir, how are you? We are missing you so much sir. When are you going to come? All maskas he will put first. Then later, sir, one help sir. I have come to your theater. Just one ticket needed sir. And he will say, which class is going on for economy? Wait, I will call Shashikiran sir. And I will make you. I will get you. I will give you a ticket from your class only. Sir, you only said student life, golden life. We should enjoy. Just one ticket, sir. I will not do it, sir. And boring, sir. Economics, sir. Always demand, supply, assumption. So he will somehow manage to get the ticket for counter price. He was earlier ready to pay a black ticket price of how much? 500. But now he got it for 200. Now he was ready to pay 500 but only paid. Whatever he was ready to pay, that is called potential price. What is it?
Potential.
The price which customer is ready to pay. And next, whatever in reality he paid, that is called as actual price. Now consumer surplus is potential price minus. So by just paying 200 rupee, he got a satisfaction worth of 500. So whatever extra worth of satisfaction the customer enjoyed, in this example 300, he just paid 200, he got a satisfaction worth of
500.
So extra satisfaction he derived as 300. So that extra worth of satisfaction that the customer enjoys is called as
Consumer surplus.
Now, after coming back to the class, this guy will not sit silently. Oh, you know, Vijay, he was hitting hero here. He went like 2 kilometers away and he fell. And behind, Tata Suma was dancing. It was flying on the hair. So, all this he will give build-ups, and next day, 5 friends are planned to bunk and again go for a movie. He said, hey, yesterday only I paid 500 rupee black ticket. We are 5 people, will bargain 400 rupees per ticket. So, they were ready. Now, other friend will say, this theater you paid 500. You don't know this theater belongs to Sai sir. Hello, wait, I will call. Hello, sir, how are you? We are missing you so much, sir. Pipa, what happened? Which class is going on? Accounts, sir, torture, sir, assumption, demand, supply, everything. Sir, one help, sir. We have come to your theater. Just 5 tickets needed. Say, wait, I will call up Shashi, sir. He will give permanent ticket from class. Somehow the second guy will also convince. Now they will get it for a counter price. They were ready to pay how much?
400.
But they got it for?
200.
See, second time also they got it for 200. Now consumer surplus is 200. Clear? Now the same guy. Now, boys have one trouble, you know that. They have 2 sets of friends, one in the college, one near the home. By mistake, you go to the movie with college friends now near the home. You big people now, you don't come to movie with us, you will go with the new friends, all dialogue will start, emotional atyachar. Now, third time they want to go for same movie. If at all he calls Sai sir, pakka, not just ticket from coaching center, even from my college he will get me TC. So he will go to the theater, stand in a lane for 1 hour, somehow will manage to get at a counter price. Now third time, how much was he ready to pay? Also paid us. That is where equilibrium lies. Clear? So remember, I will reduce that example. Say a 20 rupee movie ticket, he got it for 10 rupee. 15 rupee they thought, he got it for 10 rupee. 10 rupee they thought, they also got it for. So remember, when potential price is equal to actual price, what is it? Potential price is equal to?
Actual.
And when consumer surplus becomes 0, that is where equilibrium lies. But your ICI know it very well. They don't want to make your life very simple. They want to make it miserable. So they said, boss, potential price can also be called as MU. What is another name of potential price?
MU.
MU, marginal utility. So when whatever price that you pay, when price paid is equal to MU, price paid is equal to?
MU.
This is the condition of equilibrium if you are buying a single commodity. Which commodity? Suppose, what if you are buying a 2 commodity complementary good? In such case, in case of complementary, MU of X, what is it? MU of divided by price of X should be equal to MU of Y divided by price of Y. This is the formula for equilibrium in case of 2 commodity. Sir, what if I am buying more than 2 commodity? Same formula. MU of divided by equal to MU of Y divided by until MU of n number of units. It can be any number of units equal to n number of units price. This is in case of more than 2 commodity. So this is the concept of equilibrium in case of single commodity, 2 commodity and more than 2 commodity. And if you remember, first time he was ready to pay movie ticket 500, second time 400, third time 200. His intention to pay the price, it also keeps on after every additional consumption. That means even the concept of potential price will be affected by LD. That means the price which customer is, that is potential price, will reduce gradually when they go on consuming a. Clear? Understood? So this is the concept of consumer surplus theory. Suppose if we represent the same table in the form of graph. Now say for example, initially he was ready to pay 20 rupees for a movie ticket. Second time 15. Third time 10. Say assuming all the 3 times he only paid rupees 10. That is actual price. But this is potential price, also called as MU. With this respect, now the region of consumer surplus looks like a triangle. So this is the portion of consumer surplus. So consumer surplus has different name. What is it called as? Welfare. And I also said you one more beautiful logic here. What is the nature of demand curve? What is the nature of supply curve? The point where demand and supply meets together is called as equilibrium price, or equilibrium price gets generated. Accepted? Now observe this very carefully. Now if at all I just remove this supply line, does this graph looking similar to any graph? Very much yes. Left side na. Now see there, this particular portion is what we call consumer. So any region below the demand curve and above price line, it is it region below demand curve and above the price line, that is called as consumer surplus. And one more graph also is there. I explained to that one more graph. Any region just below demand curve, any region just below. See, this is demand curve, downward sloping curve. Any region below demand curve is called as dash total utility. What is it called as? Total utility. So let me repeat it once again. Have a look. Any region below demand curve above price line. Any region below demand curve above price line is called as consumer surplus. Any region just below demand curve is called as
Total utility.
Clear? If you have not written, write this down. I hope you have written. I have made you to write as a note. Clear? That questions will come in the exam. Clear? So equilibrium, three conditions are there. Single commodity, P equals mu. Two commodity, mu of x divided by price of x. X and y is a product name. One product, second product, like that. Next, if it is more than 2, until n number of units. Clear? Yes, understood? By this, consumer surplus theory also comes to an. Next, indifference curve. So what is indifference curve? All those combination of how many commodity that will give dash level of satisfaction. Say for example, there are three baskets. Say basket A, basket B, basket C. In basket A, there is one watermelon, say 2 apple and 1 banana. In basket B, there are 2 apple and 2 banana. In basket C, there are 2 watermelon and 2 banana. Which basket do you choose? A, survive. There are 3 different fruits. That's the reason. But end of the day, if you observe in all 3 baskets, there are total 4 quantity of fruits. So indifference curve says minimum there should be 2 commodity. How many commodity? So minimum, bare minimum, there should be a 2 commodity. If you select anything, it should end up giving a same level of satisfaction. Clear assumption. See, there should be always and always 2 commodity. He or she has to completely buy this 2 commodity. That means there is no concept of savings. Whatever income you earn now, we know that our income is limited. What is it? Income is limited. So within that limited income, we are completely buying how many commodity? 2 commodity. There is no concept of savings. And suppose, sir, I had say 100 rupees with me. I bought 1 cup of tea and 1 packet of biscuit. Now I am feeling like I want more cup of tea. What to do? Identify a person who is ready to give you a cup of tea and take a biscuit. That means only option left out is barter system. And here the concept of utility is an ordinal approach. That means we can only provide a rank or preferences. And see there, if a combination A has more commodity than combination B, which combination will you choose? A will be preferred to B. Clear? Now let's go. See here, indifference curve is a downward sloping curve dash to the origin, convex to the origin. Why is indifference curve sloping downwards? Because of limited income. So I have a limited income. Within that limited income, I should buy 2 commodity, product A and product B. To increase the consumption of one, we need to sacrifice the consumption of another. So that's the reason it is downward sloping. And why is it convex to the origin? This is the most important, because of diminishing rate of substitution. Rate of substitution is also called one more name. What is it? Marginal rate of substitution. So what is that? Let's go back to the same example. I had 100 rupees with me. Within that 100 rupee, I bought 1 cup of tea and 1 packet of biscuit. There were 12 biscuits in it. Now I am feeling that I wanted more cup of tea. So I should identify the person who is ready to give me a cup of tea and accept the biscuits. Accepted? Now, I am consuming 2 cup of tea, but I only have 8 biscuits. How many biscuits I sacrificed? How many biscuits I sacrificed? 4. See there, 1 more extra cup of tea. Second cup of tea, I don't have 12 biscuits. Now I only have 8 biscuits. I sacrificed 4 biscuits. Now 1 more cup of tea. I'm like a teetotaler. Like alcoholic, I'm teaholic. Now I'm having more and more cup of tea. Third cup of tea. Can I still have 8 biscuits? No, I only have 5 biscuits. I only have how many biscuits?
5 biscuits.
Now sacrifice this. 3. For 1 cup of tea, I sacrifice 3 biscuits. 1 more cup of tea. Now I have only 3 biscuits. Sacrifice biscuits is
2.
now 1 more extra cup of tea. I only have 2 biscuits. Sacrifice biscuit is, see there. First I sacrificed 4 biscuits. Next 3. Next 2. Next my intention to sacrifice going further. Will it increase or will it decrease? Decrease. Clear? Say for example, your sibling will be there. Now you both bought a chips packet. He finished it off. You are still having it. Now what will he do? First time you will give some 2 chips. Next time he will come. Now 1. Third time if he comes, no chips, straight away full manja will come. So that is how. That means your intention to sacrifice, will it keep on increasing or will it keep on decreasing? That's the reason. Because of decreasing rate of substitution. So what is rate of substitution? It is a rate at which one commodity will be exchanged to another. That can also be called as marginal rate of. Since it is always and always diminishing. Always and always diminishing. In nature, henceforth, indifference curve is also called as law of diminishing rate of substitution. What is it? Law of diminishing rate of substitution. Clear? Remember, indifference curve will always and always be dashed to the origin. Convex to the origin. It can never be concave. It can never be concave to the origin. It will always and always be convex because of diminishing rate of substitution. If it has to be concave, rate of substitution should be increasing, and this is never possible. Clear? Your sacrificing ratio will never keep on increasing. It will only and only keep on decreasing. Clear? So what is the general nature of indifference curve? Downward sloping dash to the origin.
Convex to the origin.
But in 2 cases, it will not be convex. When in case of perfect substitutes. Okay, graph, little trouble is there. Okay, chalo, let me draw it here once again. Now say after going back home, you guys have 4 hours time. Either you will play or if not, you will myth. We know. If you want to increase your play by 1 more hour, what you should do? Sacrifice your study by
1 hour.
What is the sacrificing ratio?
1:1.
When sacrificing ratio is 1:1, that means equal. What is it?
Equal.
It will be downward sloping linear curve from left to right. When sacrificing ratio is equal, that is called as perfect substitutes. What are they called as?
Perfect substitutes.
Clear? And in case of perfect complementary, to be frank, graph should be upward sloping curve from left to right like this. But in your material, they have given us dash shape curve. So in case of complementary goods, that is perfect complementary goods, indifference curve will be dash shape curve. Clear? These are the only 2 exemptions in case of perfect substitutes and perfect complementary. If not, general nature of indifference curve will be downward sloping dash to the origin. Downward sloping convex to the origin. Why it is downward sloping? Because of limited income. Why it is convex to the origin? Because of diminishing rate of substitution. Clear? Understood? Now point number 3. Indifference curve, whichever is away from the origin, whichever is
Away from the
will give higher level of satisfaction. Suppose if there is more than 1 indifference curve in a graph, it is called as indifference map. What is it called as?
indifference map.
Clear? See, if I select IC3, I can buy 3 units of A and 3 units of B. If I select IC2, only 3 units of A but 2 units of B. So whichever is completely towards the right hand side or away from the origin will give higher level of satisfaction. Clear? Next, indifference curve. Even though if there are more than 1 in a graph, they should never intersect with. Just now I said whichever is away from the origin will give dash level of satisfaction.
Higher level of satisfaction.
Now before intersection, IC2 is giving more satisfaction. Say rupees 200, this is 200 income level. After intersection, IC1, that is 100 rupee income level is giving more satisfaction. How come? How it is possible? Highly impossible. So this leads to misconception. Whichever is always towards right side will give higher level of satisfaction. So indifference curve, they should never intersect with each other. And indifference curve may be parallel or may not be.
Parallel to each other.
Even though if they are not parallel, they will never intersect with. Because in order to increase the consumption of one, we need to sacrifice the consumption of
Other.
so it may be parallel or may not be.
Parallel.
Even though if they are not parallel, they should never intersect with.
Each other.
If there is more than 1 indifference curve, it is called as
Indifference map.
Whichever indifference curve is away from the origin will give dash level of satisfaction.
Level of satisfaction.
And no indifference curve has to touch any of its axis, because if it is touching y-axis, we are only consuming good A, we are not consuming good B. If at all it is touching x-axis, we are only consuming good B, we are not consuming.
Good A.
But meaning clearly says it is a combination of two commodities. What is it? Combination of?
Two commodities.
Which will give dash level of satisfaction.
Same level of satisfaction.
Clear? So these are the characteristic features of indifference. Now, next let us go to what? Budget.
Line.
See, concept remains the same almost. Again, it is a combination of which a buyer can purchase within his given income and
Price level.
or budget line is also called as price line, or say assuming I have 60 rupees of income in a day. I need to buy commodity A and commodity B. Say commodity A will cost me rupees 10. Commodity B is going to cost me rupees 15. Say for the sake of example, if I am buying only and only commodity A, I know that it is combination of two commodity just to identify extreme ends. If I am only and only buying commodity A, how many units I can buy? 6 units. 60 rupees I have. 10 rupees is a commodity A. 6. B, 4 units. So this will be extreme end. Say 6 units of A and 4 units of B. So this is commodity B and this will be commodity A. Remember, any point on the budget line, it can be anywhere. Any point on the budget line will make me to spend the entire income. Say at this particular level, assuming 3 units of A and 2 units of B. How much? 3 units of A and 2 units of 3 units of A will cost me how much? 30 rupees, 10 into 3, and 2 units of B, 15 into 2, how much? Again 30 rupee, full entire 60 rupees spent na. So any point on the budget line will make me to spend the whole income anywhere on that line. Any point below the budget line, I can also spend and I can also save, but that is underutilization. What is it?
Underutilization.
But any point beyond the budget line is not at all possible. What is it? Within the given income level, in that particular budget, I can never go beyond my budget line. Clear? And there is also something called a shift in budget line. What is there? Like how demand curve will go to the RHS and LHS side, na? Even supply will go to RHS and LHS. Same way, even budget line can shift to RHS, or that is due to change in price or due to change in income. Remember, whenever there is an increase in income, whenever there is a or decrease in price, what is it? Increase in income or decrease in budget line will shift to RHS sheet. Sir, how earlier? What was my income level? 60 rupees. Do you agree? See there, 60 rupees is my income. I am purchasing product A and B. Product A was costing 10 rupee. Product B was costing 15 rupee. With that particular respect, what happened? I was consuming 6 units of A and 4 units of B. See, this was the budget line. Black color line was a budget line. 6 units of A and 4 units of B. Now say for example, income increases. What increases?
Income increase.
Now income will become 50, let me say from 60 rupee. Now it has become 75 rupee. How much it has become? But product price is still remaining same now. Product A is rupees 10. Product B is rupees 15. Now with this respect of 10 rupees and 15 rupee product price, now I have 75 rupee income. If I completely buy product A, how many units I can buy? 7.5 units. If I completely buy product B with 75 rupee, how many units I can buy? 5 units. Now observe, from 6 it will go to 7.5. It will come to 5. So budget line will come to right hand side. Now what is the reason for right hand side shift? Either income should increase. Either what? Income should
Increase.
or product price should decrease. Now complete opposite will be LHS shift. Either income of a consumer should decrease or product price should increase. This will be the reason for LHS shift. Okay. Now let's consider increase in price. Now my income of a consumer still remains the same. So this was the example of RHS. Now let us take the example of LHS. Now my income is still same. Income is rupees 75. But my product price will increase. Say product A from 10 rupee it has become 12 rupee. Product B from 15 rupee it has become 20 rupee. With this respect, if I spend entire, let me say, oh sorry, 60 rupee was my income, not 75. Earlier how much was it? 60. With that 60 rupee, 12 rupees product A, how many units can I buy now? 5 units. Only and only product B? 3 units. Say 5 units of A, 3 units of B. Now budget line has come to which side? Left hand side. Which side? Clear? So even budget line will shift to RHS or LHS. Now what is the reason for LHS? A decrease in income or increase in price. RHS shift, increase in income or decrease in price. Clear? And remember, one more twist in the story. There is no rule that both the product price has to change together. Say for example, only product B prices will decrease. Assume product B prices are decreasing. Product A prices are not at all changing. It is remaining same. Only to the extent of product B there will be changes. Now see there, product B prices are
Decreasing.
so there is only and only RHS shift only to the extent of product B, not to the extent of product A. So one product price might go up, another product price might come down. Yes, even that is possible. Say this was the earlier budget line. One second. Now say for example, product A prices are increasing, product B prices are decreasing. Now this is what will happen. Now there will be LHS shift in product A. For product B, there will be RHS shift. Yes, even this can be possible. One product price increases, another product price decreases. Clear? Understood? So this brings to the last concept of chapter 2, that is equilibrium under ordinal approach. Equilibrium under which approach?
Ordinal.
So there are two conditions. See, condition number 1, budget line and indifference curve should be tangent to each other. When I say tangent, it should just touch. Say budget line like this, indifference curve has to just touch. With that particular respect, which budget line is just touching? Sorry, which IC curve is just touching the budget line like this? IC 2. Only and only IC 2 is touching the budget line. Accepted? And at the point of tangency, what is it at the point of? MRS or ROS is equal. MRS or ROS is? That means both the commodity is consumed in a equal proportion or equal quantity. Equal proportion or? Clear? So this is the equilibrium under ordinal approach. Which approach?
Ordinal approach.
Clear? By this entire chapter 2 comes to an end. So demand, supply as well as consumer behavior. Now remember, the one area you guys have to very much carefully, you need to concentrate on equilibrium condition. Which condition? See, first we discussed before the break, industry equilibrium. Which equilibrium?
Industry equilibrium.
Industry equilibrium. What is the condition of industry equilibrium? Total demand should be equal to total. After that, when I started consumer behavior, we understood about consumer equilibrium. So what was consumer equilibrium? Maximum satisfaction and no change. What is it? Maximum satisfaction and
No change.
so this was consumer equilibrium. Second one. And third one, LDMU equilibrium. What is it?
LDMU equilibrium.
TU should be maximum. MU should be 0. Clear? And the fourth one, consumer surplus. What is it?
Consumer surplus.
There are 3 equilibrium. In case of single commodity, price equals to MU. In case of 2 commodity, MU of X divided by price of X equals MU of Y divided by price of Y. In case of greater than 2 commodity, same formula until MU of N divided by price of N. Now fifth one, that is ordinal approach equilibrium. Budget line should be tangent to indifference curve, and at the point of tangency, MRS or ROS should be equal. Clear? So this was the entire biggest chapter, that is entire chapter 2. So comes to an end. Flip back the page, have a look. Any doubts? Let me know. Online students there?
So shifting budget line.
Yes.
When does this RHS and LHS happen?
See, RHS reason will be increase in income or decrease in price. LHS will be
Income.
or decrease in price. LHS will be decrease in income or increase in price. Or increase in price. See, shift in budget line is simple. Whenever price or income changes, that will either make budget line to go towards right side or it can make it to come towards left side. Reasons for increase. Whenever consumer's income goes up, say I'm earning more income, that means I can purchase more commodities now. So budget line will go to right. Or else my income is same, but product price has been reduced. So I can buy more number of units. So budget line will go to the right side. Complete opposite is LHS. Whenever income of a consumer is decreasing, now because of COVID, lockdown, half salary, now my purchasing capacity comes down, my budget goes down. Or else income is same, but product prices are increasing day by day. So from the existing budget line, either budget goes to our right side or budget comes to left side. Clear? Javeria Siddiq. Chalo. Done? Any doubt in entire chapter 2? So let us start with chapter 3. So if you observe the flow, after completing chapter 2, in chapter 3, first we will take which unit? Theory of cost. So what do you mean by cost? All those monetary expenditure. Which expenditure? So even in case of cost, there are two types of expenditure. One is monetary, second one is non-monetary. Best example of non-monetary, depreciation. You will not pay this money to any outsider, but in your P&L account, you have shown it as an expenditure. But in this case, we will concentrate more and more on which expenditure? That means actual money which is going outside, where an expenditure is incurred in order to produce goods and by whom? By the manufacturer. So all those monetary expenditure incurred by a manufacturer is called as cost. And there are actually 12 types of cost, if you remember. But out of the 12, 8 are important. So which are those 8 important? Fixed cost, variable cost, total cost, average cost, marginal cost, opportunity and sunk, accounting and economic cost, and incremental cost. These 8 are important. Other than this, we also have explicit cost and implicit cost. Other than this, private cost and social and historical cost, traceable, non-traceable, direct, indirect. These all are chota mota things. Outlay. Already accounting and economic, explicit, implicit will cover the most of them. Other than that, almost chota mota things are there. Clear? Now if you remember, I also took one beautiful example. Shashikiran, after becoming a very bad teacher, I stopped teaching. After receiving tomato index, I started producing what? Benches. So I have taken a premises for a rent. What is it? I have taken premises for a rent. Say this is the premises which I have taken it for a rent for how much? 10,000 rupees every month. To produce every single bench, my raw material cost is 100. If I need to produce 10 units, my raw material cost will become 1000. If I need to produce 100 units, raw material cost will become 10,000. To produce 1000 units, raw material cost will become 1 lakh. Now, whether I produce goods or whether I don't produce goods, it doesn't matter. Every single month I should pay the rent. Do you agree? Even though if I don't produce 0 units of output, every month I should pay the rent. These are called as fixed cost. These are unavoidable cost. What are they? Unavoidable cost. But this is my variable cost, my raw material cost. If I'm producing more units, my raw material cost is more. So whenever output increases, variable cost will also increase. Whenever output decreases, variable cost will also decrease. Say for example, now Pooja is my customer. She will come and give me an order to produce 101 benches. How many benches?
101 benches.
But by mistake, Shashikiran will produce 100 bench. I thought 100 and I produced 100. But actual order size is how much? 101 benches. Now, in order to produce 100 bench, definitely I will incur a raw material cost first. What is the raw material cost? 10,000 rupees. And also fixed cost of how much?
10,000.
So total cost is a combination of total fixed cost plus total. So in this example, I have to pay the rent of how much? 10,000. And my raw material cost of how much? So total cost for producing 100 units is how much? 20,000. But in reality, my order size was how much?
101.
But how much I have produced?
100.
100. But by mistake I am producing 100. Now, okay. Now someone will come and ask me, okay, Shashikiran, you are producing 100 benches, 20,000 is your cost. What is the cost incurred to produce every single bench for this 100? That means average concept. Which concept?
Average.
Every single. Every single means what? Average. I will say very simple part. 20,000 rupees is for 100 benches. That means every single bench I have incurred a cost of. This is called average cost. Which cost?
Average.
Cost incurred to produce every single. What is it? Every single unit. So every single unit, what is my cost? 200 rupee. And I should have produced how much? 101. By mistake, I have produced how much? Now you tell me what will be my cost of producing this one more extra bench? 100 or 200? Why?
Rent is fixed.
Rent is fixed. It doesn't matter whether I produce 101 bench or 100 bench. Every month rent is how much?
10,000.
Now I will only and only incur a raw material cost for one unit is only rupees. This is called marginal cost. What is it? See, let us identify the total cost for 101 units now. See, total cost for 101. Formula remains the same. Total fixed cost plus total variable cost. Fixed cost rent is how much? But raw material cost 10,100. Now 10,000 rupees for 100 units, and for that one more extra units is 100. So my total cost of producing 101 units is 20,000. Now observe. Especially 20,000, 20,100. Difference is only. That difference of 100 is nothing but just a variable cost. Clear? So this is the concept of marginal. What is it?
Marginal.
Cost incurred. What is it? Marginal cost is cost incurred to produce one extra unit or one additional unit. One
additional unit.
And marginal cost will change only due to change in variable cost. Clear? So this was the basic things I explained in the class. One whole story I created. I made you to solve one exam question. Everything we did. See, what is fixed cost? Very simple. It is a monetary expenditure which are unavoidable in nature, irrespective of output. Whether I produce or not, every month I should pay rent of how much? 10,000 rupees. Even though if I don't produce, or even if I produce any number of units. So fixed cost curve will be parallel to x-axis. But now variable cost. See there. Whenever output increases, variable cost will also increase. Whenever output decreases, variable cost will also increase. So whenever there is a more output produced, manufacturing cost will also go up. That is variable cost. These are called as avoidable cost. What is it?
Avoidable cost.
Avoidable cost. But fixed costs are unavoidable. You have to definitely pay. Now, even in variable cost, there are two concepts. One, when proportionate changes equal. Just now I took an example now. To produce every single bench, what is my raw material cost? 100 rupee. For 1 unit, 100. For 2 units, 200. 3 units, 4 units, 5 units. If I am not even producing anything, will I have any variable cost?
No.
Whenever proportionate change is equal, remember, variable cost curve will be upward sloping curve from left to right. What it will be?
Upward sloping from
Left to right, starting from origin. Because if I don't produce anything, my variable cost will be 0. But every single time, proportionate change will not be equal. Usually, proportionate change will be unequal. What is it? Proportionate change will be
unequal.
in such a case. Now see there, I am not even producing anything. Variable cost is 0. Now I am producing single unit. It is
100.
2 units. It is not 200, 220. 3 units. It is not 300, 380. 4 units.
5.
It is not 400, 5 units. 750. It is not 500. Now, whenever proportionate change is not equal, variable cost curve will be dash. Inverted S-shape curve. What is it? Inverted.
S-shape.
And what is the reason for inverted S-shape curve? Due to law of returns to scale. Due to
Law of returns to scale.
that production function under long run is called as law of returns to. In theory of production, it will come. And how many stages are there in law of returns to scale? Which are those? IRS, CRS, and DRS. What is IRS? Output will increase, more proportionate of input. CRS, output will increase, proportionate of input. DRS, output will increase.
Less proportionate.
If you remember, we did demand function. What is demand function? Relationship between price and demand. More elastic, less elastic, same elastic. What is more elastic? Relatively elastic. That means if price changes by small extent, demand changes by large extent. Accepted? Relatively elastic. Price changes by small extent, demand changes by a small change in price leads to large change in quantity demanded. But here relationship is between input and
Output.
That means, say for example, if input, what is it?
Input.
If input is increasing by 10%, now output is going to increase by 20%. That is what more proportion is. In CRS, if input increases by 10%, even output will also increase by same 10%. In DRS, less proportionate. That means input increases by 10%, output might increase by just
5%.
Clear? So this is the meaning of IRS, CRS, DRS. Clear? Due to the operations of IRS, CRS, DRS. So this is inputs. So input is less. Say for example, now input is only and only say some 10%, but output is 20%. IRS. Input is 20%, output is also 20%. Say input is 50%, output is only and only some 10%. So due to the operation of IRS, CRS and DRS, variable cost is inverted S in shape. So what is the general nature of variable cost? Inverted S in shape. Why it is inverted S in shape? Because of law of returns to scale. That is production function under long run. What is it? Production function under? Clear? Understood? Now, suppose if you are operating only and only at CRS, only at second stage, again the graph will be upward sloping straight line curve. That means 10% input increase, 10% output increase, 20% input increase, 20% output increase. Clear? Next, there are two types of variable cost. How many types are there?
2 types.
Number one, semi-variable cost. Which variable cost?
Semi-variable cost.
Now this is superb. If you remember Bangalore auto rickshaw example I gave. In Bangalore, up to first 2 km, auto rickshaw fare is 30 rupee. If you travel beyond 2 km, then the meter starts ticking. Depending upon the distance traveled, you need to pay. Up to some extent, cost will be fixed. Beyond which cost varies depending upon usage or output. So first 2 km, cost was fixed, 30 rupees. If you travel beyond 2 km, then cost will become variable. So we have both the component, fixed component as well as variable component. So this is called as semi-variable cost. Next comes stair-step variable cost. Which cost?
Stair-step variable.
So what is the stair-step variable cost? Every additional expenditure will be uniform. Sir, I am going to buy one chips packet, 10 rupee. So one chips packet, how much? 10 rupee. Second chips packet, sir, again 10 rupee. Third chips packet, sir, again 10 rupee. Suppose they increase its price. Now it is 15 rupee. Okay, next one more chips packet, same 15 rupee. That means every additional expenditure is going to be uniform. So it looks like a staircase. So it is called a stair-step variable cost. What is that?
Stair-step variable cost.
So how many types of variable cost was there? 2 types. Number one.
Semi-variable.
Clear? Next comes the third concept. What is it? Total
Cost.
So total cost is a combination of total fixed cost and total.
Variable.
Clear? And the most important of all, remember, whenever output is 0, when we are not even producing anything, still we need to pay rent. Fixed cost will be there. Say fixed cost is 100 rupee. Variable cost becomes 0. Remember, whenever output is 0, whatever will be the total fixed cost, that itself will become the total cost. So remember, whenever output is 0, TC is equal to TFC. TC becomes equal to
TFC.
Clear? And what is the formula for total cost? TFC plus
TVC.
with the help of same formula, can I say TVC? Variable cost is total cost minus total fixed cost. From the total cost, if I just remove the fixed cost component, the remaining is variable cost. Same way, if I need to identify only total fixed cost, from the total cost, if I remove the total variable cost, remaining is total fixed cost. Okay, sir, can you explain semi-variable cost once again? Simple pa, Bangalore auto rickshaw example or electricity example. Take it. Say one entire month you guys are not at home. You went for a trip, international tour, but still you will get electricity bill even though if you don't use it, up to some extent you should pay fixed. That amount is fixed. If you are using beyond that fixed limit, then depending upon the usage, you need to pay the electricity bill. Nirmala, clear? Chalo. Now, see there. We will just add the variable cost and fixed cost in order to derive the total cost. Now observe, variable cost is not an equal proportion. Whenever output is increasing, no doubt variable cost increasing, but it is not equal proportion. So variable cost curve will be inverted, yes. And variable cost starts from origin. If we don't produce anything, variable cost will be 0. But total cost will start from the point where total fixed cost starts, because whenever output is 0, dash equals dash, TFC is equal to TC. That's the reason total cost starts from total fixed cost point. And even since variable cost is not in equal proportion, we are just adding fixed cost to the variable cost to that extent of fixed amount, that 100, 100, 100. Even total cost will become inverted S in shape. Remember, TC starts from TFC point, but TVC starts from
0.
origin. Clear? So this is the concept of total cost. Which cost? Now comes your favorite topic, the biggest of all, average.
Cost.
So what do you mean by average cost? It is a cost incurred to produce every single or one single unit of output. Now, even under this average cost concept, there are two types. What is it? Average cost concept has how many types?
2 times.
Number 1, average fixed cost. Number 2,
Variable cost.
average variable
Cost.
That means what is the proportion of fixed cost in every single unit. Now I will say I am producing bench. My every single unit of bench has costed me 200 rupee. Boss, in this 200 rupee, how much of fixed cost is there? Say for example 120 rupee. How much of variable is there? 80 rupee. Like this, what is the proportion of fixed cost present in every single unit? AFC. What is the proportion of variable cost present in every single unit is AVC. Clear? Now remember, what is the formula for AC? AC is equals to TC by Q. Same way. Now AFC will be total fixed cost divided by quantity. Same way. Average variable cost will be total variable cost divided by quantity. Clear? Now this is the most interesting and important thing. Whenever output is more, whenever
Output is more.
no doubt my fixed cost remains the same, it will not change. But when you take out average, average fixed cost keeps on decreasing. And the most interesting thing is AFC will never and ever become 0. That means whenever output keeps on increasing, see here, if you are producing more and more, your AFC initially it will be more. Just say I am producing one single unit. My rent paid is 10,000. That entire 10,000 has to be borne by one single unit. When I take average, when output keeps on increasing, AFC keeps on decreasing. But AFC will never and ever touch x-axis. See, there is a slight gap. It will never and ever touch the x-axis. That means when output keeps on increasing, AFC keeps on decreasing. But AFC will never become 0. AFC will never become
0.
But AFC can be infinite when output is 0. When output is
0.
Say my fixed cost is 100 rupee. I'm not even producing anything. Any numerical value divided by 0 is a math error. What is that math error? Infinite. So remember, AFC can be infinite. When it will be infinite? When output is 0. But AFC as a value, it will never and ever become
0.
because it will never touch x-axis. Clear? But AFC can be infinite. When can the AFC be infinite? Output is 0. When output is clear. So this is average fixed cost.
Infinite now, how much are it?
That means undetermined. We are unable to decide the value. I'm not even producing anything. Suppose if I need to take average of fixed cost, it's not possible at all. Undetermined values. Clear. Next comes average variable. See, initially it will decrease. It will become minimum. It will become what?
Minimum.
And then it starts increasing. Initially decreases, it becomes minimum, and then it starts increasing. This is the concept of average variable cost. It is J in shape. And why it is J in shape? I also gave an example. Now I will appoint a labor to work in my bench manufacturing unit. I will say for every 1 hour you work, for every
1 hour.
I will pay 100 rupees labor. I will pay how much?
100.
Okay, I appointed a first fellow. Now in 1 hour he is producing 10 benches. How much wages should I pay him now? Okay, I appointed second fellow. Both of them put together in 1 hour they are producing 25 benches. How much wages should I pay? 100 plus 100. 2 people are there now. 1 hour they are working 200. Now I appointed a third fellow. All 3 put together in a 1 hour they are producing.
30.
Now how much wages should I pay? So wages paid is total variable cost. What is the formula for average variable cost?
EDC divided by
Now take out calculator. Do it. 100 by 10, 10. 200 by 25, 8. 300 by 33, 9.09. See, from 10 it has decreased it to 8. Now this was minimum. And then again it started to increase. So average variable cost curve is dash in shape. Average variable cost curve is J-shape curve. Which shape curve? Clear? And now comes a question. Sir, why it is J-shape curve? Because of law of
variable proportion.
This law of variable proportion is production function under. And how many stages are there? SIR, SDR, SNR. In SIR, output will increase dash proportion. Output will increase more proportion than input. Say for example, if input is increasing by 10%, now output will no doubt increase. Say output will increase by some 20%. Next, in SDR, diminishing return, output will increase, but output will increase at less proportion. That means, say if input is increasing by 10%, output is increasing only just say by. But the most important is third stage in SNR. Which stage?
SNR.
Now, output will not increase after certain point. Output will only and only
Decrease.
If you observe first two stages, output was increasing, output was increasing. But in stage 3, output is not increasing. Output is
Decrease.
after what?
Certain point.
Now we should identify which is that certain point. Now let us see the Rangoli competition. AFC is downward sloping, but it will never touch x-axis. AVC is J in shape. Now, what is the formula of total cost per? TC. TFC plus. Same way, average cost is also a combination of average fixed cost plus average variable.
Cost.
Because of combination of AFC and AVC, AC curve is U in shape. What is it?
Combination
Of AFC and AVC, AC curve is dash in shape.
U in shape.
Now let us come back to law of variable proportion. See, there are 3 stages: SIR, SDR and.
SNR.
Now listen to this very carefully. This is the most important thing. Initially in stage 1, SIR, average fixed cost is also decreasing. Average variable cost is also.
Decrease.
Henceforth, average cost will also decrease. Clear? Now, by end of stage 1, average variable cost will become minimum. Now in stage 2, this is the most important stage. Average fixed cost continues to decrease, but faster rate. Which rate?
Faster.
Now slowly variable cost starts increasing. AVC starts increasing slowly, but AFC starts decreasing.
Faster.
Since decrease in fixed cost is greater than increase in variable cost, AC continues to decrease. AC
Continues to decrease.
until AC becomes minimum. Until. For what do you mean by average cost? Cost of producing every single. It has become minimum. That is what every manufacturer wants now. My cost of production should be always and always minimum. Now observe, whenever average cost becomes minimum, average cost becomes
Minimum.
AFC has become equal to.
AVC.
Now this is the point where average fixed cost in each unit is equal to average variable cost. This is what we call certain point. What is it?
Certain point.
Certain point. At this certain point, average fixed cost is equal to average variable cost and average cost has become minimum. This is where every manufacturer wishes to operate. They don't want to produce beyond this level. Why? Because if they try to produce beyond the second stage, if they come to third stage, now my average fixed cost continues to decrease, but it has reached decimals like 0.1, 0.001. See there. In average fixed cost, I said when output keeps on increasing, average fixed cost keeps on decreasing. Say 100 rupees my fixed cost. I was producing 100 units. It has become 1. Now 100 rupees a fixed cost. I am producing 1000 units. It is 0.1. Assume I am producing 10,000 units. How many units? And fixed cost is 100. Now this is 0.001. Like this, average fixed cost is decreasing, but now it is decreasing at a dash rate. Slower rate. Which rate?
Slower rate.
Slower rate. But now average variable cost starts increasing at a faster rate or higher rate. So average cost starts increasing. Now you tell me, when your cost is increasing, would you like to produce? Definitely no. That's the reason we don't want to produce in negative return. So output will not increase in negative return. Output will only decrease, and we try to come back to the second stage until we make our cost as minimum. Clear? So in which stage every manufacturer prefers to operate? SDR, because average cost is minimum. At the same time, AFC is equal to. That is what we call certain. Clear? Let me repeat it once again. Listen. In stage 1, AFC, AVC both are decreasing. So AC will also decrease. In stage 2, AFC decreases faster, but AVC slowly starts increasing. So AC continues to decrease until it becomes minimum. When AC becomes minimum, AFC is equal to. That is what we call certain. And beyond that, if we start producing, AFC will decrease, but decreases at a lesser rate, but AVC starts increasing at a
Higher.
so cost starts increasing. So when cost is increasing, we don't want to produce. So we will cut down our output and we try to come back to stage 2. So every manufacturer will operate at
STM.
stage 2, SD. Clear? This is the concept of average cost. And if you remember, my favorite topic, what is it? Tortoise shell. So shortcut to remember. What is this concept name? Relationship between AC and MC, relationship between AP and
NP.
so in this two concepts are there. One is rate of increase, rate of, and in theory of production I will also explain about value. Which concept? Now as of now let me explain only and only rate of increase or rate of decrease. That means which will increase faster or which will decrease faster. So the below curve, this is AC curve, and the above one is a AP curve. So initially AC will decrease, AC becomes minimum, and then AC starts increasing. Same way, AP will initially increase, AP will become maximum, and AP starts. And you also know that one more concept is there. What is that? AC curve is U in shape. AC curve is, and MC is also U in shape. I will explain that. But MC curve will cut AC curve from dash and dash. Below and minimum. So MC cuts AC from below and minimum of dash. Minimum of AC. Clear? This is one more logic. This also comes in chapter 4. Clear? Now, initially, only and only at one place we should be very careful. Only in this one place, whenever AC is decreasing, AC is, the rate of decrease in AC is greater than MC. What does it mean? Say for example, now AC, MC, say 20, 16, 12, 8. Here it is 20, 18, 14, 10. Which is decreasing faster? AC decreasing faster or MC decreasing faster? Hello, see there, 20, 16, 12, 8. Which is decreasing very faster?
AC.
That is what? Whenever AC is reducing, AC will decrease faster than MC. That is what? AC decreases greater than MC. Clear? Whenever AC is minimum, AC is equal to?
MC.
This is the proof. Whenever AC is minimum, MC cuts AC from below and minimum, and that becomes minimum and equal to AC at this point. Clear? So whenever AC is minimum, AC is equal to MC. Now when AC is increasing, MC will increase faster than AC. Clear? And shortcut to remember, I said already, only and only when AC is decreasing, you should be careful. In remaining three corners, marginal is always greater than average. Marginal is always greater than. That means whenever average product is increasing, increase in marginal product is greater than average product. When average product is maximum, AP is equal to MP. When AP decreasing, still marginal product will only decrease faster than average product. So only one place we should be careful is when AC decreasing. Only when AC decreasing. Only when
AC decrease.
fall in AC is greater than MC. That means AC decreases faster than MC. In remaining three corners, so these are the three corners. In remaining three corners, marginal is always greater than average. Clear? So this is the tortoise shell. Only and only I have explained rate of increase and rate of. That means which will increase faster or which will decrease faster. Shortcut to remember, simple. Only while AC decreasing. Careful. That is when AC is greater than MC. In remaining three corners, including product concept, marginal is always greater than average. Clear? Understood? Now let's go to your favorite topic. Next one, LAC and simple concept. Was Shashikiran. Now he has got three machinery. One small machinery, second one medium machinery, third one large machinery. So SAC1 is called as small machinery. SAC2 is a medium machinery. SAC3 is a, say in my small machinery, in a day I can produce, say in a month I can produce 1,000 units. In medium machinery, 3,000 benches. In a large machinery, so I got an order to produce 500, let me say 500 benches in a month. Which machinery should I use? Definitely small. Hello, 500. 5,000 is the capacity. You will listen, but now you have to understand only 500. Which machinery?
Small.
Okay, now I am producing at small machinery, even cost is minimum for 500 benches. Over a period of time, Shashikiran bench is like demand is increasing day by day. So I am at point A. Now say for example 800 is a demand. Now my cost is increasing. I know that. Now I am at point A. Should I shift to medium size machinery or should I still stay at a small machinery? If I still stay at small machinery, now my cost will increase and it will become to point N, highest peak point. So as a smart fellow, I will jump to medium size machinery, and in future if at all demand increases, as expected demand went to 1000. Now my cost will not increase, rather my cost will decrease and it will come to point M. So going further, when your capacity is increasing, if you want to produce more and more, you should go for a bigger machineries. So another expectation, now my demand has become 1500 benches in a month. My cost is minimum with medium machinery. Again same demand increase. Now say for example demand increase and it has become 2000. How much? Now again decision time. Boss, should I still continue with medium or should I jump to the large? Now what will I do? I will jump to the large. As expected, demand increased. My demand now total in a month is 3000. Now my cost is minimum with 3000 in large machinery. Like this, whenever your capacity is increasing, even your machinery should become more bigger and bigger. So SAC is called as plant curve. Which curve? That means different plant size, different plant. Now, okay, now Shashikiran decided in a month I should produce 5000 units of benches. How much?
5,000 units.
So Shashikiran, buy one more machinery, fourth one. So in that your cost will might be minimum to produce 5000 units. Clear? Okay, in a month I am producing 5000 benches. That means in a year I will produce how much? 5000 into 12, 60,000. Okay, now let's go to the long run. Now my intention is to produce 60,000 benches in one entire year. Now this is long run. Long run is a planning curve. Which curve?
Planning.
Now my long run planning is decided based on short term plant size. Short term.
Plan.
That means in short term, first I should decide, boss, if you want to produce 60,000 benches in 1 year, in 1 month, how much should you produce? 5,000 benches. To produce that 5,000 benches, in which machinery if you produce, your cost will become minimum? Say SAC 4. SAC 4. Now you decided you will be producing in SAC 4 and you are producing how many benches in a month?
5,000.
Okay. Boss, if at all you are producing it at SAC 4. Which one?
SAC4.
Your cost is minimum not just for 1 month. Even your cost will become throughout the year, it will be minimum. Throughout the year it will be
Minimum.
Now initially whenever you are producing, initially whenever your output is increasing, your cost keeps on decreasing. Cost keeps on decreasing until when? Until you come to point M. This point M is called as least cost combination. What is it?
Least cost.
Or optimum plant size, or else what is it called as?
Optimum plant size.
Optimum plant size. It is called as least cost combination, or it is also called as optimum plant size. Now observe this LAC curve, one big U curve that is also touching all the SAC curve. SAC curve is a plant curve. Accepted? Now say for example, totally I have some 7 different machinery, different capacity, 7 machinery is there. I decided to produce at SAC 4. So that I am producing 5,000 benches in a month. So whole year it will become 60,000 benches. Superb. Now LAC curve is always a tangent to SAC. That is what? Black color dots. That black color dot is a tangent point. But my question, listen to this carefully and answer. Is it always tangent at the minimum point of SAC? No. Only and only at point M. Only and only at
Point.
SAC, LAC both were tangent at their respected minimums. Accepted? Towards the left side at this particular point. Initially, whenever cost is decreasing, it is touching towards the left side of SAC. Which side of SAC? See, this is the minimum point of SAC1. This is the minimum point of SAC2. This is the minimum point of SAC3. But it is touching towards the left side. That black color dotted line is still towards the. So this is called as economies of scale. What is it?
Economies of scale.
In economies of scale, whenever your output is increasing, your cost keeps on decreasing. And moreover, we are speaking about long run. Now this long run concept, law of returns to scale. How many stages? Three stages. Which are those three stages? Number 1, IRS. Number 2, CRS. Number 3, clear? Now, suppose if Shashikiran is producing beyond 60,000 units. Beyond 60,000 means how much? I myself don't know. Maybe 70, maybe 80, maybe 1 lakh. Now you are over exploiting. What am I doing?
Over exploiting.
My cost starts increasing. Now see, this is the minimum point of SAC 5. This is the minimum point of SAC 6. This is the minimum point of SAC 7. But that black color LAC curve, it is touching SAC. That black color dot line is a tangent point. Now this time, is it tangent towards the right side or left side? Alu,
Right side.
black color dotted line. What you had for snacks ma today? Full on powerful snacks. Full on rivers you are seeing from the morning. Not from the morning. By the time we started the class, full on rivers for everything. Now black color dotted line in the right side of the graph. What is it? Black color dotted points in the right side of the graph. Now observe, for a SAC curve to LAC curve, is it touching towards the right side of SAC or left side of SAC? This one, this one, this one. All this black color dots are there, na? Is it touching towards right side of SAC curve or left side of SAC curve? That is what I asked now. Now, in diseconomies, in which concept? Diseconomies of scale. What is it called as? Diseconomies of. That is called disadvantage. What is it called as? So remember, economies of scale will exist until optimum scale of plant. Economies of scale will exist until. If you cross beyond optimum scale of plant, that will become diseconomy. That is disadvantage. You are over exploiting. Whenever your output increases beyond 60,000, your cost keeps on increasing. So don't produce. If you want to produce beyond 60,000, your production capacity, machine should increase. It should become bigger. Then only your cost will decrease, or it will be still at minimum. By using SAC4, if you are producing beyond 60,000 in a year, cost will increase. That will become that if you cost will be minimum. By using same machinery, if you are producing more and more beyond 5,000 units in a month, cost will increase. It will not decrease. That is a maximum capacity. You will start over exploiting. Electricity bill will become maximum, or raw material consumption becomes more. Variable cost starts increasing more and more. Clear? So remember, this is the concept of LAC and SAC. Let me summarize it. Towards the left side, that is before the least cost combination. See, point M is least cost combination. Towards the left side of least cost combination, economies of scale. Towards the right side, it will be diseconomies of scale. Only at point M, it is called least cost combination or optimum plant size. Clear? We want to produce only at optimum plant size. Economies of scale is also called as IRS. Diseconomies are nothing but least cost combination or optimum scale of plant will be second stage. Clear? So remember, in order to decide my long run planning, which run planning? For long run planning, first I should decide my short term plant size. Short term, only these highlighted ones you need to read. Even in the class, I made you to write only these highlighted regions. Clear? You can pause the video here. Online students, if you want, even recorded students, whoever is watching on YouTube, pause the video. You can read it here. So the crux of the story is very simple. My LAC curve is decided based on SAC curve. My long run planning is decided based on short term plant size. Now, whenever we are producing a commodity, this LAC will show a least cost point on that particular level. And at the economies of scale, usually left side, when output keeps on increasing, cost keeps on decreasing. And LAC is tangent to SAC towards it left side. In diseconomies of scale, towards the right side, LAC is tangent to SAC towards it right side. Only and only at least cost combination, optimum scale of plant. Long run cost and short run cost, both are at minimum and tangent at minimum point. And remember, this is the most important. LAC is tangent to all the SAC. LAC is tangent to all the SAC. But it is not always a tangent at the minimum point of SAC. During economies of scale, it is tangent towards the left side or decreasing side. In diseconomies of scale, LAC is tangent to SAC towards the right side or increasing side. Clear? Only at least cost combination, at this minimum level, least cost combination, LAC and SAC are tangent at their respected minimum. That is at SAC 4. Where? SAC 4. This is the concept. If you want, you can watch this once again. Entire explanation, you can watch this once again. Usually one question will definitely come from here, and this is the one area students will neglect. Sir, complicated, sir. Actually easy, but you feel complicated and you will leave it and go. Economies of scale, diseconomies of scale, LAC, SAC, continuous, repeated questions have come from this area. Clear? Understood? Online students, clear? Now, next one is marginal cost. See, already I spoke about marginal. What is marginal? To produce one extra unit or one additional unit. Two formulas are there. When output is continuous, TCN minus 1, and output is not continuous, change in TC divided by change in quantity. Remember, MC curve is U in shape. For us, first half of the graph is not important, only second half of the graph is important. So, we will explain that in chapter 4. Clear? So, here we don't explain much. Just understand MC curve is also U in shape. What is it? MC curve is also
U in shape.
Next comes sunk cost and opportunity cost. Which cost? Now, cost once incurred which cannot be recovered back is called as sunk cost. Now, I will go to a movie. First 30 minutes itself was boring. I will come out and I will give back the tickets in counter. Will they give money? Not money. They will give something else. So, once you incur the cost, you cannot recover it back. Say, preliminary expenditures to start the business. License fees, documentation charges. Can you recover them back? Advertisement expenditures. Now, no doubt you are incurring huge crores together of money. You will not directly recover in the name of advertisement income. No doubt you will increase selling price after bringing Sunny Leon, Virat Kohli for advertisements. Clear? So, you will finally shift that burden to customer by increasing selling price. But in a direct manner, can you show in your books of accounts stating that advertisement income? No, definitely not. So, cost once incurred which cannot be recovered. Say another best example. Sir, I was taking my all the equipments, goods of my manufacturing unit. I was going in my vehicle. Sir, policeman stopped me because of over luggage. He has put me a fine. Now, fine paid. Yes, definitely. Can you recover back the fine money paid? No, these are cost once incurred which cannot be
Recovered back.
But which can be shown in the books of. Yes, I can record in the books of accounts. Fine paid to policeman. In business expenses, I can show fine money paid. Next comes opportunity cost. Which cost?
Opportunity cost.
Now, it is a cost of next best opportunity foregone. What is it? Cost of?
Next best opportunity foregone.
So, Shashikiran, after completing your BCom, you had an opportunity stating that 2 campus interview company had come. Say one is IBM. One is? IBM. Say for example, now IBM offered, man, I will pay you 3.5 lakh rupees per annum. Yes, per annum, most important. And say Amitabh Bachchan and company, which is liquidated now, it is no more there. I will pay you 3 lakh rupees. Which one should a Shashikiran select?
IBM.
Which is the best one out of it? IBM. But Shashikiran didn't selected any of this. I started my own business, bench manufacturing unit. Now, after 1 year, I made a profits of 3 lakh. Don't you think, Shashikiran, you could have made 3.5 lakh, but you started your own business and you are earning how much? 3 lakh rupees. Stupid fellow, you could have made another 50,000 rupees now. Opportunity foregone. Next best opportunity. Out of these two, which is the best one? IBM. I should always compare with the best one. See, you are earning 3 lakh. You are foregoing 3.5. So, minus 50,000 is the opportunity cost. Now, you tell me, in my books of accounts, bench manufacturing unit, can I go to P&L account credit side? Opportunity cost 50,000 rupees income. Can I show? If I could have worked in IBM, I used to get 50,000. So, opportunity cost cannot be shown in the books of, but sunk cost can be shown in the. Clear? So, it is the cost of next best opportunity foregone. See, formula, opportunity selected minus opportunity. So, why does this concept of opportunity cost arises? This is important. Most of the times the questions have come because of scarcity of resources. In economics, we know human ones are unlimited, but resources are limited. Even human is a resource. Now, human capital is a resource. Now, Shashikiran simultaneously cannot work at IBM and also start his own business. To select one, I have to reject. But same resources has multiple usage. If not for one, I can use it for another. Alternative uses are there. See, opportunity cost arises because of fundamental premises of economics. Resources are scarce and that can be put into multiple, but not together. Not together. They have alternative uses. Which uses? Alternative uses. Clear? Next. Accounting cost and economic cost. What is it? cost and economic cost. See, simple. Those expenditure which can be recorded in the books of accounts, and it is from an accountant point of view. Whose point of view? Point of view. That is called accounting cost. These are the money which is actually paid to any outsider, either in the form of rent paid, interest paid, insurance paid, wages paid. Money is going outside, which can be shown in the books of accounts from an accountant point of view. But most important is economist point of view. These are expenses which can be shown and which cannot be shown in the books of accounts, and it is from a dash point of view, economist point of view. Now, Shashikiran, if he could have worked at IBM, he will get 50,000 extra. That opportunity cost, can I show in books of accounts? So, accounting cost can be shown in the books of accounts. So, economic cost is accounting cost plus opportunity cost. Accounting cost can be shown, opportunity cost cannot be. And remember, there is one more super duper topic here. Accounting cost is also called as direct cost. What is it called as? So, accounting cost has one more name. It is also called as direct cost or explicit cost. Direct cost or economic cost is also called as indirect cost or. Now, first we need to understand what is this explicit cost and what is this. Now, let us understand explicit and implicit. See, explicit is very simple. Explicit means which can be expressed. Which can be. And moreover, these are actual money expenditure. What are they? Actual money expenditure. Where a firm is paying to an outsider. Money is going outside. Either in the form of wages paid, rent paid, interest paid, insurance paid. These are payment concept. Which concept are they? So, these are actual money expenditure and these are a payment concept. These are which concept? But implicit cost, now it is like Nityananda, Swami Nityananda. Me, inside me, talking to the outside me, to the outer me. That means, this building is owned by Shashikiran. Assume that this building is owned by Shashikiran. In my own building, I am only doing a business work. That is manufacturing of my benches. And in my books of accounts, I am showing as rent paid. Building belongs to whom? Shashikiran. Who is paying rent to whom? Shashikiran is paying rent to. That is what? Nityananda. Me, inside me, talking to the outside me, to the outer me. So, this is implicit cost. Where you are actually not paying to any outsider. These are not actual monetary expenditure. What are they? Rather than paying to any outsider, you are only paying to yourself. That means these are receipt concept. Which concept? See, these are not actual monetary expenditure, but they are a cost of factors which are owned by the firm and also used by the firm. Now, Shashikiran will start his own coaching classes. Shashikiran's economics class. To set up that entire coaching center, I will put the money, I will start. And I am also teaching there. I am also a labor there. Now, I will take salary for self. My own company. Salary for self. That is implicit. Now, this cannot be recorded in the books of accounts. This is from an economist point of view. Whose point of view? That is only considered for a decision-making purpose. Which purpose? See, Shashikiran, you are having your own building. If you would have given this premises to someone else for rent, you will earn 10,000. So, you better find some other place for lesser than 10,000. You shift. You give this building to someone for 10,000. Say you found it for 8,000. You pay there 8,000. You receive here 10,000. You made economic profit of
2,000.
See, this is called decision-making analysis. Say, Shashikiran, after so much of effort, you started your bench manufacturing company. How much profit did you made after 1 year? 3 lakh. Shut it and go and work in IBM. You will earn 3.5. 50,000 extra you will earn. This is called decision-making analysis. So, for a decision-making purpose, we will use economic cost. So, explicit is payment concept or receipt concept. Explicit, payment concept. Implicit. Now, both put together. Explicit plus implicit. What is it? Explicit plus economic cost. One more formula. So, total 2 formula. Accounting plus opportunity. Or if not explicit plus. Clear? Now, see there. Accounting cost has 2 different names. It is also called as direct cost or explicit cost. Hello? Direct cost or explicit cost. Control your emotion. Next, economic cost is called as indirect cost or implicit cost. Clear? Now, there is something called as outlay cost. What is it? There is nothing but accounting cost only. These are the funds paid in the form of wages, material, rent and interest. Money is actually going outside. What is it? Money is actually going outside. See, it involves a financial expenditure at some point of time. Hence, it is recorded in the books of accounts. If it is recorded in the books of accounts, what is it called as? Outlay cost or accounting cost. Clear? So this will bring us to the incremental cost. See, remember, incremental is nothing but extension of marginal. What is it? Extension of. What do you mean by marginal cost? It is a cost incurred to produce one more extra unit. Now Pooja gave me 101 bench as an order. By mistake, Shashikiran produced how much? So what is the cost of producing only one extra bench? 100 rupee. That was changing only due to change in variable cost. So remember, marginal cost will change only due to change in variable cost. That means 100 rupee raw material cost I incurred. Did I pay rent extra for one more extra unit? No. Clear? Now, if I incur a cost to produce one additional batch of output, what is it? One. That is called incremental cost. Okay, let's take up example. Say 100 benches I produced in January. My cost was 20,000. How much? 20,000. Now same 100 benches in February, 25,000. What is it? 20,000 for 100 benches in January. In February, same 100 benches it has become. Sir, why did that 5,000 increase? Now, not raw material. Listen first. Due to change in business decision. Due to change in what? Due to changes in business decision. So what is that business decision? Maybe I would have changed my machinery. I had old machinery. I have changed it into new machinery. Now that new machinery is taking more electricity. Or I have acquired a new set of client. Pooja will come and say, sir, I don't want this plain finishing on the top. I need Chota Beam, Doraemon, all these images. New cost incurred. So whenever we incur an additional cost due to change in business decision, due to change in, and if there is any additional cost incurred to produce the same number of units, that is one more batch of output. One more. If you see, whenever you buy chips packet, biscuit packet and all, behind expiry date, manufacturing batch number, you will also give it as what? Batch number. Have you observed? Now to produce same 100 units, one more batch, now my cost has gone up. Why did the cost has gone up? Due to change in business decision. See example. Now a firm is making a decision to change its production line or the way they produce goods and services, or they're replacing their worn out goods and worn out machinery or new production facility, or they have acquired a new set of client. Because of all this, if they are incurring any additional cost to produce the same quantity, one more extra batch, that is called incremental cost. Now remember, incremental cost can change because of fixed cost or even variable cost. But marginal cost used to change only due to change in variable cost. Only due to change in which cost? Variable cost. Clear? So this is the concept of incremental cost. Clear? Any doubts? So let's go to the next topic. Private cost and social cost. What is it? See, very simple. Let me give it as an example. You will understand it better way. Now Shashikiran is producing a bench. I am using a chemical to get a nice finishing at the top. Same chemical I am discharging it directly into river water. Now because of my bench production, river water is getting polluted. Now when I am selling this bench in the market, did I also include the cost which I created to damage that river? Because of my production, river water is getting polluted. Now that river water is no more fit for drinking purpose, bathing purpose, swimming purpose. Fishes are dying. Fisherman cannot catch a daily proper output of fish. Because of my production, there is an external damage. What is it? That is called externalities. One popular externality is pollution, air pollution, water pollution, noise pollution. When I am selling this in the market, I will never include the cost of damage. I will only include my cost of producing the goods, either direct cost or indirect cost. I need my cost of producing land, labor, capital, and indirect expenses like advertisement, say transportation and all. But I will never include that cost of damages. I should also consider that cost of damages to my primary cost. That is the real cost to a society. What is it?
Real cost to a society.
So social cost is a private cost. Whatever cost I incur to produce plus cost of damages. That is external. So what is external cost? External cost is a cost of damages which is borne by a third party to the transaction. That means I will sell this benches to Pooja. Now Pooja and Shashikiran are parties to the transaction. Now say Mr. X. He is a fisherman. Now Mr. X fisherman is unable to catch the fish because the fish source have depleted in river. Now who is getting affected? Third party. Third party will always get affected because of externality. Because of my production, there is external damage. Now I should consider that external cost, that is cost of, along with my private cost. Private cost is a cost faced by the producer or for consuming, either directly involved or indirectly involved in the transaction. So in short, like economic cost, accounting plus opportunity. Social cost is private cost plus cost incurred to produce plus cost of damages. That is the real cost to a society. What is it? Real cost to a? That is called social cost. Clear? So these are the additional 4 more types: explicit, implicit, social cost and private cost. Clear? And I also said traceable, non-traceable, direct cost, indirect cost. See, pause. Direct cost or traceable cost, nothing but accounting cost. Whichever can be recorded in the books of accounts, which can be shown in the books of accounts. Now, non-traceable cost. Best example, say in my manufacturing unit, I have a reception where I have placed one person in a reception. Now, whatever contribution made by that front office reception, that is called very negligible and non-traceable. Even their electricity is used. Even in manufacturing, electricity is used. But majorly, I consider electricity used in my factory, manufacturing. I will never consider what is that electricity used in front office. Now, ArivuPro, best example. Reception is there. Whoever comes, they will do counseling, they will give a proper information, and teaching will happen inside the class. Main productivity is happening inside the class, but whatever contribution made in the front office, counseling, admission process, calling, inquiring, that might be very small, but that is creating a big impact to produce goods and services inside the classroom. That is non-traceable. What is that? Or indirect cost. What is that?
Indirect.
Clear? Traceable, non-traceable, direct or indirect cost. Indirect cost is a part of economic cost. Which cost? For a decision-making purposes.
It's like overheads.
Yeah, overheads kind of a overheads. Clear? So this brings to the last topic of this particular chapter, shutdown. Simple concept, shutdown point. When a firm is unable to recover back their variable cost. What is it? When a firm is unable to recover back their variable. See boss, Shashikiran, you are producing one single bench for 200 rupees. In this 120 rupees variable cost, 80 rupees fixed cost. Now you are selling this commodity, but still you are even unable to recover back your variable cost. Then better close down your business. Even in shutdown, there are 2 types. Temporary shutdown or short-term shutdown, permanent shutdown or long-term shutdown. Sir, why should we temporarily close down business? Best example, COVID, lockdown was there, economy was not performing well, not just you, everyone is facing a trouble. For a time being closed down. Even if you produce, you may recover variable or even may not recover variable. So better, even though if you don't produce anything, you should pay rent, you should pay salary, fixed cost is anyhow a loss. Even after producing things, even after selling, you may, see here, average revenue is lesser or equal. What is it? Average revenue is? You may get back only variable cost or even lesser than variable cost. See, per unit is average. So total, consider total. Total revenue is lesser or equal to total variable cost. So why do you want to take so much of risk? Even if you don't produce, your fixed cost is lost, na? Salary to be paid, rent to be paid. Anyhow, you will incur a loss. Even after taking so much of effort, producing, bringing to market, lockdown, production, sales, everything you made, still only variable cost you recovered or even lesser than variable cost you recovered. So better don't produce at all. For a time being, close down your business operation. That is called temporary shutdown. What is it? What is a condition for temporary shutdown? Total revenue is lesser or equal to total variable cost, or average revenue is lesser or equal to average variable cost. This is temporary shutdown. For a time being closed down. What is permanent shutdown? When you are incurring your losses in a long run. That is, average revenue is always lesser than average cost. What is it? Average revenue is always lesser than
Average cost.
you are unable to recover back your average cost. So better close down permanently. More than 1 or 2 years you are incurring losses. You are called sick units. Close it down. So in short, what is shutdown point? When a firm is unable to recover back their
Variable cost.
2 types are there. Short term and short term is temporary, long term is permanent. Short term shutdown. What is the condition? TR is lesser or equal to TVC, or AR is lesser or equal to AVC. Long term shutdown, AR is always lesser than
AC.
This comes to the last but not the least formula section. See there. TC is TFC plus TVC. TVC is TC minus TFC. TFC is TC minus TVC. AC is TC by Q. Now AFC, 2 formulas are there. TFC by Q or else AC minus AVC. TVC can be TVC by Q or AC minus AFC. MC2 formula. When output continuous and when output is not Continuous. And opportunity cost. Opportunity selected minus opportunity.
Yes, yes.
Okay, one examination question. Let's see how you will crack it. Do this. Let's see. By this, we'll wind up for the day. Finish this soon, we'll wind up soon. Simple. See, identify accounting cost, economic cost, accounting profit, economic profit. Simple. Now you got to know the concepts of economic cost, accounting cost. See, simple pa. What will be the formula for profit calculation? Sales minus cost. Say sales minus accounting cost. You will get accounting profit. Same way. How do you calculate economic profit? Sales minus economic cost. And even I have in fact done in the class. One problem I have done it in the class. When I was explaining you guys, I have also done this. I have explained it. And this was an exam question. Do it. Let's see how many of you can get 4 on 4 in this. See, my part is done. 7:30. Done. Now only your question. Or if not, do one thing. Homework question. If you want, take it as homework question. Take an image if you want. Homework question. If at all you feel, sir, bus will be there, bus will go off, it will be more time and all, you can take it as a homework question. But let's see. Homework question this is. Identify accounting cost, economic cost, accounting profit, economic profit. This was an exam question. If you want, you can do it in the class itself. Or if not, let me say homework question. Tomorrow we can also discuss this. Better if you do it now. Anyone bus trouble? At what time? Last bus. Or maybe it will take more time to reach back. Huh? You solve it and come tomorrow. You can leave. Take an image, you can leave. How about you both? Any prior commitments? Hostel na? Do it here only then. Do it here. Do it now. Online students, I also need answers from you guys. Do it. 4 minutes time. 4 problems, 4 minutes. 1 problem, 1 minute. It is easy, easy questions. Confused, huh?
Accounting cost is 40,000, sir.
Okay. So here one of the student has texted accounting cost 25, economic cost 65, accounting profit 75, economic profit 35. Okay, others? See man, it is easy question. You guys are taking so much of time. Easy peasy this is. Done. Shall I start or will you guys give the answers? I should only start. Huh? See, what is the formula for economic cost? Economic cost formula. The economic cost formula keta accounting cost plus opportunity cost. Clear? Now see there, Nicholas, she is producing 1000 pieces and she is able to sell it for 100 rupee. Now what is the sales value? Now first identify the sales value. Now sales value will be 1000 into 100. What is the sales value? Rupees? 1 lakh. Chalo. Now rupees 20,000 is for raw material. That comes under accounting cost. 20,000 for 1000 pieces and she has invested 1 lakh rupee in that factory equipment, out of which 50,000 is from her savings. Another 50,000 she has borrowed for 10%. And what is 10% of 50,000? 5,000 rupees is a interest money. That is also recordable. And they say, assume that she could have loaned her money. That means her 50,000 savings is there now. This 50,000 savings she could have given to someone else for a loan for 10%. That means in that 10% is 50,000, 10% is 5,000. Interest which could have been earned. Interest foregone. What is it? Interest foregone. 5,000 down. Next, if she could have worked in a competitor factory, she would earn 40,000 per year. So total accounting cost is 25,000. Opportunity cost is 45,000. Now economic cost is how much pa? 70,000. Now let us identify the profits. 1 lakh rupees the sales na. Sales minus cost. Now economic profit. What is it? Economic. How much? 30,000. 25,000 is the cost. 1 lakh minus 25,000. Accounting profit. Accounting profit is how much? 75,000. Economic profit 30,000. Clear? So economic cost was 70,000. No one gave the correct answer. Only accounting cost, one of the student gave it. See, this is the easy peasy. The one area where you guys will go wrong is this 5,000 rupees of interest calculation is where you guys will go wrong. Clear? By this, revision of theory of cost also comes to an end. So today we have finished with what? Today we have done with demand, supply, chapter 4, unit 3, determination of price, consumer behavior is done, theory of cost is done. Total 5 major topics are done. Tomorrow we will do with theory of production, entire chapter 4, 1 and 5. So by tomorrow microeconomics comes to an end. So day after tomorrow we'll start with the macro part, and one mock paper we will do it. Mock paper 1. And if you have any doubts, you get it. We will also take that cost, all this MCQ questions. Clear? Chalo, we'll
I could feel it now.
Chalo. So good afternoon. So online students there, they are also joining it. Chalo, we'll get started. So in the previous class, we had discussed about the concepts of demand, supply, consumer behavior, and chapter 4, unit 2, determination of price. And also we started with theory of cost. So in today's class, we will do the rest of the topics of their microeconomics, and today we shall be completing with microeconomics. So theory of production, we will be doing it. After that, market. After that, chapter 1, and next chapter 5. So these are the units what we have got. Now let's get started. There are 3 major concepts in theory of production. Number 1, production function. That is the biggest one, if you remember. So after production function, we have human wants and factors of production. So straight away we will follow the same order. First we will finish the production function. So what do you mean by production? Process of converting finished good.
Utilities to the
Subject matter. So whenever you are listening to a word called as production, don't say as converting raw material to a finished. That's a wrong answer. So what is production? Production is the process of adding utility to the subject matter in order to satisfy dash wants.
humans.
If you remember, idli vada example. Now early morning, 7:30 is a class. So I will give a break at 9:30. You will go to a college canteen. Now we will order 1 plate idli vada. You didn't like a taste. Next day you will go to an outside hotel and you will order same idli vada. Now you like the taste. As per your meaning, initially you said converting raw material to finished goods. In both the places, whether it is college canteen or whether it is hotel, that batter was converted into an idli or vada. But where did you like the taste? Hotel food. So utility was only present in a hotel food. Where was the utility present? So creation of utility is more important rather than converting raw material into a finished good. So without human efforts, what is it without?
Human efforts.
We can never convert raw material to a finished good. But it does not mean that converting from raw material to a finished good is called as a production. So production is the process of what? Adding utility to a subject matter in order to satisfy dash wants. Human wants. Now this process of creating a utility is of 4 alternative way. Number 1, form utility. That is changing from one form to. Second one is place utility, by moving a product from one particular place to. Best example, agricultural output. Now the farmer is going to grow in his farmland. Now we will bring it to the marketplace. So because of that, we can create a utility in the marketplace and sales can be made. Third one, time utility. Best example, notes. Now you guys had written this notes back, let me say 4 months back when I took the classes. Now we are using it. See, by storing a commodity, we use it at an appropriate time. Best example, rainwater. All this, we store it in dams, canals, and fourth one is ownership or. Either we should be a owner of the goods to use it, or if not, we should have a possession. Best example was library books. So your college will be the owner of that books of a library, but you have got a possession, or you need to buy a book in order to use it. So these are the 4 alternative ways through which utility can be created. Form utility, place utility, time utility, and ownership utility. Clear? So what do you mean by production? Production is the process of adding into a subject matter. Clear? So after this, we discussed about the concept of production function, if you remember. So production function is nothing but relationship between dash and dash. Relationship between input and an output of an organization. Here the term input refers to factors of production: land, labor, capital, and organization. By using that input, we are trying to produce the output. So we will try to use a limited input in order to produce a maximum output. So the relationship between input and output expressed in a form of a mathematical equation, that is output Q, is a functional relationship of land, labor, capital and organization. Clear? So such production function is of two types: short run production function and
Long-run production.
if you remember, we took an example, 100 bench production and 1 lakh bench production. Say I will receive an order, say Shashikiran is a bench manufacturer. Now I will receive an order to produce 100 bench. Now I need to deliver this 100 bench in 1 month, that is in 30 days. How many days?
30.
So I will be using a factors of production, that is land, labor, capital and organization. Just in order to produce 100 bench, will I buy a new land space? No. Say for example, with my existing staff, I can't produce that extra 100. Maybe for that one single month, I will appoint 1 or 2 extra labor. So I will be changing the labor. But capital, will I invest more capital just for producing 100, let me say benches, new machinery? Will I buy it? No. Or will I change the ownership? Shashikiran cannot produce, I will take my friend as a partner. No. If you observe, only and only dash changed. Land, capital and organization is remaining fixed. So in a short run, variable factors are less, but fixed factors are. See, land is fixed, capital is fixed, organization is fixed. So fixed factors are more, variable factors are
Yes.
now. In a long run, now I need to produce 1 lakh benches. How many benches?
1 lakh.
And time duration is 1 year. Say every month I have a capacity of producing 1000 bench. So 1000 into 12 months I can only produce a 12,000. But order size is how much?
1 lakh.
Can I produce within the existing land, labor, capital and organization? Definitely I need to get a bigger land space. I need to appoint more labor in order to, let me say, invest on more machinery. And assuming that Shashikiran himself managed to take a loan, somehow managed to invest the money and he is only the owner. Only organization is not changing. Now land, labor, capital, more factors are changing. So fixed factors are very less. Only organization is fixed. Variable factors are
More.
fixed factors are.
Less.
So in production function under short run, variable factors are less, fixed factors are more. In case of long run, variable factors are more and fixed factors are. So remember 100 bench example, 1 lakh bench example, which we did in the class. And production function under short run is called as
Law of variable.
production function under long run.
Law of state.
So how many stages are there in law of variable proportion? SIR, SDR, SNR. In case of law of returns to scale, IRS, CRS.
PRS.
Clear? Now let's get started. The very first one, law of variable, that is production function under
Short.
impact on output will be only and only due to change in some factors of production. Now if you remember, I need to produce only 100 benches. I only change the labor. And moreover, if you observe, whether it was a short term or whether it was a long term, organization didn't change. Shashikiran himself was only a owner. So let's consider there are only 3 factors of production and let us ignore organization for a time being. It doesn't matter whether it is a short term or long term, Shashikiran himself is a owner now. So we will only consider there are 3 factors of production. How many factors of productions are there?
3 factors of production.
Land, labor and
Capital.
out of that I will only change a labor. That means only for that 1 month to produce 100 benches, I was appointing 2 extra labors. And land and capital was a
Fixed.
fixed factors and technology will remain constant. So why should a technology remain constant? Now if a technology changes without even appointing 2 extra labors, with the help of a new technology, I can produce 100 extra bench now. So I feel that, I believe it, technology will not change, only labor is going to change. And whatever the fixed factors is there, land and capital, we do not have any kind of a perfect substitutes for them. I don't get any other land space for a lesser rent, or maybe I don't get any other, say for example, capital for a lesser interest rates. Whatever is available, they do not have any kind of a perfect substitutes to each other. Clear? So how many stages are there in law of variable proportion?
3 stages.
Number 1, stage of.
Increase.
Next stage of. Stage of.
Negative.
Already we did this yesterday while doing AC curve. So in increasing return, output increases dash proportionate.
More proportion.
In SDR, output increases less proportionate. But the most important is after the certain point, So when is that certain point? When AFC becomes equal to AC used to become minimum. If you remember, AC used to become what? Minimum. That is the minimum cost of production. By end of second stage, AC will become minimum. That is the same place AFC and AVC both will become equal. After that, output will not increase. Irrespective of input increases, output is going to decrease. Output will only keep on decreasing. Along with that, I gave you one more example in class. If you remember, Innova car example, wherein which 6 of the friends have planned to go for a trip after your examination, Goa trip. Now you booked a Innova car. Now say for example, driver seat, first seat. Next to driver, 1 person can sit. In the middle, 3 persons can sit. 3, 4 and 5. At last, another 2 more. 6 and 7. How many seats are there? So the 7 seats are fixed factor. Which factor?
Fixed factor.
And number of persons getting inside the car. Say for example, first fellow will come inside, second fellow, third fellow, fourth, fifth, sixth. You still feel like, sir, luggages are more, let me go comfortable, let that one seat be empty. But in reality, one more person can sit. Now even 7th person will also. Now how many people are there inside a car? So number of people coming inside a car is there. So now there are 7 seats, there are also 7 people inside. So fixed factor has become equal to variable factor. Same to same thing was certain point. Average fixed cost becomes equal to average variable cost. That is when AC also becomes minimum. See there is one more meaning for SIR, SDR and SNR if you remember. So in case of SIR, what is it in case of? Fixed factor will be more than. That means number of seats in the car is 7. Say for example, only some 3 or 4 people are inside a car. So still more fixed factor is there. Variable factor is less. But by end of second stage, 7 people are inside a car. There are also 7 seats. Fixed factor will become equal to. Now you will find Shashikiran waiting in a bus stand. Now you will make Shashikiran also to come inside and you will drop Shashikiran on your way. Now this thin fellow Shashikiran will come inside as a 8th fellow. Now how it will be the inside condition? Full congested, not satisfied at all, full dissatisfaction. As soon as Shashikirans get down, the person who invited Shashikiran inside now, full on is there for him. So now whenever variable factor becomes more, that is number of people inside a car is more, number of seats inside the car is less. So whenever variable factor is more and fixed factors are less, then it is called as negative returns. Clear? And the same thing we explained it in the form of numerical value. I will appoint a first labor, he produces 20 units. I will appoint a second labor, now he is producing 50. That means both of them put together. Total concept is cumulative. What is total concept? Cumulative in nature. And I will appoint a third person 90, fourth person 120, fifth one 140, sixth guy, all 6 put together 150, 7th guy stupid fellow, not at all working, still it is 150. But 8th guy, he is reducing the productivity. So by end of 7th labor, second stage SD R comes to an end. Why? Because by end of second stage, TP is maximum and MP is 0. Whenever MP becomes 0, in our car example, optimum utilization of resources. What is that?
Optimum utilization of resources.
So whenever MP becomes 0, that is called as optimum utilization of resources. That means there are 7 seats in the car, we are also 7 people inside. Same way, an organization has a capacity of appointing 7 people and we are also appointed only 7 people. So when I appointed 6th guy, he was contributing 10 units. Only after appointing 7th guy, I got to know he is no more contributing anything. So I will stop there. I will not appoint a 8th guy. So whenever marginal concept becomes 0, that is called as dash. Now when will the stage 1 come to an end? Stage 1 comes to an end whenever average product is equal to marginal product. This is where SIR comes to an end. This will be the last stage of SNR. Clear? So remember, there is one more beautiful concept. What is that? Whenever MP becomes maximum, whenever MP becomes, the corresponding TP is called as point of inflection. What is it called as?
Point of inflection.
So what is that point of inflection? Until this point of inflection, TP will increase faster. TP increases what?
Faster.
After point of inflection, no doubt TP increases, but it increases slower. It increases what?
Slower.
So that will bring us to one more concept. What is it? Relationship between? Relationship between TP and MP. What is that relationship between TP and?
AMP.
So point number 1, initially TP is also increasing, MP is also. That is, TP will increase at dash rate. TP will increase at
higher rate.
increasing rate. Until when? Until point of inflection. That means until this particular point of inflection, TP is going to increase very faster. After point of inflection, no doubt TP is increasing. See, 90, 120, 140, 150. But now it is increasing, but at a lesser rate because MP started to decrease. So that's the reason after point of inflection. What is it? After point of inflection, TP will increase at decreasing rate. Clear? And point number 2, whenever TP is maximum, what is it? TP is? MP will be 0. Whenever MP is 0, that is called as optimum utilization of resources. Clear? And last but not the least, whenever TP starts decreasing, MP would have become negative. Clear? So this is the relationship between TP and MP. Here the most important and the twister concept is point of inflection. So until point of inflection, TP increases faster. After point of inflection, TP no doubt increases, but TP will increase slower. TP will increase what?
Slower.
It will not increase faster. Clear? Now, the same thing we explained in the form of graph. So which stage will a manufacturer prefer to operate? Stage 2. Why they prefer to operate at stage 2? Because total productivity is maximum, marginal productivity is 0. When marginal productivity is 0, what is it called as? Optimum utilization of. Now same concept yesterday we studied, if you remember. Now by end of second stage, this is in SDR, average cost is going to be minimum and AFC is equal to by end of second stage. So by end of second stages, every manufacturer prefers to operate. Why? Cost of production is minimum, and here in production capacity it will be production of maximum units. Cost is minimum, production is maximum, and optimum utilization of resources. Clear? And yesterday we also discussed about tortoise shell. If you remember, I explained you about the concept of rate of increase and rate of what is it? Rate of increase or rate of, that means which will increase faster and which will decrease faster. Clear? So remember, now observe here, 20, 25, 30. Now average product is increasing, 20, 30, 40. Marginal product is also increasing. Which is increasing faster? Is it AP increasing faster or MP? MP. See, 20, 30, 40. This is increasing very faster. So see, remember, whenever AP is increasing, MP increases faster than AP. Now whenever AP is maximum, AP is equal to MP. Next 30, 28, 25. MP starts to decrease, AP will also decrease. See, AP 30, 28, 25, 21 decreasing. Even MP 30, 20, 10, 0 decreasing. Now, whenever AP is decreasing, which is decreasing faster, MP or AP? MP. See, MP will also become 0 and it will also go negative, but AP will never become 0 or negative. So, can I say whenever AP is decreasing, MP is decreasing faster than AP? So, yesterday we discussed about this logic. Only one place we should be very careful. Which is that one place to be careful? Whenever AC decreases, only at that point of time average is greater than marginal. In remaining three corners, marginal is always greater than average. So this is in case of rate of increase and rate of decrease. Now there is one more concept in that called as value concept. Which concept?
Value.
So what is that value concept? Now listen to this very carefully. In case of value concept, whenever AP decreases, what is it? Whenever we should be careful. Now, whenever AP is decreasing, observe here, is 28, 25, 21. AP is decreasing. Do you agree? Now observe, AP is decreasing. 28, 25, 21. Here 20, 10 and 0. Now, which value is greater? 25 is greater or 10 is greater?
25.
28 is greater or 20 greater?
28.
So, value of AP will be greater than MP. 28 is greater than 20. Do you agree? So whenever AP is decreasing, remember value of AP will be greater than MP. Value of AP will be greater than. Now whenever AP is maximum, AP will be equal to MP. Now observe, whenever initially AP is increasing, AP is see 20, 25, 30 increasing, 20, 30, 40 increasing. So which value is greater? 30 greater or 25 greater? 40 greater or 30 greater? 40. So MP is greater na. So initially whenever AP is increasing, AP is MP value will be greater than AP. Accepted? So here whenever AC decreasing, MC value will be greater than AC. Here whenever AC is minimum, AC will be equal to. Whenever AC is increasing, MC value will be greater than AC. Now only one place we should be careful in terms of value concept, that is AP decreasing. Which decreasing?
AC.
Whenever AP is decreasing, average is greater than marginal. In remaining three corners, again marginal is always greater than average. Marginal is greater than what?
Average.
Clear? Understood? So this is the important. From this, you can expect questions. If you have not written, write it down. Online students, this is the important. So what we discussed yesterday, this concept is rate of increase and rate of decrease. So there are two concepts. One rate of increase and rate of decrease. Second one is value concept. In terms of value, AP decreasing, we should be careful. The upper portion, this one, AP decreasing, we should be careful. In case of rate of increase and rate of decrease, AC decreasing, we should be careful. Only in these two places, average is greater than marginal. In remaining places, marginal is greater than average. Clear? Chalo. Let us go for law of returns to. That is production function under long run. What is law of returns to scale? Production function under long. See there. Impact on output is due to change in more factors of production. Now in long run, 1 lakh bench example. Now I am changing land, I am changing labor, I am changing capital. We believed that there are only 3 factors of production: land, labor and we ignored organization, assuming that I already have a bigger land space. I already have what? So land is fixed. Say every time I invest on 1 capital, that means whenever I buy one new machinery, I will appoint 2 laborers to operate that. How many laborers? So this is the production criteria. Every time we invest on 1 capital, we need how many laborers?
2 laborers.
That is the 6th and the important assumption. Every time when we invest on 1 unit of capital, we need 2 units of labor. So 1 capital, 2 labor put together is called as 1 production unit. What is it? 1 capital, 2 labor put together is called as 1 production unit. Now see there, land is going to be fixed because I already have a bigger land space. Only capital and labor is a variable factor. So every time when I invest on 1 capital, I will invest on 2 labor, and remaining 2 remaining 2 assumptions are same. Technology will remain constant. No perfect substitutes for. Now there were 3 stages in law of returns to scale. IRS, where output increases more proportionate than input. CRS, output increases same proportionate of input. DRS, output increases less proportionate of input. Let us identify the values of MP. See there, here it is 50, here also it will become 50. 110 minus 50, 60. 180 minus 110, 70. 250 minus 180, 70. 300 minus 250, 50. Next 335 minus 300, 35. 350 minus 335, 15. So observe, first MP, 50, 60, 70 increasing IRS. Next 70, 70 CRS. 50, 35, 15. That is
DRS.
So whenever MP increases, MP rises, IRS. MP remains constant, CRS. MP falls, DRS. Clear? And the same concept has been explained by 2 mathematical economists called as Cobb and Douglas by using a equation. What is that? Q is equals to K L of A and C of B, where L stands for labor, C stands for C. Again, labor and capital are the variable factors. Now K, A and B are positive constant. What is it? K, A and B are
Positive.
if positive constant is greater than 1, IRS. Positive constant is equal to 1, CRS. Positive constant lesser than 1, DRS. Clear? So this is in terms of law of returns to scale. So Kavan, you can text me in the chat box. Whatever doubts you have, you can text me. Clear? So remember the same concept of law of returns to scale. What was the new assumption we took? We said every time when we invest on one capital, we will also appoint two labor. So that is a one single production unit. Now second time, when we invest on two capital, that means how many labors is needed?
4 labor.
See, total concept is cumulative in nature. Clear? This is the production made by them and marginal productivity. Any doubts in law of returns to scale? Next, we discussed about ISO quant and ISO cost. See, ISO quant was same as indifference curve of budget line. Sorry, indifference curve of consumer behavior. ISO cost is same as budget line. ISO cost is same as what? Of consumer behavior. There it was completely from a customer point of view. Now here it will be from a producer point of view. If you remember yesterday, indifference curve is downward sloping curve from left to right, and why it is convex to the origin, diminishing rate of substitution. I will buy 1 cup of tea and 1 packet of biscuit, 12 biscuits. I want more cup of tea. I will sacrifice biscuit. My intention to sacrifice keeps on decreasing. So rate of substitution will be always and always decreasing. That's the reason indifference curve was dash to the origin, convex to the same to same graph. But here over there it was a 2 commodity which gives same level of satisfaction. What is it? 2 commodity which gives
Same level of satisfaction.
but here instead of 2 commodity it is 2 factor inputs out of land, labor, capital and organization. Any 2 factor inputs which will give us the same level of output. Same level of
Output.
over there satisfaction. 2 goods, same level of satisfaction. Here 2 inputs which is giving me same level of output. It is similar to indifference curve concept of consumer behavior. There customer point of view, here it is completely from producer point of view. Clear? Same to same as ISO cost. Over there budget line. What is that budget line? All those combination which a manufacturer, which a customer can buy within given income and price level. Here all the combination which a manufacturer can spend equal amount of money. Say I am spending 600 rupees in a day to produce goods and services. I need to take 2 factors of production. Say for example, one is labor, another one is capital. So I am spending on labor and capital both put together every single day. I am spending how much? 600 rupees. There if you remember, this is the income level. 2 goods has to be bought. This is the price of a product. That was the income. RHS shift, LHS shift. Same concept. There from customer point of view. Here it will be from a producer point of view. Whose point of view?
Producer.
Clear? Next comes internal and external economies of. See, simple. Already yesterday we did LAC curve. If you remember. Wait, let me go back. Yesterday we did this topic. See, economies of scale, diseconomies of scale. Now I am planning to produce 60,000 units. Until 60,000 units, I know what will be my cost, what will be my raw material, which technology I should use, management control. That is economies of scale, also called as advantage. What is it?
Advantage.
Diseconomies of scale is nothing but a
Disadvantage.
so when I have an advantage, I have internal advantage as well as external. That is what we call internal economies of scale and internal. What is it? Internal economies of scale and internal.
Disadvantage.
So economies of scale refers to advantage. What does it refers to? See, whenever I know what is the number of units that I am producing, 60,000 benches is what I am producing. Now I know which type of technology I should use. If I use a bit superior technology, my cost will be becoming minimum. Suppose I am producing, say for example, some 1 lakh cars. I need some 5 lakh tires, 4 tires for main and 1 stepney. Should I only produce the tire or should I buy it from outside? Suppose if I can only produce the tires for lesser cost rather than buying from outside, that is called backward integration. We will only produce rather than buying. No, boss. Highly impossible. Let us buy it from outside market. Marketing activity and all, we can't do it. Let us outsource. That is called forward integration. Clear? So backward integration means usually we don't buy the spare parts, raw materials from the market. We will only produce our own raw material, our own spare parts. If I can produce at a lesser cost than what I can purchase from the market, then I will only produce it. That becomes backward integrated. No, I cannot produce it. If I produce, cost will increase. Let me purchase it from the market who is expert in doing it. That is forward integration. So I can think, analyze and do this backward integration or Forward integration. And there is a use of product. One product has a multiple uses. Say for example, sir, now I am a manufacturer of, say for example, sugar. Now I use a sugar cane. After crushing the sugarcane juice, molasses are remained, and that is used for manufacturing of newspapers or any kind of other equipments. Now I have a byproduct. What can I produce from the byproduct? What all market is there? How much of which commodity? Same bench manufacturing unit. After cutting this wood, that small wood which will remain, I can produce toys out of it, like small wooden equipments out of it. So there is a multiple use of same commodity, and byproducts are there. What all are the uses? And there is something called as dimensional economy, wherein which I gave an example of double-decker bus. If you remember, if I need to produce one single bus, it will cost me 50 lakh. Two bus, 1 crore. But what I will do, one single engine, two body, double-decker. So cost gets reduced. So I will always try to cut down. And being a manager, I will see where and all I can reduce the cost, who is operating, who is expert in what. I have a control. And I can plan my finance properly, marketing properly. And if I need to do any R&D, I don't want to produce at bulk. Only smaller units I produce and I will test. These all are the internal advantage. What is it? When we know how much units we are producing and how much cost it will take and how much of raw material we need, how much manpower we need, everything is planned appropriately. Everything is planned. And I will make sure that my cost is going to become minimum. And what are all the external advantage? One, locational advantage. Best example, see now the building what we are staying. Right opposite we have ICI. In first floor, we have other academy. Next two buildings also, there is one more academy. In one simple location, 100 meters, four academies are there. Now, all four is getting a business. Accepted. Now, it's not like, say, if there is a hotel in front of you, you have an option either to go eat it or not. That's it. But if there is two hotels adjacent to each other, should I go left side or should I go? See, it's not an option of should I eat or not. Now, where to eat? So, when everyone are located at same place, that will become an advantage that if one provides advertisement, they can become customers to everyone. There is no rule that only for one they will be a customer. And information and research development will happen. We'll get to know what all informations is happening in the economy, who is coming out with new product, and trade association. We'll create our own association. We'll create our own set of rules and disintegration. We are famous for specialized thing. Say for example, Sangeeta Hotel known for breakfast combo meal. Say for example, Buhari known for its lunch. Say for example, some XYZ hotel known for dinner place. Say one is known for Chinese item, one is known for say continental, one is known for South Indian food. Like this integration will happen. No doubt everyone does everything, but they are known for that one element. Such disintegration happens when you are producing at your desired maximum level and cost is minimum. Next comes disadvantage, wherein which I am over exploiting. I myself don't know whether I am producing 60,000 benches, 70,000 or 1 lakh, 2 lakh. I am over exploiting things. What am I doing? And in economics, we know that resources are limited. By using limited resources, we try to produce a maximum output. But here, we are over exploiting resources. And management becomes overburdened. Management becomes what? See, information gets twisted. As the span of control increases, management ability will decrease. Top level will become overburdened. Management will lose the personal touch. We are overproducing. We are massively producing things. We ourselves don't know how much to use it. And input cost will increase. And multiple times ordering the raw materials. Because of that, automatically raw material price will also increase. I am creating a more pressure on available infrastructure, machineries, everything, equipments, and exhausting of natural resources. So these are the disadvantages what we have because of excess production. What is it? Excess production. So this is the concept of economies and diseconomies. So this was the one biggest concept, production function. What is it? Production. And next comes the chota concept. What is it? Human. Are you guys humans? Yes, do you have wants? Limited or unlimited? So what does human wants refers to? Human wants has three important elements. DTM. What does this DTM stands for? Desire, taste and of a human being is called as human wants. Now such human wants are classified into three types. One, necessary. Second one, comfort. Third one is under necessary. We have basic necessary, necessaries of efficiency and social necessary. Basic necessaries of life like food, clothing and shelter. Now what is this necessaries of efficiency? Simple. Now Shashikiran, in order to teach you people, I need this laptop, projector, mic, everything. These are my tools and equipments. What is it? Tools and? In order to provide a work effectively and efficiently, we use a lot of tools and equipment. Such tools and equipment is considered as a efficiency. By using these tools and equipments, now I am earning income, I am earning money. By use of money, I am satisfying my Wants. Do I get any commodity for free of cost? I need to pay money, na? To earn money, I should work. In order to perform this work in a more effective and efficient way, I need lot of tools and equipments. Such tools and equipment is called as efficiency. Last but not the least, social. If you like it or don't like it, doesn't matter. For the sake of society, you should follow it. For example, in Hindu community, after marriage, you should wear that Mangal Sutra. In Muslim community, you should wear a burqa. In Christian community, you should go for prayers on every Sunday. Whether you like or don't like it, doesn't matter. You should follow that. You belong to this community, you have to do this. That is for the sake of society. Next comes comfort, which provides better level of. Say you have participated in a sports day competition. Shashikiran is waiting with a glass of water at the finishing line. Wow. Instead of glass of water, glass of juice. Amazing. See, better level of. Sir, I come to a college by public transport, basic necessary. Sir, I come to a college by my own motor vehicle, comfort. Sir, I come to a college by a car, luxury. So what is luxury? All extravagant spendings. That means unnecessary spendings of a human is called as luxury. There are three types: harmful, harmless, defense. Harmful luxuries no doubt increase a social status, but that will affect on human. Best example, refrigerator at home, air conditions, especially in summer. Even though you don't want anything from fridge, still you will go and open the door. Why? Cool breeze will come, sir. That is chlorofluorocarbon, affects on your respiratory system. That is affecting on human health, but still it is a luxury. Second one, harmless luxury, which increases social status, but doesn't affect on human health. What is it? Does not affect on. Say for example, by owning a bungalow, if you have a bungalow, will it affect on your health? If you have a luxurious car, will it affect? If you drive very fast and if you go and bank somewhere, definitely. But if you own it, do you have any effect? No. Last but not the least, defense luxury. This is important. What is this defense luxury? Which can be readily convertible into a, like gold, stock, shares, bonds, which can be converted into a money, easily convertible into a. They are called as defense luxury. Which luxury?
Defense luxury.
Clear? Understood? So this was the concept of your human want. And see, characteristics. Human wants are unlimited. All wants cannot be. Wants are competitive as well as. That means, sir, I need a cell phone. After cell phone, sir, tempered glass. After that, back case, SIM card, recharge, AirPods. Complementary. You will use it together. And competitive, one after the other. And wants are. It comes again and again. Sir, I want cell phone. After cell phone, laptop. After laptop, sir, bike. After bike, one home. After home, one wife. After wife, one children. Like this, it comes on again and again. Next, want vary with the time, place and. See, best example for our boys. With girlfriend, nice cafe. With local boys, local tea shop. Want also varies with person. Want also varies with time. Sir, early morning, hot coffee we need. Evening, sir, in restaurant, cold coffee. Next, place. Even that affects with place, time as well as person. Where we are using it. Clear? Next, want becomes habits and. Best example, today if anyone comes to home, coffee or tea, it has become custom today. Sometimes even smoking alcohol, that has become a habit now. Want has become an habit. Last but not the least, effects because of advertisement. When Katrina Kaif comes and holds mango, when droplet starts falling in the advertisement, then you feel like drinking sliced mango juice. Until then you never felt. They are instigating you. They are affecting because of advertisements. Clear? So these are the characteristics of human wants. Clear? Next comes to the last but not the least topic, that is factors of production. How many factors of productions are there?
4.
Now this entire factors of production we study from an economist point of view. Whose point of view?
Economist point of view.
Not from the accountant point of view. So what is the meaning of land? Land is a free gift of nature. Land is not created by a human. Land is not created by a. It is a free gift of
nature.
And land is perfectly. What does it mean? Quantity is unchanged. Only price can go up or price can come down. Whatever the land space we have on earth, can you create additional land? Can you destroy the physical land? No. Whatever the availability of land is there, that is fixed. Only prices might go up or prices might come down. Next, land is indestructible. Physical land can never be destroyed. Clear? So you can never and ever destroy the physical land. Only fertility of a land can be destroyed. Hiroshima, Nagasaki, best example. Atomic bomb. Even today, Hiroshima, Nagasaki is present. Only the fertility of a soil has been destroyed. Next, land is. Can you move the land from one place to another place? No. Next, land differs in quality. Soil quality is different in different place. Even if you want to buy, value of a land is different in different place. And it is a primary and passive factor of Now this is important. So what is this primary and what is this passive? Anything and everything has to be created on a land space only, no doubt. But will land construct everything on its own? Human effort is needed now. So everything has to be created on a land, that is primary factor. But land cannot create everything on its own. Human effort is needed. Human has to come and create a matter on a land. That is passive factor. Clear? It is primary as well as passive factor of production. Second one is labor. Now all human efforts, which efforts?
Human effort.
Which is either a physical effort or a. So condition number one, it should be a human effort, and such human effort should result into what? Production. That means creation of utility. What is it? Creation of?
Utility.
So there is a human effort, either a physical effort or an intellectual effort. Now see, Shashikiran is teaching to ArivuPro kids. Now there is an intellectual effort. Now we are understanding the concept. That means it is leading to what? Production. There is a human effort from Shashikiran, and for which Shashikiran, will he do it for free of cost, or I am expecting a returns? Which kind of returns? Monetary returns. Clear? So all kinds of human efforts. What is it? All kinds of?
Human effort.
Either physical or intellectual effort which is resulting into production, and for which dash is paid.
Monetary rewards.
Monetary rewards are paid. And see, labor and laborer are inseparable. That means Shashikiran and his teaching skills are inseparable. Now you cannot separate Shashikiran and his teaching skills. Same way, if I am coming and teaching ArivuPro kids, that means I am not selling myself to ArivuPro. I am only selling my skills to ArivuPro. Clear? So we only sell our labor. Shashikiran is a laborer. I only sell my,
Labor.
and labor is.
Beneficial.
If I don't take a class today, I will say today is holiday. Can I use the same time tomorrow? Highly impossible. A labor is not utilized today. That labor hour is perished. Labor hour is.
Perish.
And human in nature. I can't work like 24/7 machine. We need a leisure time. Next, differs in
Efficiency.
the way Shashikiran sir teaches, the way Ankit sir teaches, the way Sai sir teaches, the way Akhilesh sir teaches. These are different. They are not one and the same. And they are less mobile. Yes, we are ready to move from one place to another place, but not for a longer distance, only for a shorter distance. And labor has a less bargaining.
Power.
Whatever predetermined salary is there, you will get that. See, Pa, when I appointed you, you know what is the salary you will get by end of a month. Even if you work more or even if you work, same amount of salary you will get. And labor is, all of a sudden you can't increase the supply of labor, or all of a sudden you can't decrease the supply of labor in a very short period. What is it? Very
Short.
supply of labor is inelastic. Supply of labor is
Inelastic.
clear. Next comes capital. What is it? What is capital? All man-made goods. What it should be?
Man-made.
Which should result into further production. So two conditions are there. Number one, it should be
Man-made.
man-made, and it has to result in what?
Further production.
See, remember, whatever is created by a human, that is called as a capital. So whenever you listen to capital from accountant point of view, sir, money invested to start a business is a capital. Yes, that is from accountant point of view, but we are studying from whose point of view? So from the economist point of view, what do you mean by capital? All
Man-made.
which is resulting into dash,
Further production.
and it excludes free gifts of. What is free gift of nature? Land, water, air. These all are not a capital. This is the first exemption. Second exemption, self-consumed goods. What is it? Self-consumed goods. Say I will construct a building. I am only staying in the first floor. Say, or a ground floor, I am only staying. I am the owner. I am staying in the ground floor. First floor and second floor, I have given it to a rent. Now, first floor and second floor is leading to further productivity. It is generating a income. Ground floor, is it leading to further productivity? Then it is not called as a capital. So, capital should satisfy both the condition. Number one, it should be.
Man-made.
Number two, it should lead to a.
Further production.
Clear. So, it should not be a free gift of
Nature.
or self-consumed goods and services. Clear. Next, the most important concept, capital formation. What is it?
Capital formation.
This concept is also called as dash. CMU. What is it called as?
CMU.
Creation, mobilization, utilization. If you remember, I gave an example. All the households, all the individuals, they will be earning a savings. Sorry, they will be earning income, not savings. What is it? They will be earning a.
Income.
See, by end of a month after they work, they will earn income. Will they spend their entire income on that one single month? No. At least a smaller portion is created as savings. So where will they keep their savings? Banks. Now, after bank collecting that money, what will a banker do with that money? Give loans. Loans for whom? Businesses, corporates and government. So, simple. Who will create savings? Creation of savings is done by households or individual. They will create savings out of their incomes earned. And mobilizing means collecting. Who will collect all that savings of household? Banks, and they will mobilize the savings of an household. After collecting that, now banks and financial institutions will provide loans to whom? Businesses, corporates, and they will borrow from banks and utilize it in their for further profit generation. Again, I took a loan, I invested in business, I produced the goods, I sold it in the market, I made a profit. Again, from that I pay salary. Again, from salary, household will create a savings. Again, that savings is used by business person. Like this, money keeps on circulating in the economy. This concept is also called as circular flow of money. What is it?
Circular flow of money.
Shortcut to remember is CMU. C stands for? M stands for?
Mobilization.
U stands for?
Mobilization.
So, due to this process of CMU, household savings will be converted into business investment. What is it? Household saving is converted into?
Business investment.
Through the process of CMU. Through the process of what?
CMU.
Clear? So, this is the third one. Capital. Last but not the least. What is it? Organization or organizer. Organization or? That is owner. Now, without organizer, can you buy a land space? Can you appoint labor? Can you invest money to business? That means, without organizer, other three factors of production are useless. Now, organizer is a person who brings other three factors of production into one common place. Without organizer, other three factors of production cannot be. In short, he is the one who will resource coordination will be made. That means he will bring all the three factors of production to one common place. And it takes advantages of a dynamic. That means we know that changes in economy keeps on happening. Sir, our people today don't like cake. They like pastries. Now that is a trend. Sir, today no one likes to hear a music by having that CD, cassettes and all. Now everyone's cell phone, YouTube, Savan, Wink is their application based. So like this, trends have changed. Technology is improving. According to that, even business performance should also change. If you don't change, you will become like Nokia. One day people will say, Tata, bye-bye. Once upon a time, very big brand, superb, ultimate. Now, no one prefers Nokia at all. Why? They didn't change themselves according to change in trend. You have to change according to trend. Next, he is the one who will bring in all new things he will try to identify, and all the risk also he will take, whether it is profit or whether it is loss. All the uncertainty will belong to the owner, organizer. Clear? And see there, these are the objectives. Organic, economic, social, human, national. Whenever we are producing now, according to which the nation is going to grow and develop. My production also leads to a GDP of a nation. So I have a social objective. I need to treat everyone as equal in the society. No caste, creed, religion, discrimination, male and female. Even they have to grow along with my organization. And say economic objective. What is my nation's ability to grow? What is my nation's GDP? What is my income earning capacity? How much of people are there to buy luxurious commodity? How much will be cost sensitive? Like this, we need to analyze and then sell the product. So for this, you need to refer which material? Or even my ArivuPro material. Even in that, I have given this in detail, all these elements. Clear? By this, chapter 3 full comes to an end. Clear? Flip back the page, have a look. Any doubts? Let me know. Okay, sir, in tortoise shell, how can they frame a question? They will ask, whenever total product is decreasing, TP is decreasing, which will decrease faster? Or the rate of decrease in dash is greater than dash. So like this, they might give you the fill in the blanks. Kevin, clear? When average cost is minimum, that defines dash. Like this, say average cost is minimum, AC will be greater than MC, AC will be equal to MC, AC will be lesser than MC, or all the above. Like this, they might ask you the question. Anything is possible there. Done? Let us go to chapter number 4. Any doubts? Let's go to chapter number 4. Okay. So chapter number 4 will define about market and its. So already chapter 4 unit 2 is done. After demand and supply, we have finished it. Price determination, that is market equilibrium. Total demand equals
Total supply.
And 9 different equilibrium points. Demand increase, demand decrease, already we have done. Now only unit 1 and unit 3. Only these two things are pending. So what do you mean by market? So one simple answer will come. Market is a place where. That is how you start. Wrong. Market is not always a place. Market is an arrangement or a. Say if at all you are buying anything on a Flipkart, Amazon, did you physically go to Amazon's place? No. Did you physically go to Amazon or let me say Amazon or Flipkart place? No. It is an arrangement or a where buyers and sellers will either direct contact or say direct contact, you physically go and buy the commodity. Indirect over a phone call, email, telegram, like this application based internet usage, that is indirect contact. Why are they contacting? In order to exchange goods and for a value or consideration. Value or so remember, market need not be a physical place. Always. Market need not be a
physical place.
So there should be two set of people in the market, buyer and they have to contact either direct contact or indirect contact. Why are they doing? In order to exchange goods and services, that is for a product, for a value or right. There should also be willingness as well as ability to buy in. So there are different classifications of market. For us, these all are not important. For us, only and only market based on competition is important. So market based on competition is classified into two types. Number one, perfect competition. Number two, okay, alignment problem is there here. Okay, leave it. Let me draw it for you guys once again. So market is based on competition. What is it? Market is based on
Competition.
So number one, perfect competition. Number two, imperfect competition. Under perfect competition, there is only one single type, that is pure competition. Now under imperfect competition, actually there are 6 types. If you remember, I made you to write that down. Number one, monopoly, duopoly, oligopoly, monopsony, diopsony, oligopsony. Now, mono means single, poly means seller. Mono means single, poly means
Seller.
next. Mono means single, sine means buyer. What do you mean by sine? Sine refers to buyer. So, dio means two, oli means few. Oli means mono means single or one single seller in the entire economy. So, out of the 6 different types, in your syllabus, we only study about monopoly and only 2. Clear? And there is also one more market, which is a combination of perfect and called as monopolistic competition market. Clear? And if there is suppose only and only one single seller in the entire economy and just one single buyer in the entire economy, bilateral monopoly. What is it called as? Clear? So these are the market classification. According to your syllabus, we will only and only study about perfect competition market, monopoly, oligopoly and monopolistic competition. If at all we study about these 4 types of market, this chapter will come to an end. Clear? Now let's get started one by one. So in this concept, there is also something called as revenue concept. If you remember, already we have done with the concept of TU, AU, MU yesterday, and we also did with TP, AP and MP, as well as TC, AC, MC. Same way, now it will be TR. TR already I have done outlay method, total outlay method, demand. So price into quantity. Average revenue, it is a revenue earned by selling every single unit, that is total revenue divided by. Now marginal revenue, 2 formula, output continuous and one output is not. So output continuous, TRN minus TR. When output is not continuous, TR is equals to change in TR divided by change in. Clear? So this is the concept. TR, total revenue, price into quantity. Average revenue, TR by Q. Marginal is every extra unit or one additional or one extra unit. Output continuous and when output not continuous. There are 2 different formulas. Clear? And now we will understand the perfect competition market. And this concept, perfect competition market, is a myth in nature. What is it?
Myth in nature.
Or unrealistic in nature. What is it called as? Myth or unrealistic. Because they say this is the type of market which is most idealistic and free from all kinds of and they are completely perfect. Completely. So we call it as a complete perfect market. There is no trouble at all. But in reality, is there any market without any trouble? Without any problems? No. That's the reason we call this market as myth or. So let us understand why it is called as myth or unrealistic. See, there are large number of buyers and large number of. So what's wrong in it? Every market has large number of buyers and large number of. But point number 2, manufacturer is only and only a price, not a price. Now you tell me, is this acceptable? For your own goods, you can never decide your own selling price. Is that acceptable? Then who will does the selling price here? Market forces or price mechanism, that is demand and supply, is going to determine the selling price. And in this market, there is a uniform pricing. Say, assuming, suppose, if India is following this perfect competition market. Say, if you buy a product in Bangalore, Chennai, Kanyakumari, Himachal Pradesh, Calcutta, Delhi, Mumbai, Kashmir, any nook and corner of the earth or any nook and corner of this India, product price is same. Is there any commodity like that where every nook and corner product price is going to remain same? Definitely no. Highly impossible. Suppose if product prices are same, that means they are operating at industry equilibrium. Demand is downward sloping, supply is the point where demand and supply is equilibrium. That is the where price gets established, called as equilibrium price. Only at the point of equilibrium price is going to remain constant. That is when total demand equals to prices are going to remain. That means in this market, the entire industry is operating at equilibrium. Where are they operating at? Equilibrium. And this is the market where all the manufacturers are selling homogeneous goods and services or identical goods, and they are also called as perfect. Now you tell me, is it possible? Will every manufacturer produce same type of goods and services in the market? Everyone, all the manufacturer, whoever is producing goods now, everyone is producing same type of goods and services. Clear? Next, in case of perfect competition market. Now, we also solve this problem. See, output is not continuous. When output is not continuous, what will be the MR formula? Change in TR divided by change in quantity. You should be careful. Output is not continuous. So, TR formula, P into Q, 2 into 5, 10, 4 into 5, 26 into 5, 38 into 5, 40, 10 into 5, 50. Next to AR, TR by Q, 10 by 2, 5, 20 by 4, 5, 30 by 6, 5, 40 by 8, 5, 50 by 10, 5. Next up, change in TR. See, 10 is there. Previous unit is not given. So, even before previous of 1 will be 0. When we are not even producing anything, TR will also be 0. So, the previous TR becomes 0. Now, 10 and 0 differences 10. 2 and 0 differences 2. 10 by 2, 5. Again, 20 and 10 differences 10. 4 and 2 differences 2. 10 by 2 is 5. So we end up getting same 5, 5, 5, 5. 5. Clear? And if you observe, price, average revenue, marginal revenue, all the three are equal. So in perfect competition market, P equals AR equals. So in which market does price, average revenue and marginal revenue, all the three are equal? Perfect competition market. Clear? And point number 5, they say there is a free entry and free exit of firms into an. What do you mean by firm? What do you mean by industry? One individual unit or an organization is called as a firm. Sir, ArivuPro Academy. Okay, next say ABC Academy, XYZ Academy. Every single academy is a firm. Everyone put together, if they are doing similar business activity, they are called as industry. Now it's a CA coaching industry. Clear? Or educational industry. Like this, individual organization is a firm. A group of firm with a similar activity. What is it? Group of firm with a similar activity. They are called as industry. What are they called as? Industry. See, when will the firm enter? Two conditions. Number 1, when there is a supernormal profit. Which profit? Supernormal. Also called as abnormal profit. Supernormal profit is also called as what? Abnormal profit. And in case of normal profit, when will the firm exit? Yesterday we did the shutdown point. Long run shutdown, permanent shutdown in case of loss. So when will a firm incur losses? What is the condition of loss? Whenever average revenue is lesser than average cost. So that is the condition of loss. Yesterday we discussed that average revenue is lesser than average cost. Whenever normal profit is there, average revenue is equal to supernormal profit, average revenue is greater than. Clear? So supernormal profit, AR greater than AC. Normal profit, AR equals to losses, AR lesser than. Clear? So when will a firm enter? Firm enters in case of supernormal profit or normal profit. When will a firm exit? Firm exits in case of a losses. Clear? So that is point number 5. Next point number 6. Buyers and sellers have a complete knowledge about the market. See, boss, manufacturer is just a price taker. Homogeneous goods and services. Uniform pricing throughout the market. Now everyone knows this. Whether a buyer or seller in this market, everyone is selling same commodity. Prices remains the same. Demand and supply is going to decide the selling price. Do we need advertisement cost in this market, or should we incur any advertisement? No. So there is no advertisement. What is it? There is no. And not just advertisement. Even there is no transportation. So remember, advertisement plus transportation. Advertisement plus put together is called as selling cost. What is it called as?
Selling cost.
Or also called as carrying cost. Which cost?
Carrying cost.
So it is called as selling cost or carrying cost. Advertisement plus transportation, both put together. And in this market, there is a perfect mobility of factors of production, land, labor, capital, organization moves from one person to another person. There is a perfect mobility. There does not stick under a same hands. Clear? It can be shifted from one person to. So these are the 8 characteristic features of perfect competition market. If first 5 points are satisfied, then it is called as
Pure competition.
So which are those first 5 points? Large number of buyers, large number of manufacturers, only a price taker, not a price maker. Uniform pricing throughout the market. Homogeneous or identical goods and clear, and free entry and free exit. If first 5 points are satisfied, then they are called as which market?
Pure competition.
If all the 8 points are satisfied,
It is a perfect.
and there are elements of pure competition. I gave an example. Agricultural sector. Farmer doesn't decide the selling price. Demand and supply will decide. In that locality, price will remain constant. Clear? And all the sellers, whoever is selling tomato, they are selling tomato only. Homogeneous goods and services. Large number of buyer, large number of.
Sellers.
Another best example, stock markets. In case of stock market, market prices will determine the price. Company will never determine the. Throughout India, stock price will remain same. They are homogeneous goods and services. Clear, free entry and free exit. If they don't want to continue, they can close down their business and they can leave. So stock markets and agricultural sector are the examples of which market? Only there is an element of pure competition in the economy, but none of the countries following a perfect competition market. There is no country which is purely following a,
Perfect competition.
but there are elements of
Pure.
agricultural sector and stock markets are an example of pure competition. Clear? Understood? Next, price and output determination, especially the concept is firm equilibrium. Which equilibrium?
Firm equilibrium.
There are 2 conditions. Condition number 1, MC should be equal to, see at 2 places MC and MR is equal, point X and point Y. So for us already I have explained, second part of the graph is important. Why? Because MC should cut MR from
Below.
not from above. When it is cutting from below, this is called as equilibrium. So how many conditions are there for firm equilibrium? 2 conditions. So whenever MC is equal to MR, first condition. Second condition is MC has to cut MR from below, not from above. And the second type of question what we get is a output. See this point A. Wait, let me erase this. See this point A. Okay, let me mention it as point B. Now observe this particular point A. This is MR curve and this is MC curve. Now point A is MR curve, point B is MC curve. MR is greater than MC. Revenue is greater. What is it? MR is greater than MC. Revenue is greater than cost. Now output will increase because equilibrium is considered as point Y na. Until equilibrium we produce. So MR is greater than MC. What will happen? Output will increase. Suppose if MR is lesser than MC, that is now at point C. Observe this point C is MC curve. Point D is MR curve. MC is greater, MR is lesser. At this point of time, we will reduce our output. We will come lesser than equilibrium. So output should
Decrease.
suppose if MC is equal to MR. What is it? MC is equal to? Now 2 conditions are there. Which are those 2 conditions? We have to check whether MC is cutting from above or MC is cutting from below. Based on that, we will identify the concept. Clear? Suppose if MC is cutting from above. What is it? MC is cutting from
Above.
above. 1 second, man. To select or disappear an object, tap it on the selected object. Okay, we'll write it again. So what did I explain? Suppose if MR is greater than, output should. If MR is lesser than, see this point C is greater, point D is lesser. That is, cost is greater, revenue is lesser. So output should
decrease.
Suppose if MC is equal to, now we have to decide from where MC curve is cutting. Suppose if MC curve is cutting from above, output should
Increase.
If MC curve is cutting from below, then output should decrease. So two determinants, whichever the MC curve cuts from. If MC cuts from above, MC cuts from above, that means output should increase. See, here only I have given MC cuts from above, output should increase. If MC cuts from below,
Output should decrease.
clear. And next, in perfect competition market, if the firm is operating in short run, which run?
Short run.
Now there are three possibilities: supernormal profit, normal profit, and
Loss.
supernormal profit AR greater than AC, normal profit AR equals to AC, losses are AR lesser than.
AC.
And graph, already you guys have written, I made you to write it, but you will never get a question from graph, like identify the right graph and all. But in normal profit, you will get a question related to the graph and related to the concept. Now observe, at this particular point of equilibrium, now all these curves are equal. If you observe, at the point of equilibrium, all them are tangent with each other. That means if a firm is operating in normal profit, that means in a perfect competition market. Which market?
Perfect competition.
If the firm is operating at normal profit, condition of equilibrium will be P equals AR equals MR equals AC equals MC. What is it? P equals AR equals MR equals AC equals MC. Clear? This will be the condition of equilibrium in a firm. Which firm? Perfect competition market. If a firm is operating at normal profit level of output in short run. Normal profit level of output in?
Short run.
All the curves will be equal at the point of equilibrium. Now in long run, what is it? In?
Long run.
Again, same to same. Firm will only and only incur a normal profit. Even though if there is a scope to make supernormal profit, they say no, we don't attain supernormal profit, because if anyone does that, everyone will also start making a supernormal. Bullshit. In perfect competition market, there is no competition at all. First of all, if you remember, manufacturer is just a price taker, homogeneous goods. Let me say all the manufacturers are producing same type of goods, uniform pricing. Man, there is no real existence of competition at all. They say here, there is a free entry and free exit to an industry. Manufacturer will not try to earn the supernormal profit, even though if they have a scope to attain it, because if they do so, it is going to attract the. Hello, in perfect competition market, there is no real existence of competition, because prices of the commodities are determined by. So in long run also, firm will only and only incur which profit? Normal profit. And the condition of equilibrium in long run, price equals LAR, that is long run average revenue, equals long run marginal revenue, equals long run average cost, equals long run marginal cost. So this is the condition of equilibrium. What is it? Condition of
Equilibrium.
when a firm is operating in a long run, in a perfect competition market. If a firm operates at long run, what is the condition of equilibrium? Price equals LAR equals LMR equals LAC equals LMC. Clear? Understood? So this is the concept of perfect competition market. Clear? Flip back the page, have a look. Sir, can you get the PDF which you are doing now? I think if at all we have done in a class, this is what you have written, na? Who is this? By the way, name is not there, only some code is there. 24SJU. I think you are any college student, huh? Respond. Bangalore or Chennai? 24SJU F1. ArivuPro student, yes. Bangalore branch or Chennai branch? Bangalore. Did I take economics or what? If I had taken, definitely I would have given this in the class. You would have written it, everything. And even ArivuPro material is there. In the website, you can download it. Same to same material, full on. Whatever I am doing is from ArivuPro material only. Yes, recorded class, that's fine, but you will find this material in ArivuPro website as well as ArivuPro application. You can download it from there. Same material is there with elaborated explanation. I've given everything. Same material, please contact the team. They will also share it across with you. Done. Done. Let's go to the next topic. See, what if entire industry should be in equilibrium? Already we have done. Total demand should be equal to total. See, this is how the graph is. Excess demand, excess supply. Already yesterday we did. Only at the point of equilibrium, price will remain constant. Clear? Next, the concept of monopoly. Monopoly means what? Only single seller in the entire industry. So that one single firm, this one single firm itself is called as industry. What is it? One single firm itself is called as what?
Industry.
So firm equals to industry. This condition applies in which market? Firm equals to industry. This applies in monopoly market. Only one single seller but large number of buyers. So when you are the only seller in the market, would you decide the price or will market decide the price? So monopolist is a price. When you are making a price, would you like to earn profits or losses?
Profit.
Which profit? Normal or supernormal? So you will always and always earn supernormal profit. AR will be greater than clear, and you are the only seller in the market. There is no availability of substitutes at all. So no substitutes in the market. Not just that, there are also entry barriers. What is there? So any new company planning to enter the industry is completely. So there are 4 types of entry barrier. Number 1, legal entry barrier. The nation's law itself will restrict any person to start either a same business or even a similar kind of business. Best example in India, atomic energy generation. If you remember, only and only government can do it. Except government, no one else. Say RBI is the only authority to print currency notes in India. None of the other banks has an authority. Like this, by law of a land itself is going to restrict any other person doing either a same business or even similar business. Second kind of entry barrier is natural entry barrier. Now the climatic conditions of a different state itself will act as a barrier. Now Bangalore, we know we have a cool temperature, chilling temperature. Can we grow apple in Bangalore? No. Ooty, yes we can. So like this, different climatic conditions in different places acting as a barrier for certain business. Third one, business formation. I gave an example of your fruit sellers, flower vendors. If you remember, initially there is a competition between themselves. They all will come together. They will form an association called as cartel. That association is called as what?
Cartel.
What is that? Nungambakkam Flower Sellers Association. Say Kormangla Fruit Sellers Association. Like this, we will create an association. Only this association people can sell in this locality. Have you ever seen in your local area, in your flower market, vegetable market, in between that 5-6 people, any new guy coming and selling? No. Between themselves, there is a competition. They have converted that competition into what? Cooperation or any organizational structure. Now that association or organization such as called as cartel. Only this cartel people can do it. Except cartel, no one else can do it. One famous cartel in the entire world, OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. Clear? Next, last but not the least. Suppose government gives a permission, chalo pa, Indian Railway, okay, if anyone wants to come and do it as a private entity, you can please come, you can invest, you can do it. Okay, government has given a permission now. Government is also making railways open, privatization. But no one is coming forward to buy it because huge amount of losses. What they are incurring. And upon that, the investment what government has done from past 75 years and in British rule 200 years, such a huge investment cannot be bought in by any private investor. So investment becomes a challenging. What is it? Investment becomes a so highly impossible to get such a huge investment and provide it for a cheaper cost. So these are the 4 types of barriers. How many types of barrier?
4 types of barriers.
Legal entry barrier, natural entry barrier, business formation and investment factors. Clear? Understood? Now let us go ahead. The most important element of the monopoly, that is price.
Discrimination.
Now, what is price discrimination? Charging different prices from different customers.
Same commodity.
Best example, your college fees, general merit, different fees, SC, ST, different fees, OBC, different fees, same teacher, same classroom, same bench, same teaching. Fees are different. So charging different prices from different customers for the same type of goods and that is called price discrimination. There are 4 types of price discrimination. Number 1, say assuming Shashikiran has a cloth shop. If my customer comes to my shop, regular customers, 15% discount. If my student comes to my shop, 10% discount. If my relative comes, 20% premium. My shop, my wish. I will charge the way I want. Personal price discrimination. Next, geographical. Intentionally say I am the only seller in the entire economy. I am selling in 2 different places. One North India, second South India. Intentionally I will sell for higher prices in North, lesser prices in South. Next, price discrimination according to use. Say for example, now person will come, my student, sir, I need one white shirt. Why? Tomorrow interview I am going, sir, for Big 4, EY, Ernst & Young, KPMG, PwC, anywhere, one place I am going for an interview. 1,000 rupees. Now a cab driver will come. Sir, I need a white shirt. What purpose? Cab driving. A daily wage worker. He will drive the car over and night and all, day and night and all for very hard working person. 200 rupees shirt. See, depending upon usage, I am selling for different prices. Next, price discrimination according to best example, raincoat. Buy it in summer, you will get for cheaper cost. Same raincoat, buy it in rainy season, full exorbitantly high price. Clear? Even depending upon the time, prices of the goods will also vary. Next, there are 3 degrees of price discrimination. First degree is based on consumer. See, our local vegetable market vendors, best example. If a mom goes for vegetable shopping, 50 rupee per kg tomato, she will bargain and she will get it for 30 rupees. If your dad goes, he will bargain and he will get it for 40 rupees. If you go, 50. See, as a seller, I will try to extract as much as possible from you. How much ever is extra that you guys are ready to pay, I will try to extract. That is called as first degree price discrimination based on consumer surplus. Second degree price discrimination will be based on volume of. So what is it? If I buy it in bulk, say sir, in my home there is a function going on. Say my brother's marriage, we want to buy some 100 kg of tomato. Prices will be less. Sir, for just regular household purpose, 1 or 2 kg tomato, usually price will be 50 rupee per kg. If you are buying 100 kgs and all, say per kg, you might get it for 20-30 rupees only. If volume is more, prices are less. If volume is less, prices are more. Next, I will divide the markets into sub-market. Like how I said, North India, I will intentionally sell it for high price. South India, I will intentionally sell it for lesser price. I am the only seller. Say I am the chocolate manufacturer except Shashikiran. No one else is there in the entire economy to sell the chocolate. I will intentionally sell for high price in one market, lesser prices in other market by dividing the markets into what? Sub markets. Clear? So these are the degrees of price discrimination and types of price discrimination. Next comes the most important point. This table, if you remember, already you guys have solved this. Now, if you observe, see, whenever TR is maximum, whenever TR is, MR will be 0. And not just that, AR curve and selling price, both are one and the same. Since AR curve is also called as selling price, AR is also known as what? Selling price. Hence, selling price will never become 0. And AR has one more different name that is also called as demand curve. And observe here, MR from 20 it is decreasing to differences 4. Here 20 to 18 differences. 20 to 18 differences 2. 16 to 12 differences 18 to 16 again 12 to 8 4. 16 to 14. Can I say marginal revenue is decreasing double than average revenue? Remember, MR decreases double than AR. And when we represent the same table in the form of graph, in the form of what? This is how the graph looks like. See there, initially TR will increase, TR will become maximum, and then TR starts decreasing. Now when TR is increasing, remember E will be greater than 1. AR curve is also called as which curve? So E will be greater than 1. MR will be decreasing, but still MR is going to be positive. MR will be positive. Next, whenever TR is maximum, MR will be 0 and E will be equal to 1. When TR is decreasing, MR would have already become negative and E is lesser than 1. Now, relationship between TR, AR, MR, all the 3 are important. So, let me repeat it once again. Listen to this carefully. Whenever TR is increasing, MR will be decreasing but still positive. E will be greater than 1. Whenever TR is maximum, MR will be 0 and E will be equal to 1. Whenever TR is decreasing, MR will be negative and E will be lesser than 1. Clear? And I also said you there is one more formula for MR. Third formula. What is the third formula? MR is equals to AR E minus 1 divided by E. When do we use this third formula? When there is information given about selling price and elasticity. What is it? Selling price and elasticity. Now, for one fictitious example, say selling price of a product is rupees 20. Elasticity, say E is equals to 1.2. E is equal to 1.2. Now, AR. AR is also known as what? Selling price, na? So, it will be MR is equals to AR E minus 1 divided by E. With this respect, 20 is the selling price. 1.2 minus 1 divided by 1.2. Take out calculator. 1.2 minus 1 is 0.2. 0.2 divided by 1.2 into 20. What will be the value of MR? Definitely it will be in positive because E greater than 1. We discussed. If it is E greater than 1, MR will be positive. Answer 0.2 divided by 1.2 into 20. 3.33 is the value of MR. Clear? So there is a third formula to calculate the marginal revenue when there is information given about selling price and elasticity. Clear? So this is the final conclusion. See here, we have a new formula for MR. Now, whenever E is equal to 1, that is middle portion, MR will be 0, TR will be maximum. If E is greater than 1, that is initial portion, TR will be still increasing, MR will be positive. E lesser than 1, right side portion, TR will be decreasing and MR will be. Now, this is the important concept. From this, you can expect a question. Clear? So, in case of, see here, in case of graph, observe this. AR curve. Now this AR curve is also called as selling price, and AR curve is flatter. AR curve is what?
Flat.
It will never touch the x-axis, but MR curve will also touch the x-axis. It becomes a negative. So MR curve is steeper. What is it? MR curve is steeper. AR curve is flatter. TR curve will be inverted U in shape or bell shape curve. Inverted U or bell shape. That means initially increases, becomes maximum, and then it again starts decreasing. Clear? Next, in case of monopoly. What is it in case of? Monopoly. If a firm is operating in short run, we know that you are the only seller in the market except you, no one else is there. If anyone wants to buy, they have to come and buy only and only from you. Now, you will be having only two possibilities. If they come and buy from you, you will earn supernormal profit. Your pricing strategy is that so that you will make a supernormal profit. If they don't come and buy from you, loss. So, only two possibilities. Either you will make supernormal profit or if not, in a short run. Suppose in long run, you are the only and only seller in the market. That means you will only and only incur what? Supernormal profit. So in long run, it is only and only. Also called as abnormal profit. So this brings to the most important concept of entire monopoly. That is price discrimination. Now let us understand in detail. Now this is superb duper concept and the most important concept. So what was the meaning of price discrimination? Charging different prices for different customers for the same type of goods and services. Clear? Now, in order to practice this price discrimination, there are four essential conditions. See there. There should be real existence of a monopoly power. You should be able to separate the market, like two different market, one North Indian market, South Indian market, how I gave example na. So that different market is there. In different markets, there are different elasticity of demand and there should be no possibility of. So the person from north will come to south, he will buy it here for lesser price, he will go there and he will sell. Hello boss, you are the only seller, no possibility of any resale. So these are the four conditions. With that respect, I also made you to solve one beautiful problem there, if you remember. And I also explained one full whole logic there. So what is that? Now they have given information. Selling price of a product is rupees 30. Market A has got 2 as a elasticity, market B has got 5 as a. So market A elasticity is 2, market B elasticity is, with respect to the value, I know that E greater than 1 relatively elastic, E lesser than 1 relatively inelastic. But in terms of the value, whatever is given, can I say market B is more elastic and market A is less elastic? Market B is what? More elastic. Value is 5. Market B is less elastic. Value is 2. So now let us identify marginal revenue by identifying the new formula, that is third formula. A market, we will get answer as 15. B market, we will get answer as. What do you mean by marginal? One more extra or one more additional unit. What is it? One more extra or?
One more additional unit.
So whenever we are selling one more extra unit or one more additional unit, we are earning what is that money? In market A, if you sell one extra unit, you will earn 15 rupee. Same one unit if you sell in market B, you will earn how much? So in which market would you like to sell?
Market B.
Market B, I will get 9 rupees extra, 24 minus 15. So I will shift my supply from market A to. Since I shifted the supply from market A to market
B.
In market A, supply is less, but there is more demand in the market. So this will lead to what? Excess demand. What is it? Excess. So you tell me, whenever there is excess demand in the market, what will happen to prices? Prices will increase. Now, since you shifted your supply from market A to market B, in market B, supply is more, but demand is. So this leads to what? Excess supply. What is it? Whenever there is excess supply in the market, prices will
Increase.
Simple. See, now in one market we are charging more price, another market we are charging.
Less.
And kahani mein ek aur twist. Now market A, what was the elasticity? 2. That means market A was less elastic. Market A was. So whenever there is less elastic, we will decrease the price. Market B elasticity was 5. That means market B was more elastic. Market B was what?
More elastic.
In which market more elastic is there, we will decrease the price. So conclusion is very simple. In which market you will increase the price? Where there is lesser elastic. In which market you will decrease the price? Where there is more elastic. Now after discriminating the price, now in one market more price, another market
Less price.
lesser price. Now after discriminating this, because of higher prices, now market A, now MR, say for example, market A MR will become 20 rupee. Now after decrease in price, market B MR will also become rupees 20. That means after discriminating price, after MR of both the markets will become equal. MR of both the markets will become what? After discrimination of price. See, already in market A we are charging more price, market B we are charging less price. After we discriminate the price, marginal revenue of both the market will become. Now it doesn't matter where you sell, you will only get additional rupees 20. That means there is a limit to shift your supply from one market to another market. So when is that limit achieved? Whenever MR of both the market becomes, it will be no more profitable to shift the supply from one market to. Clear? So after already shifting the supply initially, because 15 rupees in market A, 24 rupees in market B, because of shifting the supply in one market there is excess demand, another market there is excess. Because of that price change. In one market we are charging more price, another market we are charging. This is called price discrimination. What is it? See there, market A elasticity value was 2, market B elasticity value was 5. 5 means, say for example, as a virtual meaning, E is greater than 1. That means more elastic. Here E is lesser than 1, less elastic. So in the market where there is lesser elastic, price is charged is more. In a market where there is more elastic, price charged is less. See, this is the equilibrium reference point. MC is cutting MR. See, this is the proportion of price. Here, this is the proportion of price. In which market are we charging more price? Prices are more in market A and prices are less in market B. Clear? Now, if at all I represent both in the same graph, market A, market B, put together in the same graph. Here, market A less elastic, so demand curve is steeper. What is it? Here it will be flatter. Now in the aggregate market, if I combine both the graph together and if I am representing in the aggregate market, if you remember there is a bend. Now such bend is also called as kink. What is it called as? That means there is a kinked demand curve. What demand curve? With a combination of relatively elastic and relatively inelastic. And what is the reason for this kinked demand curve? The reason for a kinked demand curve is due to price discrimination, and it is dashed to the origin. See, it is a kinked demand curve convex to origin. Clear? So what is the reason for a kinked demand curve? Price discrimination, and it is dashed to the origin, and MR of both the markets have become equal after price discrimination. OP1 is greater than OP2. That means prices in market A is greater than prices of market B. In market A, prices are more, market B, prices are less. And in which market will you increase the price? Prices will be higher in the market where there is lesser elasticity. Prices will be lower in the market where there is more elasticity. So concept is very simple. Conclusion: when will you increase more price? In the elasticity lesser market. When the elasticity of my market is low, we will increase price. In which market you will decrease price? When elasticity is more, we will decrease price. In one market more price, another market less. This is called price discrimination. Because of price discrimination, we end up making supernormal, or also called as abnormal. Clear? By this, monopoly comes to an end. This price discrimination is most important. This one. After price discrimination, MR of both the markets is going to become equal. Where will you charge more price? See, higher prices are charged in the market where there is lower elasticity. Lower prices are charged in the market where there is higher elasticity. After discriminating, MR of two markets are going to become equal. This is the main conclusion. Clear? Understood? So explanation part, recorded students or online students, you can pause it here after watching in your YouTube. You can read it once again. Whatever I just explained, same thing. See, we will get 9 rupees extra if we sell more units in market A than market B. So we will shift the supply. Because of that, one market excess demand will happen, another market excess supply will happen. And because of that, prices will vary. Where the prices will vary now? Higher prices will happen in the market where there is lower elasticity. Lower prices will happen in the market where there is, in our example, market A 2, that was lower elastic, market B 5, that was more elastic. So aggregate demand curve, there is a bend. Such bend or a kink is a reason because of price discrimination. That is called kinked demand curve, dash to the origin. Clear? Any doubts in monopoly? Have a look before moving ahead to oligopoly. Back the page, have a look. Online students. Apa? Differs. Transportation cost.
Karnataka petrol price is then compared to
1 rupee. 1 rupee lesser in Karnataka petrol prices. Highest in entire India is in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. 106 or 107 rupee, if I am not wrong.
that is because of the tax.
One state tax, state government tax is more there.
Petrol is not including GST.
That's completely out of GST. Still, there are 6 components which is never a part of GST.
Why they not included?
Because tax will come less. If you may bring it into the form of GST, the revenue to the government will decrease.
State government will get
Both central and state. That's the reason. That is still under the VAT regime.
New formula E minus.
Simple. See, whenever there is a information given about selling price, which price?
Selling price.
And elasticity. See, in this example, I said selling price is 20 rupee. Elasticity is 1.2. Like this, whenever the two informations are given, we will be using a new formula. Which is that new formula? AR E minus 1 by E. E stands for elasticity. AR stands for selling price. Na? So put the value of selling price. Selling price was 20 rupee. Elasticity, say, for a sake of example, 0.4 is the elasticity. Minus 1 divided by 0.4. You only do it. 0.4 minus 1 is minus 0.6. Minus 0.6 divided by 0.4 into 100. It will be minus 33 something. It will come 3.3 or 33 something.
Then give questions in exam with the AR or selling.
Yes, selling price, AR or elasticity. You should be remembering. So MR has 3 formulas now. Output continuous, output not continuous, and when there is information given about selling price and elasticity, new formula. AR E minus 1 by E.
This formula can be solved only if
Selling
AR
price and E is given. Yes. Clear? Okay, now let us go to the concepts of oligopoly. So what do you mean by oligopoly? Few sellers in the entire economy. What is there? Few.
sellers in an
Entire economy we have. Now, when we say few, they are just in a numerical like 1, 2, 3 or maximum 5 or any dominating 5 or 6 sellers, or maximum it will never exceed more than single digit. Lesser than 10 only, single digits will be there. Few sellers but large number of. They all have a close interdependency between each other. That means all their advertisement strategy, products, promotions, everything is interdependent with each other. One will say, I have salt in my toothpaste. Another one will come and say, I have chekke, lavanga, pudina, all pulao, masala items, double it. So Colgate salt, you have only salt. In double red, you have masala items. Mix it with white rice. Colgate salt and double red, it becomes veg pulao. Next. Where? FMCG, like toothpaste market and all, you don't have many. Dominating, that is what? Few dominant players. What is it? Dominant players. Clear? Next. Price rigidity. What is it? Suppose if any one producer decreases price, say telecom networking companies, if Jio decreases price, automatically now Airtel, everyone will decrease. If anyone increases, others will think before increasing. They will never compete in terms of increase. Oh, he increased, I will also increase. Oh, he increased, I will also. They will never do it. But if anyone reduces, others will also. Like how price discrimination is important in monopoly, price rigidity is important in oligopoly. And we have an existence of selling cost, that is advertisement cost, and we bring Sunny Leon, Virat Kohli, Anushka Sharma, everyone to a brand ambassadoring, and we will pay crores together money to them. Finally, that burden has to be brought to whom? Customers. So we'll increase the selling price. We are incurring lot many advertisement and transportation costs. Clear? There are 5 types of oligopoly. How many types are there?
5 types.
Number 1, pure oligopoly and differentiated oligopoly. So what is this pure oligopoly? All the sellers are going to sell same type of goods or homogeneous goods. And best example, construction equipments usually like cement, iron and steel. Now in cement we don't have flavor like pudina flavor, lime flavor and all. It is the same commodity. Whoever is selling the cement, it is homogeneous goods. Clear? Iron and steel. So TMT steels and all, it is one and the same. Differentiated oligopoly. They are not same goods. They are heterogeneous or different goods and services, like your toothpaste department. One is for sensitivity, one for whiter tooth, one with salt, one with all masala items, like this. Next, open oligopoly and closed. Any new firm entry is not restricted. Anyone can come, anyone can start. Open, but entry is restricted. Closed. Clear? No one can enter until government permission. Government has to give permission, like that. Next, collective oligopoly and competitive oligopoly. Sorry, collusive oligopoly and competitive oligopoly. What is this collusive? All these few people, they will come under one roof and they will sell it for common selling price. Best example, petrol bunks. Indian, HP, Bharat, everyone are selling at same price. But there is always one kirik kid. That is Shell petrol bunk. He will say, I will sell for my own price. I don't want to sell under your common selling price. That is called as competitive. They are not ready to come under one roof. They want to compete with their own pricing strategy. And next comes partial oligopoly and full oligopoly. Since the number is few, out of this few, one will be a dominating leader. One will be what? Whenever this dominating leader changes the price, now if he increases, other chota mota people will also increase. If he decreases, all other chota mota people will also. So that is called as partial oligopoly. In full oligopoly, Allah, you people follow that price leader and all. I will not follow. I will have my own strategy. I want one kidney of customers. iPhone. I will select my own pricing strategy. That is called full oligopoly. Last but not the least, syndicate oligopoly or organized oligopoly. What is it?
Syndicate oligopoly.
Organized oligopoly. This is like a match fixing, like your Pushpa movie. All these red sandal smugglers, everyone will come together, everyone will sell through a common syndicate. That is called syndicate oligopoly. Say for example, Shashikiran is the authorized laptop distributor in Bangalore. In Bangalore, if you want to buy any laptop, whether it is Apple, Dell, Asus, Lenovo, HP, whichever laptop, I am the distributor. Every brand, I am the distributor. I will only distribute it to entire Bangalore. That is called syndicate. Everyone is selling through a common syndicate. What is it? Everyone is selling through a or a centralized syndicate. Next comes organized, pure match fixing. Hello, you sell your laptop in Bangalore location for so and so price, so and so quantity. I will sell for so and so quantity, so and so price in this location. We will only decide ourselves. What is it? Firm will decide themselves. See, their firm is going to organize in form of fixing quotas and fixing output. How much to sell, what price to sell, where to sell. That's complete match fixing. That is called organized oligopoly. So these are the 5 types of oligopoly. First one, and differentiated oligopoly. Second one, open and closed. Third one, collusive and. Fourth one, partial and. Fifth one, syndicate and. oligopoly. Clear? And this brings to the last concept of oligopoly, that is revenue curve in oligopoly. Just a few minutes back, if you remember, we discussed about the kinked demand curve in monopoly. And what is the nature of kinked demand curve? Convex or concave? And what is the reason for a kinked demand curve? The main reason for kinked demand curve is? Now, even in oligopoly, we have a kinked demand curve. What do we have? Now, this time the reason for a kinked demand curve is due to, and this is concave to the origin. What is it? The upper portion is relatively elastic, lower portion is relatively. Suppose if any one stupid fellow reduces price, others will also reduce. But if any one increases, others will not increase. Now, because of price rigidity, because of what? There will be a kinked demand curve. Kink refers to bend. What is it? Kink refers to? So such bend occurs because of price rigidity, and again it is a combination of relatively elastic and relatively inelastic. It is dash to the origin, concave to the origin. Clear? This is the oligopoly concept. Can you please explain syndicate and organized? Riham, listen. In syndicate oligopoly, everyone, whoever the few sellers are there, everyone is selling through a common syndicate or a centralized syndicate. Now I am a laptop distributor in Bangalore. Assume that I am a laptop distributor. Whichever brand it is, whether it is Apple, Asus, Lenovo, Dell, HP, whichever brand you say, I am the person who officially distributes it in entire Bangalore to all the shops. I am the centralized distributor. I have that power. So everyone sells it through common syndicate. That is called syndicate oligopoly. Organized, now the firms will only arrange themselves. See boss, you sell in a locality A, this many quantity for this many price. I will sell in locality A, this many price, this many quantity. Like this, we will only organize ourselves like a match fixing. We will only fix the price. We will only say how much quantity to be sold, which to be sold, where to be sold. Everything is organized by ourselves. That is called organized oligopoly. Clear? Rahima. Cool. So this is the concept of oligopoly. Clear? Any doubts? Before moving ahead to the last one, monopolistic competition market. Let's continue. Okay. So monopolistic competition is nothing but a combination of dash and dash. It is a combination of perfect competition and monopoly. Accepted? Now, manufacturer will not only be the person. Instead, he has to compete with everyone because we have large number of buyers as well as large number of sellers. Now, as a manufacturer, you have complete control on your commodity. That means you can bring in any number of changes. Just example, Dettol. If you listen to Dettol now earlier, sir, antiseptic liquid, if at all we fall down, if at all any accident happens to clean the wound, we used to use it. Now we have Dettol hand wash, Dettol soap, Dettol sanitizer. Tomorrow they will come up with Dettol toothpaste, kills 99% of germs, you will use it. That means, boss, they are coming up with something new. They are changing their product every now and then. Now Lifebuoy, not just red color soap, they have all rainbow colors now, red, blue, green, everything. Bunty, wash your hands. Now all, they are instigating you. That means, they are coming up with new product, coming up with the same product with different developments. Fair and Lovely. Now it is not just Fair and Lovely, it is Grow and Lovely. It protects you from UV rays. Earlier fairness meter, you will be like Shashikiran, start applying. In 10 weeks, you will become like Aishwarya Rai. Like this, they are developing the same product. They are coming out with any number of changes in their product. And they are also competing with their other competitors. Even other competitors have the complete control. So there are large number of buyers as well as large number of. Today, whatever the market that we witness now, that is monopolistic competition market. See there, a manufacturer will have a complete control over the product, but the manufacturer will not only be the person. Instead, he has to compete with others in order to sell us. Now, they have a complete control to make any number of changes or modifications in their product or in order to compete with others. So point number 2, there is a free entry as well as free exit. When will the firm enter? Supernormal profit or normal profit? When will the firm exit? Loss. And point number 3, there is a product. So they will always try to say, I am best, I am superior, only we can provide you this. Especially all your Surf Excel, Rin and all, you would have seen. Other brands, no, dirty, clean, not at all happened. Our brand, in first wash only it will go. Like this we will always, tire advertisement. Whenever you see that, it reminds my salary. From left it comes, from right it goes. Credited, debited. So we never know when it got credited, when it got debited. So now they will always try to say, I am best, I am superior, only I can give you this, only we can provide you this. Like this, they are differentiating their product from their competitor's product. What is it? Differentiating their product from their
competitor's product.
And there is also existence of advertisement and transportation cost. And there is something called as, best example, your mom. She asked you to get cooking oil, sunflower cooking oil. By mistake, you got sun pure. What did I say? Sun?
Flower.
What you got? Go exchange it and come. See, even though if a superior product is available, even though if a better product is available, people are not ready to change. They are brand loyal, like our iPhone users. They want iPhone only. Why? Show offs are. 90% of the people in India who uses iPhone never know why they are using it. Only just for the show off they have taken. To take selfie, mirror selfie. You are promoting, bloody indirectly promoting Apple for free of cost. You are not getting anything. See, our people are like this. Brand loyalty. Sir, we want same product. Best example, shampoo. Say you like some XYZ shampoo, you are using it. You go to a shop. Sir, head and shoulder shampoo. He will say head and shoulder is not there. All Clinic Plus, dog washing, vehicle washing shampoos are there. Clinic Plus. That is what many people uses today. Now all other XYZ brands are there. Will you buy? You will go to next shop. You will buy the same head and shoulder shampoo. Do you agree? So people are more and more brand loyal in monopolistic competition market. Clear? And in short run, what is it in? See, we know it very well, boss. I am not going to operate beyond 1 year. My intention itself is to operate only for lesser than. So intentionally, I will like to charge and make a supernormal profit. If people buy mistakes, buy my commodity, I will earn what? Supernormal profit. If they don't buy, losses. That's it. If they buy my product, supernormal. I know I am operating only for a short run. I will not operate beyond 1 year. My intention is to only run an organization for a short run. So I will intentionally make sure that if they buy, I will have to earn supernormal profit. If they don't buy, I will only incur a. This is what happens during short run. What happens during? Now comes most important element during long run. This is where exam questions will come. In a long run, in a monopolistic competition market, if a firm has to survive or if a firm has to sustain in long run, they should maintain buffer stock. Which stock?
Buffers.
That is nothing but they are operating at normal profit level of output. AR is greater than AC. What is it?
Yeah.
That is at point A. See, LAC, long run average cost is equals to long run marginal revenue. But I still have a capacity left out. Say in my bench manufacturing unit, I have a capacity of producing 1000 benches a month, but I'm only producing 800 benches. See, my capacity is until marginal becomes 0, but I'm not producing until marginal becomes 0. Say I'm only producing it at Q, 800 units, but I have a capacity of producing 1000. Intentionally, I'm producing less. I'm not even operating at minimum cost of AC. See, point B is minimum cost of AC. That is where MC is cutting from below and minimum. Intentionally, I'm operating even lesser than my production capacity so that in future, if any strong competitor like Jio comes and gives it for free or sells it for very lesser prices, furniture, if Shashikiran is selling for 5,000, others will come and sell for 3,000. Now, automatically my customers gets attracted. So even I should reduce my selling cost now. So I will keep this buffer stock. So this particular portion is called as what? Buffer stock. Now, whenever any strong competitor enters the market, I will intentionally use this buffer stock and my cost will come down from point A to point B. Point A to. Now, either I can reduce my selling price until this point B, until this, or else even below that I can reduce it. Suppose assume that I am reducing even below that. I am not reducing until point B. Now I am reducing even below than point B. What am I doing below than? Point B. Now I am reducing it till point C. Until when? Technically speaking, point C is the revenue, lesser. Point B is the cost, greater. This difference is called as loss. Yes, boss. In long run, my intention is not to make a profit. When any strong competitor comes, I need to survive. So, if like Jio, if any person comes to the market and start giving to a free, fully lesser price, should we close down our business? No, I should survive, So I need to reduce my selling price. I know that if price decreases, automatically my customers gets attracted and demand will. In order to do so, yes, either I can reduce it only till my cost, or I can also reduce it even lesser than cost. In short, in order to reduce your cost of production from point A to point B, I will utilize this buffer stock. I will do it what? Utilize the buffer stock. Conclusion is very simple. See there, conclusion. If any strong competitor enters the market, we will utilize our, in order to reduce our cost of production as well as. So we know that whenever price decreases, automatically demand is going to. Now, if the firm has to be in equilibrium in long run, that is in monopolistic competition market. Which market?
Monopolistic competition market.
A firm in long run, if it has to be in equilibrium, they should maintain which stock? That is nothing but excess capacity left out. What is it? Excess capacity
Left out.
clear. So this is the concept of monopolistic competition market. Any doubts? By this, almost 99% chapter 4 comes to an end. There is only one chota topic, that is behavioral principle. Two principles. One, shutdown point principle. Second, maximum output principle. So flip back the pages and have a look. Sir, cool drink industry, oligopoly or monopolistic competition? Cool drink is oligopoly. Hardly few dominating people are there, like Pepsi, Coke, two major company. Under them only different name. All this Sprite, Mirinda, PepsiCo, Aquafina, everything comes under them only. It's oligopoly market. Now see there, behavioral principle. Now these two behavioral principles are important. What is this? Already we have done. So this is nothing but shutdown point. When should a firm close down its operation? When a firm is unable to recover back its variable cost. That means when should you operate? When you are able to recover back your variable cost. That means if your revenue is greater than your variable cost, then only you can produce, then only you can operate. See there, a firm should not produce. What is it? Firm should
Not
at all if the total variable costs are not met. If you are unable to recover back your variable cost, better you don't produce it at all, boss. See, a firm should produce only if it do better by producing than by not producing. Now, a firm always has an option not to produce. This is a short-term shutdown. That means, boss, you are incurring raw material cost, fixed cost, everything and selling it. You are still unable to recover your raw material cost. So, better don't produce. Even though if you don't produce, now fixed cost is anyhow a loss. You have to pay rent. You have to pay salary to your staff. So, now COVID is going on. Lockdown is going on. Why are you taking so much of effort of producing this bench? You produced it. You are even not able to recover your variable cost. So, better don't produce. Anyway, even though lockdown is there or lockdown is not there, you will pay rent, na? You will pay salary, na? That is anyhow loss. Even after taking so much of effort, even after producing goods, even after selling them, still you are unable to recover back the variable cost. So you have an option, better not to produce for a time being. That is called short-term shutdown. See, a competing firm should shut down if their prices, that is average revenue. What is it? Average is below, that is lesser than average variable cost. Clear? And behavioral principle 2. When should the firm earn a maximum profit level? Until equilibrium. Until when? Firm equilibrium. MC equal to MR. Until that point, a firm would have made a maximum profit of its output. Whenever MC cuts MR from below. What is it? MC cuts MR from? Wait. I got to know. Blinking the eyes. Nice people. See? They have earned a maximum profit at this 300 unit. Assume. That is for one extra unit. But until this point N, in their lifetime, they have made a maximum profit. Whatever profits that they can make, they have made a maximum profit. Until when? When MC becomes equal to MR and MC cuts MR from? Below. Clear? That is the maximum profit, the output the firm produces. A firm will make a maximum profit by expanding the output beyond their MC equals to MR if MC cuts from below. Until the level MC becomes equal to MR once again, and MC should cut MR from below now, not from above. See, if the firm should go on producing additional units of output as long as their marginal revenue is exceeding there. That means if at all your marginal revenue is greater than marginal cost, better your output should increase. Additional units add more and more revenue than their cost. That means still you are making a profit. So at the point of equality, that is when MC becomes equal to MR, and when MC cuts MR from below, firm would have made a maximum profit of its lifetime. Maximum profit of its
lifetime.
Now that equilibrium is called state of rest. What is it called as?
State of rest.
No profit or no
Loss.
Clear? By this entire chapter 4 comes to an end. Next, Automobile industry. So automobile industry is monopolistic competition. More are there, not few. Many are there. See, one controversial question is there. In ICM material, in one of the RTP automobile industry, they have given oligopoly. In material, they have given monopolistic competition. In one place, they have given monopoly, another, sorry, not monopoly, oligopoly. In another place, monopolistic competition. Usually, better you leave that question. By mistake, if that question comes now, leave. That is a controversial question again. In their own material, in two different places, two different answers is there. But if you ask me, automobile industry is an oligopoly market. There are no, like many are there in the nation. Say, even if you consider India, like Tata, Maruti, like Hyundai, Kia, like this. Even if you start counting, the number doesn't exceed more than like 10. 5 or 6 are there. Oligopoly there. Airlines industry is oligopoly only. Clear? So by this, entire chapter 4 comes to an. Flip back your pages, have a look. Any doubts in 2, 3 and 4? We'll take the break, and once the break is done, we'll start with 1 and 5. Only 1 and 5 is pending. 2, 3 and 4 is done. We have done with the major topics. Only chota mota topics are there. Suppose if time permits, we'll start with national income. National income concept. Only that unit 1. Superb. GDP, GNP, NDP, NNP. Those things we'll start up with. So we are done with the concepts of chapter 3 as well as chapter 4. Now let us get into the chota mota chapters 1 and chapter 5. So by that, entire micro syllabus comes to an end. So let's go ahead. What is chapter 1?
Introduction to business economics.
Introduction to business
Economics.
So that is going to be the chapter 1. Most easiest chapter and also scoring chapter. So the term economics. So the term economics is derived from a dashed language. The term economics is derived from a Greek language called as oikio. And what does oikio refers to? Oikio refers to household. Nomia refers to, in short, economics is the art of household management. What is economics? Art of household. Now, the term economics was actually coined for the very first time by an economist by name Adam Smith. Earlier, before economics was defined by Adam Smith, economics was a part of political science or political economy. Adam Smith is the first economist in order to give a systematic definition of economics in his book called as An Inquiry into the Nature Causes Wealth of Nation. What is it? Inquiry into a Nature, popularly known as Wealth of Nations, published in the year 1776. Henceforth, since he is the first person to give the systematic definition of economics, he is called as. So remember, in economics, we don't have mother, sister, daughter, brother-in-law, sister-in-law, only and only father. Who is the father of economics? Now, the father of modern economics is called as Alfred Marshall. Why? Alfred Marshall said economics is a study about wealth. What is economics? Economics is a study about wealth. But later people started hating the subject because it only concentrated on wealth, like how to store wealth, how to increase wealth, how to create wealth, only wealth. So people started hating. Someone wanted to redefine the subject. That redefining task was done by Alfred Marshall. Alfred Marshall said, see boss, what Adam Smith said is correct. But you have understood in a let me say in other way around, in order to attain welfare, in order to attain what? We need wealth. That means you need goods and services to satisfy your wants. Are goods and services available for free of cost? No. You need to pay what? Wealth only, money. So we need wealth in order to attain welfare. So primary importance was given for welfare. What is it? But Adam Smith gave a primary importance to wealth. Henceforth, people now started accepting the subject in the most practical way. So Adam Smith is a father of economics. Alfred Marshall is a father of modern economics. Clear? Now, economics has two fundamental troubles. Number one, human wants are limited, but resources to satisfy such wants are limited. By using these limited resources, we are trying to satisfy an unlimited want. See there, economics is thus a study of how we work together in order to transform the scarce resources into the goods and in order to satisfy our infinite wants. We have an infinite wants. By using the limited resources, the scarce resources, we are trying to satisfy our unlimited wants, and by distributing such goods and services among ourselves. So this is what general economics speaks about. Human wants are unlimited, resources are clear. By using this limited resources, we are trying to satisfy our unlimited wants. Superb. But in this unit, in your CA, Foundation Economics. We are not focused on general economics. Rather, we are focusing on
Business economics.
so what is business economics? Simple. Taking right decision at right time. Taking right decision at in order to achieve dash goals, organizational goals. In short, we call it as rational business decision making. What is it?
Business decision making.
So what is this rational business decision making? Let's take up an example. Say Shashikiran is the CEO of a Cadbury Chocolates, assuming now I am the CEO. You people are stakeholders, manager, regional head, CFO, CXO, like this. Now I will give a proposal stating why don't we also come up with ice cream? Anyhow, we are famous in chocolate. Why don't we come up with that? Now Pooja will say, no sir, why don't we come up with a stationery? Like how classmate is there, ITC classmate is there. Why don't we come up with Cadbury stationery? Whether student will buy chocolate or not, definitely for his curriculum he wants books, scale, pencil, notebooks and all. So definitely they will buy. Now other person will say, no sir, we'll come up with cafe. Like chocolate experience center, how chocolate is produced, how dark chocolate is there, how white chocolates are there, what are the different types of chocolate. Well, experience cafe will come up with a restaurant and cafe kind of a thing. Now in front of me there are three options. Either to start with ice cream, or either to start with stationery, or either to start with a cafe. Now whatever my resources are there now, my production function, input converting into an output. Input refers to factors of land, labor, capital and organization. They are limited in nature. If I use it for producing stationery, I can't use the same land, labor, capital, organization for cafe or maybe for any other purposes. So now I will collect all the basic informations about this alternatives. I will evaluate this alternative. Whichever is most appropriate in order to achieve my organizational goals, I will select that. Whichever is not appropriate, I will reject that. So I will take a right decision at right time in order to achieve my organizational goals. That is called rational business decision making. What is it called as?
Business decision making.
See, it is the problem of rational business decision making. That means selecting an appropriate alternative at right time. That means right alternative at right time to achieve organizational. Like how I gave an example, I have to evaluate the available alternative. In front of me, three options were there. Now I should take a rational judgment by taking a basic and choosing the available productive resources. My productive resource, that is inputs, land, labor, capital and organization, which are that can be employed into, if not for this, for something else. But whatever I select now, that has to be proper. Therefore, more effective alternative should be and less effective alternative should be. In short, business economics is nothing but rational business, which is going to fill the gap between economic theory and
Business practices.
whatever theory we are studying and whatever in reality we are practicing. That difference has to be bridged. That is what business economics. See boss, Alfred Marshall, Adam Smith has given theories in 1776, 1806 that may be applicable to today's world or may not be. So today, whatever in reality the firm is facing the problem now, for that we need to come up with a practical solution. That is what we call business economics. So how do we come up with a practical solution? By understanding the economic theories and integrating them into our business. So in short, it is the process of business decision making by using economic tools. Which are those economic tools? Demand, supply, cost, price, competition. In short, chapter 2, chapter 3 and chapter 4. That's the reason I took chapter 1 after all this 3, 2, 3 and 4. Clear? By using economic tools such as demand, supply, price, production, cost, competition, by understanding them, then we should take a right decisions at. Clear? Next comes the concept of micro and
Macro.
see, micro means small, macro means. So in short, microeconomics will consider every individual aspects in detail, like demand in detail we study, supply in detail we study. But macro, it doesn't studies in detail. We consider entire economy as a whole, national income, unemployment in the country, poverty in the nation, inflation in the nation, like as a whole. But demand in Tamil Nadu, demand in Chennai, say specifically demand in Nungambakam. Like this, we go in detail. So that is called as what? Micro economics. It studies individual aspects in detail. And microeconomics is a dash theory. The main central theorem of microeconomics, determination of price, industry equilibrium. If you remember, total demand equals total point where demand and supply intersects is called as. So the main objective of a microeconomics is to understand, analyze the price. So microeconomics is a dash theory. Macro is an.
income theory.
And microeconomics, LDMU, law of demand, law of variable proportion, wherever we did, assumption. Microeconomics is full of.
Assumption.
And they are. But macro has no assumptions, completely realistic. And micro is also considered as internal to the organization. Macro is considered as. So micro is called as worm's eye view. Whenever a worm is crawling on a ground, now it can only see the small object. It can analyze only the small object and small space. But if a bird is flying on a sky, it can look into the masses. That is called macroeconomics. Clear? Examples of micro: demand, supply, cost, production. Macro: national income, poverty, unemployment, inflation. All these are examples of macro. Clear? Understood? Now next, nature of. Very first question, whether economics is science or arts, but it is both. How economics is science or both? Simple. Be it any subject has to be called as science. There are 5 simple conditions. Number 1, there should be a systematic body of knowledge. That means hierarchy in a subject has to be in a systematic way. First mota things, basics, after that little complicated, next advanced, then finally advanced and pro max level concepts. Like this we go in a very systematic way. If it is in a systematic way, then such subject is called as science. Even in economics, first we studied demand, determinants of demand, supply, interconnection of demand and supply, next cost, production, then market analysis. Like this we went on in a systematic way. So even economics has a systematic body of knowledge. Next, answer should be measurable. Now in your school, mathematics especially, train is traveling from distance A to distance B at a speed of so and so. At what time will a train come to distance C? Next. Like this, even in economics, we were able to measure formula method, ARC method, point method, outlay method. We were measuring demand. So even in economics, we are able to measure the answer. Not just measuring answer, we are able to predict the answers. Now, for example, Shashikiran is a car manufacturer. Now I am producing 2 different types of car. Now, say for example, in India, which demand is more? Audi cars or Alto cars? Alto, Maruti cars. Say I am also producing the same in US. There, which demand is more? Audi cars. See, I am able to predict it when price increases, demand. See, easily able to predict it. Things clear. So if we can able to predict answers, if we can able to
Predict answers.
such subject is called as science. Even in economics, we are able to predict the answer. Not just that, there should be tools to measure the. In order to measure distance, kilometers, liquid items, liters. Same way in economics, to measure utility, we have a tool by name utils. Utility is measured by a tool called as, and it should be universally. So answers in any subject, if it is called as science, now it should be universally acceptable. That means, say for example, H2O, chemical symbol of water, 2 atoms of hydrogen, 1 atom of oxygen. If we combine, what do we get? In ArivuPro Academy, water. Pakistan, water. Sri Lanka, water. Australia, water. USA, water. Any nook and corner of globe, you will get the water. But demand for car, was it same in India and was it same in USA? In economics, first 4 conditions are satisfied. But last condition, universally acceptable condition is. Henceforth, no doubt economics is a science. But economics is not a pure science. Economics is a. Yeah. Next, economics as a simple practical application of knowledge into a business. What is it? Practical application of. We know that offers, promotions, whenever we give, customers gets attracted. We have learned in theoretical way. That we have to adapt it into a real life business. That is called as a art. See, art is nothing but practice of knowledge. Where science teaches us to know, well, art will teach us to do. Where science is theoretical, art is. See there, if at all we analyze, what is it? If at all we economics, we find that there is a feature of art also. That means various branches of economics like consumption, production, public finance, etc. They provide practical solution to various economic which the firm faces in our. So whatever we have studied in theory, boss, the same we are implementing in the real life. That is called as an art. So economics is both science as well as science in its methodology and art in its application. So economics, is it science or is it art? Both science as well as. Now after understanding it as a science, even under science there are 2 kinds, positive science and. If you remember, doctor example I gave, senior doctor, junior doctor, Shashikiran is patient. Now Shashikiran is finding some symptoms. What is it? Shashikiran is unable to eat water, drink food. Unable to eat water, drink food. That is my symptoms. Okay, first I will go to senior doctor. I will say, doctor, this is what my trouble is. Sometimes I'm unable to eat water and drink food. Okay, go get blood test done. They will give me a blood test. I will go and get the blood test done. Now doctor will tupify me. Stupid fellow Shashikiran, in your body more than H2O, there is alcohol. Because of that only all this trouble. Your kidney has been completely swollen. Now it is kidney is going to get failure. We need to immediately do an operation. If not, you will be 2 white, 1 red on photo frame. Now I said no money. They will say tada bye bye. I will go to some other senior doctor. Same happened. Third senior doctor. Same happened. All the senior doctors are uniform. They all are one and the same. And they define what exactly is my problem. They will say what it is. They will say
what it is.
Okay, they are only just defining my problem. What exactly is my trouble? They are called as a descriptive signs. What are they called as? They will never and ever give any kind of a value, suggestion, or they will never pass any judgment. They are more and more concerned with facts, like blood test report. They will say why it has happened, how it has happened, what is the reason for it. They will be more concerned about cause and effect relationship. On the other side, junior doctor called as normative signs. Okay, I will come to junior doctor now. I didn't say that I had gone to senior doctor. Now, by looking into me, my condition and all, I think this is your problem. What ought to be? What is it? They will say what ought to be. Now, they have to create some good name and fame in the market. Now, they want to become like a role model, ideal to someone. So, junior doctor's main intention is to be a ideal. Their objective is ideal. I said, no money. Don't worry, I am there. I will solve your problem. Early morning, as soon as you get up now, stand upside down for 30 minutes, problem solved. So they are also giving me a solution. Along with describing a problem, they are also giving me a suggestions. That means they are called as dash signs. But our senior doctors were dash signs. Clear? Next. Senior doctors didn't pass any value judgment, but junior doctors are passing a no blood test, nothing. There is no concern about the facts by the junior doctors, and they will just suggest how things are. This is the main difference between senior and junior doctor. So positive signs, I gave an example of senior doctor. Junior doctor is normative signs. Who will give the practical solution? Normative signs. Who will just define the problem? Positive signs. Who is more concerned with cause and effect relationship? Positive signs. Who will just say how things should be? Whose main objective is uniformity? Senior doctor. That is positive signs. Whose main objective is being ideals? Clear? So in an exam, if there is a statement given and if they have only defined problem, that is positive statement. Say for example, in the next 4 or 5 days, there is a heat wave expected in the Indian few states. Schools and colleges are advised to close down. See, they are also defining problem. They are also suggesting a solution. Schools and colleges are advised to close. That means it is a normative statement. If they just say in next 2-3 days down the line, there is a heavy heat wave expected in the Indian states. They are just defining problem. They are called as a positive signs. Clear? If they just define problem, positive. Along with defining, if they also provide any solution, what are there? Who will be concerned about cause and effect relationship? Who will just say how things should be?
Positive.
Next, who will not pass value judgment? Who will pass value judgment? So these are the most repetitive questions. Last 3 points are repeated questions from positive and normative signs. Clear? Understood? Next, pragmatic in nature. Already I said, see boss, economics theories was written by Alfred Marshall Adam Smith some 100-200 years ago. They may be applicable today or may not be applicable today. We need a practical solution what the firm is actually facing in the real world today. They are called as pragmatic in approach. See, microeconomics is completely abstract and purely and analyzes economic with unrealistic assumption. In contrary, but business economics, whatever we are understanding now, this business economics is more and more of pragmatic approach and tackles the practical problem which the firm faces in the real world. So in short, business economics is pragmatic in approach, not theoretical in approach. Clear? And every business is interdisciplinary as well as incomplete element. What is this interdisciplinary and incomplete? When you are conducting business, you are not independent, rather you are interdependent. What is it? Interdependent. When you are doing business, you need transportation facility, banking facility, warehousing facility. Same way, you should also have a knowledge of bookkeeping, accountancy, finance, marketing, history, what works in which place, what doesn't work in other place. All these knowledges are required. That means you should also have a knowledge of other subject. You should also have a knowledge of. See, business economics is interdisciplinary and it incorporates tools from other. That means you should also have a knowledge of management theory, accounts, statistics, etc. And the general price level should be known. I cannot keep the price. My bench is 1 lakh rupee in the economy. Bloody stupid fellow. Who will come and buy? 1000 rupee. Few might buy. 500 rupee. Okay, everyone will buy. Like this, you should understand what is the general price level in your economy, what is the income earning capacity of your customer, what type of employment level is there in your country, what are your nation's government policy, how much of tax is there, how much of interest rate is there, what are your industry relations. All this you need to understand in order to perform the business. You cannot just say, I know the theory, I have also done it on my MBA, I can do it. All boss, all these knowledges are required. And they are completely based on which economics? My business environment especially focuses on microeconomics because we are more concerned in achieving our own objectives. Profit motive. We need to achieve our objective, even though if it is unrealistic for a decision making purpose. In order to achieve profit, we will analyze more of unrealistic assumption. What is it?
Unrealistic assumption.
And we take a decision sometimes. That is another biggest tragedy. See there, business economics is largely based on microeconomics. The business manager is largely concerned on achieving of the organization. Since business economics is concerned with only with the making aspects, individual establishment heavily relies on in order to achieve their organizational goals. Clear? This was the unit 1 of chapter 1. What is it?
Unit 1 of chapter 1.
Now comes the unit 2, the most important unit of all. This is the most important of everything. Clear? So, central economic problems. Now, if I ask you as a layman sense, what are all the problems of India? Sir, corruption, unemployment, poverty. You will give me a big list. But from the economist point of view, that is not the biggest concern. For them, the biggest concern is scarcity of. We have unlimited want, but limited. This limited resources has to be put into alternative uses. For every other possible way, we need to use them in a multiple opportunistic way. Now, this resource allocation is the biggest trouble for an economist. Based on this allocation of resources, there are 4 problems in the economy. Number 1, what to?
Produce.
Number 2,
How to produce.
number 3,
For whom to produce.
number 4, what economic provision should be made? When I say provision, that saving should be made for future growth and development. So, based on allocation of resources, based on
Allocation of resources.
4 basic problems are there. What to produce, how to produce, for whom to produce, and what provision should be made for economic growth and development. The very first problem, what to?
Produce.
That is nothing but problem of choice making. What is it called as problem of? Okay, Shashikiran, what type of goods and services you would like to produce in your nation? Is it durable goods or perishable goods? It is single time use or is it superior goods or? Now I said I will be producing benches. Now benches is durable. It's not one time use. Multiple time usage durable. It is not perishable. And it is a multi-purpose use. And also it is an inferior. I am not producing sofa and all. Inferior good it is. Benches, schools and colleges purpose. And in short, what to produce is called as what? Problem of? Okay, now Shashikiran decided I will be manufacturing benches. Now, how to produce? That means it is a problem of technique of production, choice of technique. Will you use more of your labor to produce these benches or will you use more of capital, that is machinery? Now, a country like India where labor is more, we should use which technology? Labor intensive technology. A country like USA where money is more, labor is less, they should use capital intensive technology. So, which type of production are we making? I need to choose between labor intensive and capital intensive. Now, the economy has to decide about the technique of production on the basis of their cost of and cost of capital. A labor surplus economy like India will use labor intensive and a capital surplus economy like USA will use the. That brings to the third problem. Okay, you decided you are producing bench. Okay, you decided you will use more and more of labor. For whom are you producing? Who is your targeted customer? Which age group are they? Which segment will they come? What is their financial status? How much can they buy? That is what for whom to produce. That is, it determines the distribution of goods among our various based on class of society, upper class, middle class, lower class. Who exactly is your targeted customer? Based on age group or based on income level or based on any other criteria. Who exactly is your target? Based on any religion or what is their ability to buy your goods and services? How much of income they are earning? What price you should keep it? So to decide about the share of different peoples in the nation's goods and
Service.
that is GDP. Clear? Next comes last but not the least. What provision should be made for economic growth and in short, the concept is called as sustainable development, meeting the needs of present generation without compromising the needs of future generation. That means kindly use the resources at present in an optimum manner without over exploiting them or wasting them. Use it in an optimum way and also preserve them for your future usage. For your dash usage, best example, drinking water, SEPA, sweet water is very 2% in the earth. Save them, save water, don't unnecessarily reach the tap waters and all like that. Preserve it, save it, use them in an optimum way, do not over waste it or do not underutilize it. Use it in a proper way and also preserve it for the future generation for future increase in productivity of goods and that is called what provision should be made for economic growth and development. Technically, this concept is called as what? Sustainable. Clear? By this, the basic problems of economy comes to end. What to produce, how to produce, for whom to produce, what economic provision should be made for economic growth and next comes types of economy. There are mainly three types of economy: capitalistic, socialistic, mixed economy. Capitalistic is nothing but controlled by private enterprises. Socialistic controlled by CPA. CPA stands for
Central Planning
authority, central planning. In short, public control. Last but not the least, mixed combination of private and public. That is called as
economy.
capitalistic economy is also called as laissez-faire economy, free market economy or now what are the characteristic features? Word number one. What is it? Majority. I'm not using a word complete. Only majority of factors of production or economic resources are in the control of
Private enterprise.
and all these private enterprises. What is their main motive of production? And they will be controlled through market forces or
Price mechanism.
the demand and supply will decide the economic activity in the capitalistic economy and government interference is almost they will only come with rules and regulations. They will never interfere in your operation. So henceforth government operations or interventions are zero. That is called as dash economy.
Laissez-faire.
That is why capitalistic economy was called as laissez-faire economy. And the consumer sovereignty is not restricted. What is that word? Consumer sovereignty is?
Not restricted.
That means as a customer, you still have a ability to choose goods and services. You want, you buy it from any person. Person A, person B, person C, person D. You have a choice to make. That sovereignty of a customer. That means choice making ability of a customer. What is it called as?
Choice making ability.
Choice making ability to a customer is not restricted and there is existence of right to property. Create as much as wealth as possible. No one will stop you. No one will restrict you. That is the reason why in capitalistic economy where private firms are dominating, rich becomes even more richer and richer, poor will remain. That means there is a high unequal distribution of income and almost major developed nation used to follow this capitalistic economy. Even now developed nations have converted to a mixed economy. These are the characteristic features of which economy? Next comes merits and demerits. So it will encourage more and more of economic activity. It will maximize it will be having dynamic environment. It keeps on changing every now and then. Rapid economic growth will happen. These are advantage. Now comes disadvantage. Unequal distribution of income and business will be more and more unstable and consumers are exploited. Only rich will demand will be heard. Poor demand is never heard. For me, profitability is most important. So I will only listen to the rich people's demand. Next, misutilization of productive resources. They will not equally allocate the resources for every possible production manner. Only whichever makes them profitable. Only for that more focused. Clear? These are the advantages and disadvantages of which economy?
Capitalistic economy.
Now comes the most important one. Socialistic economy or command economy. What is it called as?
Command economy.
Or
Centrally
planned economy. See, socialistic economy is also called as planned economy or command, which is based on public ownership of property and social welfare. This concept of socialistic economy was introduced by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels in their book called as Communist, published in 1840. Earlier, USSR, presently called as Russia, used to follow the socialistic economy between 1970 to 19. In today's world, there is no country which is purely, but the elements of socialism. What is it? Elements of? It's followed by Vietnam, China and but when there is one always crackhead that is called as North Korea, stupid fellow, still is following a totalitarian state. That is still a ruling, not a governance. It is still a ruling. Clear? Only one family has an entire control on the family. Now each and everything in this economy, prices, economic operation, everything is determined by the called as CPA. That is why this is also called as CPA run economy. What is it called as?
CPA run economy.
Or command economy or centrally planned economy. That is what CPA run economy. Clear? Characteristic features. Here complete resources, not majority. What is it?
Complete resource.
That is, factors of production and economic resources are in the control of CPA and their dash motive. Now, CPA will decide the entire economic activity. Demand and supply will not decide. Now, complete interference of government. That means government interference is full. No freedom to. But capitalistic economy was laissez-faire. What do you mean by laissez-faire? No intervention of government. Zero intervention. But here, complete intervention. And consumer sovereignty is... That means you don't have a choice. Whatever CP has decided, only that is available. Whether you are rich, whether you are poor, whether you are beggar, it doesn't matter. Everyone gets the same type of goods and now private enterprises, for each and everything, they should take a license. Getting a license is meeting a god in person. Even that is not possible. In socialistic economy, getting a license in easiest way is also not. Equitable distribution of income and if we consider in socialistic economy, there is equitable distribution of see, merits, optimum utilization of resources will happen, satisfaction of equitable distribution of income and demerits, inaccurate calculation of our government will never calculate cost on time appropriately. There is a bureaucratic setup, hierarchy is there. One stupid fellow will never agree for second stupid fellow. Next, concentration of power only in the hands of government hands, only people who have influence, power, they will get a better services than a common man. Next comes mixed. Rather than explaining everything as a whole, better let me take it as a comparison. We made it in the class, easiest way. See there. Now in mixed economy, who will own the property? Both public as well as freedom of enterprises. Is there a freedom to private people? Yes. Only freedom exists in private sector, no freedom in. Next, motive of production, mixed economy, both profit motive in private sector, welfare motive in. And who will govern the production? Here both price mechanism as well as planning. Both will be governing it. And do you have a competition? Yes. Only and only in private sector. No, let me say competition in public sector. Distribution of income. This is most important. Even in mixed economy, income distribution is treated as unequal. And role of government here, full role in public sector, limited role in the clear. These are the characteristic features of mixed. And most important of all is demerits of mixed economy, especially from the words of Schumpeter. He said, boss, this capitalistic economy is a temporary advantages given to middle class people. This is nothing but a capitalism in an oxygen tent. Whenever you need it, you will release oxygen. Whenever you don't want, you will close the oxygen. See there, according to him, it is only a trick of a capitalistic to cheat the working class by offering only some temporary, like social security, upliftment of deprivation classes and all. It is not at all useful. Again, it is also exploitation only. Mixed economy is difficult to operate between balancing and adjusting between public and is often difficult. And excessive control and heavy taxes. One best example, India taxed at 28%, 18% GST. So there will be excessive taxes are likely to prevail under the mixed economy. This will discourage producer in the private sector to produce and sell the commodity in the markets. Clear? Understood? This is the chapter number 1. So this is the major. See, advantages is not that important in mixed economy. Same to same. See, dual role of pricing existing, balanced regional development. That means government will concentrate on rural, private will concentrate on cities. So balanced regional development will happen, planning will happen in the economy, ownership in the hands of both. All this. There is a freedom of enterprises only in private sector, but no freedom in private sector. Produces with the profit motive, public sector with. In the private sector, price mechanism solves the basic problem, but in public sector, government's planning mechanism will solve it, and competition exists, but only limited to the consumer sovereignty is existing. That means customer can choose whether between private or government, and freedom of occupation is existing. Private can come up and they can produce their way and wish the goods they wanted, and they produce it, but they should follow rules and regulations laid on by government. Clear? This is your entire chapter 1. Flip back the page. Have a look. Any doubts in chapter 1? Let me know.
So according to you, which is the best economic?
Mix it. But see, everything has a two faces of a coin. Advantage as well as disadvantage. But there are certain elements which should exclusively controlled by government. But unfortunately in India, we can't do it. Health, education, they will never do it. Nationalization, they will never do it. Clear? So this brings to the last chapter of our microeconomics, that is business. Before going to the business cycle, have a look. Any doubts, let me know. So this is one of the interesting topic where the interconnections are more with macroeconomics. If you are unable to understand the business cycle, macro is like 50% gone case. Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 8, highly dependent on business cycle concepts. Interconnections are more from business cycle. So any doubts? Shall I move ahead to the business cycle? Online students, any doubts? In Chapter 1? Cool. So business cycle, also called as economic cycle or trade cycle. That means every nation will have their own kind of fluctuations in their economic activity. What will be there? Fluctuations. Every single time they will not be performing well, amazing, excellent, superb. No. They will perform well sometime, they will not perform well sometime. There will be fluctuations, ups and downs. What is there?
Ups and downs.
Such ups and downs are because of changes in elements of business cycle. Elements of CK. Such elements are factors. Which are those factors? Number one, due to change in demand, due to change in output, employment, price, profit, income, bank credit, interest rate, standard of living, and if any one elements get triggered, automatically everything also gets triggered. Best example, suppose in an economy, if demand is increasing, in order to produce more unit, because demand is there now, we should produce more and more output. Now I should appoint more and more people. In order to appoint more people, in order to produce more and more units, if I don't have a money, I will go and take a bank loan. Since I have taken a bank loan, I have an obligation to repay with interest. Will I sell it for lesser prices now? Prices will increase. If price increase, profits will. That means it will make income earning capacity will increase. And because of income is more, standard of living will increase. Since we are producing more, GDP of a nation will be. See, it got triggered everything. One aspect gets triggered, automatically every other aspect gets triggered. See, it is also called as economic cycle or. See, each and every country on this earth will have a fluctuations in there. And such fluctuations will affect all the series of activities. Clear? So now remember, whenever there is a changes in business cycle, they are recurrent. What are they? Recurrent. It occurs again and again. That means what? It occurs again and but not always at a regular interval. Not always at a regular. Now I cannot say January expansion, February peak, March contraction, April depression, again June trough, July expansion. We can't be like that. So few business cycle will be short ending and few business cycle will be long ending. See, that means that entire time taken to complete the business cycle. Say this is how the business cycle looks. 1 second. See, this is how the business cycle fluctuates. Few business cycle can be long ending and few can be short. See, that black color is a short ending, red color is a long ending. Clear? So it will take its own time. We can never predict business cycle even before they occur. What is it? We can never predict business cycle even before they see, their business cycle are recurrent and they are going to occur periodically. And when I say recurrent, again and again, but periodically means not always at a regular interval. Business cycle does not have a specific duration of time. Few business cycle are short ending and few business cycle are long ending. So this is how business cycle is. Every business cycle starts from the complete bottommost position called as trough. From the trough, it will come to the recovery phase. Now from the recovery, it will come to the expansion. Finally, then there is a downward trend called as. And there is one more worst phase between contraction and trough, that is called as depression. Clear? And finally it will reach trough. Like this, similar ups and downs keeps on continuing. Clear? Now, expansion is also called as boom or upswing. Peak is also called as contraction is also called as downwards or trough or depression. Depression has actually different phase. Even before trough, what comes in depression? But in your syllabus, they are merged together. Depression and trough. Clear? So every business cycle starts from where? Trough. Say this parallel line, this is a comparison line. Say I will introduce a new product into the market. Say I am a chocolate manufacturer. I will come up with a new chocolate called as Gone Mad. Okay, people started liking this commodity. So I will come to expansion phase. If they don't like it straight away from this comparison, I will come to depression. Accepted? Okay, people started liking my commodity. That means demand is increasing. You know it already. If demand increases, now automatically output will also increase. 1 second. Wait, let me erase this. 1 second, pa. It is stuck. Okay. Now listen. Now say for example, if demand is increasing for my product, gone mad. Demand is increasing day by day. That means production should also increase. Employment will increase. Because of this bank credits will increase. Price level increase. Profit increase. Income increase. Standard of living increase. GDP increase. Now if everything is increasing in the economy, now we will have dash. Inflation. So economy will face dash during expansion phase. Now, how does the nation will control inflation? This was one beautiful story, big story, full on. I explained it. Let me put it across in a most simple way. Now, it has a connection with chapter 7 and chapter 8. Now, remember, every nation will have an economic policy. Which policy?
Economic policy.
Such economic policies are of how many types? 2 types. Number 1, fiscal policy and monetary policy. Now, who will create this fiscal policy? Government of a nation. Who will create monetary policy? Central bank. Which is the central bank in India? Now, under this fiscal policy, there are 2 more important tools. Number 1, government expenditure. Second one is, under monetary policy, there are various tools. CRR, SLR, repo rate, reverse repo rate, marginal requirement and all. In short, we call them as interest rate. What is it called as?
Interest rate.
So these are the 2 major components. We have fiscal policy and we have monetary policy. Now, what is the main root cause of inflation or deflation? What do you mean by inflation or what is deflation? What is the main purpose of inflation or deflation? Excess money supply in the economy. When there is more money in the economy than what it is required, that will leave more money in the hands of a people. Automatically demand will increase and automatically everyone starts buying more and more. General price level will. That's a trouble. So, because of more and more money is already there in the economy. So, during the time of inflation, what is it during the time of?
Inflation.
In the economy, already there is more money supply now. So, government will not spend more money now. Government expenditures will decrease. And in order to cut short money from the hands of a people, if I don't want them to spend more. So, intentionally government will increase the on goods and services, everything. And also they will increase the interest rates. RBI will increase the
interest rates.
See, earlier, if you come and keep money in my bank account, you are getting only 2% of income. Now you come and keep, I will give you 4%. Looks attractive. So people will go and start investing their money in where? Bank account, or keep their money where? In bank account deposits, or maybe invested in stock markets. Interest rates are increasing, economy performing well. So bank will come inside a banking system or financial markets. Whatever excess money was there, now that will come inside. So this is how they will wipe off that excess liquidity in the market. Suppose if there is a deflation, complete opposite. What is it?
Deflation.
There is no money in the economy at all. Now who should spend the money?
Government.
Government will spend more. Intentionally they will decrease the taxes and intentionally they will decrease the. When interest rate is less, will you keep money in bank? Will you invest more? You will take out. Even they want the same. No money is there in the economy. If you take out your money, if you keep it in hand, unnecessary, you will spend now. Even we want same. We want to boost economic performance. So this is how they will tackle the inflation or deflation. So remember, every nation will have dash policy, economic policy. It is classified into 2 kinds, fiscal and
Monetary.
under fiscal policy, there are 2 important tools, government expenditures and tax rates. And under monetary policy, interest. Who will create monetary policy? Central bank. Who will create fiscal policy?
Government.
So, government expenditure and tax. These are the tools under fiscal policy. When there is inflation in the economy, government expenditure decreases, tax rate will, interest rates will. When there is deflation, government expenditure increases, tax rate decreases, interest rates will. Clear? Understood? Now, let's go back to our topic. Now, whenever there is a business cycle expansion, business cycle, there is inflation. Whenever there is inflation in the economy, interest rates will. So that's the reason when I was explaining till now, I explained about all the other elements. I didn't even touch interest rate. See that? I didn't even touch that. Now because of inflation, interest rates will also increase. Clear? Understood? Now, finally we will come to the peak position. Peak position is a topmost position.
Sir, interest rate na inflation money will be low. So in bank also will
increase interest rates. So rather than spending money and paying more tax, you will come and put the money in the bank account. Suppose if anyone is coming forward to borrow loan, even his borrowing interest rate is more, will he be interested in taking loan? We need to cut down the supply of money in the economy, na? So
if we keep money in the bank, they will not give more interest in inflation.
They will say, I will give you. So it will attract you to keep money inside the bank. If it is in your hand, you will spend more money. Na? Say, assume you have more money in your hand. Like you, everyone else has more money. Now, I am say government. Now, I will intentionally, what I will do, I will ask RBI to increase interest rates. When interest rates are going up, say you will purchase bonds, stocks, shares, you will come and invest. That means rather than spending on goods and services and making the general price level even more increasing, what did you do?
I invest.
Where did the money come? From public, and it is coming inside the bank and financial institution. Whatever excess money was there, now that is coming inside the bank. Whatever excess money was there, we wiped off in the economy. Clear? That was inflation. Now, finally, we come to the peak position, topmost position. Usually, everything will be at the highest phase, and manufacturer makes a huge amount of profit. Usually, peak position will be for a short term. Peak position will be for a
Short term.
And then we have a downward trend called as contraction. Now, slowly demand starts falling. Now, see, one thing falls. Now, automatically series plung will happen. Demand falls. Should we produce more output? Closing stock is only becoming more. Should I produce more output? No, output should decrease. Then do I need more employees in the organization? Fired. That is called recession now. We are throwing out people from the job. So in the contraction phase, it is also called as recession phase. Since there is also no demand in the market, since my closing stock is increasing, in order to attract competition, in order to attract customers, I will start giving offers and promotions. So selling price will decrease. If price decreases, profit, income earning capacity, standard of living will. We are producing less, so GDP of the nation will. See, anyone will come forward to take bank loan to come and invest now when the economy is not performing well. Even bank credits will also decrease. And moreover, at point of time, people lost their job. And moreover, in the economy, deflation will start. What will start?
Deflation.
Now, economy starts to face deflation. So, whenever there is a deflation in the economy, that means less money supply is there in the economy. Accepted, there is going to be very less money. So, intentionally now, when there is a deflation in the economy, what will happen to interest rates? Decrease. Stupid fellow banker. First of all, I lost my job. Upon that, you are decreasing interest rate. Now, should I keep money in bank? What I will do? Withdraw money. I will keep it in my hand. When I come to depression, full extreme trouble happens, na? That is when I expect that there is something bad is going to happen, and moreover, I lost my job. I am unable to get income. Moreover, your interest rate is also less. Boss, then I will take out my money. At this particular point, depression, temporary purpose. There is a financial crisis in the market. Stock market will also fall. At which phase? Depression phase. So entire money, whatever is there in the financial system, they will take out and they will keep it in hand. Why? Because interest rate is very low. Moreover, unemployment problem. I don't have a job also. Upon that, you are also decreasing interest rate. Clear? Now entire operations will fall down. Even businessman. Which man?
Business.
Will become negative mindset. Will he come forward to invest now? He will be having a negative mindset. Finally, all the elements will start falling. It will come into deep trouble called as depression. And after prolonged effect of depression, finally we come to the complete bottommost position called as trough. Everything is at rest. Now slowly invention, innovation will happen. Slowly people start spending money for that new commodity. Slowly demand starts picking up. Again, slowly output starts increasing. That is when recovery comes in. And the pace of recovery, what is it in the phase of? Manufacturer will become dash mindset.
Positive mindset.
Whenever there is upward trend, positive mindset. Whenever there is downward trend, negative mindset. Whenever we are in expansion, nation faces inflation. Whenever we are in contraction and depression, nation will be having deflation. What will be there?
Deflation.
Clear? This is the concept of business cycle. When will the manufacturers will stop their productivity for a temporary purpose? Temporary shutdown. Depression. When will the stock markets crash?
Depression.
When will it bounce back again? Recovery. Recovery. Clear? So there will be a financial crisis in the market and almost there will be no investments made. Manufacturer becomes a pessimistic mindset or negative. Optimistic means positive mindset. Optimistic means what? Clear? Understood? See there. This is the full-on explanation. Every business cycle is going to start from. It will pass through the. And from recovery, finally, after reaching peak, declining phase called as and finally trough. Again, business cycle continues similar ups and clear. Next expansion phase. See at the expansion output, income, employment, price, profit, everything. Standard of living is there will be high level of output and trade, high level of effective demand, high level of income and high level of involuntary unemployment is 0. Almost unemployment will be 0. So what is this unemployment involuntary? There are certain people, even though if work is available, they are not ready to work. That is voluntary unemployment. But what nation focuses is involuntary. I am ready to work, capable to work, unable to get the job. Such kind of involuntary unemployment will be almost 0. Interest rates will, because of
Inflation.
to control that, now monetary policy will have higher interest rates, and there is a large expansion in the people will come forward to take bank loan because demand is increasing, productivity is increasing. So that's the reason. Next, effective utilization of capital and overall business will be optimized due to full employment of resources and level of production becomes maximum. GDP starts increasing. Finally, we come to which phase? P. There is a high level of economic activity and there is a rise in price as well as profit and upswing in the economic activity, and finally reaches the also called as, this is the topmost level of business cycle where manufacturer ends up making a dash amount of profit, and usually this will be for a, now the declining phase starts called as, so the turning point from the high peak to complete bottom in between is a contraction phase or also called as, where the entire economic activity starts slowing down, demand starts falling, overall production decreases, future investment plans are given up. Why? Because manufacturer becomes dash mindset and there is a steady decline in output, income, employment and price, and there is a decrease in bank credit and investment opportunities are given up. Now see there, this is important. Expansion of business, stock market will fall, business creations will, and people starts losing their, that is what we call dash phase. Clear? And businessman loses confidence and he becomes a dash mindset, and there is an increase in dash, decrease in as well as, then finally troublesome, full peak trouble point, that is called as depression. So continuous decline of output, income, employment and profit, and there is also standard of living decreases and depression will, there is a fall in output and trade, fall in income but rise in unemployment, decline in consumption and demand, and this is where the bank faces a trouble, and this is called as financial, and interest rates will also, because interest rates have fallen down, economy is already into the deep trouble. What will our people do? Due to less interest rates at bank and unemployment problem, people start holding. The availability of bank credits will also decrease. When people start withdrawing their money, people are having money in the hand. What will a bank have in the cash with them? No, nothing. Na bank credits will come down and firm shutdowns there. Several production facility. This is called as short-term shutdown. What is it?
Short-term shutdown.
Clear? And underutilization of resources. I had 50 people in my staff. I fired 45. Only 5 are there. Even for that 5 people unable to get a proper job. Underutilization of resources. So aggregate demand, economic activity comes to the, and there is a decline in price, profit until economy reaches its complete bottommost position called as. That's it. Finally, after trough, slowly economy will start seeing a recovery. What they will see? So what is that recovery phase? That is a turning point from depression to expansion. In middle, we have a recovery phase. During this period of recovery, there will be expansion and rise in dash activity. Demand slowly starts. Production will increase. That causes increase in because manufacturer becomes positive. Now stock market gets activated. Employment starts slowly. That revival come to, and again that similar ups and downs will follow. Clear? This is the concept of business cycle. Now this was the major. Now comes a chota mota topic, economic indicator. From this one question definitely comes. We know that it is highly impossible to predict business cycle even before they occur. But still, our economists will not sit silently, stupid fellows. They will use statistical tools. Which tools? Statistical tools. In order to predict what performance of the business cycle. Not just they are predicting things. After that, they are also stupid people. So, they are called as what? Indicators. So, such stupid people are called as indicators. That is economic indicators. They will try to predict always the next phase of. They are not always. May be correct or may not be. There are 3 types of indicator. Leading indicator, as the name says, leading. They will change even before the economy starts to follow the change trend or a pattern. from tomorrow, COVID fourth wave will come. I will go and buy all mask sanitizer, everything, and I will dump it in my shop so that I can sell and make a profit. Nothing happened from tomorrow. 2012, December 21st, world is going to an end. Mayan calendar is going to an end. We all are going to die. If that would have happened, now 14th year death anniversary. Entire world. Nothing happened. So they will predict what will happen next and they will change according to that. They are called as leading indicator. So they will follow the change, trend or a pattern even before economy starts to follow something. Best example, change in stock price, new order for capital and next comes lagging indicator. Name itself is saying tube light fellow. He will change after the economy starts to follow the particular change trend or unemployment problems are the example of lagging indicator. Corporate profits are declining. Labor cost per unit is declining. All these things coincidental. That means he will never change either before or after. He is going to change along with the economy. He is going to move. He will speak about the current state of the, but they will never say in which way the economy is heading. They will only and only speak about the, what is the present GDP, present industrial. That's it. This is called as economic indicator. This is important. One question will come from leading, lagging and coincidental. Especially repeated question is from examples. Example of leading, lagging and coincidental indicator. This is important. Clear? Next comes features of business. Whatever we discussed, same to same. But 3 points you need to remember in extra. Third point, fourth point, seventh point. See here, it generally originates in which economy? What is free market economy? Capitalistic economy. Laissez faire. It starts in one nation, it affects the best example. Great Depression of America, financial crisis of US, Euro area crisis and recent COVID started in China, affected entire world. By one or the another way, we are dependent on another nations. So it will start in one economy, but it will also affect the other economies. Clear? So remember, these are the 3 extra things. And most important point, whenever this effects of business cycle happens now, in such cases, secondary and tertiary sector will have a more problems or more prone to business cycle changes than. I'm not saying that primary will not get affected. Yes, it will get affected, but the proportion of effect is always lesser. Compare it to secondary and tertiary. Secondary and tertiary will have more impact. COVID, best example, industry, service, everything got impacted. Online classes and all. You people were aramse sleeping, turning off mic, turning off video. Your mom used to scold na in class and all, college and all. This is not your home. Sit properly. Now she can't say because you are sitting at your home. That too you are sleeping and all and you are listening. Now what we can do? Nothing. See, more effect has happened to secondary and tertiary sector, but less effect will happen to primary. So only these 3 points are important. Additional points. Rest remaining things already we have discussed. See there, it is going to occur periodically. What it will happen? Occur again and again, and it has a different stages like expansion, peak, contraction, depression, trough. It is difficult to predict business cycle even before that. It will affect all the economic activity as well as well-being in the society. Clear? And next, why business cycle is utilized? This is the important area. From this place, you will get a question. Why should we understand, analyze business cycle? For very purpose called as decision-making purpose. What is it? Taking right decisions or? Right. Somewhere we studied this, not taking right decision, right time. Where? Business economics. Just now we studied Cadbury CEO, Shashikiran, all this example. Clear? So, in order to prepare our own policy creation, like what all to be followed in the economy, what all business we need to do, what not to do, how economy is performing, which industry growth is there, which industry is booming, which industry is not booming, and for dash and dash maximization of our shareholders, organization, all these are important. All this will be considered based on understanding your nation's business cycle. So, business cycle is utilized for a dash purpose, decision making purpose. Clear? And there is something called a cyclical business. Which business? So these business whose fortune was closely linked to a rate of economic growth. If economy grows, these business will grow. If the economy doesn't grow, these business will not grow. One best example, construction industry, infrastructure, demand for iron and steel, cement and all. That only happens when economy is growing well and infrastructure projects are built more and more. They are called a cyclical business. They are mainly dependent on rate of economic growth. They are called as which business? This brings to the last topic of their chapter 5, that is called as causes of business cycle. What are they? There are 2 causes. One internal cause, second one is internal cause is what happens inside the country. External cause what happens outside or between the country. Outside or See, what all are the internal costs? Due to change in demand in the nation, business cycle, full on changes, due to change in
investment,
and due to change in
government spending,
somewhere we heard this na government spendings and tax, huh? See, fiscal policy, government spendings and tax. See, in the entire ICA material, even if you make top to bottom, left to right, up and down, search it, everything na, you will never find information about fiscal policy in chapter 5 business cycle. But indirectly, in the causes of business cycle, they will speak about government expenditures and that is fiscal policy. And even because of inflation and deflation. What is the main root cause of inflation and deflation? Excess money supply or lesser money supply. And due to psychological factors of a businessman, that is pessimistic and optimistic. Pessimistic means negative mindset, optimistic means clear. These are the internal cause. Next comes external cause. Whenever there is a war going on, Russia, Ukraine, Palestine and Israel, war is happening there, but prices are changing here. Oil prices changes, petrol prices changes, diesel prices changes, essential goods and services prices will change. Now after the war, now did Ukraine come? Hello, war is done, come let's do business. Hey stupid fellow, your nation has been destroyed. First rebuild your nation, that is important. So post-war reconstruction, a business cycle gets affected and due to
Population growth.
already we saw in PitCat PC demand itself. Whenever population is more, demanding capacity is more. Automatically business cycle will change when more and more people are willing to buy your goods and services. If they're demanding more and more, and even because of change in
changes.
see today the technology and business both are highly interdependent with each other. Without technology we are unable to perform the business. Technology and business are highly dependent, and whenever technology changes, the way of performing business will also change. See online now, people who are in Bangalore, people who are in outside the states, even they can attend my marathon classes which I am doing in Chennai. Still they are able to understand, they are able to attend, they are able to come here even at the evening 7 o'clock, 7:30 and all. See, because of technological advancement, productivity will increase. Same way, whenever change in technology happens, way of performing business will also change. Last but not the least, natural factors like drought, famine, earthquake, COVID. Because of these elements, entire performance of business will clear. By this, entire chapter 5 revision also comes to an end. By this, microeconomics sum up. Done. Flip back pages. Have a look before moving into the national income concept, chapter 6.
See, peak very distorted, only short terms.
Which one?
Peaks very distorted.
Usually. That means whenever you are performing well, others will also start imitating it, copying it. You will come down.
So currently India is in which phase?
Abba?
Currently India is in which phase?
Now, tomorrow you will get to it. Done.
Yes.
Let's start with the macro. Any doubts in micro? Online students? Let's start. So, how many chapters are there in macro? 5 chapters. Chapter 6 ultimate, chapter 7 debug, little theory, chapter 8 good, chapter 9 bombard, chapter 10 suicide. That is how the chapters are. Macroeconomics is almost like a storytelling. Only chapter 10 is a trouble creating kid there. Except chapter 10, little trouble creation is chapter 7. That too, unit 1 is superb, unit 2 is superb. Later on, troubles will start. So, chapter 6, let's start. Unit 1, we'll try to finish it today. If time permits, we'll go ahead. And also, all that numerical problems and all I made you to solve. Few things I will make you to solve it in the class also. Now, in short, what is national income? Even before going that, I said there are totally 8 concepts. How many concepts?
8 concepts.
To understand the concepts of national income or to understand what is national income. What is that 8 concept? GDP, GNP, NDP, NNP, personal income, disposable personal income, private income and per capita income. When we understand the first 4 itself, we'll get to know what exactly is national income. What is the another name for national income? NNPFC. That is also called as national income. So we need to derive NNPFC. So we will start with GDP, gross domestic product. Already in class, we almost took like more than 4-5 hours to understand this entire one single unit itself. It was very big. So what is GDP? 3 important components in the definition of GDP. Number 1, it is a dash value added. Gross value added or sum total value added of dash goods and services. Where are you adding it? Domestic territory in the given time. What is the time period? Accounting year. Which year? 1st of January to 31st of March. National income calculation happens on accounting year, not on financial year. What is it? National income accounting happens on accounting year, not on financial year. So we consider from 1st of January, your happy new year, Western culture. So from 1st of January to the 31st of December, 31st of December. Clear? So have a look here. There are three important components in GDP definition. Number one, what is it? It is a gross value added. What is it?
Gross value added.
Of dash goods and services. Final goods and or finished goods and services. That means which should be ready to be consumed. Clear? And what does it gross means? Gross includes depreciation. Same like your gross profit and net profit. See, gross profit and net profit difference is indirect expenditure. In economics, the only one indirect expenditure we take is depreciation. Whenever you see this first alphabet G, G stands for what? Gross. Whenever you see this gross, that means it is inclusive of depreciation. Inclusive of what?
Depreciation.
And GDP is always and always calculated on dash value. Market value. Now comes a question. Sir, what is this domestic territory? If you remember, we said that political boundaries of a nation, including all the movable assets like aircraft, vessels, ships, immovable goods like ports, and also embassy and high commission officers situated are domestic territory of India. That means Indian embassy located outside. Same way, foreign embassy located inside India is not a domestic territory of India. That is a foreign territory. Clear? So this is the definition of domestic territory. And final goods and services are finished goods. That means those goods and services which are available for end
Consumer.
in order to consume. So these three components are most important. Hereafter, whatever definition we say now, that will play around with the three important terms of GDP words. What is it? Gross value added, final goods and produced within the domestic territory. And if you remember, I also explained you one more concept. Assuming this is India, category A, category B, category C. What is category A? Indians producing goods and services inside
India.
Category B, multinational companies, that is foreign companies coming to India and producing goods and services inside
India.
Category C are Indian MNCs. We Indians are producing goods and services outside. Now, category A plus category B, both put together is a GDP. That means also those foreign companies coming to India. See, it also includes foreign companies coming to India and earning inside India. Clear? So, GDP is a market value of a final goods and services. It is always inclusive of depreciation. It also includes the category B. That is foreign companies coming and producing goods and services inside India. That is also called as GDP. Now, GDP can be understood in a two-dimensional way. Number one, based on expression. Second one, based on
Calculation.
So what is based on expression? We have nominal GDP and real GDP. And based on calculation, GDP at factor cost and GDP at
Market price.
Now first let us understand based on expression. So based on expression, nominal GDP and real GDP. If you remember one full on example I gave, Shashikiran. Now Shashikiran group of business. Shashikiran is a bench manufacturer. Who is Shashikiran?
Bench manufacturer.
And Shashikiran was also a chocolate manufacturer. Shashikiran was also a
Chocolate manufacturer.
third, one more business. What all I started in the class? Microeconomics. So see, bench, chocolate, and I'm also a cloth manufacturer, cloth shop, monopoly. So like this, say for example, I started my business in 2010. When did I started?
2010.
Say in 2010, number of units of bench produced 100. Number of, say for example, chocolates produced 500. Number of cloths produced, say shirts. I have produced 400 shirts. Now say prices. What is it?
Prices.
Of 2010. Say one bench was 1000 rupees. One chocolate was 50 rupees. One particular shirt was 100 rupee. Clear? Now what is the value created by Shashikiran? P into Q. What is it? 1000 into 100. It is
10,000.
Hello, 1 lakh. Next 5 5s are 25 and 3 0, 25. Next 4 1s are 4. So 4 0, 40,000. Clear? Total 1 lakh plus 25 plus 40. 1 lakh. So this is called as GDP at current price. I am considering 2010 quantity and 2010 prices. See, remember, whenever we consider current year price and current year quantity, if at all we consider present year price and present year, we get nominal GDP. So for a 2010, this is a nominal GDP. For which year? 2010. 10. This is called as which GDP? This is a
Nominal GDP.
nominal.
GDP.
So if I need to identify real GDP, what is it if I need to identify?
Real GDP.
Now say for example, I am producing in 2024. When am I producing?
2024.
Shashikiran, same 3 units. Say for example, the number of benches Shashikiran produced is 400 units. Chocolate, I am producing 1000 chocolates. Cloth, I am producing some 1000 cloths. Now, when it comes to prices, I will not consider 2024 price. Rather, I will consider 2010. This is base year. Which year?
Base year.
So, this is called constant price. What was the price in 2010 for bench?
1000.
What was the price of chocolate?
50.
What was the price of cloth?
100.
Now, I will identify the value by considering the base year price. Which year price?
Base year.
Base year price. Now, what will be the value? Simple. 400 into 1000 is 4 lakh. Next 1000 into 5. 50.
1000.
Next 1000 into 10. 1 lakh. Now, total I am producing 5 lakh 50,000 rupees worth of goods. This is called as real GDP. Which GDP?
Real GDP.
Or GDP at current price or constant price. Constant price. Current price means present year price and present year quantity. Constant price and current year quantity will give me real GDP. But sir, how can I get to know the constant price for every product? Now COVID vaccine, it was not there in 2010. How will I identify the COVID vaccine prices for a 2010? So we will calculate nominal GDP, normal, as if 2024 price, 2024 quantity. Let's say in 2024 prices will be much more. Say it will be like 2000 rupees per bench, some 150 rupee per chocolate, or maybe for a cloth it will be some 1000 rupees now, like this. We will identify as if present year quantity and present year price. Say for example, nominal GDP. What is it? Of the present year 2024, by considering present year price and present year quantity, it is some 10 lakh rupees. How much?
10 lakh.
Now we will identify the nominal GDP and we convert it into real GDP. What do? We convert it into. For that we need GDP deflator. What do we need?
GDP deflator.
So deflator is nothing but measurement of inflation. What is it? Measurement of
Inflation.
Remember, the base year, let me say, measurement of inflation value will be always 100. That is called as index value. Which value?
Index.
So for base year, index value will be always and always 100. By using GDP deflator, see, this is the formula. Nominal GDP divided by real into 100. We will identify what is the amount of inflation present in your present year value. Present year value. See, I said 10 lakh rupee. Present year value is how much? This also includes inflation. This also includes what? Inflation. I need to remove that inflated value to derive back to the real GDP. So I have identified nominal. I am converting this nominal GDP into what? Real GDP. How do I convert nominal GDP into a real GDP? Now this is the formula. See there. Real GDP into price index by 100. What is it? Real GDP into price index by 100. This is to calculate nominal GDP if they have given the information about real GDP. Suppose if I need to identify real GDP but they have only given nominal GDP. So real GDP formula, nominal into 100 by price index. What is it? Nominal into? So they will give this price index value. Say for example 119 is a price index of 2024. Base year price index will be always and always. So remember the formulas. Formulas are important. What is GDP deflator formula? Nominal GDP divided by real GDP into. That will give me this price index value. This one. Whatever deflator we calculate now, that will give me this index value. Clear? If I need to identify nominal GDP, if they have given values of real GDP, what is the formula of nominal GDP? Real GDP into price index by? Nominal GDP is divided by 100, but real GDP divided by price index. This is the shortcut to remember. Real GDP is nominal into 100 by price index. Nominal is real into price index by 100. GDP deflator, nominal by real into. See there. What do you mean by GDP deflator? It is the measurement of inflation. We calculate how much inflation is there in that particular year. See, it is the ratio of value of goods and services of an economy produced in which year? Particular year. Say 2024. That is for the current prices. That the price that could have been prevailed during the base year. That is 2010. That means I am converting this 2024 prices to 2010 prices by using which value? GDP deflator. And this is the most important point, mark it and underline it. GDP deflator is a inflation adjusted measure. What is it? Inflation. So dash is an inflation adjusted measure.
GDP.
With GDP. Real GDP. So MCQ question. Dash is an inflation adjusted measure. Option A, nominal GDP. Option B, real GDP. Option C, per capita income. Option D, all the above. Answer is real. So real GDP is an inflation adjusted measure. It not affected by the change in price. If real GDP has to change, that means we should produce more goods and services. What should we do?
More goods.
Because whenever real GDP is changing, that only changes due to productivity. Shashikiran, you are producing 100 bench in 2010. In 2011, how many bench? When I produce more, my real GDP value will become more. But nominal GDP value can increase just because of increase in price. I might have produced 100 bench in 2010. Same 100 bench in 2011. 100 bench of 2010, I sold it for 1000 rupee. Now I will sell it for 1200. Since price increased, my nominal value will increase. If real GDP has to increase, what should increase? Production. Remember this in mind. Real GDP changes only due to change in, but nominal GDP can change even due to change in price as well as production. Price as well as. Clear? See there. Real GDP is an inflation adjusted measure. It is not affected because of change in price. It only changes due to change in amount of output produced in the year. And the most important statement, one more, mark it as important, that is GDP, that is real GDP is a better measurement of economic well-being. Dash is the measurement of economic well-being in an economy.
Real GDP.
Real. It will show the true picture. What it will show?
True picture.
Of the change in production in the economy. How much is your production capacity changing year by year? That is shown by real GDP. In short, for us, real GDP is most important than nominal GDP. Real GDP will say how much of your nation's production is increasing year by year, because real GDP changes only and only due to change in dash. Production, not due to change in price. Clear? Now take out your calculator. And there is inflation formula. What is inflation formula? See there. GDP deflator for year 2 minus GDP deflator of year 1 divided by GDP deflator of year 1 into 100. That will show us what is the real inflation rate which was there from the second year. We compare with the previous year. Now, GDP deflator we will identify. What is the deflator formula? Nominal by real into 100. 500 by 500 into 100. Value will be 100. If it is 100, index value, what is this? Base year value. That is 2014 is a base year. Next, 650 by 800 into 100. 650 by 800 into 100. 1, 2, 3. That means, see, from 100 it is increasing. That means there is inflation. 23% approx. Next, 800 by 115, sorry, nominal 1150 but divided by 800 into 100. 143. Again, 123 to 143, it is increasing. Inflation. Next, 1300 by 950 into 100.
136.
136. Now observe, from 143 it is coming down to 136. That means there is a deflation, not an inflation. What is there?
Deflation.
Next, 1550 divided by 1190 into 100.
130.
13. Again deflation. See, 136 to 130 decreasing. Deflation. Next, 1700 by 1240 into 100. Now inflation. Clear? So if the value dips down, that means deflation. Clear? If it goes below 100, deflation. Clear? Now see there, this difference is most important. Nominal GDP is the value of output in dash price. Value of output in the current price. Real GDP is value of output with the base year price. Now nominal GDP changes due to change in price, but real GDP changes only and only due to change in the production. Nominal GDP is also included with inflation. Real GDP does not contain the inflation. Now nominal GDP rises without any real increase in the physical output, just by rising in price. But real GDP does not increase in the increase in price, that only increases due to change in the physical output. Nominal GDP will give the misleading effect. Real GDP will give the better result. Nominal GDP is not valid. Real GDP is more valid. Nominal GDP is also called as GDP at current price. Real GDP is called as GDP at clear. So this is the first dimension, nominal GDP and real. That is based on expression. Next comes based on calculation. GDP at factor cost and GDP at See, simple. What is factor cost? Factor is nothing but a manufacturer. For a manufacturer, whatever cost that has been incurred in terms of land, labor, capital and organization. What does land expects in return? Rent, labor,
Wages.
capital, organization. If you add up rent plus wages plus interest plus profit, that becomes GDP at factor cost. Easy peasy. But your ICI doesn't want easy answers. They know they want to make your life complicated. So this particular formula is most important. Mark it as important. Every single place we are going to use this GDP FC formula. This is where we use it. What is that? Compensation to employee. For employment, what is the compensation that you give in return? Wages or salary. Next, operating surplus includes three things. Remaining three elements: rent, interest and next comes mixed income of self-employed. Already explained. What is mixed income? When capital and labor is contributed by the same person. Now Shashikiran started my own let me say coaching center. Now I only invested money. I am also teaching there. Now in the profits, whatever I say, okay, this is my labor income for teaching. This is my profits for investing. Can I divide like this? No. Whenever a capital and labor is provided by the same person, and when you cannot divide it between capital income and labor income, that is called mixed income. We need to include mixed income. And since first alphabet is G, what is it? First alphabet is G stands for including depreciation. Clear? But these three components are most important. First three. What is that? Compensation to employee, operating surplus plus mixed income of. So those three things put together is a factor cost formula. Since first alphabet is G, gross. That means gross includes
Depreciation.
That's it. That is the reason we are adding depreciation there. Clear? This is the most important formula. This is the main formula for GDP factor cost. Which cost?
GDP factor cost.
Next, we shall understand GDP at market price. What is this market price? This is the price at which goods and services are sold in the market. See, whatever cost we incur to produce, that is GDP at factor cost. What is it? GDP at? For that, we need to add indirect tax. Which tax?
Indirect tax.
And subtract the subsidy. This is the formula for GDP at market price. What is it? GDP at? GDP at factor cost plus indirect tax minus subsidy. Shortcut to remember, whenever you are selling a goods and services in the market, that means that includes taxes na, MRP in bracket. What do you write? Inclusive of all the taxes. Inclusive of
All the tax.
So that's the reason, boss. There we are considering taxes included. Which tax is that? Indirect tax. Which tax?
Indirect tax.
If you remember, I said tax system is of two types, direct and
Indirect.
even under indirect there are two types, production tax and product tax. Production tax is all this license fees and all. Product tax is GST and customs duty on every single unit. Here we are speaking about product tax. Which tax?
Product tax.
Clear. So remember, we are charging the indirect taxes on goods and services. So GDP factor cost plus indirect tax minus subsidy is the formula of GDP at market price. By using the same formula, now see there, by using same formula, we can also identify GDP at factor cost. What did I say? GDP at market price is equals to GDP at factor cost plus indirect tax minus. Now same to same formula can be changed as GDP factor cost. This is the third formula. That is GDP market price minus indirect tax plus subsidy. So this is the third formula for GDP FC. Clear? So in factor cost, indirect tax is not included because only when we sell it in the market, indirect tax is included. Clear? So minus indirect tax plus subsidy factor cost. Market prices plus indirect tax minus subsidy. So this is the formula for GDP factor cost and GDP market price. What do you mean by subsidy? These are financial assistance given to manufacturer. By whom? Government, for producing essential goods and services. Best example, in India earlier we used to give subsidy for LPG cylinders. Now we are not giving it. Clear? For any production subsidy for essential goods, manufacturing, yes, still government gives it. Whenever subsidy is given now, the cost of production will come down. So that's the reason manufacturer will not charge it more from the customers. They will charge it less. That's the reason from the market price, from the subsidy is subtracted. Subsidy is, see there, we are subtracting the subsidy from the market price. But in the factor cost, we are adding. Clear? So these are the two dimensions. Number one, based on expression real GDP and nominal GDP, based on calculation factor cost and market price, especially factor cost formula. Remember, especially the 3 components formula, that is the most important one. This one, compensation to employee plus operating surplus plus mixed income of self-employed plus depreciation. Since first alphabet is G, that is the reason why we are including depreciation. Clear? So this is the elements of GDP. Now, while calculating GDP, there is also one more element which has been newly added to your syllabus. See there, difference between factor cost, base price and market price. What is it? Factor cost, base price and
Market.
see, the differentiation is types of indirect tax. What is it? Types of?
Indirect.
I said there are 2 types of indirect tax. If you remember, what are those 2 types of indirect tax? One is product tax. Second one is, see, if I need to start this bench manufacturing unit, I should take license from the government. So what is that license? Production tax. So in my base price, which price?
Base price.
See there, base price calculation. I will be having my factor cost. For that, I will only add production tax. That is license fees, whatever I paid. And if there is any subsidy given by the government for producing that benches and all, subtract. So what is the formula for base price? Factor cost plus production tax minus. Okay, now base price is done. Now how do I identify a market price? Now see there, for a base price. For which price? See, for this base price, now product tax gets added and product subsidy gets subtracted. Plus product tax minus product subsidy will give me the market price. Clear? So only just one differentiation is difference between that indirect taxes. One is product tax, second one is production tax. We are making it separate. That's it. Clear? What is base price formula? Factor cost plus production tax minus production subsidy. What is market price? Base price plus product tax minus. Clear? So that is the formula. Difference between factor cost, market price and base price. What is GDP at market price? That is a market value. Which value?
Market value.
Of final goods and services produced in a domestic territory, including depreciation. And if you remember, initially when we started discussing about GDP definition, it is a dash value. It is a
Gross value.
hello market. See here, gross value added. But I said GDP calculation is always and always an outcome of dash value. That means every time when we calculate now, that GDP is always a market price. What is it? GDP is always a
Market price.
clear. GDP is always and always that market value or market price. Clear? So this is the concept of GDP. Next, see there, while calculating GDP, what is it? While calculating,
GDP.
few things to be included and few things to be excluded. What all to be included? Only final goods and services. Which goods? Only value added in the production process. Only whatever value that is created. Say manufacturing of bench, my raw material cost is 150. I am selling this for 200. What is that value addition made by Shashikiran now? Over and above 150. 50 rupees. Only that 50 rupees is a value added. Only that value added should be considered. Not the entire 200 rupee. Only and only value added. Next, only current period produced goods and this year's production of goods and services. Not the previous year produced goods. And only net change in the inventory. This should be closing stock minus opening stock. What is it? Closing stock minus? Clear? So this year closing stock minus this year opening stock. That is the only present production which is remaining in that closing stocks. Next, depreciation of which year? Only current year. Next, production boundary as well as own account production. If you have produced and if you are using it for self, even that should be included. That should be. Even production made and consumed for self. That is also leading to productivity of goods and services. Even self-produced goods should also be included. Clear? Next comes, while calculating GDP, which are the things that should not be included? Number one, transfer payments. Which payments? These are just incomes received but not earned. These are just incomes but not. That is not leading to any production of goods and services, like any compensations made by government. Say employment benefit, scholarship to students. Did you earn this? Did you work somewhere and earn this? Just a money received but not earned. Money received but not. That is not leading to production of goods and services. So transfer payments are excluded. Next, non-economic. Because non-economic activity does not have a marketable value. See here, all those whichever is coming under the economic activity that leads to production and they can be marketed. Non-economic activity will lead to production. Best example, your mom preparing breakfast at home. Yes, leading to production, but can you define a market price for that? That is non-marketable, and market price cannot be determined. So for economic activity, market prices are economic activities taken into. Non-economic activities are excluded from, subject to some exceptions. Which are those exceptions? Sometimes government incurs a huge expenditure on non-economic activity, like say for example, policeman salary. A policeman is preventing us from becoming, let me say, worst in the economy or stopping us in crime. But soldiers safeguarding the borders also safe. We are incurring a expenditure here. But that is not an economic activity. Can you quantify what is the service provided by the policeman and decide the salary? No. Quantify the services provided by the soldier and define the salary? No. Only a fixed remuneration is fixed over there for a particular month. But you are not actually calculating it. And moreover, whatever service they provide, that cannot have a market value, to be frank. They come under non-economic category, and government is incurring huge expenditure. Government is incurring some government expenditure incurred that is calculated into a national income. See, national income, even if it is a non-economic activity, it is a cost to a. See, best example, policeman salary, soldier safeguarding the borders, those expenditure, that is non-economic, but still that is included in national income since it is a cost to whom? Cost to a. Clear? So, non-economic activities are generally excluded from national income calculation or GDP, but only certain government expenditure, only certain. Even though if it is non-economic activity, they are included. They are. Next, second-hand goods transaction. Which goods transaction? Are excluded because they are not produced this year. Say let me say purchased a car in 2015. Now I am selling it in 2024. When was it produced? Was it this year produced? No, all second-hand goods transactions should not be included in GDP because they are not produced in present year. Suppose if there is any commission, margin, royalty earned from such second-hand sales, only that value should be included, and all intermediate goods, that means semi-finished goods value should not be included, and all economic bats like betting, gambling, all these illegal incomes, that should not be included in national income calculation or GDP calculation. Clear? So these are the elements that gets included and these are the elements that doesn't get. This is the concept of GDP. Now let us go to GNP. Easy peasy. See pa, if you remember, I explained you this category A, category B, category C. Do you remember? Now, what is this category B? Foreign companies earning goods and services income in India. Say, they have produced a goods worth of 30,000 crore. Indians earning inside India, we have produced 1 lakh rupees worth of goods and services inside India. Indian MNCs outside, they have earned a goods and services value worth of 40,000 crores. Now, all this MNC company will take back their money to the respective country. Same way. Even Indian MNCs will bring the money inside India. Now, this is factor income payable abroad. What is it? Factor income payable. So we need to pay it to abroad. This is factor income receivable from abroad. What is it? Factor income receivable from abroad. No, now this brings up to the concept called as NFIA. What is the concept name? NFIA. Net factor income from abroad. What is it? Net
Factor income from abroad.
Income from abroad. That means NFIA is a factor income receivable. Factor income from abroad minus factor income payable to abroad. What is it? Factor income receivable minus factor income. In my example, we should receive 40,000 crore and we should pay how much? 30,000 crore. So net effect NFIA value is how much? 10,000 crores. Accepted? So for a GDP, if I add NFIA, for GDP if we add NFIA, what do we get? GNP. What do we get? Simple. The second alphabet, D, has to be converted into N. How do you convert D into N? By adding NFIA. How do we convert? By adding? Now, first alphabet, if you remember, already I spoke about gross and net. See, GDP is there. Now, how do I convert this first alphabet G to N? Hello, G. First alphabet is G. G means gross. I said gross means including depreciation. So, if I need to bring it to N, first alphabet has to be changed from G to N. So minus,
Depreciation.
suppose if I need to change the second alphabet, see here, GDP is there. I need to change the second alphabet D into N. That is GNP. What should I need to do? Add. So simple. Difference between gross and net is depreciation. Difference between domestic and national is NFIA. And every single time, whenever we are calculating, the outcome is always market value. That is GDP market price. What is it?
GDP market price.
For this GDP market price, if I add NFIA, what do I add? NFIA. This will become GNP at market price. Even GNP is always and always measurement of market value. Which value?
Market value.
And we also discussed, suppose GDP MP is given. Suppose if I need to go for GDP FC, how do I convert this market price into factor cost? Factor cost market price formula we have done. Market price includes tax. Accepted? So now minus indirect tax. And it does not have subsidies. Now we should add the subsidy. So simple. How do you convert market price to factor cost? Minus indirect tax plus subsidy. Suppose if they have given GDP at factor cost, GDP at, now you should identify GDP at market price. That means now you are converting factor cost into, so market price means what we are selling in the market. So this gets added with indirect tax and subtract with
Subsidies.
that means only three simple differences are there. What is the difference between gross and net? First alphabet, gross and net is called as depreciation. What is the second alphabet? Domestic and national difference. Third one, difference between factor cost and market price. Indirect tax and subsidies. That's it. This is the three differences of national income concept. You should know when to add them, when to subtract them. Now we were understanding the concept of GNP. What is that GNP? For GDP, if you add NFIA. For GDP, if we add, we will get GNP. What do we get? Clear? Same to same. Three important definitions elements. It is a gross value added, final goods and services, domestic, territory. Since it is a second alphabet N, what does N stands for? National. For domestic, we will add NFIA. That's it. We will include NFIA to GDP definition. That automatically becomes GNP. What does it becomes? For GDP definition, if we add NFIA, if we add, it becomes GNP. So what is NFIA? NFIA is a difference between factor income receivable from abroad minus factor income payable to abroad. Factor income receivable from abroad minus factor income
Payable to abroad.
See, even the outcome of GNP, even GNP is always and always dash value, market value. Since the second alphabet is N, N means including NFIA. So first we will be having D. That means there will be GDP, MP, GDP. So in order to get GNP, NP, what do? We add. That's it. Clear? So now only the second alphabet is changing. Which alphabet is changing? Now, if at all confusing, go alphabet by alphabet. See, first one, what do we have every single time? G, D, P, M, P we have. What is the first alphabet, pa?
G.
Now convert this G. When you convert G, what it will become? One second, wait. So this will become ND, P, M, P. How do you convert the first alphabet? G to N minus. Clear? Now convert the second alphabet. I have G, D, P, M, P. Now what is the second alphabet? D. What do you convert the D into? N, P. How do you convert that second alphabet? D into N? Add. That's it. Clear? Now both the places, they are an outcome of market price. They are outcome of which price? Every single time it is a market price. How do you convert market price into factor cost? Now let me ask you people. See, I have GNP market price. I need GNP factor cost. From market price to factor cost. Factor cost does not have a tax. So minus, plus. That's it. See, three differences. Which are the three differences? Number one, difference between gross and net is depreciation. Difference between domestic and national is. Difference between market price and factor cost is indirect tax and. That's it. Clear? So what is GNP? Gross national product. Second alphabet has changed. So that is GDP plus NFIA. What is it? GDP plus? and outcome is always a market price. Outcome is always what?
Market price.
Suppose, if you remember, I said three important components are there for factor cost. Which cost? So suppose if I need to identify GNP FC. What is it? GNP?
FC.
Compensation to employee. What is it? Plus operating plus mixed income of self-employed. Since the first alphabet is G, that means plus. Since the second alphabet is N, plus. That's it. You are playing around with just alphabets now. First alphabet is G, so plus depreciation. Second alphabet is N. N means what? National plus NF. So this will become factor cost formula. Clear? By this GNP concept also comes to an end. So we have done with GDP. We are also done with GNP. GNP, MP also we took. GDP, MP also we took. Clear? Now see there. IBM company, a foreign owned firm earning profits in India. Where are they earning profits in?
In India.
This will come under GDP. Category B na. Category A, Category B. MNC company earning inside India. Next, Shashikiran company, an Indian based company doing business in UK. Category C, Indian MNC working abroad. So NFIA concept, it will come to India. So this will come under
GNP.
next. What is the concept? NDP. First alphabet is what? N. That means what? Less depreciation. Gross means including depreciation. N means net. What is it? Lesser. Same three components of GDP, whatever we discussed. Now, instead of gross value, we will write it as net value because first alphabet stands for N. What does N stands for? Net. What is the first alphabet? N. N means net. So, net value of final goods and services, domestic territory. Since it is N, that is less depreciation. Rest, everything else remains the same. Outcome is also market value, final goods and services. Now, excluding depreciation, since the second alphabet is always D. That means category B, category A, category B. Foreign companies also earning profits inside. Same to same. GDP definition, no difference at all. For GDP definition, now we are just subtracting depreciation. What are we doing? Nothing big here. Only and only just subtracting. So in short, what is it? We have GDP, MP. What do we have? GDP. If I subtract depreciation, now what do I get? NDP. Even NDP concept, outcome is always dash value, market value. Which value?
Market value.
Clear? Understood? So GDP minus depreciation is NDP. Now depreciation is also called with a different name called as CCA, capital consumption allowances. What is it? Capital consumption? See, factor cost formula. NDP, FC. Now these three components are important now. See, first alphabet is N. N means what? Less of depreciation, but don't write it as minus depreciation here. That's it. If you don't include depreciation, that means depreciation is not included. So it will be just three things. Compensation to employee, operating surplus, mixed income of. That's it. Since first alphabet is N, nothing. Don't make it as minus depreciation and all. That's it. This is the formula of NDP. FC, and NDP FC can also be written as NDP MP minus indirect tax plus subsidies. These are the formula. So this is the concept of NDP FC. GDP done, NDP done, and GNP is also done. First three components are done. Clear? And I also said NNP FC is called as national income. What is NNP FC is called as?
National income.
See there. Now you only tell me. First alphabet is N. NNP. Go alphabet by alphabet. First alphabet is N. What does it mean? Excluding depreciation. Second alphabet is N. What does that second alphabet N stands for? National. That means including. That's it. For the same GDP definition, whatever we wrote, only these two changes. See there. It is again net value added, final goods and services, domestic territory. Now since the first alphabet is N, excluding depreciation. Second alphabet is N. That means national. That means including NFIA. Outcome is always and always again market value. Now shortcut to remember. Look at the board. So this is the shortcut. We have GDP MP. First we will identify what? GDP. Let's go alphabet by alphabet. First alphabet will convert. First alphabet G should be converted into. So NDP MP. What should we do? Minus. Now let's convert second alphabet. Second alphabet is D. What do we do? That's it. But what is national income is called as? Hello, NNPFC. Another name of NNPFC is national income. How do you convert market price into factor cost? Minus indirect tax plus that's it. This is the concept of national income. NNPFC has to be identified at last. NNPFC is called as national income. For that we have three simple differences. We convert G into N by using minus depreciation. Next we convert D into N by adding NFIA. Next we convert this market price into factor cost by minus indirect tax and plus
Subsidy.
only three differences. Difference between gross and net is depreciation. Difference between domestic and national is NFIA. Difference between market price and factor cost is indirect tax and subsidy. Now this is the shortcut. When we have GDP MP, finally from GDP MP we should identify NNP FC. That's it. This is the concept of national income. So what is the meaning of national income? Now it is a factor cost. Which cost? So national income is a factor income. What is national income? National income is a accruing to the normal residents of the country. For that we will add NFI enough. So first we will speak about normal residents of the country during the given time period. And it is the sum of domestic factor income. See there, first we are only considering domestic income. For this domestic income, next we are adding net factor income from. So first domestic, for that add NFIA. So what is national income? It is a value of factor income generated within the country plus, what is it? Plus from abroad. That's it. NNPFC is called as what? National income. So the concept of national income. See there. So national income is a net value because first alphabet is N. What is national income? National income is a of all final goods and services produced within the for that including NFIA. So first domestic income, for that add NFIA, and that is always and always a dash income, that is a net income. Which income?
Net income.
So it is a factor cost. So factor income, net value. Factor income.
Net value.
See, it is a money value of all final goods and services produced inside a domestic territory and by there. That is NFIA outside India by its citizen. So in short, we will be having NDP. What will be having?
NDP.
Plus NFIA. This is domestic income. First one NDP. D stands for, one second, D it should be. So NDP. D stands for domestic. What does D stands for? So for domestic income, we will add NFIA and it is a net income. What is it? After depreciation, and it is always a factor cost. Which cost? So in short, NNPFC is called as national income. Clear? So we understood with the concept of national income. Clear? Already it's 7:30, so we'll wind up for the day. So tomorrow we'll finish this. Tomorrow national income will be done, Keynesian theory will be done, chapter 7 will also be done. Almost, if possible, I will take with chapter 10. I will straight away take the chapter 10. So 8 and 9 we will do it on the last day, and one mock paper we will solve it. Clear? Whichever doubts you have, get that. MCQs of mock papers and all, we will solve it together. So chalo, we'll wind up for the day. Only national income half we have done. Only unit 1 half. Still it is there. Another half is there. Only until national income calculation. See, what is the shortcut to calculate? See, simple. First we will have GDP MP minus depreciation. This will become
NDP.
MP. And for this add.
NFIA.
So this will become NNP MP. But what is national income? NNP FC. So minus indirect tax.
Plus subsidy.
That's it. So this is called as,
National income.
this is the shortcut. Clear? So from GDP MP we are converting into NNP FC. Only three differences. Difference between domestic and net depreciation. Difference between domestic and net depreciation. Now. Gross and net. Difference between what?
Gross and net.
Difference between gross and net is called as depreciation. Difference between domestic and national is NFIA. Next, difference between market price and factor cost is indirect tax and subsidies. Clear? Understood? Chalo. So in the previous class, we were discussing about the concepts of national income. So we started with chapter 6 and I also did about the elements of first 4 components of national income. GDP, GNP, NDP, NNP. So what is national income? NNPFC. NNPFC is called as national income. So in today's class, we'll be finishing with personal income, disposable personal income, private income, and per capita income, and 3 measurements of calculating the national income. And we'll start with Keynesian theory. We'll do Keynesian and we'll go with 7, and we also finish with chapter 10. So 6, 7 and 10 we are going to finish in today's class. Clear? Okay, let's get started. So yesterday we finished until the NNP-MP. Now in today's class we shall go ahead. We shall start with personal income. So personal income, it is very easy and simple to understand. It is an income earned by a household sector. Which sector?
Household sector.
So from all the sources, whatever the income that is earned by the household sector, including even non-profit institutions which are serving the household. So this has got 3 elements here. Number 1, national income. For that, add transfer payments. What is transfer payments? Incomes received but not earned. So transfer payments are just incomes earned or received. They are just incomes received but not earned. That is not leading to a productivity of any goods and services. And minus incomes earned but not received. Best example, PF contribution and salary. Yes, no doubt you are earning this income, but you will not receive it immediately at the moment. You will receive it once you are leaving this employment. Later you can claim it. But no doubt you are earning, but you are not receiving at the moment. All the social security contributions, or you are invested on a company. Company is yet to declare a dividends. Company is still not declaring a dividends. Unpaid profits of a corporate. What is it?
Unpaid profits of corporates.
Or undistributed profits of a corporates are the example of personal income. See, this is the main formula. It is nothing but incomes earned by which sector? It is an income earned by the household sector, that is called as personal income. So national income plus incomes received but not earned minus incomes earned but not received. So undistributed corporate profits, contribution to employee social security, that is PF, as an example for incomes earned but not received. Remember, yesterday I already explained about transfer payment. Transfer payment will not be a part of national income. Why? Because these are just the incomes received but they were never earned. That is not leading to productivity of goods and services. Next comes disposable personal income. What is it?
Disposable personal income.
So after the payment of direct taxes. Which taxes? So a personal income minus personal income tax. Whatever the money that is left out in order to dispose, that is in order to buy goods and services, that will be called as disposable personal income. See, it is the amount of income in the hands of an individual customer after the payment of taxes. What is it? After the payment of, which is available either for consumption or either for savings. Next comes private income. It is an income accrued to which sector of the economy? Private sector of the economy, from all the sources, whichever they are earning within the country as well as what the money they receive outside the country. So whatever is received in the hands of a private people, that gets added. Whatever is not to the private sector, that gets subtracted. See there, factor income from net domestic product accruing to private sector, that is NDP, net domestic product accruing to private sector, and net factor income from abroad, NFIA, national debt interest. Now whatever you have invested on bonds, those interests, that whatever you are receiving on debts that is taken by the government, and current transfers from government, this is called transfer payments, like even subsidies received. And next, other net transfers from rest of the world, not just within the country, even from outside the country. The last but not the least, per capita income. What is this per capita income? That is an income earned by the citizens of the nation. That is the average income of population. What is it?
Average income of the
So national income divided by population. That is means what is the nation's income? If we start dividing it to the population of the country, if we start distributing to each person, how much each person gets? What is it? How much each person?
Yes.
That is called as per capita income. Clear? So this per capita income is nothing but national income divided by per capita income. Per capita income.
Total population.
Per capita income is national income divided by total population of the nation. Most important of that is per capita income serves as a standard of living in the nation. Dash measures the standard of living in the economy.
PC.
Per capita income. Clear? And we also have something called as GDP per capita income. What is that GDP per capita income? Real GDP. What is it?
Real GDP.
Divided by population of the nation. What is it? Real GDP divided by population of the nation. That is called as GDP per capita income. What is it called as?
GDP per capita income.
And next, there are three measurements in calculating national income. How many measurements are there? Three measurements or three different methods are there in order to calculate the national income. See, first method is called as product method. That is also called as value added method. Second one is income method. Third one is expenditure method. And this system of regional accounts or system of national accounts. So national accounts is the one that will make every nation to calculate that, especially SNA. This is the concept developed by United Nations. Same way, we also have a regional accounts. We also calculate the GDP state-wise to understand by nation's income, whatever is contributed by per state. Even we will identify that. Even we will discuss about that. But as a nation as a whole, United Nations has developed a concept called a system of national accounts, which is going to analyze and evaluate the performance of a economy. That is what we call measurements of national income. Three methods. One value added method, second one income method, third one. See, there is something called a circular flow of income. That means how money is getting circulated in the economy. Same one. One, production of goods and services will happen. The value created by a manufacturer. Now say I am a manufacturer of this bottle. Now my cost of producing is 150. I am planning to sell this for 200. Over and above my cost of production, what is the value created by Shashikiran? How much is the value added? 50. That is only value added has to be considered. So those production of goods and services and value created in the production of goods and services, that is important. And distribution of factor income. In order to produce these goods and services, we use the factors of production. Now land expects rent, labor expects wages, capital expects interest, organization expects profit. Now those distribution of factor income, this is income method. Which method? Income earned by way of factors of production. Here value added in the production process. Next, whenever you earn an income, that income is spent on buying goods and services. That is expenditure method. Whenever you spend more, that is whenever you are demanding more, again production should increase. Because you are producing by using factors of production, that leads to factor income. From factor income, again that leads to buying of goods and services. Like this, there is a circular flow of income. First is called as production phase. Second one is called as distribution phase. Third one is called as disposition phase. Clear? So these are the three phases and the same explanation. Whatever I just explained, in production phase, firm produces goods and services. In income distribution phase, there is a flow of factor income in the form of rent, wages, interest and profit. In distribution or expenditure method, goods and services are purchased or invested on various other kind of a thing. So spendings have been made. Now let us understand the very first one, that is product method or value added method. Product method or value added. See, in this, we are only and only considering the gross value added. What is it? Gross value added. By all the production units in the economy. That means we will divide our entire economy into three segments. Primary sector, secondary sector and tertiary sector. Now, every economy, that means in the entire nation, three sectors. Now, all these three sectors is further divided into subsectors. Subsector 1, subsector 2, subsector 3, like this. Every individual sector has been divided into subsector. Now every subsector is further classified into units. What is it? Units. Like unit groups or production group or service groups. Unit 1, unit 2, unit 3, unit 4. Now we will add all the value added by the units. We get to know the value added by subsector. Value added by all the subsector. We get to know the value added by the one individual sector. Value added by all the three sectors in the economy. We call it as gross value added, and even this is a market value. Which value? So gross value added at market price. This is also called as GDP at market price. What is another name for gross value added at market price? And we are experts. Once we get the GDP at MP, we know how to convert that into NNP FC. NNP FC is called as national income. So how do we calculate this GDP MP? As I said, nation is divided into three sectors. Every sector is further divided into subsector. Every subsector is further divided into units. We only need value added by all the production units. We get to know the value added by subsector. Value added by all the subsector. We get to know the value added by the individual sector. Value added by all the three sectors. We get to know the value added by the gross value added by the entire economy. That is called GDP MP. So in short, what exactly does this GDP MP is identified in value added method? Remember, GDP MP is nothing but value of output minus value of input. What is it? Value of
Output
minus value of. How do we identify value of output? Sales plus change in stock. What is it? Change in stock? Closing stock minus opening stock. Now this will be the formula for value of output. Clear? And minus intermediate consumption or value of input. We get to know the GDP MP. And we know that once we identify GDP MP, we will minus depreciation, add NFIA, we get NNPMP, we'll convert that into NNPFC by minus indirect tax and plus subsidy. That's it. This is the way in which we are going to convert GDP MP into NNP. So remember, what is the formula for gross value added? Sales plus change in stock is the formula for value of output. Value of output minus value of input. Value of input is nothing but intermediate consumption. So output minus input. What is it? Output minus. So this is the value added method, and there are certain things to be included while calculating value added method and certain things to be excluded. Certain things to get included and certain things to get. So what all certain things gets included? See, only own account production of fixed assets. Any fixed assets produced by self, either by government or any business enterprise or households, that should be included. Even self-consumed, not just on fixed assets, even any other commodity you produced and you consumed self, even that is included. And even imputed rent of owner-occupied property. Say I have two homes, one in Bangalore, one at Chennai. Now I am living in Bangalore, I am not living at Chennai. Say that Chennai home is not given for anyone as a rent. Calculate as if it was provided as a rent. What is the rent that you will accumulate? That has to be considered, because you are only using both now. In one place you are there, in one place you are not there. Only such imputed rent has to be included. And second-hand goods sales should not be. But any royalty commissions, margins earned from that, only such royalty commissions and margins should be included. Next comes income method. Which method? See, already we have done this. This is nothing but factor cost formula. Which cost formula? See, there are three components in factor cost formula. What is it? Compensation to employee, operating surplus, rent plus interest plus profit, and mixed income of self-employed. And what is national income? NNPFC. What is it? NNP? FC. First alphabet is N. Net means no depreciation. So don't write as minus depreciation and all. That's it. Only if it was G, then we write it as plus depreciation. Second alphabet is N. That means national. That means include. That's it. For the three components, if you just add NFIA, that will become NNPFC. This NNPFC is nothing but national income. This is how we calculate national income under income method. Which method? See, by definition, it is a factor payments paid to both residents as well as non-residents. See, NDP, that is net domestic product. For this NDP, we will add NFIA. That's it. Domestic income, it is domestic factor income. So it is a factor income paid out by all production units within the domestic territory. For that, if at all we just add NFIA, domestic becomes national. So NDPFC becomes NNPFC. Even while calculating income method, few things to be included and few things to be. See there, only and only incomes earned by the owners of primary factors like wages and salary, and labor income, wages, salary, bonus, commission, employer contribution. What is it? Employees contribution comes under incomes earned but not received. Personal income calculation, we have to subtract now after transfer payment over there, but here it is employer contribution. Which contribution? Employer. So it is a contribution made by an employer to your provident fund. From your salary 6%, owner has to put 6%. So that owner's 6% share, that comes here, labor income. And non-labor income like dividends, undistributed profits of corporates, all these things, and rent, royalty, profits of unincorporated entity. Next, mixed income. Yesterday we learnt about it. When a capital and a labor both are provided by the same person, and if at all we are unable to differentiate between the labor income and capital income, that is called as self-income, mixed income of self-employed. So all the self-employed people like lawyers, doctor, engineer, trader, chartered accountant, we have a mixed income. Only such mixed income, which income? Mixed. Will be considered as a part of national income calculation. Clear? Three major components. Which are the three components of factor cost formula? Compensation to operating, mixed income of. Clear? See, while calculating national income under income method, which all not to be included? Transaction income like any pensions, retirement wages or unemployment allowances. These are transfer payments. What are those? All such transfer income should not be included. Next, income from second-hand goods will not be included, and illegal income, all such illegal transaction incomes are not included in the calculation of national income under income method. Clear? Next comes third method, which is that C, one simple formula, C plus I plus G plus X minus M. C stands for consumption expenditure. Who makes the consumption expenditure? Household. Here one thing you need to be very careful. Any investments made on land and building, residential constructions, that will not come under the category of C, that will come under the category of I. All the expenses that is incurred by the household in the consumption of any goods and services, that will come under the category of final consumption that is made by the household. See, it also includes the volume of final sales of goods and services to the household and non-profit institution who are serving to the household. And all these things gets included. Only this place you have to be careful. Any land and residential construction made by household, that does not comes under C, that comes under I. And even not just that, under I, another two more things you have to be very careful. One, purchase of jewelry and purchase of work of art, that will come under I. Where does it come under? I. See here, all this business investments made on machinery, plant, equipment constructions, or any kind of change in inventory, closing stock minus opening stock, all this comes under I. For a business investment, one more thing you should be careful. See, expenditure on construction, household will make, that comes under I. Even purchase of any jewelry and work of art, that also comes under I. Next, government expenditure, G. There are two types of expenditure. One, expenditure incurred for any production of goods and services, like expenses on defense, expenses of government, healthcare, all this comes under a total expenditure and it is a part of national income calculation. But there is also transfer payments given by the government, pension, scholarship, unemployment allowances. Such transfer payment are excluded. They are not included. They all are excluded. So in short, now last but not the least, net exports. That is exports minus imports. That is net export can be either positive value or. So when we add C plus I plus G plus X minus M, we get GDP-MP. What do we get? So we know once we get GDP-MP, we know how to convert this GDP-MP to NNP-FC. Same procedure. We will identify GDP-MP in expenditure method by C plus I plus G plus. So this will be GDP-MP under expenditure method. Which method?
Expenditure.
So these are the three methods through which we will be calculating national income. Number one, income method. Second one, expenditure method. Third one, value added, or value added is the first one. Second one is income. Third one is expenditure method. Only under income method, FC formula will come. Three components plus NFIA. That's it. In first case, value added method, we will identify GDP MP, like primary sector, secondary sector, tertiary sector, only value added. Output minus input is a formula. Value of output minus value of or intermediate consumption. What is the formula for value of output? Sales plus change in stock. What is it? Clear? Next comes system of regional accounts in India. See there. Which accounts?
Regional.
Like how? SNA has provided national income accounting for the entire nation, all the nations in the country. Now within India, we will also identify our regional account. That means we will also identify the GDP every state wise. Every state. All 28 states put together, we get to know the GDP by entire nation. And also there are certain transactions, say for example, supra-regional sector, which is going to cut the state borders, like for example, railway services, communication, banking, insurance, or any central government administration. That cannot be exclusively given only to one single state. Say now I will book a train from Bangalore to Chennai. Now Karnataka state, Tamil Nadu state. Now the borders are cutting transportation. Now, for which state should I give this income earned by the travel booking? Now, is it for Karnataka? Is it for Tamil Nadu? Like this, whenever services cuts the borders of the nation, when it is, let me say, applicable to two different states, now that is always allocated based on relevant indicators. What is it? Clear? And in India, we will also calculate net state domestic product. That means how GDP is calculated, state domestic product. GDP is for a nationwide. Now even state-wise GDP will be calculated and also per capita income state-wise. What is it? Per capita income. So what is that per capita income of a Karnataka state, Tamil Nadu state, Maharashtra state, Andhra Pradesh, Goa, Telangana? Like this, we will also calculate state-wise income as well as state-wise per capita income. This is what system of regional accounts. And next comes the most important, GDP and welfare. Calculation of GDP and welfare are two opposite things, because calculation of GDP only focuses on production of goods and services. What is it? But welfare is speaking about the well-being in the economy. Now, whenever we are calculating GDP, we are also considering only the value of goods and services produced added, but we don't consider all this crime rates, happiness, comfort, like leisure time. These all are never considered. So GDP and welfare are two opposite things there. It will never include welfare. It doesn't include or well-being of a society, crime rates, leisure time. These all are never included. See there, evading of tax, illegal transactions are there, and income distribution, technological changes, only these which leads to productivity of goods. What is it? Go through it like a newspaper once, or even any non-voluntary services provided. That means non-economic activity. No doubt that provides benefit to the society, but that is never included in national income. Leisure time is not included like this. These are the elements which is not included in calculating the national income or GDP, but they provide a significant benefit to the society. As an individual, you will be having a welfare. That welfare is never included. See, what are all difficulties are there? We don't have a proper definition. They say whatever definition of national income is there, that is not appropriate or accurate definition and proper meaning of final goods. Say milk. Now, if a household buys a milk, that is a final good. If a sweet shop buys a milk, still an intermediary good, Proper distinction between final goods and intermediary goods is not made, and there is a problem of transfer payments and also services for durable goods like car services. Say, for example, car was produced 5 years ago, met with an accident. Now you will take up the services of, let me say, repairs and all. That spare part was also produced last year. Only services are produced this year. Now these are challenges are all there, and distribution of income is not appropriate in our country, and new goods we don't have a constant value, like COVID vaccine example. Now government services are there which is also valued. Now government valuations are not always accurate, and other challenges, we don't get a proper data. Non-monetized sectors are there, especially NGOs. Next comes self-consumption is more, illiteracy and ignorance is there, we don't get a proper value. Occupational classification is not proper between primary, secondary and tertiary. Allocation of fixed capital, especially depreciation consumptions. How do we get to know this is the exact depreciation value for this year? We don't have a proper methodology. These are all the disadvantages of calculating national income. And next comes useful. See, why do we calculate national income? In order to understand what is our performance. How are we performing previous year? How are we performing this year? How much our standard of living has improved? Maybe in order to compare with another economy, like how China is performing, how we are performing, how UK is performing, how Italy is performing, how Japan is performing, we are performing, what is our nation's economic welfare, what all distribution patterns we have, what is our level of national income, what is our standard of living, which sector is contributing how much, which sector has a major contribution, and what are all the statistics we have, like population, how much of them are employed, which sector is producing more, which sector is contributing to more income, and what is our inflation, and what is our future forecasting. For all this purpose, we are going to use a national income. In short, for comparison purpose to evaluation purpose. What is it comparison to? Of various economic variables. Various economic variables. So like how we are performing, how we were 10 years ago, how we are now, and what we are anticipating to become in the future. How other nation is performing with respect to India. All this, and what is our inflation rate, how much products we are producing, what is our per capita income, what is our standard of living, how is our economic welfare happening. All this measurements will be made. What will be made? That's it. By this, your entire national income unit 1 comes to an end. Clear? Now let's go to the unit 2, that is Keynesian theory. Which theory?
Keynesian theory.
See, the concepts are very simple. We have 2-sector model, investment multiplier, 3-sector model, and 4-sector model. What all we have? We have a 2-sector model, investment multiplier, 3-sector model, and 4-sector. See, just now we studied about expenditure method. If you remember, what was the expenditure method? C plus I plus G plus X minus. C plus I is a 2-sector model. C plus I plus G is a 3-sector model. C plus I plus G plus X minus M is a 4. See, this is the major differentiation between 2-sector, 3-sector and 4-sector model. Let us understand in detail. This entire concept was developed by John Maynard Keynes. Who developed it?
John Maynard.
And he said, see boss, economy need not be at equilibrium always at full employment level of output. Which employment level?
Full employment.
See, that means demand, supply, the point where demand and supply meets together is equilibrium, equilibrium price, whatever this equilibrium quantity. And this also represents income now. Income, equilibrium output and equilibrium income. Whatever the income that we are earning or output we are producing now, there is no rule that always there is a full employment. What is there? Even we can achieve this equilibrium even lesser than full employment or even greater than. Yes, anything is possible. But our classical economists said, boss, at the point of equilibrium, at the point of our economy will always and always have full employment. There is no unemployment problem at all. Everyone are employed and this is the maximum capacity that we can produce. And whatever we are producing at the maximum capacity now, the nation is also at equilibrium at the same level of output. That might not happen. That is what Keynes suggested. No, boss. Economy may be at full employment at the level of equilibrium or may not be at a full employment at the level of equilibrium. See, British economist John Maynard Keynes in his masterpiece called as General Theory of Employment, Interest and Money, published in 1936, has put forward a comprehensive theory to understand the phenomenon and determination of equilibrium income and equilibrium output. With respect, we have two sector model, C and I. C stands for household, I stands for next three sector, C plus I plus G. G stands for now four sector, C plus I plus G plus foreign sector, that is X minus M. Now two sector model is a very simple one and let me put it across in the most easiest way. See, we are understanding about equilibrium, that is AD, aggregate demand is equal to aggregate supply. Remember, aggregate demand represents expenditure side. Which side? Aggregate supply is going to represent income side. Which side? Now the components of AD. AD will be C plus I. It is only two sector model na, C plus I. And what is the income formula? See, whenever we are earning income, either we consume or either we create a savings. Either we spend money on consumption or either we create a savings. So income formula will be C plus S. What is it? C plus S. Now CC gets cancelled. See, consumption remains the same. So in a two sector model, I will be equal to yes. What is it? I will be equal to yes. Clear? So instead of writing here yes, now I can also write it as Y is equals to C plus I. This will be the equation of national income. What is it? Equation of. So initially it is Y plus. Yes. Now let us understand this Y plus S. Now what is this? Now I'm explaining here. Look at the board. Y plus S. C stands for. S stands for. If you remember, we have also done all the equation. What is consumption equation? C is equals to A plus B of Y. A stands for autonomous. What does A stands for? That means whether I earn income or not, this proportion of money I have to compulsorily spend. That is autonomous. B stands for induced. B stands for what? Induced part. That means if your income increases, even your spendings will also increase on your lifestyle, transportation, tour, food, all these things. Say for example, I am earning some 15,000 income. Now in this 15,000, every month I should pay a rent of say 5,000. How much is my rent? And my say other expenses, lifestyle expenses, all my other expenses comes to another 7,000 rupees. How much is remaining now? 3,000. Now this 3,000 is my savings. What is it? Savings. Now whether I get a salary or not, every month I should pay the rent na 5,000. That is called autonomous. A. Whatever I spend after paying my autonomous, that comes as induced. My induced is dependent on income. If my income increases from 15,000 to 20,000, will my rent increase? No, rent remains the same. But now my induced expenses from 7,000 I might spend 9,000 or 11,000 because I will go for shopping, I will go out, I will buy something new. So my induced expenditure is dependent on income. Now complete opposite will be the savings. I can only create savings after spending the autonomous part. So minus A plus 1 minus B of Y. What is it? 1 minus. After spending that B, whatever is left, that can be created as a savings. Now remember, this B is also called as marginal propensity to consume. 1 minus B is called as marginal propensity to save. And what is the formula for marginal propensity to consume? Change in consumption divided by change in income. Marginal propensity to save, change in savings divided by change in income. And the most important of all, MPC plus MPS, both should be equal to 1. This is the concept. And there is one more element that is called as APC. APC is consumption by income. APS will be savings by income. Same way, APC plus AP, yes, should be equal to 1. Clear? Now see there, what is income? Income is consumption plus savings. So I had explained about consumption equation. What is a consumption equation? A plus B of Y. Savings is minus A plus 1 minus B of Y. Now B is also called as MPC, marginal propensity to consume. 1 minus B is called as MPS, marginal propensity to save. Clear? What is MPC formula? Change in consumption by change in income. MPS, change in savings by change in income. MPC plus MPS, both put together should be equal to 1. That means value of MPC and MPS will be always between 0 and 1. It will be between, say for the sake of example, if MPC is 0.7, MPS will be 0.3. So 0.7 plus 0.3 is equal to 1. So MPS plus MPC, both put together is always equal to 1. Clear? Same one. APS and APC will be always between 0 and 1. Both put together will be equal to. This is the main formula. This is the main equation. And this B, whatever we call MPC now, this B is also called as slope of consumption curve. What is it? Clear? So this is the simple two-sector model. In a two-sector, we only have household and firm. That means all the factors of productions are held by household. They will give the factors of production to whom? Firm. So factors of productions are given to the firm. Now firm in return for land they will pay wages. Land they will pay wages. Land what they will pay? Rent. For labor they will pay wages. For capital interest. Organization expects. So firm will in return pay the factor payments. Now income has come to household. They will buy goods and services. That is called consumption expenditure. C. And in return, whatever goods produced by the firm now, that is given to the household. So whatever household expects, same thing the firm will produce. Whatever firm produces, they only sell it to household. Whatever household earns income by way of providing factor services, that entire money is again spent on buying goods and services from firm. So money is equally circulating between firm and household. There is no savings. There is no. This is the two-sector model, simple two-sector model. And see here. Since there is no existence of government, we do not have a concept called as tax or government expenditure or even transfer. Y itself is called as YD. What is it? Y itself is called as? YD stands for disposable income. YD stands for what? So income itself is a disposable income since there is no tax form or since there is no government. And no savings is made. See, no corporate savings, nothing. Everything is completely equally distributed between firm and household. And the market is a closed economy. We do not have X minus M. There is no foreign capital inflow or outflow. So this is the simple two-sector model. And see, what all I already explained. AD component is C plus I. C is equals to F of I. That is in short A plus B of Y. Autonomous, induced, and this B. B is also called as MPC and as well as slope of the curve. See, this proportion A, rent I should pay every single month. That is my autonomous part. So I have to compulsory spend this part A. And my induced part is dependent on income. Only after payment of rent. I am getting 15,000 salary. Every month I should pay 5,000 rent. Now that is autonomous part. After rent, I can spend the way I want with the remaining income. That is induced. That is a slope. That B is called as slope of the consumption curve. Clear? And MPC formula, change in consumption by change in income. MPC is also called as B. And MPS, MPC put together should be equal to 1. APC, that is C by Y. And solve this problem. See there. Income is 0, but I need to spend this 50. That means this 50 is a part, autonomous part. That means from my savings, I should take out 50 rupees and spare. So it is minus 50. Next, 100 minus 125. It will be minus 25, 200 minus 200, 0. Next, 300 is income, spendings is 275, savings will become 25, 400 by 350, savings will become 50, 400 by 500 by 425, savings will be 75. Next, APC, what is APC formula? C by Y, 50 by 0, infinite, numerical value by 0. Next, 125 by 100, 1.25. Next, 200 by 200, 1. Next, 275 by 300.
0.916.
0.916. 350 by 400.
0.875.
0. Next, 425 by 500.
0.85.
0. Next, MPC formula, change in consumption. See, 50 and 125 differences. 75, 100 and 0 differences. 100, 75 by 100, 0.75. This will be undefined, infinite. Here 0.75, 0.75, 0.75, 0.75. Crux of the story is very simple. I have also given in the next table. See here. Same to same I have solved it. At 0th level, at 0th, APC will be infinite. We do not have any APC. Whenever we are producing at 0 level, APC, it is going to be infinite. And see, whenever income increases, APC keeps on. See, same to same. Whenever see income is going up, whenever income is increasing, APCs keep on decreasing. That means when we earn more and more income, say this is the same thing I explained in income elasticity. Whenever income is increasing, proportion of money spent on consumption will decrease. I will save more and more. I will create more and more of luxury goods, but normal consumption starts decreasing. But marginal propensity to save will remain constant. Now this is the important question. Remember, whenever income increases, MPC will be dash, remains constant. Marginal propensity to consume will remain constant. Be careful. Clear? And savings function, see, minus A plus 1 minus B of Y. MPS is my change in savings by change in income, also called as 1 minus B. This 1 minus B is nothing but MP. Yes, APS is S by Y. So MPC plus MPS put together should be equal to 1. Same way, APS plus APC put together should be equal to 1. Now solve this problem. Problem number 1. What will be the value of average propensity to save? They are asking for APS. What is the formula? S by Y. So consumption is 200, income is 1000. So consumption is just 200. So remaining is savings 800. So 800 divided by 1000. So it will be 0.8. Next, 1200 is income, savings is 450. So 450 divided by 1200. Answer is 0.375. See, like this, chota mota bachu questions will come in the exam. Now, two sector model equilibrium. Already I said AD should be equal to AS. What is it? AD should be equal to? Yes. Now, what does AD components? C plus I. AS components? C plus. Yes, AS means income. What is income formula? C plus. Yes. Now, CC gets cancelled. So, that will be I equal to. So, these are the formulas. Especially this last formula is most important. Change in savings here. Change in income into MPS. Same way. Change in consumption can be called as change in income into MPC. Clear? Same. Y is equals to C plus S na. Y is equals to C plus S. Same way. Change in income is equals to change in consumption plus change in savings. Like that, change in savings can be called as change in income minus change in consumption. Same way. Change in consumption can be called as change in income minus change in savings. These are the two different way of understanding them. Now see two sector model graph. Here it is only spoken about C. Still I has to come. So you will never get usually a question from graph. So don't worry, graph and all usually in inter they used to ask while writing in detailed explanation. See equilibrium I said CC gets cancelled, S is equals to I. That means whatever savings that is created by the household, that in turn becomes a business investment. Even investments will be having autonomous. Here it will, one more line will come. See autonomous investments. Even I will be autonomous. Clear? This note is going to play an important role. This note is important. See what is it? This condition applies only to the economy where there is no. That means there is no foreign trade. That means we only have two components, C and I. G and X minus M is not there. Now since income is either spent or created as a savings. Now both considering together, AD equals to AS. So this will be AS, this will be AD. Finally CC gets cancelled, S will be equal to I. Now Keynesian equilibrium with equality of planned aggregate expenditure. That means AD and output need not take place. What is it? Need not take place. Not full employment. This is what I explained first. Always and always at the point of equilibrium, there is no rule that we will be having a full employment. Equilibrium can be achieved even lesser than full employment or even greater than. See, it is possible that the rate of unemployment is also higher. When economy is already at equilibrium, still there might be a people left out where we are unable to give them a job. Next, Keynes model, neither wages nor interest rates will decline in the face of any high unemployment or excess. Even though if unemployment problem is there, even people are ready to work for lesser wages, still we don't reduce the wages at all. Whatever the wages are there, according to that, the existing employment will go. Since there is unemployment problem, we can't, let me say, allow people to come and work for lesser wages. No. Already equilibrium is achieved. Say how much is the demand? Say for example, I have a demand for 100 laptops. Now in order to produce this 100 laptops, I have already appointed a labor. Supply is happening. Now at this point of equilibrium, say full employment is not there. Even less than full employment can be there and still unemployment is there. If I am using all the employees now, I might have produced more than 100, let me say 100 laptops. I can produce 130 laptops by including all the people in the economy. But demand is only for 100 laptops. So why should I produce 130 by employing all? So I will not appoint everyone. How much ever is needed to produce 100 laptop, only such employment I will make. Still there is a natural rate of unemployment in the market. What is their natural rate of? See there. Output will remain lesser than full employment. See, this is what? Full employment is at 130 units. My output is lesser than full employment. See, this is the full employment level. But I am producing at lesser than full employment. Yes, still economy will achieve equilibrium at lesser than full employment. See, Keynes argue that this is what precisely happened during the Great Depression of America, 1929, Great Depression. This is what happened was in an economy, demand and supply equilibrium was lesser than full employment. That is what has happened. But you idiot economists, classical economists will say that at the point of equilibrium, always and always there will be full employment. So graph, do not worry much. You will never get a question from graph. Now solve this problem. What are they asking? Calculate marginal propensity to consume and marginal propensity to. What is the formula of MPS and MPC? Okay, MPC. Change in consumption by. Okay. Now from the following information, national income, already income, Y is given. Y is equals to C plus I. We know that. Now autonomous consumption expenditure. This is A part and investment is I part. Now how do you calculate this? Already you have done this in the class. You have done this. What is the answer? So income is 2500 is equals to A part. A is 300 plus B of Y. That is 2500 plus I. Plus I is how much? Another 100. So this will be B of 2500. So 100 plus 200, 400, 2500 is equals to 400 plus B of 2500. So this 400 will become to LHS side. So it becomes 2100 is equals to B of 2500. So B is equals to 21 divided by 25. That is 2100 divided by 2025. How much is B? B is 0.84. B is also called as what? MPC. MPC plus MPS should be equal to 1. So 1 minus 0.84. So remaining is saving. That is 0. So the MPS is 0.16. MPC will be 0.84. That's it. Next, in an economy is at equilibrium, calculate national income. They are asking us to calculate Y. That is C plus I. From the following information, autonomous consumption, A part is there. We know the C. C is equals to A plus B of Y. Now see there. Y we need to identify. A plus B. A is 100 plus marginal propensity to save. B is called as what? B is called as MP. C. B is called as MP. C. Here MPS is there 0.2. So MPC will be 0.8. So 0.8 Y accepted. A plus B of Y plus 200. So this will be like 200 plus 200 is 300. 0.8 Y will come to LHS. This will become 0.2 Y is equals to 300. So Y is equals to 300 divided by 0.2. Y is equals to. That's it. National income is 1500. Now fourth problem. Solve it. Easy peasy problems. These all are. Suppose the consumption of an equilibrium is given as C is equals to 20 plus 0.65 and investment is 10 plus 0.2Y. Identify the equilibrium level of national income. So Y is equals to C plus I. So Y, C is 20 plus 0.6Y plus I is 10 plus 0.2Y. Now these two things 0.6 plus 0.2 is 0.8. That comes to LHS side. This becomes 0.2Y is equals to 30. Y is equals to 30 divided by 0.2. 150. Y is 150. That's it. Next, suppose the consumption function C is equals to 7 plus 0.5i. Investment is 100. Find out equilibrium level of income, consumption and savings. So income Y is equals to C plus, yes, C is equals to, now C, 7 plus 0.5i plus I. What is the level of I? 100. Now it will be Y is equals to 0.5 will come to LHS side. It will become 0.5. 1 minus 0.5 is 0.5 is equals to 107. So Y is equals to 107 divided by 0.5. Answer is equals to 214. So 214 is the answer. That's it. Next, if the consumption function C is equals to 250 plus 0.85, I is 300. Identify equilibrium. You can do this. And even this is much more easy. See, we know that I is equals to S. Already we have proved now. So I is already given 50. And what is S? Minus 10 plus 0.2y. Minus 10 goes to LHS. This becomes now plus 10. So 60 is equals to 0.2y. So y is equals to 60 divided by 0.2. What is the answer for y? 300. And we know that I is equals to S. How do you calculate the savings? Simple. I is 50. In 300, savings will be 50. So consumption will be 250. That's it. See, within 10 seconds, we can solve the problems like this. Clear? So only like this chota mota questions will come. See, another problem is there. You can solve it easily. 6th one and 8th one, you solve it. Aram se you will solve it off. Next one. What is it? Inflationary gap and deflationary. See, understand the logic here. Logic is most important. What do you mean by inflationary gap? In inflation time, demand will be more than supply. What is it? Say for example, in the economy, there are 100 people. By appointing all the 100 people, say I can produce some 500 benches. How many benches?
500.
But in the market, demand is for 600 benches. Demand is for how many benches?
600.
How much ever people are there? I have appointed each and every person and I have produced goods. I can only produce this 500 bench by appointing all the people in the economy to come and work. But demand is for 600. I can only maximum produce this 500. So there is a shortage of 100 now. I can't increase my output. Everyone are employed. See, by appointing each and every person, this is full employment. What is it? At the level of full employment, I can what produces say 500 benches. But demand in the market is 600. So the gap, whatever is created, is called as inflationary gap. How do I resolve this? Now I can't produce an output. Maximum only I can increase the price. Because of increase in price, now income of the particular product will change. See, I was producing 500 benches and I used to sell, say for example, for 50 rupee. Now same 500 benches. Earlier I used to earn how much? 25,000 by selling this. Now same 500 benches, I will increase the prices to 70 rupee. Now I will make. Did the output change? No. See, output is still remaining same, 500. What did it change? Only and only price will change. So my real output will not at all change. What is it? See, the real output is already same, 500 only. Output didn't change. Only price got increased. Because of increase in price, nominal output will increase. Nominal GDP, real GDP. Because of change in price. Clear? So nominal output will increase. Real output will not. The only solution in inflationary gap is only price will go up. That is what happens during business cycle expansion. There will be inflation in the economy. Because of inflation, more demand is there. Already we are at full employment. We are unable to produce beyond that. The only maximum possible thing is prices will increase. That's it. See, that is the logic. The aggregate demand for the amount of output is greater than the full employment. My full employment output is 500, but the demand, aggregate demand is 600 they are asking for. So there is an excess demand. It is giving rise to the inflationary gap. With the amount by which actual aggregate demand is going to exceed the level of aggregate demand that is required to establish a full employment. That means I need only 500 demand to establish a equilibrium level of demand. But in an economy, there is a demand for how much? 600. Now with the help of all my full employment, I can only produce this 500, but demand is for. So in order to bring it down to this particular point of equilibrium, now I should only increase my price. What should I do? Now see this point at the new equilibrium, that is at this new point, point E. My real output has not increased, only nominal output has increased. See, real output, real income, real employment will remain the same. Only nominal output, nominal income has increased because of inflation. That means due to increase in price. Clear? So this is the concept of inflationary gap. Which gap? See, in case of inflationary gap, story is very simple. Boss, I am already at full employment. Whatever demand that is there at full employment now, that is greater than what we can produce it. I can only produce as 500 benches, but demand is for 600. I can't increase my output. I'm already at full employment. Everyone or whoever is there in the economy who can come and work, everyone are working. I can't increase the output. Now maximum I can only increase is price. Because of inflation, prices will increase. Complete opposite is deflationary gap. You are at full employment. Say you are producing 500 benches. But in the economy, demand is only and only for 400 benches. But you can able to produce how much? 500. So demand is for how many benches? 400. But you are able to produce how much? 500. Do you want to produce 500 now? How much you need to produce? Do you need all the employees in your organization? No. I don't want 100 people, 20 people fired. Only 80 people is enough. So I will produce. Now my equilibrium will come lesser than full employment. Now this is equilibrium. So my equilibrium will be lesser than full employment. That means this is the rate. This is the gap. Between this, there is a unemployment. What is there? So full employment, I don't need all 100 people. Just I know what I need is 80 people. So 20 people are unemployed. That means economy is in equilibrium lesser than full employment. What is it? Because of shortage of demand. Now I can produce 500 benches by using 100 laborers, but demand is only for 400 benches. What will I do by appointing all 100 people? So 20 people go home, tata bye bye. Clear? That leads to a deflationary gap. Which gap? See, if the aggregate demand is more than the amount that is produced, there is still a full employment level of output. See, if the aggregate demand is for the amount of output lesser than the full employment level of output, then we say there is a deficient demand. That means shortage of demand. We are producing more, but demand is not at all there. So since that shortage leads to a recessionary gap or contractionary gap, and now what happens? Only and only unemployment problem will start. And this happens during business cycle contraction or recession phase. Clear? Now see there. A firm will experience an unplanned buildup of inventory, that is unsold goods, and they have to respond by cutting down the production as well as cutting down the employment. That leads to decrease in the output and income until the underemployment equilibrium is achieved at point E. Now this point E is the new equilibrium. Clear? Understood? So this is the concept of inflationary gap and deflationary gap, and this is what precisely happened during the Great Depression of America, and this is where counter-cyclical fiscal model was thought by John Maynard Keynes, and this is what the nation suffered in 1929. Clear? This was the first concept, two-sector model. Any doubts in two-sector model? Chalo, let's get started. Next, go ahead. Let's go ahead. Esma.
You said inflationary gap. You said the price will increase, so the demand will come down. So why not in deflationary?
Demand will not come down. Demand is there. We are selling that same shortage commodity for higher prices now. That's it.
Yeah.
Since price increases now, few people will reduce their consumption.
So in deflationary gap, why can't we reduce the price so that?
If you are reducing the price, now profitability.
Minimum.
First of all, we are in contraction phase. During the time of contraction in business cycle, definitely prices will go down now. And moreover, unsold stock is there. See, there is a demand only for 400 units. You are producing how much? Still unsold stock is how much? 100 units. To sell that 100 units, now we will reduce your price now. From next time, will you produce 500 units? So do you need 100 people in the organization? Fire them. Don't want. Clear? Understood? Now, investment. See, simple concept. How many times? What is it? How many times? The aggregate income is going to increase as a result of increase in investment. See, simple man. Now say for example, near the college, I am planning to start a Xerox shop and chat shop. Which one will have more business? Chat shop or Xerox shop? Chat shops, eating all junk foods and all, people like more. No doubt stationery will also have a business, but more than stationery, which shop will have more business? Chat shop. Now if I need to invest my money, on which should I invest? Chat shop or Xerox shop? Why did I invest money on chat shop? Because income generation is more. That means whenever I invest more money in the economy, that will lead to increase in income. Now I should identify how many times. What is it? How many times is my investment increasing? Say for example, I invested 1 crore. I invested. Because of that, I made 4 crores. That means 4 times. How many times?
4 times.
4 times my income has increased. Clear? I will invest the money because of increase in investment. Because of increase in how many times did my income increase? If you remember, I also explained you about the concept of MPC. What is MPC? Change in consumption divided by change in. If you earn more income, you will start spending more. So when people start spending more money, now I will confidently come and invest more money. Simple. See the formula? Change in income divided by change in investment. This is the formula for investment multiplier called as small k. Now observe. This income gets cancelled. That means when people spend more money, I am ready to invest more and more money in such business, in which my business, the people are spending more money now. I will invest on that. If people are willing to come out and have dinner with their family, restaurant business will boom. If people are ready to go on a trip, vacation, tourism will boom. If people are ready to come and buy clothes and all, more textiles business will boom. That means in short, on what people are spending more money, I will identify. On that, I will increase my investment so that my income are going to increase. Income is going to, see in short, how many times, how many will my investment increases? How many times will my investment increase? That means income is rising. Say income increased by 4 crore. I invested 1 crore. That means how many times did my investment increase? 4 times. This is the concept of investment multiplier. Remember, when people spend more money, what is it? When people spend, investment multiplier will increase. What is that? Say MPC and MPS. MPS means savings. How much proportion of their income they will save? How much proportion of their income they will spend? Say for example, people are spending just 10%, 90% they are saving, or 30% they are spending. Say 70% they are saving. Say 50% they are spending, 50% they are saving. Say for example 70% they are spending, 30% they are saving, 90% they are spending, and 10% they are saving. One more, 100% they will spend, zero savings. Now what is the formula of investment multiplier? I said change in income because of change in investment. There is also one more formula, or 1 divided by MPS. What is it called as? MPS can also be written as what? 1 minus B. What is it called as? So remember, investment multiplier is a reciprocal of MPS. What is investment multiplier? Reciprocal of MPS. Now let us calculate by using this formula. Now what is the formula for investment multiplier? 1 by MPS. Now take out. Now 1 by 0.9. What is the answer? 1.11 times. That means the money will increase only by 1.11 times. Now 1 by 0.7. 1.428 times. Next 1 by 0.5. Now 2 times. Now observe, when people are reducing their savings and increasing their spendings, that is when multiplier is increasing. Next 1 by 0.3. Now see, 3.33 times my money started to increase. When people spend more and more money, my income generation will also increase more and more number of times. Now 1 divided by 0.1. Now see the magic. Now see one more biggest magic. 1 divided by 0. Infinite times. If people don't even save and completely spend money, that means my money will increase infinite times. So remember, there is a negative relationship between MPC and multiplier. Do you agree? Do you agree? Hello, stupid people, wrong. When people save more money, multiplier will be less. If people spend more money, saving should be less, spending should be. If you spend more money, multiplier will also be more. So MPC and multiplier has a positive relationship. MPS and multiplier has a dash relationship. Negative. Mark this as important. This is the most important logic. Even I have given in my material. See here, next sheet. Turn to the next sheet. See here, below the table. Now, see formula I have given. What is the value of K? K is equals to change in income by change in investment, or 1 by 1 minus MPC. What is MPC is called as? B, 1 minus B. Or 1 divided by MPS. Reciprocal of MPS. See, I have given here. Higher the MPC, higher the multiplier. Positive relationship. Higher the MPS, lower the multiplier. Negative relationship. So this is the crux of the story. Multiplier value. So if people spend more and more money, what is it people spend? My income will also increase. See, I have C plus I line. Now additional investment. See, whenever investment increases now, my income generating capacity is also increasing more and more. So this is the concept of multiplier. In short, how many times my income will increase due to change in investment. Due to change in what? So change in income will happen because of change in. So whenever investment changes, say for example, I have invested 500 crore. Because of that, I made 1500 crore. How many times? 3 times my income has increased. Clear? So this is the concept of investment multiplier. See example. See, there is a change in investment by 2000 million. Because of that, there is a income made as 6000 million. So 6 by 2. How many times? 3 times. Clear? So for every 1 rupee you invest, you will make 3 rupees in return. So marginal propensity to consume is a main factor. If people consumes more, what is it? People automatically our investment multiplier will increase. This entire concept market important. See, MPC is the main determinant of the value of. If people spend more money, automatically we will make more money. There exists a direct relationship between MPC and the value of multiplier, and the maximum value of multiplier will be infinite. That is when people spend everything without even saving, though MPC should become 1. Clear? And the value of multiplier becomes 0 when MPS is 1. And moreover, what is a multiplier? Reciprocal of MPS. What is it? Of MPS. Value of multiplier is nothing but reciprocal of 1 by MPS can also be written as 1 minus B. B is called as MPC now. 1 minus MPC is MPS. So it is 1 minus B. Clear? This is the concept of multiplier. And there is something called as leakages. What is there? Leakage. So what is this concept of leakage? Now, rather than spending money on purchasing presently produced goods and services, if you save money, if you pay taxes, if you repay back the loan, now this is what? Multiplier. When you spend money, that will number of times that money gets circulated will become more, multiplier value will increase. Suppose if you save money, if you hold it back, if you pay taxes, if you repay back your debt, or buy any goods of last year produced goods, now that multiplier value will be reduced because of leakages. Because of, say for example, there is a tap. You have connected a pipe from tap until to your car. You need to wash your car. Now there is a hole in the tap. Now let me say water gets leakaged. You will not get the full outcome. That is what? If you don't spend your money on current produced goods and services. What is it? Currently produced goods and such money, whichever is not spent now, that is said to have a leakages. That leakages will reduce the value of multipliers. That will restrict the value of. See there, leakages, income, increase in income due to increase in initial does not go on endlessly. The process of income propaganda will slow down and ultimately comes to an. Such causes responsible for decline in the income that is called as. Now, income that is not spent on currently produced consumption of goods and. Underline, this is important. If income is not spent on currently produced goods and services, then such income is said to be have leakaged, or which is taken out from your income stream. If leakages are stronger, multiplier value will be lesser. If leakages are lesser, multiplier value will be higher. Clear? See, if the increase in income goes on in a consumption expenditure, goes out, if the increased income goes out of the cycle of consumption expenditure, then that is said to have been leakage in the income stream, and that reduces the effect. See, that reduces the effect of the. More powerful the leakages are, smaller will be the value of a. See, these are the reasons for leakages. Number 1, payment of tax. When you pay tax, your disposable income will decrease now. That proportion of money what you paid as tax cannot be used to buy goods and services. If you simply keep idle cash at home, will that cash put additional income? No. Even that money is not spent at all. So it will have a leakages. Buying any existing stocks from the money, that will also have a leakages. Buying any shares and bonds. It was been issued last year, previous year. It is just moving from one person to another person's hand now. Next, undistributed profits of the corporate. What is it? Undistributed profits of whom? See, company has earned profit, they didn't declare a dividend, still it is with them. You didn't receive money now you can't spend. And in case of debt repayment, I took a loan, sir, I am repaying that. You are not spending on buying goods and services, rather you are repaying a loan. And the most important, if economy is already at full employment, what is it? Economy is already at. If you bring in any additional investment, that additional investment will just act as a inflation, and that is a leakage. See, if there is already full employment and if you bring any additional investment in the name of multiplier, it is led to cause only and only inflation. Prices will increase or income will not increase. And that is the important last one. Mark it as important. If economy is already at full employment, what is it? Economy is already at? If there is any investment additionally made, that is said to have only leakages. That will only and only have what?
Leakages.
Leakages from the income system. Clear? Next. 3-sector model. Here it is typically a maths class. Let me explain it in the most easiest way. See, in a 3-sector model. Which model? Now we will have C plus I plus G. Now when government comes into picture, now there will be government expenditures made. There is also taxes, that is income. There is also transfer payments. Which payment? Transfer payments. All these three will come into picture. Now, this transfer payment is not a part of national income. So, we will not consider this much. Now, we will only consider this government expenditure. Expenditure comes on which side? AD. And taxes is the income to the government. What is income? That comes on AS. So, AD should be equal to AS at the point of equilibrium. Now, AD is an expenditure. What is that expenditure? C plus I plus G. And AS is the income. Now, C plus S. And what is the income to the government? Tax. So, CC gets cancelled. So, it will be I plus G equals to S plus T. This is the condition of equilibrium. What is it? Condition of? Now, since government is existing, what is the consumption function? C is equals to A plus B of Y. Now, it should be YD. What is it? YD, disposable income. Government is there now, you will pay tax. So, what is this YD? YD is income minus tax. Suppose if there is any transfer payment. Suppose if there is any plus TR. What is it? Plus TR. That means you will receive income now from government. Transfer payment. So, plus TR it will become. Clear? Only and only if there is a transfer payment. Now, what will be the national income equation? It was Y is equals to C plus I plus G. Now, what is the equation of C? A plus B of Y minus T. If there is a transfer payment plus TR. So, plus I plus G. This is the equation. And multiplier. Multiplier equation will be 1 divided by. Multiplier formula.
Changing.
Reciprocal of MPS. Na? What is MPS? 1 minus B. This is the multiplier value. 1 divided by 1 minus B. Even in this, there are multiple equations. If you remember, tax as an equation, transfer payments, all that had come. I had explained in the class in detail. I made you to solve few problems. How exactly national income gets derived. Everything I made you to solve. See, in a 3-sector model, we have household consumption, as well as business investment I, as well as government spendings on goods and services G. So, it is C plus I plus G. Since government is existing, government expenditure will come on expenditure side. Taxes will come on income side. So, this is AD component. This will be AS component. So, whenever government spends money, now that is pumping money inside the economy. Now, that means that is nothing but it is acting as an injection to economy. What is it?
Injection.
That money circulation is coming inside the economy. Even that will have a multiplier effect. Government expenditure will also have a dash effect. Say for example, in an economy, there is some 1,000 crores of expenditure to be made by the government. And I know that money gets circulated 5 times. How many times? So government will not bring in 1,000 crore. They will bring 200 crore. That 200 crore into 5. 5 times gets circulated and it will become 1,000 crore. So government expenditure also acts as a multiplier. So remember now, government expenditure is an injection. That means it will pump in money into the economy. Whenever they collect a tax now, tax will act as a leakages. See, one expenditure side, one income side. Now one debit side, one credit side. Now nullifying effect. Clear? It is getting balanced. So government always tries to have a balanced budget. Whatever they collect in the name of tax now, that is what they will be making a government expenditure. So this is nothing but which budget? Balanced budget. If there is any transfer payments, that gets added after the disposable income payments. Clear? Income minus tax plus TR. Now see the assumptions. There are 3 sectors: household, firm and business, and still a closed economy. No exports and no imports. There is no corporate savings or nothing. Next, prices of goods and services, supply of labor, production technology, everything will remain constant. Since there is an existence of government, so government is also getting a tax. whatever government spends now, that government expenditure is equal to government revenue in the form of tax. So government expenditure will always be equal to the tax money collected. That is what I said, balanced. Clear? C equilibrium. C gets cancelled. S plus T is equals to I plus G. So S plus T plus M, that is the income side. I plus G, oh, 1 second. X and M, why did it come? This has to be striked off. This is 4 sector model. So S plus T is equals to I plus G. I plus G expenditure side, S plus T is income side. So in short, see, AD should be equal to AS na, equilibrium. AD means expenditure. C plus I plus G equals C plus S plus T. Now only C gets cancelled. So what it is? I plus G is equals to S plus T. And especially this part, G is always equal to T. And already in the 2 sector model only we have learned I is always equal to yes. Clear? One debit, one credit, matched. Now component of C, YD. What is that YD? Disposable income. What is that disposable income? YD is nothing but income minus tax. No, equal. You will never get this graph. So do not worry. Circular flow, very less chances of asking question. Usually even you will never get a question from this area. So do not worry. But still, let me explain it. See here. There is a business sector, government sector, household sector. Now household will also pay taxes to whom? Government. Even business will pay taxes to whom? Government. Government will give transfer payments to household and subsidies to the business. Now household, when they earn income, they will buy goods and services from the product market. See, they are going to buy, make a consumption expenditure, and they will also pay tax. Remaining money they will save in the finance market. And they are the one who will be owning factors of production. They will give all the factor services to household. In return, they get a factor income. That is where household gets the income. Same 2 sector model, whatever was there now. See these 4 lines. Goods and services, consumption expenditure, factor services, factor income. This red color line, whatever you are seeing, that is a 2 sector model. No changes at all. For that, now government gets added. So when government is getting added, payment of tax comes into picture. Transfer payments comes into picture, all this, and household will also create a savings now. Now the savings will be borrowed by government, even savings will be borrowed by the business. Now whatever goods produced by the business, that will be given in the product market. Another business firm will also produce, let me say, purchase from them as a raw material. Even see, investment expenditure is there, government will also purchase, household will also purchase. This is the simple flow chart of 3 sector model. You will never get a question from this area, but still have a look. Clear? Now comes mathematics class. What is it? Lump sum tax method. What is it? See, what is that lump sum tax? Whatever the tax you pay, you are earning an income, on that you should pay the tax. This is called as YD. What is it called as? YD. See the equation. Y minus T. That's it. Now C component. A plus B of Y minus T plus I plus G. And C multiplier formula 1 divided by 1 minus B. And also derivation. I also explained in the class how derivation comes into picture full on in detail. We have done derivation. You will never get a question, but whenever there is a lump sum tax, this is the formula. 1 divided by 1 minus B of A minus BT plus I plus G. You usually will never get this kind of a thing. They will give a numerical problem like this. See, C, I, G, T, all these things. Let us identify. See, they are asking us to identify the level of national income. What is the formula? Y is equals to C plus I plus G. So Y is equals to C will be A plus B of Y minus T now. Y minus plus I plus G. With that respect, Y is equals to, what is the value of C? 10 plus 0.75 Y minus T. What is the tax value? 20. So minus 20 plus I. How much is I? 50. And again, G is equals to T. T is also 20. Now multiply this. 7.75 has to be multiplied with 5 as well as 20. With that respect, Y is equals to 10 plus 0.75 Y minus 15. 75% of 20 is how much? 15. Clear? Plus 50 plus 20 is 70. So 0.75 will come to LHS side. So 1 minus 0.75. 0.25 Y is equals to 10 gets to be added with 70 now. So it will be 80 minus 15. 80 minus 15 is how much? So 0.25 Y is equals to 65. Y is equals to 65 divided by 0.25. Answer. So Y is equals to 260. See, national income is 260. Done. Within 1 minute, you will solve the problem and They're asking us to identify the size of the value of the multiplier. See, the 0.75 is important. That is the value of B. What is the multiplier formula? 1 divided by 1 minus B. B is 0.75. 1 minus 0.75 is 0.25. That is 1 divided by MPS. MPS will be 0.25. So what is 1 divided by 0.25? 4 times. So multiplier value is how many times? 4 times. See, common sense. You know the logic. You will aram say within a minute you will solve the problem. So second kind of a problem. Lump sum tax and see plus TR. That's it. Y minus T plus TR. In that entire equation after the minus of tax you need to add the plus TR. Same to same. See, equation transfer payment is given. Just you need to make plus TR. See, Y minus 100 plus 50. That's it. Next, third one. Tax as a function. What is it? Tax as a function. If you remember, consumption, I explained your equation. A plus B of Y. What is that A? Autonomous part. What is that A part? A stands for autonomous. B stands for induced. Now, same to same. T dash is autonomous. Small t is induced. Rather than simply writing as Y minus T. Now, in the place of T, you will get this equation. T dash minus Ty. When you are writing inside the bracket, that positive will become negative. See, this plus Ty was there now. When you write inside the bracket, that will become minus. That is the only one area you should be careful. And now multiplier formula will change. So you don't worry about the derivation. Remember, whenever tax as a function is given, what is it given? Tax as a function is given. Now multiplier formula is different. See, this is the multiplier formula. In generic case, what was the multiplier formula? M, 1 divided by 1 minus B. Now this is the first one. In case of generic case. Now, second one, when tax as equation, what is it? Tax as equation is given. Now, the M, that is multiplier formula will be 1 divided by 1 minus B of 1 minus small t. That is induced part of tax. This one, induced. This induced part of tax. See, in the example here, see tax equation, 25 plus 0.1. This 0.1 is a small t. This is the induced part. 0.5 is the B. So now only let us identify value of multiplier. 1 divided by 1 minus B of 1 minus T. What is the value of B pa? 1 minus 0.5 divided by 1 minus 0.1. That 0.1 is the induced part of tax. Now listen. How do you calculate? Usually non-math students, especially in your 11th and 12th, you will go wrong here. First to solve what is there inside the bracket. 1 minus 0.1 is 0.9. Multiply that with 0.5. So RHS to LHS now. From right side you need to calculate. 0.9 into 0.5? 0.45. So 1 minus 0.45 is 0.55. So 1 divided by 0.55. This is the value of multiplier 1.82. So in such problem they will ask you to identify the multiplier value. So remember, whenever tax as a equation is given. What is it? Tax as a what is the formula for multiplier? 1 divided by 1 minus B of 1 minus T. What is the small b? That is induced part of consumption equation. What is the small t? Induced part of tax equation. Which part? Induced part of. So the 0.1 in this example, 0.5 in the consumption. B is MPC. That MPC 0.5 is a small b. Clear? Understood? Next, fourth one. Along with tax as a equation, now transfer payments plus TR. What is it? That's it. So this is your 3-sector model. Clear? Next, let us go for the 4-sector model. Now in 4-sector model, what is it? C plus, I plus, G plus, X minus M. Now even exports and imports have come into picture. X minus M is also there. Now observe. Now what is the equilibrium condition? AD should be equal to AS. AD is expenditure side. That is C plus, I plus, G plus, X minus M is equals to C plus, S plus, T. That was the income. Government is there, so tax collection is there. Clear? Now this minus M, whatever this minus M is there now, this will go to RHS. So this will become C plus, I plus, G plus, X is equals to C plus, S plus, T plus, M. So CC gets cancelled. So technically speaking, I plus, G plus, X. Whenever we export, we will receive money. When money comes inside, that will be pumped into an economy. That is injection to an economy. Whenever we import, we will pay. Money is going outside. Whenever we import any goods and services, rather than buying our own goods and services and selling it in India, we are importing it and then we are selling. That acts as a leakage. That acts as what? Leakage. So that's the reason S plus T plus M. So remember, this M is a leakage. What is it? M is a leakage. Even tax is a leakage. Here X is a injection. Even government expenditure is a injection. So injections will come under expenditure side, leakage will come under income side, AS side. Clear? Now what will be the equation of national income? National income equation, Y is equals to C plus I plus G plus X minus M in case of 4-sector model. Which sector model? 4-sector. Clear? This is the equilibrium condition of a 4-sector model. Now there is a NFIA component. Which component? NFIA. See, foreign income receivable from abroad, foreign income payable to abroad. Same way exports and imports. Now this is again a easy concept, 4-sector model. Listen to this carefully. Whenever exports is greater than imports, what is it? Exports. See, already explained. Exports is going to act as an injection, import is going to act as a leakage. So I am not going to explain it once again by reading one whole word there. Just easy, simple. That is what in equilibrium I explained. Now, whenever export is greater than import, that means my domestic income will be there. See, that is, say for example, GDP is a domestic income. For that, we will add NFIA. That will become what? GNP. So this GNP will be greater than GDP. So that is what? Whenever export is greater than import, GNP will be greater than GDP. Accepted? Same way. Suppose if import is greater than export, we are importing more and more. We should only pay, Whenever we are supposed to pay more and more and we are unable to earn more, that's the reason GDP will be greater than GNP at this point. Second point, whenever import is greater than export, GNP will be greater than GDP. Do you agree? Hello, stupid people, I'm saying wrong. Listen first. Whenever import is greater than export, what is it? Import is greater than export. My domestic income will be greater than national income. That is, GNP is greater than GDP. Do you agree? Is it GDP or GNP?
GNP. So for export, GNP is greater than GDP.
Whenever export is greater, NP is greater than DP. That is, GNP will be greater than GDP. Suppose if import is greater,
GDP is greater than GNP.
GDP is greater than GNP. Now the second condition is important. This is where you guys will go wrong. Now listen to this carefully. Now there is one more formula for multiplier. Suppose if import is given as a equation, what is it?
Import.
See, C is equals to A plus B of Y, autonomous and induced. This M dash is autonomous, another M, small m will be induced. Now total 3 formulas are there for multiplier. Whenever import is given as equation, what is it? Import is given as? Multiplier will be 1 minus B plus small m, that induced part of import. Induced part of? Now numerical problem. See, already explained this equilibrium and all. S plus T plus M is equals to I plus G plus X. Graph and all, you will never get a question here much, so don't worry. Now see there. Let's straight away come to the problem. This is where they will ask you to identify the multiplier value. See here. They have given import equation. What is that? 0.05y. Only induced part is given. See, this is the small m. So what is the multiplier now? 1 divided by 1 minus B plus m. That B is MPC. That is consumption equation 0.8. So in short, it will be 1 divided by 1 minus 0.8 plus 0.05. 1 minus 0.8 is 0.2. 0.2 plus 0.05. That is 1 divided by 0.2. 5. 1 divided by 0.25 is 4 times. That's it. You will get the multiplier formulas like this. So total 3 multiplier formulas are there. How many multiplier formula?
3.
See, remember. So in case of generic case, the normal formula. What is it? Normal formula. 1 divided by 1 minus B. What is the multiplier formula? 1 divided by 1 minus B. Second one, when tax as function, tax as, or maybe equation is given. Now the formula for multiplier will be 1 divided by 1 minus B of 1 minus T. Third formula, when import as function, what is it? When import as function is given, small m will be 1 divided by 1 minus B plus m. Clear? So these are the formulas. Note this down. This is the important formula. By this, your entire Keynesian theory comes to an end. 4-sector model Flowchart and all, not that important. Again, 3-sector model. For that, another 2 more lines gets added. That is out of the word. One we export, another one we import. Since it is a MCQ based exam, flowchart and all, graph and all, very less questions are going to come. Usually it will not come. This chapter, my expectation is 8 to 14 marks. Full national income and Keynesian theory put together. Maximum it can go up to 14. Minimum 8. If you want to take average, you can consider every chapter minimum 10 marks. Bare minimum. But usually chapter 10, chapter 5 and chapter 1. Don't expect 10 marks and all. So much will never come. Business cycle, introduction to business economics and chapter 10, Indian economy. 10 marks and all will not come. That whatever the reduction of 10 mark happens there now. Especially from chapter 2, you can expect more marks. Chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 6, chapter 9. These and all you can expect more than 10 marks. 50-50 exact. Micro 50, macro 50. Online students there today, no one is responding at all, man. Only one student, Chaitra. This girl texted the answers. That's it. Others, are you alive? Still alive? So this was your entire chapter 6. See, flowchart will come, only this extra. Rest of the word will be there. This arrow marks has to be changed. This is export, this will be import, and we also import a factor market like technology or labor, like this we will import it. Done? Chalo, we'll take up chapter 10, last chapter, and after that we'll take a break. After break we'll come up and we will take the chapter 7. So public finance. So after the break, chapter 7 will take, if time permits, I will take up unit 1 or 2 of chapter 8. So tomorrow it will be 8 and 9. 9 is biggest, little. 8 moderate, 9 is biggest. And one MTV paper did you solve? RTPs. Solved up. That we will solve. Whichever doubts you have in the RTP, that we will solve. You want every question to be solved or only doubts? We'll solve every question. All easy it is. Like it was very easy. There is no twister questions from macro. Everything was just a direct question. Straight away, direct questions was there.
New syllabus.
That's the reason. New syllabus. Now, first time you guys are writing. That's the reason. Clear? So, chalo. Wait. Abba? Book back questions, very less they have given. But direct conceptual based will only come from macro. Nothing very complicated. Okay, we'll start. So chapter 10, take it at the complete last. By mistake, if you don't even have a time now, don't worry, ignore this. You will never get much chapter. Hardcore theory, full on data and full on facts. Except that there is no concept, but easy only. It's not like difficult and all, just you need to read it once. That will just take your time and it will irritate you once. That's it. Only this is the only one topic. It is like taking you to the Mount Everest in chapter 9 and making them fall from there. That is chapter 10. Chapter 9 is amazing. Superb concepts are there. Chapter 9, we will take it to the next level. So, after taking to the peak of the Mount Everest, chapter 10, straight away, jump from there. That is all. Okay, chalo, let's get started. Only 5 topics are there here. 1. Indian economy before independence. See, I will not go in detail much here. Whatever the crux of the story is there, I will take up that. Now, when we speak about India, the independent India, the policy procedures after independence is different. Policy procedures which was there before independence. So this chapter is divided into 2 segments. One before independence, second one is so usually before independence, during the king and queen, that is the first segment. Second one during the British rule. These are the 2 segments that we have taken. See there, in India, especially in the medieval world, it is considered to be one of the largest economy. What is it? One of the and in the ancient and the medieval world, and it is believed that India used to hold 1/3 to 1/4 of the world's wealth. 1/3 to
1/4 of the
world's wealth. That is what we used to have, and we used to have a self-sustained villages. See, we have a self-sufficient villages. We were not dependent on any other country, nation. The villages itself was like most important places, and we had a place for commerce, pilgrimage, administration, and also compare it to villages. City prescribed more opportunities and diverse occupation. Even today, that is the case. More than villages, cities have a more diversified occupational advantage and traded and gainful economic activity. Now, simple division of labor and which attributes based on race, class, age, gender. That means based on caste, creed, community, what kind of work you do. That is how it is derived. And they had a built-in mechanism of economic and social differences among the villages itself. And the predominant occupation was what? Agriculture was the main source of livelihood. Along with that, people also were into manufacturing, handicrafts, textiles of superior technology, and finest quality was produced, and it was had a worldwide market. That is how India was under the king and queen's rule. And especially that one important work even today that the entire world will be notified is about Arthashastra, created by Chanukya. And even today most of the policy makers consider it as a most important handbook while framing the rules, regulations of the nation. Even today many concepts are borrowed. It will focus on mainly 7 important vital areas. And these all, you can just go through it, like what is that Artha? Artha means wealth, Shastra means about the, let me say, humanity. Artha Shastra, wealth and humanity is morely focused on. And 7 important vital elements like king, ministry, fortizans, and farmland, treasure, military, and allies. These are the 7 important components. Any kingdom should have it. So this is the one important phase. Clear? Next, when it comes under the British rule, complete devastation, complete destruction, complete looting of India's wealth. That is what in reality it happened. They said that because of us only industrial development happened in India. Bullshit. They were not actually developing. They were actually criticizing us. They were downfaming us. India had a very popular demand for all its handmade crafts and all this. Worldwide market was there. See, during the king and queen's rule, see, they were used to finest quality and finest fitness was there, and it had a worldwide market, especially the handicrafts of India and craftsmen, whatever the artisans and craftsmen they used to produce. Now that is what they destroyed in India. That is what they did. So there were 2 parts under British rule. First is called as East Indian Company rule, and second one is British government in India. And these stupid fellows, they said that we are able to manufacturing capability of Britain increased manifold, because from here you took raw material, you exported there. There you guys used to produce and they used to send it back to India. And see there, Indian foreign trade from exporter of a manufacturing to the exporter of a, this is the major composition they made. We were an exporter of finished good and they forced us to be the exporter of a raw material. If at all we try to export any finished goods, heavy tariff is to be paid, heavy taxes. And if at all we export raw material, lower tariff was to be charged. And all this, we were unable to export a finished good. Even our people got fascinated towards the Western culture and the lifestyle. Machine-made goods got dominating more and more. Even our own people started liking that. See, demand for a domestic consumption of favoring the foreign goods, and many Indians wanted to affiliate themselves with the Western culture. Machine-made goods had more and more popularity and far-reaching than an Indian manufacturing of handmade goods. These all were the destructions what they did first. India was a self-sufficient village. We were known for our agricultural artisans and handicraft export. They destroyed us. From exporter of finished good, they made us to exporter of a raw material. And see there, the damage was done for a long-lasting impact, and they are the stupid people. They introduced the concept of, and because of them, there was a large-scale unemployment, because our agriculture was a predominant source of income, and agriculture also got it affected because of all fragmented land holding. All trouble started during British rule. And this land tenure reforms, everything was introduced, and farming got reduced, agricultural productivity decreased, poverty started increasing, and import of all cheap machine-made goods from the Britain shifted the taste and fashion of our people for favoring to the machine-made goods rather than Indian goods. And domestic industries were also surviving just for the namesake, and also importing of more and more goods were happening. And these all are all the destruction, all zamindari system, and all were landlordship, high indebtedness, agricultural didn't have a proper credit facilities, all this. And finally, India started facing a stagnation in the industry. For namesake, it looks like a growth, but actually lack of growth and development. And these British people said that we were the one who established the cotton mills, and that was growing very highly rapid phase here. Cotton mills business grew steadily throughout the second half of 19th century, achieving the highest international competency. There were 9 spindles by end of 1930s. Not productivity is increasing. 9 million spindles are there. And jute industry was very highly popular, especially in the Bengal provinces, Calcutta. Even today it is more famous. And we started with brewing, paper milling, leather manufacturing, matches, rice milling industries was developed during the century. All these heavy industries such as iron industries were also established in the early 1814 by British capital. Indian iron industry was ranked 8th in the world in terms of output in 1930. All this was full build-ups. But in reality, what India faced is here. The Indian goods industry, however, did not show the high level of expansion. Perhaps most importantly, the factors that led to this state of affairs was pressure exerted from the English producer in the matters of policy formulation and positively discouraging. What is it positively? The development of the industry and compete with those of the English producers. Simple, it didn't encourage us. To be frank, it was indirectly discouraging us. And Indian growth in industrial sector was insufficient. And hardly 1.4% of population was dependent on industry during 1941 and 0.4% in 19s. And all this, whatever they gave build-ups now, full second largest, eighth largest and all, industrial economy, revolutions and all, for namesake, just to show off. But Indian industry was not growing. That was actually been affected because of their rules and regulation. Now comes Indian destruction after independence of India. So whenever any student goes through this chapter in detail, like have a knowledge of Indian economy after independence, they will never vote for Congress in their entire lifetime. Because that is the devastation what they have made for India for after independence, that to 40-50 years. That is what, see, whatever policy we adopted, entire flop, entire closed economic system. See, India after independence, we wanted to grow and develop the nation in the path of industry. What is it in the path of? Industry. Was hardly 1.4% of population is dependent on industry. Consider 2%, round figure. Hardly 2% of population is dependent on industry. More than 70% of population is dependent on agriculture. See, India was completely rural inhabited and we were illiterate. And there was also extreme poverty. And the literacy rate of India was hardly 18% and life expectancy was 32 years of India at the time of independence in India in 1947 when Britishers left. That was the devastation. Once upon a time, 1/3 to 1/4 of the world's wealth was in India. Half of the nation is under poverty by end of 1947. And we are poor, not just that, 18% is only literacy. 32% is the life expectancy. That's it. If a newly born baby, if at all we need to guarantee, it will guaranteely live for 32 years. That's it. That was the medical conditions of India. And India's poverty was not just in terms of just income alone, even in terms of human capital. Skilled capital was not at all there. This was the condition of India. So dependency on agriculture was more and more. More than 72% were dependent on agriculture. Even the facts will come here. So let me give a brief history about what exactly the things have happened in India. So we wanted to grow and develop the agriculture, industry. We wanted to grow and develop the nation in the path of what? Industry. So for which, right immediately after the independence of India in 1948. Which year? 1948. See, it will come here, 1948. See, industrial policy revolution. They started. That means list of industries was exclusively reserved to PSU. What does PSU stands for? Public sector undertakings. That means only government will do it. No private has a power, or we neither allow any foreign company to come to India and do this business. We don't want one more 200 years like a ruling. So we will never allow foreign companies nor foreign money to come inside India. So we had a closed economic system. Which economic system? Closed economic system. Neither we allow foreign company to come inside or neither we allow foreign goods to enter India. We will first develop our own industry. We will protect our own industry. We will progress. And majority were in the control of PSU, public sector undertaking. That is what they did. And in 1951, we started with Industrial Development and Regulation Act for the purpose of developing and progressing industry. But 72% of population is dependent on agriculture. Hardly 2% population is dependent on industry. We wanted to grow and develop the nation in the path of industries. Why? At that point of time, whichever nation that has been developed, they all were developed only because of industry. So even we wanted to grow and develop, and moreover, we know agriculture is a nature's mercy. Only if it rain well, superb duperb that year agricultural activity, and only during monsoon season we have an agricultural activity. Of the monsoon season, our people are unemployed, and moreover, all our artisans, manufacturing and all destroyed. We are not having that now. In order to have at least employment opportunity, we focused on more and more of developing all these micro, small, medium enterprises in villages. And that is what Gandhian vision. What is it? Gandhian philosophy, wherein which establishing all small scale industry, cottage industries in the village sector. See, next Nehruvian model will come. Development of cities. Development of, with respect to PSUs, all this public sector undertakings. So after that, whatever we adapted in a closed economic system, industrial focus, all PSUs are given more and more priority, industrial development, everything that didn't work in India. Almost for 30 years after independence. How many years? 30 years. After
Yes.
The growth rate of India, per capita income of India has increased only at the rate of 1.8 percentage per annum. That's it. And the annual growth rate of India was hardly 3 percentage, 1.8 percentage, 2 percentage like this. That was nowhere favoring to India, and more or adding more fuel to the fire. We didn't concentrate on agriculture. There was an acute food shortage, especially from 1960s. Now, full-on trouble started. There were 3 wars that India met with. Indochina, Indo-Pak War, and also there were 2 monsoon failure in 1966, 1956, 65 and 66, and food shortage appeared, and we were dependent on USA for food aids. All this happened. Later we learnt our lessons. Next, high yield varieties of seeds, green revolution, irrigation facility importance. Then we started giving, but still it was not up to the mark. Whatever 5-year plans we bought in after independence, in none of the 5-year plan we have achieved our targets. Whatever the stupid fellows did, nothing worked in India. Nothing happened in India. Everything was utter disaster. And then finally, by end of 1980, India was about to get collapsed. And slowly they may started changing the reforms. Slowly, like secret reforms. In 1985, they started. That started giving a good results. In 1959, for like 5.5%, 5.6%. By end of 1990, Indian economy was about to be collapsed because of balance of exchange crisis. That is when you went and asked a loan from IMF. Now IMF agreed, okay, I will give loan. 3 simple conditions. LPG, liberalization, privatization, globalization. That is the real economic independence to India. India might have got independence in 1947, but the economic independence was in 1991. That was the condition. And finally, we started reducing our rules and regulation, giving more importance to private. We started opening up the doors of the economy to outsiders. All that changes happened in 1991. Till 1991, nothing. India was a closed economy. Neither we allowed foreign companies or foreign goods to inside India or foreign money inside India. We never allowed all these things. Clear? So this was the backdrop story. Let's continue here. See there. Post economic independence. See, already explained this. Now see there. We had a Nehruvian model. What is that? We wanted to have more and more of PSUs, and there will be the Central Economic Planning, that is Planning Commission of India, that comes up with the 5-year plans for the socialistic strategies of the nation to develop and improve. Next, especially in case of industrialization, which was prevailing now, we wanted to establish more and more of economic system, and we wanted to achieve rapid industrial growth. So for that, Nehruvian development strategy was adapted and planned modernization. That is what in the name of 5-year plans we started. And we started with industrial policy resolution, state monopoly for strategic areas. Almost more than 21 sectors was completely reserved to PSU, and especially these policies of new investment, basic industries was exclusively given to the state. That means government, atomic energy, arms, ammunition, railways was exclusive to the government. Like this, we blocked everything to PSUs. Next comes. In 1950s, these were the 2 economic philosophies. One, Prime Minister Nehru's visualization of developing a socialistic society and especially establishing more and more industry, and Gandhian philosophy of establishing small and cottage industries in which village areas. Next, whatever we did in 1948, now we thought, okay, too much we are controlling, let's reduce it little. And in 1956, again, they reframed the rules and regulation and slightly they reduced the freedom to private. What is it? Slightly, not even nothing much. That is called National Industrial Policy Resolution of 1956. Already we had one in 1948. We made some changes to that and we called it as Industrial Policy Resolution 1956. See, there was a loop sided. Now we should concentrate village as well as city in the same manner. Outcome of priority to which sector? See, priority only for the and discouraging the private sectors, and also all this private investment was discouraged, and long lasting negative consequences was there on industrial growth. Still we were unable to develop, and also there was a balance of payment crisis in 1950s only. We tightened it up until almost 1966. All imports of capital goods were restricted. All this licensing was bought in. Already trouble was created in India. Clear. And whatever the growth rate we saw for 3 decades, we refer it as Hindu growth rate. How much? 3.5%. We had a modest growth rate of 3.5%. Stupid fellows, 30 years, 3 decades, hardly 3.5% growth rate. And agricultural shift. See, the major shift of Indian economic strategy in the mid, I said now, 1960, biggest trouble started. Agriculture was not adequately priority, due to which in the second plan, and later on we started facing all the trouble, food crisis, full acute shortage. See, we were completely agricultural. The strategies for agricultural development till then was reluctant and institutional model, and all these land reforms for cooperatives was not much importance was given in the technocratic areas such as research and development. Irrigation facility was not at all given more importance. So from 1960s, trouble started. See, agricultural sector recorded a substantial negative growth rate, and India faced a serious food problem, and we were dependent on United States for a food aid, and automatically the quantum jump of food gain productivity was the need of the hour. We wanted to produce more and more. That's the reason where we adopted this green revolution, especially HIV seeds, sorry, not HIV, HYV, high yield varieties of seeds, fertilizers, irrigation facility, pesticides, chemical manures, all this new technology and production of agriculture, especially in wheat productivity, got increased. That is when we gave importance for agriculture. Until then, no importance was given to the agriculture. Now, while the dramatic changes in the agricultural policy, now government introduced the extra stringent administration control on both trade as well as industrial license, and also all these banking systems. And in 1969, 14 banks were nationalized, which had a public money of more than 50 crore. And again, 6 more banks was nationalized in 1980, who had a deposits of more than 200 crore. All this nationalization started, and all this changes was brought in into India. Now, from 1965 to 1981, this is the year worst in independent Indian history. That is a major damages. That 15 years was total damage in the country. Emergency was declared in the country. All things happened. See, the decline of growth during this period is attributed mainly to the decline in the, and there was multiple license concepting. License Raj was there for each and everything. License completely they were dominated in 1960s and 19. And external stock of 3 wars. One 1962, 1965, 1971. We fought 3 wars, and also major drought in 1966 and 60. Not just within the country, there was a war between Pakistan or China, and even outside the world. All this Arab war, Israeli war, all this had a major impact. And India being practically a closed economy, we never allowed foreign goods inside or foreign companies to come inside India. We were protecting our own industry, our own PSUs as to grow. All these things we were unable to take advantage, and we also come up with MRTP Act, Monopoly and Restrictive Trade Practices Act. Our own private firms, whichever was there on Tata, Birla and all, they don't want to become super big and all. They were also restricting them. All these policies has curbed the development of India, and they gave more priority for small scale industry. They made a reservation for small scale. What did they make? Almost 800 list of items was exclusively reserved for small scale industry. Only they can produce. Only. If any large scale industry wants to produce, no. If you are investing more now, that small scale is no more called as a small scale. Now you can't produce that. All these reservations was made. They were unable to meet the export potentiality. They were unable to increase productivity. All this trouble happened. Next, era of silently from 1980 we started making changes. See, change in the prevailing trust and inward oriented trust, and this is called as reforms by stilled. That is nobody seen or nobody heard. And finally we made certain changes in the GDP, and we saw the growth rate of 5.7 to 5.8% respectively in that 10 years. So then the biggest reform started in 1990. See, this is what we changed in 1980s. All this, and which gave proper returns for us, and private sector was given importance. You can read this once. All these elements. Now the biggest reforms happened in 1991. LPG. That means we had only 1.2 billion of foreign exchange reserve. That was only and only sufficient for 2 weeks. All the trouble started, and finally we approached IMF, and IMF agreed, but 3 simple conditions. What is it? LPG. Liberalization, privatization and globalization. See, the popularly known as LPG. Liberalization, privatization and see, now we need to make friendly policies, and also we need to reduce the restrictions, rules and all. So measures taken in 1991. See, policy focused on shifting from central direction to market oriented. Everything was controlled by government. Now it has to be market oriented. That is demand and supply. Now we need to bring in stability in the economy, and in order to have a structural reforms, that is has to be aimed for a long-term continuing growth. So what all reforms we bought? The very first one is fiscal reform. See, excess domestic demand, surge in imports, and widening up of current account deficits. All this had happened, and see, measures to affect the increase. See, introduction of stable and transparent tax structure. We bought a new tax structure and ensured better tax compliance, all tax calculations and tax widening up of things. Next, thrust and curbing the government expenditure, cutting down government expenditure, unwanted subsidies should be reduced, unnecessary subsidies, and disinvestment, whichever PSU is not performing well, sell them off, and encouraging private sectors participation. And banking, RBI was given more powers, and RBI rules and regulations got changed, and monetary policies also changed, interest rate got liberalized, and opening up of new private sector banks was encouraged, and also CRR and SLR was reduced, and liberalization to open more and more bank branches was given, license was given, and capital market reforms was also taken place. In 1992, we established the SEBI, and we gave a powers to SEBI to control the securities market, and new industrial policy. Now, this is the most important. From this, you can expect a question. New industrial policy 1991. If you observe earlier, almost like 18 industries was exclusively reserved to government. Except government, no one else can do that. That 18 list, which was completely under licensing now that has been brought down to just 3. What is it? Subsequently, first they brought it down to 5 and they brought it down to 3. Now it is actually 3. Now, according to your syllabus, it is only 5. Which are those? Arms and ammunitions, atomic substances, narcotics, drugs, hazardous chemicals, and distributing breweries and alcohol drinks and cigarettes. These all compulsory licensing. Earlier, 18 industries was compulsory licensing list was there. Exclusive reserved only to PSU. But now, that has been brought down to 3. Now, sorry, in your syllabus 5. Now it is actually 3. Now, only for these 5 sectors, you should take a license. Rest other licensing is not required. Companies Act is there. Just register under Companies Act, start performing. See, public sector exclusivity was just limited to how many sectors? From 8, now it has brought down to only railway and atomic energy. Earlier, we had something called as MRTP Act. Now, we have been restricting that. We have scrapped it and we have come up with a CCI, Competition Commission of Competition Act. And also, all the, whatever reservation was made now, 800 list of items should be only and only produced by small scale industry. Now that we de-reserve. What did we do? De-reserve. Anyone can produce it. And see, number of areas reserved to public sector was narrowed down to ensure the liberty and participation by which sector? See, 8 industries which were important due to strategic and security concerns was reserved only to the public sector. Now that 8 has been brought down to only and only 2. Atomic energy and Indian railway. Foreign investments was liberalized. Now we bought in FDI, FII, all that was entering inside the country, and external trade was further liberalized. We had a year tariff rate. See, import tariff rate was almost like 355%, and later we made it 85, 50, and now we have brought it down to just 10%. And also automobile industry, now we have some exemption up to 100% exemption, no tax at all. Now rupee got devalued. We reduced the currency value of our nation. $1 equal to so and so. Now we devalued with the intention of exporting more and more goods, and disinvestment, that is selling up of government sector whichever is not performing. OLX may bej though. They have taken this advertisement very seriously from 1991 itself. Clear? So these were the major reforms what they did. Next comes trade policy reforms. All this export import policy reforms, export duty was reduced, exchange rate was reduced, all this. See, fixed exchange rate was there. I will explain this in chapter 9. It will come in chapter 9. So India has witnessed a tremendous change in the 31 years after the 1991. So what all achievements we have made after this 1991, this is the list. This is what we have done. You can go through it like a newspaper once. Clear? Next, Niti Ayog. So there was Planning Commission of India. That is 5-year plans was created. Now after this NDA government had come into picture, 2014, they scrapped it. Today, election result. That too, they are doubtful to form a government at all now. Congress might come back and they might scrap this Niti Ayog now once again.
Planning Commission.
Planning Commission. We will come back. We'll get back the Planning Commission. 5-year plans is enough for us. Don't want the Niti Ayog. See, all this political party, they will never agree for what other person has done. They want their own rules and regulation. See, now Niti Ayog was created in 1st of January 2015. See, simple. They scrapped this Planning Commission of India. In the place of Planning Commission of India, they bought this. This acts as a think tank. What is it?
Think tank.
So, it will be focusing on those areas which Planning Commission has not included. Now, this also includes the state government, various experts, international like-minded think tank. It is going to act as a shared vision for a national development, including even the state government. It acts as a cooperative federalism that also has a credit plan. Even from the village level, we will plan not just for country level. And interest on national security is there, and the strategy creation, long-term policies and programs. All this, wherever I highlighted now, those are important. Pause it and you read it. Usually very less chances of coming a question from these areas and all. All this blah 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 blah, what all we are focusing, what all we have gotten, just like Planning Commission of India. And there are some disadvantages. They say that boss, Planning Commission of India didn't had more powers now. Sorry. After scrapping Planning Commission, Niti Aayog didn't get more powers. The more powers have actually gone to Ministry of Finance. For whom? So whatever you do under Niti Aayog, that has to be allocated through budget. So if a government doesn't allocate it to a proper budgetary process, you will be not having a sufficient funds to do all this work. And Ministry of Finance has got the excess power after termination of Planning Commission of India. That strengthened the hands of a Ministry of Finance. It didn't give much powers to the Niti Aayog. So the voice of development is considered to be the Ministry of Finance, and there is a inequality in powers given to the Niti Aayog and Ministry of Finance. That is a one disadvantage they are claiming upon. Clear? So this brings to our primary sector, secondary sector and tertiary sector. See here, only data, only facts, only importance. That is the only. Numericals will be more and more. Problems faced by agriculture, problems faced by industry, that will be more important. From there, you can expect a question. See here, in India, agricultural sector dependency is more and more. Almost more than 70% of population. Wait, we are somewhere it was there. 72% was there at the time of independence. Even now, 47% of population is dependent. See, all agriculture and allied activities. This is the largest source of livelihood in India. Till the end of 1960, India was a food deficient country, but now we are only exporting the. So now India has emerged to be the world largest producer of milk, pulses, jute, spices, all this, largest exporter of blah blah blah, second largest producer, grocery market, sixth largest in the world. India is the world largest cattle breed called as buffaloes, and all. See, 47% of India's population is directly dependent on agriculture on their livelihood. It contributes 18.8% to the GDP of the nation, gross value added by them, and all this revolutions we have made, all this blah 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 blah, what all government has come up with, high yield varieties of seeds, minimum support price has been introduced to the farmers. Don't worry, you grow, I am there, and this is the contribution made. All this just data and information. Go through it like a newspaper. Whatever highlighted things are there now, that is important. See, 47% of population is dependent directly on agriculture. 18.8% is a gross value added. All this values, cereals, pulses, food grain productivity, how much it has increased from year to year, and growth rate of agriculture is 3.5% in 2022 and 23. Minimum support price, all this crop rotation facility, irrigation facility, new technology in agriculture, all this we are introducing. This is what the entire information, stats and data. And we are also bringing in FDI facility for agriculture, promoting all this Kisan card, minimum support price, all this new schemes has been introduced, soil testing, Kisan Vikas Yojana, all this. Not at all important much. No, full on. Now comes, these are the troubles faced in the agricultural sector. These are important. See, Indian agriculture is dominated by small and medium farmers. We are unable to grow in a very large scale. And see, Indian agriculture is a resource intensive, like cereal centric and also regional vast. Only that one region is developed for that particular crop. Only they are known for that particular, and inadequate agro infrastructures and failure to build the competitive value chains of urban centric VRR export markets, and also agricultural diversification is very low, and inadequate adoption of environment sustainability, climate resistance, and also poor adoption of new agricultural technology, loop-sided marketing practices, and complexity associated with adapting of climate change disturbances, high food price volatility. All of a sudden food price increases, especially vegetables, fruits, onions, all these things. Next, heavy dependency on monsoon, and livelihood is more and more dependent on agriculture, and warehousing facility is not proper, and inability to tap full export potential. Next, inability to effectively channelize the huge surpluses in some commodities, and inadequate post-harvest infrastructure, and our agricultural sector is majorly filled with poverty and even malnutrition. Whatever we are producing is superb, ultimate, but nutritional value in that food products are very less now because of all chemical fertilizers and all. These are the troubles faced. From troubles, you can expect a question. Next comes secondary sector. Major, India wants to grow and develop in the path of industry. So secondary sector is always given more and more importance. See, it contributes nearly about 30% to the gross value added. Now 12.1 crore people are dependent on industry. Industry consists of all these elements. Clear? And almost all this informal sectors which is not registered, they contribute 50% from the industry to the gross value added. We want to have rapid industrial growth, and these are all the new schemes. See, PMI, Purchase Manager Index. This is the index given by the World Bank on different parameters stating that how exactly your nation is performing, how easy to get license, how effectively you can start business, electricity connection, power connection, employment, education, so all this 11 parameters are there. Entire economy will be, let me say, focusing on this. Now, World Bank will publish that report every single year. We have improved like 14 ranks by year. See, India's rank on Global Innovative Index GIA is 40th. The Prime Purchase Manager Index ranking is there. See, somewhere they have given here. We were 81st in 2015. And also the values, if it is greater than 50, that means we are improving year by year. All these are data and facts, not at all that important. By mistake, you might get a question, but still you have to go through it like a newspaper once. Next, Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. We have introduced new GST scheme, and also corporate tax has been reduced. Make in India concept has been introduced. Ease of doing business. That is where ranking will see 77th rank in 2019. Now we have become 63rd rank in the world. We have jumped by 14 ranks, which is the published by World Rank and Gati Shakti. These all are policy. Atmanirbhar Bharat. See, these all are different policies which has been introduced. 100% FDI has been provided in various routes. Foreign direct investments are bought into industry. These all are. Foreign Investment Promotion Board has been scrapped. Instead of that, we have come up with a Foreign Investment Facilitation Portal. These all are Startup India, Logistics. These all are the new schemes that has been introduced. Now we are planning to come up with something called as Industry 4.0. Like 3.0 was 1991. See, Industrial Policy Resolution 1948. Industrial Policy Resolution 1956, 1991, LPG, those three, but now 4.0. We are planning to come up by 2025. That has to contribute at least 25% to the GDP from the manufacturing sector alone. And we need to attract more and more foreign investment for a manufacturing sector. All this. And these are the troubles faced by, see, challenges. This is important. So what are the challenges faced by the industrial sector? See, shortage in effective infrastructure and manpower and all reduction, and dependency on exchange rate volatility, and also associated with time and cost involved. MSME sector is relatively less favorable to providing of any credit facility, and industrial locations are not proper. Heavy losses are there and low productivity is there, unused returns, and especially public sector industry. Labor management is not proper. Labor hour is not properly managed. Low export competency, global supply chains disruption and uncertainties. We never know what happens in the global market. Inflation is another problem. It leads to increase in input cost because of lower demand of commodity. Sometimes global shutdown will happen. Negative. All these are the fuel price increase, mounting pressure on informal sectors. These all are the troubles of industry. From troubles, you might expect a question. This chapter, keep it at last. Completely keep it at last. Next comes tertiary. See, India has one biggest advantage. See, any country for it matter, from primary sector, usually they will shift to secondary sector. But in India, the growth is completely towards the tertiary sector. That means from agriculture, people have shifted to tertiary. People have shifted to what? See, India has a unique experience of bypassing the secondary and has a growth trajectory by shifting to the agriculture to tertiary sector. And it contributes almost 50+%. See here, where it is? 53.89% to the gross value added. So these are the categories which comes under the service sector, especially service sector when it comes down. That also helps to primary as well as secondary. Software, all that IT services are the biggest boom in India. And the highest recipient of FDI is also for service sector. See there, the service sector is the fastest growing sector in India and has the highest labor productivity, both in terms of domestic as well as. And India is among the top 10 World Trade Organization members in terms of service export and service. And especially India is the largest recipient of FDI inflow for a service sector, and especially IT sector. Which sector? IT sector is booming, and that is contributing more and more to the service sector in India. Clear? Almost. See there. There is a raise from 47% to 74% on FDI seeding. Now we are allowing more and more FDI under automatic route approval to service sector. More and more importance is given to the service sector. So this was your entire chapter 10. Clear? So give the least importance to this chapter. Full on data, full on information. Nothing much here. Clear? Chalo. Flip back the page. Have a look. Any doubt? Let me know before going up to the break. Online students there? This is why I said this chapter is like taking you to the peak of Mount Everest and dropping you from there. Pull on data, pull on information. Clear? So we are done with the chapter 10 in the previous video. Now let's start with the chapter 7. So chapter 7 speaks about the public finance. So totally there are 4 units. How many units are there? 4 units. So all the 4 units are interesting and nice and little boring with the unit number 2 and unit number 4. That's it. Nothing much. So unit number 1 speaks about fiscal functions and overview. What is it? Now simple. What is this fiscal? Fiscal is nothing but dealing with public money. What is it dealing with?
Public.
So general public money. Like government receives it in the form of tax and they will be spending it in the form of government expenditure. Now say if at all if government is not there, we will not identify say from a rich person we will collect more taxes and then we will pay it to the poor, or let me say we provide some benefit to the poor. So usually government is the one that collects taxes from the rich. From the tax money they will provide a public benefit like social security schemes, some kind of programs for the poor people, so they get services at a very cheaper and affordable cost. Now see there I had given an example. Now Mr. Shah Rukh Khan who earns like 100 crore per year. Now there is a Shashikiran, poor farmer. He has to go under a medication, say 1 lakh rupees operation cost, but in one entire year I will only earn 2 lakh rupees. Now if government is not intervening, now Shah Rukh Khan will not, let me say Shah Rukh Khan will not identify Shashikiran, he will come and he will help Shashikiran for his operation. So government is going to provide a welfare services through their fiscal policy. They collect taxes from the Shah Rukh Khan, rich individual, and provide medical services to the poor services at a cheaper cost. Now in short, all these economic variables in the nation will not automatically function without intervention of a government. So there will be an intervention of government. Government will frame it and they will be operating in the way they want these variables to operate, like for example unemployment, for example inflation, or maybe for example any kind of various macroeconomic factors. One such example is a rural job creation. Now we need to also concentrate on providing more and more job opportunity in rural areas, not only concentrating on the cities. And also main objective of an economic system or the role of a government is to improve the well-being of an individual and household. And see, most of the goods and services that we are consuming today are provided by the private sector, but there are only certain goods and services that are exclusively provided by the government. For example, defense services or any kind of scientific approval of drugs, all these things. Now the purpose of this lesson is to examine the economic functions. What is it? Of the government, and to understand why government should invariably perform, why government has to perform. This is what we will be expecting. Without government intervention, we cannot perform our business operations in an adequate way, efficient way. Not just business operation. If it is left only to the private people, they will exploit things. They will not make sure that welfare is going to happen in the economy. So there has to be rules, regulations laid on by the government, even for the betterment of business, as well as for the betterment of organization structure, or maybe for the betterment of society. For everything we need rules and regulations of a government. Now roles of government in the economic system. We know that resources are scarce. By having this limited resources, we are trying to satisfy the unlimited want. Even with respect to quality as well as quantity, we have a limited resources. Now within the available resources, we are trying to satisfy the unlimited want. And the basic question arises. The problems of the economy, like what to produce, how to produce, for whom to produce, and what economic provision should be made for the growth and development. Now, how exactly are we tackling this economic problem? By various kinds of economic system. Now, which are the 3 types of economic system? We have a capitalistic economy, socialistic economy, and mixed economy. Already we have studied all these elements in chapter 1. So, based on the particular chapter 1, we are understanding this entire elements. Now, the role of government from the words of Adam Smith. What is it from the words of? See, Adam Smith said, see boss, even I am a follower of a capitalistic economy. Which economy? But there are 3 areas where exclusively government should perform. How many areas? 3 areas. Where government should exclusively See, government, even Adam Smith is a bold advocate of a free market economy with a minimal government activity or intervention. Whenever government intervenes now, that should be on important areas, especially for resource allocation role. They have to intervene in the national defense, justice and the maintenance of rule of law and highly beneficial public institutions and public works. In these three areas, how many areas? Exclusively government has to perform, except these three areas. Other areas, even let it be capitalistic economy, let the private people control it. That is what Adam Smith said, and this is what he said precisely happened in 1930s, Great Depression of America, where the nation, even today after this Great Depression of America, they have learned the lessons. They are trying to have as much as control of government as possible from the economy. We should not leave it to entirely for the private sector in order to operate in the nation. This is what Adam Smith said. This is what from the words of Adam Smith. Even he is a follower of a capitalistic economy, but exclusively there are three places where government intervention is must. Which are those three places? National defense, maintenance and justice of rule of law, highly beneficial public institutions and public works. Next comes from the words of Richard Musgrave. From whose words? Now that is also called as three-branch taxonomy. What is it called as? Allocation function, redistribution function and stabilization function. What is it? Allocation, redistribution. So what is this allocation? See boss, we have a limited resources. By using this limited resources, we are trying to satisfy an unlimited want. So we need to use this limited resources in the most appropriate way. We need to allocate it for every other possible purposes in the economy. Okay, now my people are wanting more and more a two-wheeler vehicle, but I will be profitable if I produce a car. I can't only allocate for car production. Also, we need to allocate for two-wheeler production. Na? Like this, proper allocation of resources has to happen and government should intervene. And redistribution of income and wealth. Income and wealth is not distributed in an adequate way or a proper manner. So government should intervene. Government should come up with their new rules and regulation. They have to intervene in the economy and they have to provide all this redistribution facility. And the third one is stabilization. That is macroeconomic stabilization. Which economic stabilization?
Macroeconomic stabilization.
That means we need to bring price stability in the economy. All of a sudden price increasing, all of a sudden price decreasing. It should not happen. Economic stability in the nation. And there are many multiple things like, for example, foreign exchange rate stability, poverty, all these things has to be minimized. We need to bring in stability in the macro environment. So these are the three things. First two, allocation and redistribution is a microeconomic function. Which function? Only the stabilization is a macroeconomic function. So this allocation function aims to correct the sources of inefficiency in the economic system. And redistribution function is going to make sure that there is a fair distribution of income and wealth. All this monetary and fiscal policies, that problems whatever is faced in the macroeconomic instability, we need to bring in stability and maintain high level of employment. Price stability is the main function of a stabilization function. Now let us discuss one by one. What is this allocation function? We need to use the resources in the optimum way. What is it? See, it aims at optimal and effective allocation of a scarce resources, and we say that proper allocation will happen only and only in case of perfect competition market. What is it? But in reality, markets are never perfect, and this resource allocation is done by usually both. One, market determined, that is demand and supply in the private market. Second one is government determined in a socialistic market. Whenever it is market determined, this private goods and services will be sufficiently produced in the market. But whenever it is government determined, this public goods are not produced in a sufficient quantity because government operates based on their budgeting process. So government has to allocate a budget, then it has to provide with a proper allocation, and all this hangamas are there, steps and procedures are there. It will take a lot of time. So that's the reason. Usually government allocation will not happen in a sufficient way, but private allocation will happen in a most sufficient way. Now the biggest trouble if it is left to the private people is they will start misallocating the resources. Either they will underproduce something or either they will overproduce a particular goods and services, and that will lead to the concept of market failure due to the misallocation of productive resources. Now, where and all government has to intervene and they have to make sure that there should be a proper allocation of resources. See there. First, let us understand market failure due to misallocation of resources. Number one, it is imperfect competition, what we have in existence, or monopoly power. This leads to underproduction of goods and sell it at a higher prices. Intentionally, they produce at a very lesser quantity and they sell it for a more and more prices. In a perfect competition is not at all existing. Now, the markets typically fail to provide a collective goods. That means a public goods which bring benefit to everyone in common usually. And there is a problem of externality. That is all the side effects because of our production. That is called as one best important externality is a pollution. Whatever we create pollution because of our own production of goods and services. Next, factor immobility will cause a unemployment and inefficiency. What is it? Factor immobility. That means factors of productions are not moving in a proper manner. It is not circulating in a proper manner. That will create a inefficiency and imperfect information. We don't get a correct information at correct time. Inequality in distribution of income and well, these all will lead to the failure in the economy. Hence, government has to perform the resource allocation function in the economy. So, according to Musgrave, in the absence of appropriate government intervention, market will fail or failure may occur and the resources are likely to be misallocated. They either produce too much of a particular good or too little of a particular certain goods. So, now role of government. Now, government has to decide, boss. Government will involve in the economic performance and they will decide on what all they will make a spendings and what all purpose they will allocate a tax. And they will decide who and what will be taxed and how and on what the public revenues will be spent. In India, simple. Everything is taxed. On everything we are going to spend. And end of the day, corruption is there. Next, it is concerned with the provisions of optimum mixture of public goods and merit goods. Whatever brings public benefit, and even there is a private consumption that brings a public benefit like schools, colleges, healthcare facility. Next, reallocation of society's resources from the private hands to the public usage or a public hands. And we need to make sure that was whatever available resources are there, it has to be used in the most effective manner. See, certain goods and services are only and only provided by a government, even though it can be provided by a private. No, we don't allow. See, example, all this property rights and intellectual property, patents, copyrights and law enforcements and court judgments, we never allow that to private to take decisions on that. Only government will provide it. And what all governments have done for a proper allocation of resources. Number one, see there, government may directly produce certain economic goods like electricity, public transportation. They will only provide it. They will not allow any private people, and government will influence the private allocation through their incentives and disincentives. Suppose if you come to village sector and if you establish, I will provide tax free for 3 years, free electricity, like this, they will give incentives. And also for any undesirable goods, they will impose higher taxes on cigarettes, alcohols, like that. And competition policy and merger policy, we have competition act, we will regulate. Suppose why are you merging each other, what is the type of competition you have, and government's regulatory actions on providing license, controlling minimum wages rule, and all this location of industry. And government sets a legal and administrative framework like how a particular business has to perform, what all rules and regulation you should follow. And last but not the least, we need to maximize the social welfare in the economy. Through this, the allocation function is taken care by the government. Next comes redistribution. What is it?
Redistribution.
Simple. Collect it from the rich and give a benefit to the poor. Income distribution is not proper. So from all the luxury goods and services, collect more taxes. Whoever earns more, collect more taxes, from which you provide a public benefit, especially in the form of new social security schemes, provisions, subsidies, like this. See, the distribution of income and wealth among the individual in society is uneven, and therefore government has to intervene to ensure more desirable and equitable distribution among the different class of society. Now, this distribution function of the budget is reflected in the basic question: for whom should an economy produce goods and so for whom the nation's government is going to produce the goods and services, for which sector of the economy? I know luxurious class, they can buy it on their own market, but our poor people has to be concentrated now. All this fair price shops has to be established. We will provide at a very least cost for them all this rice, dal, pulses, whatever is required. So like this, government has to concentrate even on the poor section of a society. On whom they should concentrate?
Poor section of society.
See, the distribution function is also related to the manner in which effective demand over the economic goods is divided among the various individuals and family spreading units across the society. How exactly these goods and services will be allocated between different people and effective demand is determined by the total level of income of an household. So make sure that income earning capacity to an household is increasing day by day. Automatically now they will be starting to demand more goods and services. So in short, make sure that a wealth or a income generating capacity should increase to an household. So automatically they will only demand goods and services. Now this distribution function of government is aiming at number one, redistribution of income in order to achieve the equitable distribution of society's income among the household. Collect more from the rich people in the name of tax and redistribute it to the poor. And next, advance the well-being of those members of a society who are suffering from the deprivation from a different types, especially below poverty line people. Provide more and more benefit to them and provide equitable income and wealth opportunity creation and security for people who are having a hardship, and ensure everyone enjoys at least minimal standard of. So what all policies government has come for that? Number one, progressive tax. You earn more, pay more tax. Earn less, you have to pay lesser tax. And proceeds from the tax will be utilized for a public services, especially for a lower income earning households. We need to give them more effective services like providing essential food grains at highly subsidized price for a below poverty line families, at minimum support price systems and all for farmers, how they have introduced now. For poor family, all this Nyaya Bele Angadi, we call it in Kannada, like fair price shops, like all ration shops, they will provide from that very lesser cost. And employment reservation, preference to protect certain segments of the population like tribal community, some kind of rare kind of communities who are living still in forest, or maybe there are certain traditional practices what they do. And also regulate the manufacturing and sale of certain products, especially which is affecting on health and well-being of a customer, like sale of tobacco is banned in the schools and colleges premises for 100 meters, all these things. And also special scheme for which region? Especially for those vulnerable sections of a population and most agitated, that is democratic welfare state. Provide free as well as subsidized education and healthcare facility, unemployment benefits, pension and other such social security measures. These has to be provided. So these are the policies which government has come up with in order to provide equitable distribution of income and wealth. Next comes stabilization function. Which function?
Stabilization function.
So this is a macroeconomic function. So we need to bring in stability in the economy. See, economy all of a sudden should not increase its performance. Super duper, it performs very well. Next year it doesn't perform well at all. So it should not happen. There should be a stable growth. What should be there?
Stable growth.
Even prices of goods and services in the economy should be stable. All of a sudden increases, all of a sudden decreases. No. Even employment opportunity should be there, created. Unemployment problem should not be there. Even all this exchange rate stability, $1 equal to so and so rupee, like this. Even that has to be bought stabilized. See there. According to Keynes, market economy will not automatically generate a full employment, or it will not have a price stability. Now, government should pursue their deliberate stabilization function. That means they should intentionally, they will create rules, they will bring stabilization, especially due to business cycle. There will be fluctuations in the economy. See, business cycle is a natural phenomenon. Any economy, they tend to occur periodically. Now, the stabilization function is concerned on performance of the aggregate economy in terms of labor employment and capital utilization, overall output and income, generating price level or general price level, balancing of international and rate of. These all things has to be controlled in the economy, and especially whenever there is a trouble of recession and government intervention is must, and that will lead to instability. If at all we don't control this, that will create a hardship, especially for the poor sections of a society. And there is also a trouble of stagflation, where inflation and unemployment will exist side by side. We need to also tackle this stagflation problem. And there is also something called as contagion effect. Which effect? That means if one country starts facing a trouble, automatically other country will also face a trouble, because by one or another way we are dependent on them. What are we? Dependent on them. Say either for raw material, either for technology, either for resources, by one or other way. See, COVID started in China. It affected the entire globe. Especially major raw materials will come to India from China. Now that got affected. That supply got affected. So that is called contagion effect. See, increased international interdependency causes instability that easily transmits from one country to, and such transmission is called as contagion effects. Clear? Now, what all government has taken measures in order to control this fluctuations occurred in terms of business cycle. See, yesterday only I discussed about it, especially when I was explaining you this business cycle concept, if you remember.
government expenditure.
Where did we write that? 1 second. See, we got it. So every nation will have an economic policy, fiscal and
Monetary.
under fiscal policy we have two important tools: government expenditures and tax. Under monetary policy, interest rate. Suppose in an economy if there is a inflation, what is there?
Inflation.
Government expenditures will decrease, tax rates will,
Increase.
interest rates will.
Increase.
Suppose if there is no money in the economy, deflation is there, government expenditures will,
Increase.
tax rates will,
Reduce.
interest rates will.
Reduce.
Now same to same we will follow. See there on the expenditure side. Now government expenditures, when government spend more money, that will pump in money inside the economy. So when should a government spend more money? When economy is not performing. In order to stimulate the economy, we should pump in more money. So whenever there is a downwards phase in business cycle, see on the expenditure side, government expenditure will inject more money into the economy and that will stimulate the demand. So government expenditure on building any infrastructure or any series of government activities, that will pump in more money inside the economy. Same way, whenever government imposes taxes, that will decrease the disposable income of the people. Because of that disposable income, now they cannot buy more and more goods and services. If tax rates are more, disposable income will be less. So whenever there is a recession, what is there? Whenever there is a, that means downwards trend. What will they do? Government expenditures will go up, tax rates will come down, interest rates will come down. See, whenever there is a recession in the economy, government will increase its expenditure, it will cut down their tax, or it will continue to combine the both. So their aggregate demand gets boosted within the money that they put in the hands of the people. So whenever economy is not performing well, they will have an expansionary fiscal policy will be adapted. Which will be adapted?
Expansionary fiscal
That means now we need to boost the economic performance. We need to expand the performance of the economy. So that is called as dash fiscal policy, expansionary fiscal policy. Now during the time of inflation, complete opposite. Already there is more money in the economy now. We should cut down that. So government expenditures will be reduced. See, government cuts down the expenditure and it will raises the tax, and it adapts combination of both, and it will be following which fiscal policy? Contractionary fiscal policy. Economy is overperforming. We need to reduce its performance. We need to reduce the performance of an economy. So that will be adapting contractionary fiscal policy. And see there, what will be the government's budget? See, whenever already economy is having more and more money in the, let me say, circulation now. Now government, why should it spend more? When government is not spending more, they will be having surplus budget. Which budget?
surplus budget.
That will slow down the economic activity. When economy is not at all performing, when economy doesn't have money, now government should spend more money. That time they will be having deficit budget. That will stimulate the economic performance, through which now government is going to follow all the stabilization function. This was the unit 1 of chapter 7. Clear? Have a look. So 3 things especially from the words of Adam Smith, from the words of Richard Musgrave, and the introductory part. Only the 3 topics are there. Clear? Chalo. Let us go to the next topic. So unit number 2, market failure and government intervention to correct.
Market.
Now first question, why does the markets will fail? Now whenever we don't utilize the resources in a proper manner, or whenever we don't use the funds in a proper manner, if it is left to the hands of a private people, they will misallocate the society's resources. They don't use the money in a proper way. That will lead to a market failure. So in short, market failure is a situation where the economy's scarce resources are misutilized. What is it? Economy's scarce resources are either you overproduce it or either you underproduce that particular goods and services. So there are 2 kinds of market failure. Number 1, complete market failure. Number 2 is partial market failure. Complete market failure is nothing but a missing market. That market is not at all present. Complete missing. Partial market failure occurs when market does actually function, but it produces either a wrong quantity or they sell it for a wrong price. They are producing intentionally, they are selling for a lesser quantity and they are selling for a higher prices. That is partial market failure. And there are 4 main reasons for market failure. How many reasons are there?
4.
So which are those 4 main reasons? Have a look. Number 1, market power or monopoly power. What is it? Market power or? And second one is externality. What is the second one?
Externality.
Third one is public goods. Fourth one is incomplete
Information.
So what is this? Number one, market power. That means, boss, in an economy, intentionally we are dominating, we are creating a monopoly and we are not producing a sufficient quantity. Intentionally we produce a lesser quantity and we sell it for higher price. We produce a lesser quantity and sell it for
Higher price.
that will lead to a market failure. See, we are a price maker, being a monopolist, and I am the only producer in the entire market. I am the single producer. Intentionally, small number of producers are there. They are not at all important. I am the dominating fellow, single producer, and intentionally I will produce an insufficient number of units and I will sell it for higher prices. So this will unable to achieve a proper equilibrium demand and supply. So this leads to the market failure. See, in case of extreme case of market power, what is it? Extreme case of?
Market power.
There is also a problem of non-existence of market or complete missing market. So because of market power or a monopoly power, what is it? Market power or a?
Monopoly power.
There will be market failures. What will be there?
Market failures.
Next, externality. What is it?
External.
Side effects. See, if you remember, I used to give that example. Shashikiran is a bench manufacturer. Now I am producing this table. Now after producing this particular table, whatever chemicals I used to produce the top part of the table, now I am discharging that to the river. Because of my production, river water is getting affected. Now the fisherman cannot catch the proper fish. Fish's resources are depleting. That river water is no more fit for drinking purpose, bathing purpose or any swimming purpose. Now because of my production, there is a river water getting polluted. Now say I will sell the benches to Pooja. Now parties to the transaction is Shashikiran and Pooja, but the fisherman is getting affected. Fisherman is a third party. Now third party gets affected because of externality. The third party will bear the expenses. As a party to the transaction, we both will not bear. Now whenever Shashikiran made a production plan, I never included the cost of damages. What is it? So that is externality. So externality refers to what? Cost of damages. See, externality, it is an action of either consumption or either a production. Either it results to a disadvantage or a advantage. Cost means disadvantage, benefits means advantage, which does not reflect in the market price. Such cost and benefit which are not accounted by the market price is called externality. So this externality is also called as spillover effect, neighborhood effect, or a third party effect or side effect. So in popular it is called as a side effect. It always occurs out of the price mechanism and it is always and always borne by the third party to the transaction. Who bears it?
Third party.
So such externality can be either unidirectional or even, say you have an exam, you are studying, but your sibling, your brother or sister is intentionally giving a high volume in the TV. Unilateral, suppose you will go and take out a fuse from your home, power connection gone. Bilateral, you are also disturbing her, she is also disturbing you. Next, such externality can be even positive or even it can be negative. Positive means advantage, negative means disadvantage. So your externality can happen from one party to the another party, which can bring a cost, disadvantage, or which can also bring a benefit. So externalities are usually two types: positive externality and negative externality. So when we say positive, that means advantage, negative means disadvantage. Now positive production, that means in the production only there is an advantage. Best example, positive production externality. Say for example, I appointed you people and I'm providing a training in my organization. I trained you how to work everything. Later you will leave the job and you will go and join somewhere. Because of you leaving the job and joining somewhere, now the other organization didn't train you, but he is enjoying the benefit. You got to know how to work. That is positive production externality. Because of production, there is a benefit. There is a benefit. Next, positive consumption. What is it? Positive. Sir, I will join yoga class in the morning. Gym, I will go for a gym in the early morning. Because of that, I am entire day energetic. So because of that, my productivity in my workplace is increasing. Because of your private consumption, gym services, yoga class, there is a benefit to your employer in the workplace. Next, negative production externality. This is the biggest one. River example, what I give. I am manufacturing the bench. I am leaving these chemicals to the river. So that is negative production externality. And negative consumption, smoking, cigarettes, alcohol, these are negative consumption externality. So externality can be either positive or even it can be negative. Either it can be from production or either it can be from, see, same to same thing. Whatever I just explained, same examples, I have explained it here. Now private cost and social, already we have done in theory of cost. So private cost is my primary cost, which is directly involved in the production of goods and services. Externalities are nothing but cost of damages. What are they?
Cost of damage.
Which is never incorporated in a primary cost while taking a production decision. So what is the real cost to the society? So cost to the society is called as social cost. In short, social cost is private cost plus externality. It is like economic cost, accounting plus opportunity. Same way, private cost plus externality put together is a real cost to the society. Clear? Next, conclusion. See there, the biggest trouble what we are created is because of negative externality, especially negative production as well as negative consumption. All negative externalities are the biggest trouble creators for us. What are they? Biggest trouble creators. Now, a competitive market will produce either too much of output, which is relative to the social optimism. There is a clear case of a market failure where prices will fail to provide the correct signals. Today, whatever price that you guys are selling now, all this negative externality commodities, now that does not reflect the true cost. It does not reflect what? In the economy, because it does not reflect the true cost in the economy. Now, boss, it will not provide the correct signals. It won't provide what? So, because of our production, negative goods, especially the third party is getting affected because of my production. I produced a bench now. Because of my production of bench, the river water is getting polluted, fisherman is getting affected, or because of my consumption. Say if I'm smoking, the person who passes next to me that smoke, that passive smoking will also create a lot of trouble in the economy. So negative externalities are the biggest threat to the society. Clear? So that is the second trouble. What are they called as? Externalities. Read it once. That is the most important one before moving into the public goods. Okay, let's start. Next, public goods. So what is this public goods? Those goods which bring benefit to a public in common. What is it? Those goods which will bring to a public in common, or which everyone is enjoyed in common, where everyone will enjoy in common. This concept of public goods was introduced by Paul A. Samuelson. Who introduced it?
Paul A.
In his work called as Collective Consumption Good is another name here. The Pure Theory of Public Expenditure. That is a work given by Paul A. Samuelson. In that book, he had explained about this product consumption of public goods and what all advantages are there. Now listen, let me explain it in most easiest way. What is this public good? Public good will bring utility to the people, consumers. And the biggest thing is, they are non-rival. That means you can't exclude anyone else when you are using it. Suppose if you are walking in a road, if you are using a street light, can you stop anyone else also to use that same street, not to use a street light? No. They are non-excludable. You cannot stop other person from using it. And moreover, they are non-rival as well as and they all are collective in nature. Public goods, you will not make any direct payment. For using that road, did you make any payment? Did you buy that? In order to walk in that road, did you purchase that road? No. And these all have one more biggest trouble, that is free riding problem. That means people are not willing to purchase them or willing to contribute into the production. It's like a birthday treat of your friends. He will pay the expenses. He will bear all the expenses, but you will enjoy the benefit. Say government is incurring the expenses, you are enjoying the benefit. So there is a trouble of free riding problem, and you cannot divide a public good and you cannot distribute it like how you distribute a goods and services. And any additional resource cost, that means say suppose already 10 people are using, if the 11th person comes and use it, government will never incur any additional cost. So any additional resource cost is zero. What is it? Additional resource cost is clear. Now all these are the characteristic features of public goods. Complete opposite is private good. See, if you need to buy a private good, you must, let me say, if you need to use a private good, that means you must purchase them. What you should do? You must, in order to get a utility, and they have a private property right that belongs only to you. Best example, your cell phone, that belongs only to you. Can anyone else use your cell phone? No, only you can use it, and they all are rivalrous. What do you mean by that? You can prevent other person from using it. When you are using it, only you can use it, and they are non-excludable. If you don't purchase, can you use your cell phone? Only when you purchase, it belongs to you. If you don't pay, you will be excluded. Say for example, if you don't pay the fees, will they allow you to come and sit in the college? No. Same way. And there is no problem of free riding. Only when you pay, you will get that services. If not, you are not getting that services. And there is an additional resource cost involved. Suppose 10 people are there. If 11th person gets seat, admission, even for him one seat has to be reserved. Even institution will incur expenses like printing material, books and all. So there is an additional resource cost involved. What is involved?
Additional cost.
See, that is the main differentiation between private and public goods. See, anyone who wants to consume them must purchase in private goods. But here you need not to purchase public good. And consumption of private good is rivalrous. But here it is non-rivalrous. And public goods are non-excludable. But private goods are excludable. And private goods does not have a free riding problem. But public goods are having a free riding problem. Additional resource cost is involved in private good. But additional resource cost is zero. Now, owner of a private goods can exercise the private property right. It only belongs to you. Only you can use it. It is owned by you. But can you exercise the private property rights in public good? No. It cannot be prevailed by using. Everyone can use it in common to attain a benefit. Clear? The biggest trouble of a public good is a free riding problem. Which problem?
Free riding.
That means other person will going to incur the expenses. You are just enjoying a benefit. So government is going to incur an expenses. Only you will enjoy the benefit. See, consumers can take advantage of a public good without contributing sufficient to their production. Now, a public goods are non-excludable in nature and moreover, they are also non-rival. They are non-rival as well as non-excludable. So, there is a problem of free riding. If everyone wants to follow the same free riding problem, the strategy will not work. Now, government will intentionally not provide more and more beneficial goods which is has to be provided to the society because you are not ready to pay for it. Now I will say, I will create one public park. For that entry fee is 20 rupee. You will say, bye. I will not come to park only. I will walk in road. If that is the case, now government will not come up with more and more public park. They will restrict. Rather than coming 100 parks, they will come up with some 10 or 20 parks. That's it. Even though still if I want to give this facility, I will give it like excludable public goods like toll charges. Best example. If you want to use it, pay the toll charges and then you need to enter. All this. So this is the free riding problem. If everyone starts to play the same strategy, free riding strategy will fail. Then free riding for anyone will become clear. So due to free rider, there is no meaningful demand curve established for a public goods. Next comes incomplete information. What is it? So what is this incomplete information? Sometimes, sir, I want to join a good college, sir, after my 12th standard. Which is the good college? Okay, you collected all information. You did a survey, R&D, everything. You went and joined. After joining, finally, one simple dialogue, sir, Dabba college, sir. That is the story of every student. While joining, you would have done length and breadth, R&D, everything full, and then you decided and then you joined. After joining, sir, not good, sir. I didn't get a correct information, sir. No one said about this college, sir. Everyone lied about me. Everyone lied to me, sir. I was made fool. I joined here. That is the trouble. Now, there is a incomplete information which is spreading in the economy. Now, in order to tackle that, government has come up with various measures. Now, what is that incomplete information? See, when one party to the contract knows much more than other party to the contract. Best example, say second-hand car transaction. When you are selling a car, seller of a car knows much more about the quality of a car and what all defects are there than a buyer. Because of this, a proper decision cannot be made. See here, perfect information implies both buyer as well as sellers have a complete information about anything that may influence for a decision making. Assuming that there is no fully satisfied in the real market, never you will have a complete information. See, information failure is widespread in a numerous market exchange where this happens by misallocation of scarce resources takes place and equilibrium price and quantity is not established through the price mechanism, and finally this results into a market failure. Clear? Now, what are all the reasons for incomplete information? Number one, the information what you are asking is highly complex. Like any cardiac surgery, one hospital will say 10 lakh, another hospital will say 5 lakh, another will say don't go for operations and all, my tablet only it will be proper. Other will say don't go for English medicine, take Ayurvedic, best to no side effects. Like this, all this misleading informations are there, or you don't get to know proper information at right time, and in many cases customers are unable to get quickly, cheaply find a sufficient information of the best price of their quality and different products, and consumers are misunderstood their true cost and benefits, and they are uncertain about their true cost or benefit. Best example, second hand car, 3 lakh rupee. Oh, 3 lakh, very much expensive. Okay, 2.5 lakh. That car might be just 1.5 lakh. You would have bought it for 2 lakh. You doesn't even know how to value that. All these things. Now, people are ignorant and they are not aware about the many matters in the market. This is a very precious stone. Diamond, very rare. That might be just normal stone. They might be fooling you. You don't know how to test it. You don't know how to identify it. Next, consumers will finally end up making a wrong choice because they are not having accurate information and because of all incomplete data. So what are the types of incomplete information? First one, asymmetric information. We call it as problem of lemon. Same, second-hand car transaction. See, seller of a car knows much more about the car fitness and quality than a buyer. Because of that, was only defective cars gets flooded in the second-hand market. Anyone who wants to go and buy, he thinks that there is some defect. Even if some good car comes also, he will feel there will be some defect in that. So that is asymmetric information. Next, adverse selection and moral hazard. Best example here is health insurance. So who will usually take a health insurance? Person who have an unhealthy lifestyle. Now, even if a good person, healthy person, if he wants to come and take insurance, now because of all these unhealthy people taking more and more insurance, now insurance premium will go up. Insurance companies will increase the premium. Now, even a healthy person should pay higher premium. Now he will say, why should I pay higher premium at all? I don't want insurance only. So he will back out to take it. So because of this all adverse selection, see, a situation where asymmetric information about the quality eliminates the high quality goods from the market. Even a healthy customers will not come forward to take up the correct insurance. Why should I pay extra premium and all? I don't want it at all. Next, moral. When one person knows what is or her action is there, then other person is ignorant. Best example, you have been hospitalized. Now, you don't know what the doctor is going to do it. Say for example, whether he is using a simple procedure to solve your problem or unnecessary is making you to conduct some test and all. Or maybe he is going to increase your bill because you are not paying the bill. Insurance company will pay the bill now. So why do you want to worry? Let him do whatever he wants. So you are like least bothered about the actions of a other person. Actions of a other person. Even that leads to a information failure. See, insurance person is less likely to take a, more likely to take a greater risk because the claim will be given by the insurance company. He is least interested whether the doctor uses the costly affairs or a lesser charges, or you are least bothered because this has become one big issue in India now. Unnecessary bill will be raised because insurance company is paying. There is always a tug of war between a hospital and insurance company. Again, these all medical claims were settled by the intermediary, third party intermediaries. Like IRDA will come into picture. They will have a look. All this as troubles has been created. So this is the concept of market failure. There were 4 reasons for market failure. How many reasons were there?
4.
Which are those 4 reasons? First one, monopoly power or market power. Second one, externalities. What is it? Third one, public goods. Fourth one, incomplete information. Now, why government has to intervene? Why government intervention is most important in order to resolve this problem of incomplete informations or merit and demerit goods, public goods, correcting externality, minimal interventions of, let me say, to correct this market power, all these things. So government will interfere in order to correct the market failure. What will government do? That will interfere in order to correct what? Market. Number 1, government intervention to correct a monopoly power. So government has come up with the rules and regulation. The first one, competition based regulation. They have come up with a new act, new particular kind of a legislation wherein which they will say, boss, we will come up with a competition act. According to that competition act, we are going to regulate, come up with rules and regulation. According to that, you people should operate. Earlier, we had MRTP Act in India that was scrapped and that has been replaced with Competition Act. Next, we are going to prohibit certain kind of contracts or combination coming and merging and all. We don't allow because you will take unnecessary advantage because of that. And we will only provide some patents and copyrights law exclusively for certain person. Only they can use it. If they have invented something new now, only they should use. In their name, you should not use it. All these things. And other measures, see, like market liberalization by introducing a competition on previous monopolistic sectors like energy and telecommunication exclusively reserved now. Now I will allow, okay, let private also come and do it, and controls on mergers and acquisition, price ceiling and price regulation. You should not sell beyond this price, or you should never sell below lesser than this price for undesirable goods like this. And also profit and returns on regulation basis. Like you cannot keep on charging more and more price based on your profit. Only certain percentage can be increased in next year prices. And also customer associations are given more and more importance, restricting the monopoly power and regulating the import controls, and also nationalization, making more and more Indian commodities favorable. All these are the new regulations introduced by the government in order to cut down the market power or monopoly power. What is it? Market power or? And there are still certain areas exclusively only government will operate, like see, electricity, gas and water supply. They don't allow private people to do it. If they do it, they don't provide it for a cheaper cost, or there might be some trouble. So only exclusively government is having a still natural monopoly in certain areas. So that is how they will control the monopoly power or market power in the economy. Clear? Next, government intervention to correct externalities. What is it? To correct what? So what do you mean by externalities? Side effects or whatever damages that we are creating because of our production. See, there can be an advantage or even a disadvantage because of externalities. Clear? So whenever there is a negative externality, what is it, Pa?
So leakage is also externalities.
Leakage is also one of the external. I will explain that. See, leakages is totally different and externality is different. But only some extent it will affect. Now, whenever
Externalities can have advantages.
positive externality. So positive externality is there, we should encourage it because that production and consumption should be encouraged. People will get benefit out of it. Say for example, yoga classes, gym services, fitness, healthcare services, all these things. Now say for example, if you take COVID vaccination, now because of your consumption, other person will not get spreaded. So that is externality only, na benefit. That is external benefit is there. So whenever there is a positive externality, what is that? Positive. That should be encouraged. What should be done? Whenever there is a negative externality, that should be discouraged. That should be, see there, in order to promote overall welfare and social return should be maximized and social cost should be minimized. That is the main intention, and the major threat to the government is the negative externality. So there are two kinds of measures. Number one, direct control and market based, especially second one, market based is important. What is this direct control? Straight away government will come and they will say prohibited. No, public places smoking is completely prohibited. Ban. See like this, wearing helmet is compulsory. Advertising of any tobacco products are completely restricted, or any packaging has to be having a, let me say, negative images on that. Like labeling becomes mandatory. Like this, we will directly control with our own rules and regulation. And suppose if there is any negative externality that will be affected with the Environment Protection Act, you should take a license. You should be always following the rules and regulation according to Environment Protection. We will fix up the emission standard, how much you can emit and all this. Next, government will also charge emission fees for such emission, and we will also establish some special bodies like Environment Control Board of India, Pollution Control Board of India, State Pollution Control Board. Now they will come and regulate. Government may limit, what is it?
May.
Amount of certain pollutants releasing into the water, air and by individual firm by making them mandatory to have a pollution control devices. You should adapt that pollution control device that will say how much of pollution you are making. Only to this extent you can pollute. They are not saying not to pollute. Only so much you should pollute, not beyond that. And see, government may also insist a polluting firm to install that pollution abatement mechanism, that new standard of mechanism devices that will say how much of pollution, that will have additional expenses to the firm, that will be very expensive, and they will be not providing a proper license, or they will say how much to pollute, only that quantity has to be polluted, all these things. So these are called as direct control. What is it?
Direct.
So directly through the rules and regulation, they are controlling the pollution. Second one, market-based policy. What is it?
Market-based.
So under market-based policy also, there are two types. One, pollution tax has been introduced. Second one, cap and trade system. What is it? Cap and? First one is pollution tax. So what is this pollution tax? Now this was introduced by ACCA, stating that, boss, if any polluter is there now, straight away impose a tax. Either on their production itself you impose a tax, or on per unit also you impose a tax. Whenever you impose tax, now either he has an option, now either you should reduce his production or he should pay more and more taxes. That is the one Brahmastra. See there. Now these taxes have an effect of making the polluters pay. The size of tax depends upon the amount of pollution the firm produces. Now ACCA said that we cannot, let me say, argue, negotiate, contractually negotiate this. Now the polluter should be taxed on the production itself. Now the tax is placed on the externality itself. When you are creating externality, automatically tax has to be paid on every single unit of your production. Either you should choose to pay more and more taxes, or either you should reduce your pollution. Now tax increases their dash cost, private cost. You will not consider external cost now. So I will make that external cost itself as your private cost by imposing more and more taxes. But there is some trouble with the tax. See what happens if you increase tax more and more now. These people will shift that burden to the customer, especially if it is inelastic goods like alcohol, cigarettes and all. Without losing customer, they will shift the burden. Or they will leave this country, they will go to some other country where the tax rates are less and they will pollute there. And moreover, if at all these people, organization leave now, our employment opportunity will go down. My nation's GDP will come down. And what is that exact tax rate? That what is that? How much you will say, okay, this is only the right amount of tax. Calculating the right amount of tax is a trouble. If your tax rates are more, that will discourage production. If your tax rates are less, that will not have any kind of effect on imposing a tax at all. See, it is difficult to discover the right level of tax. What is that exact tax amount, sir? So that private cost plus tax is equal to the social cost. And if it is an inelastic good, the tax will not have any effect. It will be insignificant effect. That will never reduce the tax. And the burden will be shifted to the customer. They have to pay the higher prices. And the method of taxing the polluter may limit there because it involves the use of complex and costly administrative procedure. We should establish one department for that. The department has to go and investigate. They have to see whether everyone is paying taxes or not. Administration cost will also increase. And pollution tax have a potentially negative consequences on employment as well as the investment because they will go to the lesser, let me say, lesser taxes area and they will produce in some other country. They will shift from one country to another country. This is the trouble. So in order to tackle that, they bought in something called as cap and trade system. See, let me explain this cap and trade system with an example. Now, see, simple. I know, say for example, production of iron and steel. Now I will give a tradable license. What is it?
Tradable license.
Like a license to produce goods. But you have an option. Either you can produce it or either you can also sell it in the market. You can. Now say for example, now we are iron and steel producers. Assume that I ask for some 10 license. Now Pooja has asked for some 15 license. He has asked for some 7 license. She has asked for some 50 license. Government will intentionally give lesser license. Say I ask 10, it will only give me 6. Like this for everyone they will issue less. If you want to produce more, you need more license and there is an option. Either you can produce by using this license or you can also sell this license. You can also. Now one who sells the license, he will make more profit. Now say for example, Pooja wants more and more license. Now Shashikiran, rather than producing, out of 6 license, 2 license I used it and I produced some minimal quantity. Remaining 4 license I want to sell it to Pooja. I will exorbitantly price it and I will sell it to Pooja. Now Pooja will buy that. Now whenever she bought the license for exorbitant price, can she sell her commodity for lesser prices in the market? She will increase the price. Now Shashikiran already made a profit by selling the license rather than producing goods. Whatever the chota mota quantity I produce, now I will sell that in a lesser price in the market. Now customers get attracted. See, like this, instead of putting a tax, they said we will issue a tradable license. One, administrative cost is lesser to the government. I need not establish one department that has to take care of whether the person tax paid or not, like this. No, I will issue a tradable license. Now because of this tradable license, if a person has to produce, he should have more license. I will intentionally create shortage. Now a person has an option. Either he can produce by having this license or even he can sell. He will stand in a gain only when he sells the license rather than producing. So if you produce, you will pollute more. Now rather than polluting, you sell the license. Whoever wants to produce more, they have to buy it for more and more price and they have to sell it for higher prices in the commodity. When you are selling for high price in the market, your customers will not come to buy from you. Like this, there is a disadvantage what government is creating. That is called cap and trade system. What is it? Transferable, all these licenses they are botting and they will restrict it by issuing only fewer permits and also they are permittable and they are also tradable. So this is the entire logic whatever I just said now. You can pause it here and you can read it here. So they will issue a tradable license. Clear? In India we are experimenting on this tradable license in these various schemes. Clear? And there are also certain advantages because of the tradable license and certain disadvantages. Like say for example, if a firm holds to some extent of monopoly, they will collectively buy the license and everyone put together will start producing and they don't want to lose out anything. Rather than selling, they will only create one group, association. They will collect all the license whatever they got and they will only distribute it among themselves and they will start producing among themselves. Now, whenever there is a positive externality, what is there? Now, consumption of such goods has to be encouraged because that will provide a benefit to the economy. So, whenever there is a positive externality, now government provides a subsidy to the producer. What they will provide? Subsidy. So that this cost of production will come down. Best example, in India earlier we had a subsidy on LPG cylinders. See, one cylinder price is 1300 rupee. Okay, government said, okay, you only charge 1000 rupee from customer, I will give you the 300. Now, government used to pay 300 rupees on every cylinder, whatever that they used to sell it to the household. Now we will charge only 1000 rupee. When government gives that 300, even his cost of production will also come down. So like this, whenever there is a positive externality, we need to encourage its production. What should we do?
Encourage its production.
So by encouraging that, its production is also encouraged and consumption should also be encouraged. See, number one, subsidies to the producer. Second one, subsidies to the consumer. These are the two ways that we will provide a benefit. See, subsidies to the producer, like how I said, they will provide a subsidy so that his cost of production will come down. That they are going to promote their production of goods and services. Subsidy is going to lower their cost of production, and government enters the market sometimes directly and they will only produce rather than giving a subsidy. Like say for example, public health care, fundamental research, education, government schools, colleges, hospitals and all. And there are some directly provided by the environment qualities like cleaning of all these rivers, forestation, planting more and more tree, reforestation, protecting the water bodies, treating the sewage and toxic waste sites. Government will only come and do it. That is the one way. Next, government intervention in case of which goods? Merit goods. Now this is the most important point. Merit goods are those commodities which is consumed by a private players. Which is consumed by whom? Or provided by the private itself. Say for example, like your schools and colleges. If it is left to the market, adequate quantity, they will not produce it. Intentionally, they will produce at a lesser quantity. They will produce at which quantity? See, merit goods are those goods which are demanded to be socially desirable and therefore government deems its consumption should be encouraged. But these merit goods are rival and excludable. If you don't pay the fees, will they allow you to come and sit in the college? And moreover, if you are not paying it, you are out. If any other person is using, can you use this particular seat as yours? No, they are rival as well as excludable and they are limited in supply. You can also be rejectable if you are unwilling to pay. This involves a positive marginal additional positive cost. Suppose if any one more person is there, for him cost is involved. Especially next, substantially positive externalities are involved in the consumption of a merit goods, and merit goods could be provided through the market, but they are likely to be underproduced and under consumed through the market mechanism, that is through demand and supply, and social welfare will not be maximized. See examples: education, healthcare, welfare services, housing, fire protection, waste management, public library, museum and public park. So what government will do? Government will only come, government will only intervene, government will only frame their rules and regulation, government provides subsidy, government will encourage its to production, and also they also provide it to market. Let me say private players should also do it. So through all these rules and regulations, see these are the ways through which all they have encouraged it. Private vaccination, they have made it mandatory. You should compulsorily wear seat belts, you should compulsorily wear helmet. COVID vaccination is mandatory. Like this, if at all, it will not allow you inside the mall, will not allow you inside the metro station, will not allow you inside to board the trains. If vaccination is not done, all they have done now. So that is what, very good. See, regulation determines how private activity may be conducted, and government can prohibit some type of goods and activity or set some standards or issue a mandate making otherwise. Especially Tamil Nadu, best example, the TASMAC. It is not open 24/7. Only during certain time period it is open. Only that time you should operate, not every time open. Next, government compulsory immunizing for maybe insisted in order to help other individuals but also society at large. COVID vaccination compulsory, you should take it. Next, government also comes up with a legislative to enforce the consumption of goods which has a positive externality. See, compulsory, like wearing a seat belts, helmets compulsory, all this. See, these are like child rights, free and compulsory education, COVID vaccination, merit goods directly provided for free of cost. See, vaccination government only provided for free of cost, which provides a benefit. Now, whenever there is a demerit, that production and consumption should be discouraged. What should be done? Production and consumption should be discouraged. Like the cigarette, alcohol, intoxicated drug, intentionally they will make the higher prices, they will make it more and more expensive. So they feel that when prices are more expensive, some people, at least to some extent, the demand will decrease. See, demerit goods are those goods which is believed to be having socially undesirable. Now, generally consumers are not the best judge of welfare of a demerit goods, and they will overvalue them with their imperfect information, and government should therefore involve. What is it? Government should only involve in the marketplace in order to discourage their production as well as consumption. Now, however, there should be kept in mind that all goods are not having a negative externality are called as demerit goods. Best example, production of steel. Definitely it produces pollution, but steel is not considered as a harmful. But in a construction we need steel na. Next, government intervention to correct market failure in case of which goods? See, they have banned completely certain demerit goods. You should never use it. Through market intervention, mainly stating that achieving negative advertisement by falsely advertising it. No, it is very bad. Consumption of drinking alcohol and cigarette will lead to a cancer, injurious to health. All this through legislation prohibiting the advertisement or promotion of any demerit goods in whatsoever manner, strict regulations and limiting the access of goods, especially for a vulnerable group such as children and adolescents, regulating control on specific or spatial restriction only during certain places it should be sold, it should be away from schools and colleges, and also imposing higher taxes under the GST slab and making it 28%. Government can fix a minimum price below which the demerit goods should never be exchanged. That is called minimum support price, especially in agriculture, they support it. And same way for demerit goods also, below which it should never be sold, especially cigarettes, alcohols and all. That price regulation is there. You cannot sell it for cheaper cost and all. Intentionally they will increase the price, they will put more and more taxes and strict rules and regulations and total ban sometimes, and that also leads to a problem of hidden markets. Next, government intervention in case of which goods? Public goods. So public goods are facing a trouble with what? Free riding problem. So they can't exclude it. So what they will do, see, I will go with the logic here rather than reading everything. See, simple pa. There is a free riding problem. How do we tackle this? See, simple. Government, if they produce it, they can't exclude someone from using it, and moreover non-rival in nature. So government will issue the license to private people. They will produce the goods, and now they will establish only excludable public goods like toll. Only if you are ready to pay the toll charges, you can access it. If not, no. And government is not providing this. Private is providing, but government is the owner of it. National highways. Now NHAI will produce, but toll collection will be made by the private authorities. In which they will create the road. They will maintain the road for next 10 years, 20 years. For that, they will collect the toll charges. If you are not willing to pay, tata bye bye, get lost. I will not allow you. So, in order to solve this free riding problem, that is how government only provides a excludable public goods. What is it? By granting a license to the private firms and building a public facility by a private firms, and they will also regulate how much entry fee should be charged. That will be decided by government, and they will be having a strict watch on that. Next, see, price control measure. In this, you can expect a question. See, minimum support price. Now, let me straight away go. There are two concepts, price floor and price ceiling. The very first one, price floor, is also called as minimum support price. This happens usually in agricultural commodity. What is that? Now, government says, see, sugar manufacturers, don't worry, sugarcane. Even in the market, if sugarcane price goes below, don't worry, I am there. If it goes like 75, don't worry, I am there. I will minimum support you for 150 rupee per kg. How much? I will buy it for 150 rupee. In the market, if the price goes even below 150 rupee, don't worry, I will buy it for how much? See, market price has become 75, but government has said that I will at least buy it for how much? See, that was for guaranteed price that you are going to get. Complete opposite will be the price ceiling. Pause, this is the seal. Above which you should never sell the commodity. Above which you should. Especially certain agricultural goods like pulse, cereal, dals and all, in market prices keeps on increasing, exorbitant price, 1 kg dal, 200 rupee, 300 rupee, 400 rupee, everyone cannot afford it. Now government will say, see boss, you should only and only sell it for. If the market price goes beyond that 75 also, no, you should not sell it for this market price. Maximum you can sell it for how much? That is called price ceiling. Especially for demerit goods also, price ceiling will be there. Below which it should never be sold. What is it? Below which it should never be sold. Suppose market price is 150, now government will come and say 200. Below 200 rupee, alcohol bottle should never be sold. Even that is also a price ceiling concept. Clear? Certain commodity above which it should never be sold. Certain product below which it should never be sold. Clear? Last but not the least, in order to correct the incomplete information. So how do we tackle this problem of incomplete information? See boss, one, government now made it mandatory to have accurate labeling and content disclosure. What is it? Accurate labeling and
Content disclosure.
You should definitely disclose the content, what all ingredients are there in the food packets, what all chemicals you are using, everything. And SEBI has also made it mandatory, boss. Who is your promoters? For what purpose you are taking money? And how much, let me say, you can, raise the funds. All this rules and regulations, everything has to be followed properly. You have to mandatory disclose information so that a proper information is passed. And public dissemination of information, especially in order to have a proper knowledge, public has to be aware, advertisements has to be provided, some mandatory disclosures has to be made, and regulations on advertisement and setting up of advertisement standards, so that advertisement should not be misleading and they should be less persuasive. See, less misleading. That means I should not mislead you people, to be frank. Less persuasive. Advertisement should be more and more reasonable, informative, and as well as less persuasive. That means they know that will mislead. It should be not much misleading. Little misleading is acceptable. Next, last but not the least, government intervention for equitable distribution of income and wealth. What is it? Equitable distribution of what? Income and wealth. See boss, simple. We will collect more from rich and we will give it to the poor. In the name of taxes, we collect progressive tax. You earn more, we will collect more. Simple progressive tax system. You are earning more, we are collecting more and more tax. Next up, targeted budgetary allowances. Based on budget, we will target and then we will allocate it. Next, unemployment. Compensation. Suppose if at all you are not getting employment, we will give you compensation for that for a time being, and also transfer payments for some benefit schemes, pension facilities, scholarships and all, and subsidies will be given on essential goods. Job securities are going to be given, and also social security scheme. All this has been introduced like Anna Bhagya Yojana, Shadi Bhagya Yojana, all this Gruha Lakshmi Yojanas and all. Next to job reservation, land reforms, and gender sensitive budget, especially for women and children's development, and especially for their upliftment in the backward class and all. So like this, these are the measures taken for equitable distribution of income and wealth. And in order to combat black economy, sometimes, especially whenever we ban something that will be illegally smuggled, all these things, and sometimes they say that boss, government before intervening, you think and interfere. Sometimes when you interfere, problem becomes much more. If at all you don't interfere, that will be proper. Suppose whenever you interfere, that will become much more problematic. So government should know what are all the cost and benefits associated with its intervention in the market, and important that policy makers consider all the cost and all the, and before the government intervenes. Sometimes because of government intervention, problem becomes even more bigger. So in few places, better government should not at all interfere. Clear? This was your unit 2. What is it? Unit 2. Of chapter 7. Clear? We will take up unit 4. Unit 3 budget, it will take little time. That we will take it tomorrow itself, along with chapter 8 and chapter 9. Now we will take up with unit 4. That is Chota unit. Unit 4 is Chota 1. Can actually do it with budget also, but it will get little stretch. 730 and above it will cross. So don't want. Even theory, hardcore theory. You can't. That is what I said. Chapter 7, it looks interesting. Full on hardcore theory, that is. See, your syllabus has been made like that. 6 is superb, 8 is superb, 9 is superb. That is what I said. 10 is like making you to fall from Mount Everest. 7 is like 50-50. That's like little, okay, Luma, government, how much government? Okay, so unit number 4, fiscal. See, only 4 concepts are there. Number 1, objectives of fiscal. Next, automatic and discretionary instruments of. Last but not the least, what is it? Now, we know what exactly does fiscal policy is. Nothing but it is a policy created by a government. Who creates it? See there. It is a policy created by a government, and there are 2 important tools: government expenditures and tax. They will be using this government expenditure and tax as an important tool in order to control inflation, and not just that, even to achieve the government's objective. What is it? Government's. See there. In an economy, this fiscal policy is a deliberate policy. What is it? Of a government, under which it uses the instruments, that is government expenditures and taxes, including public borrowing, in order to influence both the patterns of economic activity as well as the level of growth of an aggregate demand, output, as well as employment. So in short, macroeconomic stability has to be brought in, like employment opportunity, demand, price stability, all these things. So we will control through fiscal policy through our tools called as government expenditures and tax. So there is a demand sided policy, as well as we are focusing on full employment level. See, we only focus on the demand sided. Fiscal policy focuses on what nature? Demand sided policy, that is C plus I plus G plus X minus M. Demand sided, aggregate demand, expenditure made, expenditure incurred by the government. Now see there. Government of all the countries are innumerably, they are creating policy in order to have a achieving of their goals: rapid economic growth, equitable distribution of income and wealth, reduction of poverty, price stability, exchange rate stability, full employment, balanced regional development. So these are all the elements that they will be covering with their fiscal policy. So these all they want to achieve it. Clear? And these not required. Straight away come here. See, before 1930, Great Depression and all, they will say, see the main agenda here is they will say, boss, any country for it matter, even today they are trying to achieve as much as control from the government. Before 1930, there was no much government interventions because laissez-faire policy. Government intervention was almost zero. Capitalistic economies were there. But now after 1930, especially after the Great Depression of America, our John Maynard Keynes, in his book, he thought about this counter-cyclical fiscal policy, how it has to be tackled, how all this has to be taken care into picture. Now, main objectives of fiscal policy. There are 4 objectives. Number 1, we need to achieve a full employment. We need to have a, and we should also have a rate of economic development and also equitable distribution of income. And see, these are the primary 4 main objectives of a fiscal policy. But the trouble is, you can't achieve all the 4 objectives together. Sometimes in order to achieve one, you have to sacrifice on another. Suppose if you want to achieve one economic growth and development, now you cannot have an equitable distribution of income and wealth. That will be contradicting with each other. See there, these objectives are not always compatible with each other. For instance, objective of achieving equitable distribution of income and wealth may conflict with the objective of economic growth. So I cannot achieve all the 4 together. Next comes automatic stabilizer and so what is this automatic and discretionary? Simple pa. Now our classical economists said, see boss, government intervention is not at all required. Things will get adjusted automatically on its own. What is it? Things gets adjusted automatically. See, all automatically when there is inflation, now government expenditure will come down, tax rate will increase, things will get adjusted. So government interference is not at all required. That is called as built-in fiscal mechanisms. What is it? That will automatically operate in order to reduce the fluctuation created by expansion and contraction of the business cycle. So that will automatically changes the level of tax, government spendings, and it is going to happen automatically. This is what our classical economists said. But in reality, boss, this automatic stabilizer will not always work. We need a deliberate policy action of a government according to the will and wish of a government, according to a particular direction. Government has to operate, because in order to bring in employment stability, price stability, all these elements, see, it is a change in government spendings and tax. It is a purpose is to either expand or shrink the economy as needed by the government. It can be either expansionary fiscal policy or a contractionary fiscal policy. Now the government will adapt as it is required in order to tackle all this inflationary gap and deflationary gaps. Now it is a deliberate policy action by the government in order to change their spendings, taxes, output, employment, price from the borrowings. Now government may directly as well as indirectly influence the way resources will be used in the economy. In short, now government will come, government will operate, government will say what all to be done, how to be done. Next, fiscal policy is a dash tool, powerful tool for managing the economy, because it has having an ability to influence the total amount of output produced, that is gross domestic. So fiscal policy is the most important tool that will be affecting the productivity of the nation. So we will be using that C plus I plus G plus X minus 1. This is what we said, demand sided policy. Which sided policy?
Demand-sided policy.
Clear? Now whenever government spends money, that means for building bridge, dams, construction of anything, that will influence the investment of business. When business gets more money, automatically C will get more money. When C gets more money, demand in the economy automatically increases. So it is always and always a demand-sided equation. Clear? Next comes types of fiscal policy. There are 2 types. Number 1, expansionary fiscal policy. Number 2. Now you tell me, when should the economy expand? When economy is not performing well, that means when economy is seeing a downward trend, contraction phase of business cycle, we need to adapt more and more of expansionary fiscal policy. That means now government expenditure should increase, tax rate should decrease, interest rate should decrease, and government, since it is spending more and more money, taxes are coming less, there will be deficit budget. Which budget?
Deficit.
So, and moreover, we will also borrow from outside market to spend more and more. Government spendings will also increase. We are also borrowing more. Contractionary fiscal policy. What does it mean? Already economy is overperforming. We need to cut down. So now government expenditures will decrease, tax rates will increase. Tax rates will increase, even interest rates will increase, we will be having surplus budget. Which budget? And whatever money left out now, last time we borrowed now, we will repay back that loan. See, that is what? Expansionary fiscal policy. It is in order to overcome the economic recession or economic gaps, completely downwards trending gap. Now, it is a deliberate policy of a government adapted in order to increase the and consequently improve the level of. Now, it is designed to stimulate the economy during the contractionary phase of business cycle or when there is an anticipation of a business cycle contraction. So, what they will do? They will increase their aggregate expenditure. So, they are increasing the aggregate demand by increasing all the type of government spendings and decreasing the tax. So, expansionary fiscal policy ideally leads to a lesser government budget. Which government budget?
Lesser government budget.
That means a deficit. Usually it will be, there will be a deficit. So, a recession is set to occur when overall economic activity is declining, when the economy is getting contracts. So, now what are all issues we will face? There will be reduction in the GDP in the nation. There will be low demand in the economy, reduced in consumer spendings and rise in unemployment. Clear? So, how does the government tackle? Number one, by reducing all types of taxes and by increasing their government expenditure and adapting the combination of both. Adapting what? That is what? Expansionary fiscal policy. Now, contractionary fiscal policy. That means we need to contract the performance of the economy. That means there is a inflation in the economy or business cycle is expanding. Business cycle is expanding. See there. It is the measure in order to restrict the inflation or to control the inflationary gap. It is a deliberate policy of a government. It is adapted to curtail aggregate demand or contractionary, reducing the economic activity. So, whenever there is an anticipation of business cycle expansion or when the economy is in expansion phase. Which phase?
Expansion.
So, what we will do? We are going to reduce the aggregate expenditure and aggregate demand by decreasing all types of government expenditure and increasing the taxes. Whenever there is a contractionary fiscal policy, the government budget will be surplus. Usually it will be what? Surplus budget will be there. Now, what all will happen? What are the issues faced? There will be high demand in the market, increase in consumer spendings and rising the general level of. So, how do we control? By decreasing the government spendings and increasing the tax rate and adapting the combination of both. Clear? This is how we will control. Already I have spoken about this instruments of fiscal policy. Now, government expenditure. When will the government expenditure increase? When there is a deflation. When will the government expenditure decrease? When there is a inflation. When we speak about government expenditure, there are three types of expenditure. Current expenditure, capital expenditure and. So, government expenditure plays a very important role because whenever government spends more money, that will bring money to business. Business gets more money, that will bring money to customers. And customer gets more money, the demand in the economy will. Either we can increase the economic performance or either we can decrease the economic performance through the government expenditure. Clear? Now, see there. Government expenditure in order to bring in stability. See, number one, direct impact of government expenditure. Now, that will make sure that when government spends more and more money, that will lead to money in the hands of the people. That is employment of labor as well as purchasing of multitude goods and services. So, when government wants to construct road, bridges and dams, they will buy lot many goods. They are pumping in more money into the economy. Now, these expenses directly generate income to whom? Labor and supply of materials and services from the businesses. And indirect effect, it works as a multiplier. Government expenditure also works as what? If there is a 1,000 crore shortage in the market, we know that the economy money gets circulated 5 times. That means they will not bring in 1,000 crore. They will only bring in 200 crore. That 200 crore will circulate 5 times. Clear? And next one, during the time of inflation. What is it? During the time of government expenditures will reduce. But during the time of recession, government expenditures will increase. They will start spending on fresh wave of public works, construction works, road, irrigation facility, everything. And so that public work starts increasing and secondary and tertiary sector will also get more and more employment opportunity. And the surplus capacity in the consumer goods and services will reduce the recession in the market. But now, when economy is in a deep trouble, what is it? Economy is in a that is called depression. What is it?
Depression.
Full on worst situation. Now, there are two things that they will tackle. Number one, through pump pricing or through compensatory. So understand, what is this pump pricing? Injecting a huge money inside the economy all of a sudden. So when you inject, just assume tomorrow you will get 1 crore on road. What will you do? Sir, my neighbors will become rich. How? Because I am moving to richer colony. I am shifting my home na. I am relocating my home. My neighbors will also be rich. So that's how. That was a comedy actually, one of the movies. If you get 1 crore lottery, what will you do? My neighbors will also become rich. How? I am relocating to a rich colony. That is how. So now whenever they inject one huge shot of money inside an economy, now automatically money supply increases in the economy. Everyone starts getting more and more money. Government starts spending more and more. Now automatically demand will rise. Automatically demand will shoot up. So it is injecting a huge money. It's like giving a shock treatment for a almost dead patient, like almost heart attack patient. You would have seen in movies and all. Almost when a person is not, they will take that, they will rub like this electric shock machine. They will keep it on chest. They will tabak, they will come back now like that. Pump pricing. They will inject one huge shot of money inside the economy. That huge money will act as a multiplier. Now that will revive the economy. Automatically people gets more money. They will start demanding more and more. Economic activity gets operated. Second one, compensatory spending. This is what? C plus I plus G. Now when G is spending more. Why G is spending more? Because C and I is not spending. As a compensation of C and I, now G is going to spend more and more money. When G spends money, that will come, money come to I. If I spends money, that money will come to C. That is called as compensatory spending. Through pump pricing and compensatory spending, they will revive. See, what is pump pricing? One shot injection of huge government expenditure in order to boost the economy. What is compensatory spending? When private spending has become deficient, they are not spending. In order to compensate that, now who will spend? Government needs to compensate that by increasing their own spendings. Clear? Now, question will come. From where will the government find resources to increase its expenditure? Simple, borrowings. If they don't have money, they have to borrow. That is the only option. Next, taxes as an instrument of fiscal policy. Now, when will the tax rate usually increases? When there is inflation in the economy. When will the tax rate decreases? Deflation. Whenever tax rates are imposed, disposable personal income will become less. See, tax will bring in stability. See, disposable income gets affected. Role of tax during the time of recession or depression. They will intentionally reduce the tax. Whenever they reduce the tax, the income will be left in the hands of a people in the form of disposable personal income. So they will buy more and more goods and services. Even companies, corporate tax will be decreased. And whenever such decrease happens, their profits will be left out and they will be further investing it. When at the time of inflation, tax rates will go up, their disposable income will come down. Clear? This is the roles of tax. I have given in a even shortest way here. Observe. Next, redistribution of income will happen. We will collect more and more taxes from rich people. We will collect high taxes on luxury and food, medicine and educational for poor. We will provide it for a cheaper cost. Next, budget. Now, when do we adapt a surplus budget? When there is more money in the economy. When do you have more money? During the time of expansion. At the time of contraction, do you have money? No. You should only spend more, deficit. But usually we try to achieve which budget?
Balance budget.
Balance budget. Always and always. Government expenditure should be equals to the money collected from the form of tax. But sometimes due to changes in the economic variables, either we have a surplus budget or either we have a deficit budget. We have a surplus budget during the time of inflation. Money will be left out. So kindly repay your nation's debt. Whatever you made a old loan, now money is left out. Next, when do we have a deficit budget? At the time of recession. Shortage is there. We will only borrow more and more loan. National debt will increase. We will spend in the economy. Clear? Next, public debt as an instrument of which debt?
Public.
We are borrowing from R1 public debts. So there are two types of public debt. Number one, place of borrowing, either internal within the country or outside the country. Forms of borrowing, market loan or see, internal loan, borrowing from our own people from the country. External loan, borrowing from the outside market from any international agency. Market loan, what is this? These are a capital projects. For in order to fund that, we will issue the capital bonds for a long term. For short term, we are going to issue the treasury bills. What do we issue? And there are some new schemes that has been introduced by the government to accumulate the small savings of the people in the form of like national savings certificate, sovereign gold bond, national depository certificates and all. They will collect in that new schemes and that money will be used by the government. So this is where the public debts gets created, and whatever the people invest in that now, they will get interest. That is what? Interest on public debts. What is it?
Interest on public debts.
Personal income. If you remember, interest on public debts. This is what? Whenever you are invested on that bonds, treasury bills and all, you will get interest now. That is a public debt that is borrowed by the government. So, to bring in stabilization, simple. Whenever there is inflation in the economy now, government will sell the security. That means you already have more money in your hand now. I will sell the security. You will buy that. Money will come inside to me. Whatever excess money was there, Now that comes inside a bank. Whenever there is a deflation, you don't have money. Whatever I sold now I will purchase it back. So that I am purchasing. So money is going out from the bank to the economy. So I am purchasing back. See, during the time of inflation, now they will sell the bonds. During the time of inflation, they will repurchase the bonds. See, they will repayment will be done on the debts. They will repurchase the bonds. Now, if any economy has to concentrate on their long run economic growth, what is it long run? Number one, they should concentrate on their infrastructural development, education, research developments has to be concentrated, and especially tax policies has to be concentrated. That should have a positive impact, not a negative impact. Innovations has to be encouraged, entrepreneurship should be encouraged. For them, tax structure has to be designed properly, and we should promote more and more of private business. We should provide subsidies and also taxes, and farming has to be encouraged more and more. Environment tax has to be introduced in order to reduce externality. So these are all the areas the nation has to develop in order to support their long-term economic growth. So in short, infrastructure growth, development, agricultural sector, industry, entrepreneurship, business, private sector, these all have to be in a favorable way. So you will be having a sustainable development. Which development? Sustainable. And favorable social outcome in the market. Clear? And next comes fiscal policy for reduction in inequality of income and wealth. So what will you create, boss? We will come up with new policy, new programs. See, by that, government revenues will be spent in a proper way. Number one, we will have a progressive direct tax. You earn more, collect more from the rich people. And indirect tax, especially on every goods and services, we collect GST. Especially on luxury goods, luxury goods and services, heavy taxes. On necessary goods and services, lower taxes will be collected. And how do you spend that? Through public welfare program like poverty alleviation, free and subsidized medical care, education, housing, infrastructure project and selected basis, and subsidies will be given, and also public welfare, strengthening of human capital through providing more and more employable opportunity. In short, collect more from rich and give benefits to the poor. That is what they do, especially progressive tax system. That sometimes that also discourages people to work and also save. So you should be very careful while coming up with a tax structure. While coming up with what? You should be very careful. That means if at all your tax rates are more, that will discourage. If your tax rates are less, that will have no insignificant effect in the economic activity. Now, the most important from this, you can expect a question. What is this? Crowding out. See, simple pa. I will explain the logic here. See, whenever economy is not performing well, whenever economy is when there is a contraction, government expenditure should increase now. Even our people will not be having money. They would have lost their jobs. Entire economic activity is decreasing. Now, you should borrow the loan from outside world. Where you should borrow? And whenever there is a deflation in the economy, what will happen to the interest rates? Here, interest rates will come down. But by mistake, if at all our government increases the interest rate, increases the in order to borrow within the country, in order to borrow. Now our people, whatever small savings and all are there, they will invest into government bonds. You will get the money. Why did you get that money from public? Because you need to spend more money in the economy to boost the economic activity. Because economy is not performing well. Because economy is into recession. Where is the economy? We need to follow which policy? That means government should spend more money now. Now government doesn't have the money. You should have borrowed from outside market. But borrowing from outside market, what are you doing now? You are borrowing from the. So what did you do? You increased your interest rate. So our people will save and give it to you. That money you will again spend it. But our people, why did you spend that money? With the intention that they will come and buy more goods and services. Demand will increase in the economy. Production will increase. Economic activity will increase. Nothing will happen now. Your intention was, if you spend more money, that G spends money, I will get money. I get money, C will get money. If C gets money, demand will. That was your intention, right? But now, boss, since interest rate is more, they will not spend, rather they will save. Whatever money you pump into the market, rather than buying goods and services, what they will do? What was your intention of spending government expenditure? To increase the demand, that means they should come and buy goods and services. Now, what are they doing? That is called crowding out. See, whenever government expenditure is increasing, by increase in public debt, interest rates they have increased. Stupid fellows. They should have decreased interest rate. Rather than decreasing interest rate, they have increased the interest rate. So now my household will start to save more and more. And since they are not spending on goods and services, even business investments will also decrease. Even business people will not invest money. They will also decrease their spendings. And government, whatever money that you are spending in order to boost your economic performance, my public will not buy goods and services. Rather, they will start saving more. And because of that, consumption will decrease. And even business borrowings will decrease. Aggregate demand, instead of increasing, even that will decrease. This is called opposite. What did you make a mistake? One simple mistake. Rather than decreasing interest rate, stupid fellow, you increase. That is what we call crowding out. What is it? Crowding out. Now, these are the main disadvantages of, see, same explanation. Crowding out, how in detail, whatever I just said now, full in detailed explanation. So, whenever the economy is already in a great recession, that is a depression, this crowding out will not happen. Usually, that will have an insignificant effect. Crowding out will not work at that time. When will the crowding out will work? When economy is still at a decreasing phase, contraction phase. Which phase? Contraction phase. When it is already at a depression phase, usually crowding out effects are very lesser. It will not happen. Clear? Now, limitations of fiscal policy. Very first one. What is that? There is a limitation. Instead of decreasing interest rate, stupid fellow, if you increase interest rate at the contraction phase, whatever government you spend now, that will not have any significant effect in the economy. Second one, decision lag. Our governments are very super duper in taking a decision. First one, recognition lag. First of all, they will recognize it late. Later, decision taking is late. Implementation is late. Impact is also late. And moreover, lack of information and uncertainty about inflation and deflation. And integrity issue. Political people only, we did it. Our government did it. Lay, bloody idiot. That is for society benefit only. Nah, who did it? Whatever, it doesn't matter. No, our government did it. Integrity. Personal interest is more than economic interest. Next, cost is involved for a government. Huge expenditures will be there. And instantaneously changing environment, especially government spendings and tax policy. Difficult to reduce the government spending sometimes, especially on defense and social security measures. Some kind of any capital project like metro project, dam project, I cannot decrease. You will see inflation is there in the economy, reduce it. I cannot. I need to spend on this. Next, increase in government borrowings creates a burden, not only for present, even for, see, public works cannot be adjusted easily with the movement of trade cycle. Sometimes public works like road, bridge and dams, I cannot reduce spending. Next, deficit financing increases the purchasing power of the people, since you are spending more and more there by taking a debt to deficit financing, and government competing with the private sector to borrow in order to spend. That means automatically interest rates will increase. When interest rate increase, then it will happen a crowding out. Same na, like private economy, even you start, let me say, borrowing more and more money inside the country, then interest rates will go up even at the time of contraction, and that will have a crowding out effect. Which effect? As discussed above. See, that is what? Crowding out. So whenever you also compete with the private economy in order to borrow loans, automatically interest rates will go up. What will I see here? Interest rates is going to increase. So aggregate demand will not increase. People start saving more and more at the time of contraction. Clear? So this was the chapter 7, unit 4. So we revised with only unit 1, unit 2 and unit 4. Budget spending. See, budget will take another half an hour. We'll finish that. Then we'll go to chapter 8 and last but not the least chapter 9. And if time permits, we'll take up at least doubts. We will take up with the MCQ questions. At least we'll try to do that in the class. Clear? Chalo, we'll wind up for the day. Tada, bye-bye. Crowding out is totally opposite. Investment multiplier is how many times money is getting circulated. That is multiplier effect. See, every single time, whenever you pump in money, the money which is getting circulated, more and more it circulates, that will have more and more effect of multiplier. Just say you wanted to buy a chocolate. In a week, I was buying 2 chocolates. That means you are demanding only for 2 times. Rather than buying 2 times, if you buy 5 times like you, if everyone starts buying more and more number of times, the money circulation becomes. That means income generation will also increase. That multiplier value will increase. Different. That is totally different. Crowding out is rather than decreasing interest rates, you are increasing interest rate in contraction phase. That has happened many a times. Not just in India, across many countries. Chalo, we'll wind up. So in the previous class, we had finished with the chapter 7, unit 1, unit 2 and unit 4. So only unit 3 is pending, that is process of budget making. What is it? Process of? See, simple. What exactly does budget refers to? See, understand. Budget is a financial blueprint. What is budget? Budget is a financial blueprint of a government. Now, budget is classified into mainly 2 components. Number 1, revenue budget. What is it? revenue
and deficit.
budget, and the second one is capital budget. Capital budget. Now again, this revenue budget is of two types. One, revenue receipt and revenue expenditure. Same way. Under capital budget, it is capital receipt and capital expenditure. So this is the main classification of budget. So in this unit, we are only discussing about the union budget, that is central government's budget. Only that we shall be focusing on. So when we speak about this budget, the revenue concept, that means which are like repeated to a government, like say for example, the transaction keeps on recurring in nature. Capital budget, where that is not recurring in nature, it is incurred like once in a huge bulk. So revenue receipt plus capital receipt, both put together is called as total receipt. What is it called as? Total receipt. Revenue receipt plus capital receipt is called as total receipt. Same way, revenue expenditure and capital expenditure, both put together is called as total expenditure. So whenever total expenditure, say if it is equal to total receipts, this is called as balanced budget. That means whatever the revenue that we are receiving in the form of taxes and other sources, exactly same amount of money we are also spending in an economy, that is called balanced budget. Suppose if total expenditure is greater than total receipt, this is called as deficit budget. So it is called as deficit budget. That means we have a shortage. Our expenditures is more, but revenues are less. Same way, suppose if total expenditure is lesser than total receipt, this is called as surplus budget. So these are the different types of budget what we have. Balanced budget is what every government is trying to achieve it, wherein which if the expenditure is greater than revenue, that is deficit. If the expenditure is lesser than revenue, that is called as surplus budget. Now, whenever there is a deficit budget, especially usually in our nation, most of the times there is going to be a deficit. Whenever the total expenditure is greater than total revenue, this budgetary deficit, or also called as fiscal deficit. What is it? Now, one important thing that we need to remember is this fiscal deficit also includes interest payables. What is it? Interest. That means on past loan, we have to pay the interest. We have taken a huge amount of loan. On that, we should also pay the interest. Now, if at all we remove that interest liability from the fiscal deficit, what is it? Interest liability from the fiscal deficit. So, fiscal deficit minus interest payments. So, this will provide us a primary deficit. What is it? Primary deficit. So primary deficit does not include the interest amount payable. Fiscal deficit includes the interest money that is payable. So this is the main components of budgets here. Now budget is classified into mainly two kinds. One revenue budget, second one is capital budget. Under revenue budget, we have revenue receipt and revenue expenditure. Under capital budget, we have capital receipt and capital expenditure. Whenever total expenditure is equal to total revenue, balanced budget. When the expenditure is greater than revenue, deficit. Expenditure is lesser than revenue. So usually we will be having a deficit every single time. That is called as budgetary deficit or fiscal deficit. Now such fiscal deficit also includes interest payables. If at all we remove the interest liability from the fiscal deficit, that will show us a primary deficit. That means this is the amount of money which we need to take the loan this particular year. This is the actual shortage we have except interest liabilities. Now this is the major components of budget. Now when we speak about a budget, as I said, it is only a blueprint. It is a financial blueprint of anticipated incomes and anticipated expenditures of the government of a particular nation. Now every single year the budget is going to be presented on 1st of February. When will the budget be presented? For the period. For upcoming financial year, 1st of April to 31st of March. In this chapter, we only concentrate on which budget? Union budget. Usually before 2017 and 18, union budget, that is central government's budget and railway budget used to be presented separate. But from 2017 and onwards, union budget and railway budget both are presented on a same day. And the one more important thing, only during election year, budget will be presented twice. Now 2024, now we have a union election. So there is an interim budget before the elections, that is on 1st of February, interim budget is announced. After the election and a new government is formed, the actual budget will be announced. So only and only in the election year, first we will present the interim budget and actual government is formed, the new government is going to form, they will present the actual budget. Now, this presentation of budget happens on 1st of February, but that preparation starts 6 months in prior, almost by end of August and September of the particular year, the preparation starts for the presentation of budget. That is on 1st of February, say 2025, February 1st, we are going to present the budget. For that, this year, 2024, by end of August and September, we will start preparing the budget. Now, on the day of budget presentation, there are 3 things that gets announced. Say, for example, if at all we are announcing a budget on 1st of February 2025. Now, that means we are going to present this budget for the upcoming financial year. That is going to be a 1st of April 2025 till 31st of March 2026. For these particular financial year, we are going to provide anticipation. What is it? So what is that money that we are going to spend? What is that anticipated expenditure and anticipated receipts? And whenever we are presenting a budget on 1st of February, if you observe, still there is a 2 months left out for completion of the financial year. That is 2024-25. For that particular, still 2 months is pending now. For that particular financial year, that is from 1st of April 2024 until 31st of March 2025. For this particular year, if there is any revision, already we have allocated a budget. Suppose if at all we need to revise, say for example, railway department needs another 200 crore rupees of extra money, or national highway construction needs another 100 crore extra money, women welfare association, like this, if there is any revision. So we also present a revision for the ongoing financial year. This is the ongoing financial year. This is the upcoming anticipated expenses for the next financial year. And we also present about the actuals. What is it? We also present about the completed financial year. So before this, that is 1st of April 2023 to 31st of March 2024. Whatever already the financial year has been completed. For this, we will speak about the actual values. That means how much we had actually spent the money, how much of income was there, how much of expenditure is there. So on the budget presentation day, 3 speeches will be there. The most and the important speech will be on the anticipation on the coming financial year. And if there is any revision, like on the ongoing financial year, we also present the revision. And for the previous financial year, whatever the actuals that we have incurred, even such actuals will be presented. Now, if there is any taxes that we are going to extend that period, or maybe introducing of a new tax, even that will be announced during the budget. So, whenever a budget is announced, there are 3 important documents that will be announced, or 3 important documents will be presented. If you remember, Annual Information System, AIS. Now that AIS, this is the main budgetary document. I'm just giving you outline before going to the material. Now, what do we have? Annual Information Statement. Now, this consists of 3 important accounts. 1, consolidated funds. Second one, contingency funds. Third one, public account. So the main account of the government is called as consolidated funds. Even if 1 single rupee has to be withdrawn from the entire planned expenditure, they have to take this money from a consolidated funds. Like this is the main account of the government. This is the contingency for any unexpected emergency. Suppose if at all we need any money, there will be 500 crore rupees which will be kept aside at the disposal of a president. That 500 crore rupees will be always as an emergency fund for any kind of natural calamities, earthquake, flood, for any kind of specific usages. Now, in order to use this 500 crore, you don't need a permission of a parliament. But if you need to spend any money from a consolidated fund, we need a permission of a parliament. Without, let me say, approval of a parliament, we can't take the money from consolidated fund. But contingency fund, we can use it, and subsequently after the spendings, we can take an approval of a parliament. And the most important thing, we should give back that 500 crore from consolidated funds to contingency. Like how much ever we are used from a contingency, that is up to 500 crore. Last but not the least, that is a public fund or public account. This is not a government's money. This is general public money. Government is just a custodian. Government is just acting as a banker. So this doesn't require any kind of parliament approval to use this public fund. Best example, Provident Fund contribution, PF. When an employee is contributing to the PF, now that PF money will be coming under this public funds. Now these are not the government money. These are general public money where the rightful owner is a general public. Every single month, certain amount of money becomes due that is payable to the general public. So these are a public accounts or a public money. So these are the three kinds of funds. Most important is a first document, that is AIS, Annual Information System. That includes consolidated fund, contingent fund and public account. Along with this, even tax proposals will be, let me say, presented. That is called as finance bill. Which bill?
Finance bill.
See, this is the very first one. The second one? Finance bill. This finance bill is the most important. All the tax revenue, any new taxes, extension of any old tax, or let me say we are extending some more period for the collection of existing tax period, everything about the vitamin M, that will be spoken in this finance bill, and the entire nation will be waiting for this finance bill. Have they introduced any new taxes? Are they going to come up with any kind of a new kind of a tax policy? Now new tax system has been introduced, slab rates have been introduced. All this will come under the finance bill. So these are the two most important documents. There is one more, I shall explain it to you guys. See there, the proceeds of budgetary making or the process of budget making. Number one, first we should prepare the budget. Second, we should present it. And finally, we should execute it. So presentation happens on when? 1st of February of every single year. Say recently the presentation happened on 1st of February 2024. Clear? Now that is steps. Now whenever the budget has to be prepared now under Ministry of Finance. What is it under Ministry of? There is something called as budget division. Now this budget division is going to issue a circular containing to all the institutions and all the departments stating, kindly give your all expenditures and income statement to all the ministries, states, union territories and autonomous body. They will collect all the data from them. How much expenditures you have, how much receipts you have, and is there any new scheme that for which you need a funds? Let us know. They will collect all the, let me say, data, and they will prepare a pre-budget consultation. They will also meet various stakeholders, interest group people and industry associates, representatives from agriculture, social, welfare, Niti Aayog experts, labor organization, and they will take their suggestions, if any, and if it is considered, they will also incorporate into it. And finally, the budget will be presented on 1st of February and the parliament, it will be presented. So preparation and presentation of budget is going to happen. So this is the main process of preparation of a budget and presentation of a budget. And see, under part A, we have already discussed these all. See, you have to go through it like a newspaper. Don't go in detail word by word here. Understand the crux of a story when you are revising. See, we have something called as budgeted estimate. So we are estimating our receipts and estimating our expenditure. That is for the upcoming financial year. That is for the coming next 1st of April. That is estimates of the coming financial year or ensuing financial year. And still I said, 2 months is pending for the present financial year. If there is any revision for the present and for the past year, actuals for the past year will be given. So budget speech will be given by the finance minister of the nation, and they also speak about the macroeconomic situations in the nation. Like what is that macroeconomic situations? Like say for example, how different sectors are performing, what are the fresh expenditure we are making, fresh schemes that we are introducing, all this macroeconomic conditions. And next, see, this is the most important, tax proposal. Varieties of current tax system or any variations is there, any new tax introduced, all this will come into picture. So 3 important documents. I already spoke about this annual information statement or annual financial statement. I also spoke about a finance bill. Now what is this demand for grants? Demand for grants is very simple. Whenever different departments asking for a money, they will give a present a statement demanding for a funds. That is called as demand for a grants. This particular department, this particular state, this particular, say any kind of a entity, they are asking for so much of funds for implementing this new scheme, new project. All that will be presented in demand for grant. See, AFS, that has 3 important, consolidated, contingent and public account. What is consolidated? That is the most important account in which all the government funds are parked. All the revenues raised by the government and money borrowed and receipts from loans, everything will come under the consolidated funds. Even a single rupee has to be taken out, they need to take the approval of the parliament. Contingency fund, 500 crores will be kept aside at the disposal of the president for any unforeseen circumstances. Public account, where this account belongs to the general public, it doesn't belong to the government. So government is just acting as a banker to such particular funds. And budget is classified into two kinds. What are the two kinds? One, revenue budget, second, capital budget. Already I spoke about it. Revenue receipt, revenue expenditure. Capital receipt. So what is revenue? Neither that creates an asset or it reduces any liability, or neither it creates any kind of a liability nor causes any reduction in the asset. That comes under revenue receipts and revenue expenditure. These all go through it once. In this, the most important is which all will come under revenue receipt, which will come under revenue expenditure. Examples like taxes, that is a major source of income to government. Revenue receipt, revenue expenditure, salaries paid to the government employees, soldier salary, all the state government salaries. These all comes under revenue expenditure. And capital receipt, that is once in a time. Suppose, what are the major capital receipts? Loans that is raised by the government or recoveries of any loans that we have already granted to someone. Capital expenditure or any infrastructure project, building, machineries, or any long-term assets creation, those all are capital expenditure. Next, demand for grants. See there, demand for grant is in the form of estimation of expenditure from the consolidated fund. That is how much of estimation is there, for which department, how much approval we have been given. See, demand for grant includes provision with respect to the revenue expenditure as well as capital expenditure, grants to state and union territory governments together with any loans and advances given to such particular government, state and union territories. So in short, any money that has been asked by the states, union territories, ministers, and all that funds whichever is allocated comes under the demands. Finance bill. See, it is a money bill. What is finance bill? Finance bill is a money bill. Levying of any new tax, modification of any existing tax structure, or continuation of any existing tax structure beyond the period. Everything comes under the finance bill. Next, after giving an approval in the parliament, say you have asked for a demand, demand for a grant has been made. Once it has been approved, that certificate of approval or consentence, that is called as appropriation bill. See, it gives authority for a government in order to withdraw money from a consolidated fund in order to meet that expenditure what they have said. Next comes bulletin. See, usually whenever the budget has been presented in the upper house of the parliament, now they have to discuss, they have to vote on the bill and they have to pass it. Sometimes because of shortage of time, our government people are very excellent people. They don't do it anything on time. So they will always take it to the last minute and everything they will bundle up it together and they will pass everything together. That particular process is called as bulletin. See, because of limited time for examination, expenditures or demand for all the ministry, once the prescribed period of discussion on demand for grant is over, now the Speaker of Lok Sabha puts all the outstanding demand for grants for a discussion at a time once and the House will vote on it. Such particular procedure of putting everything together and voting on it is called as bulletin. What is cut notion? Already some funds have been allocated to some particular department. Now why for NHAI so much of 1,500, railway needs another 300 extra, why did you post that extra? Take it out. Cutting that already funds sought. That is called cut notion. See, that is a reduction in the various demand for grants that has been made in the form of cut notion. Next comes part B. See, already we have spoken about it. This is again a repetition here. What is that? How budget speech will be presented, what all will happen, money bill will be introduced, finance bill will be introduced, bulletin, 75 days time is there in order to pass the finance bill. Go through it like a newspaper. Especially YouTube students, pause it here, go through it like a newspaper once. Same, whatever just now I discussed, same thing is repeated once again here. So especially this finance bill has been given more and more importance about the tax structure. So there are three types of tax. One, balanced, as I said, when total revenue is equal to total expenditure. Unbalanced, we have surplus, that is when revenue is greater than expenditure. Deficit is when revenue is lesser than expenditure. So we mostly have a deficit budget every single time. So what is budgetary deficit? Total expenditure is greater than total revenue. What is revenue deficit? Suppose in this particular budget concept, wait, let me see. If at all we only consider revenue budget and suppose if revenue expenditure is greater than revenue receipt, that means for a normal functioning up of a government itself, we have a shortage. That is called revenue deficit. In case of a revenue deficit, wherein which it is a very bad sign to economy, boss, In order to just conduct the day-to-day business of your, let me say, country, you are not having a proper funds. That is considered as a revenue deficit. See, revenue expenditure minus revenue receipt. And then comes fiscal deficit. As I said, total expenditure is greater than total receipts. That is the exact borrowings that we need to make in this present year, and that also includes the money which is payable for the outstanding loans, that is interest money payable. And fiscal deficit is always calculated as a percentage of a GDP. So kindly keep that in mind. This is important. See, total expenditure minus total receipt excluding the borrowing interest rate. This should be interest rates. Now suppose if at all we subtract interest, net interest liability from fiscal deficit, we get which deficit? Primary deficit. Finally, what is this outcome budget? Outcome budget is nothing but a report card, like your marks card after writing exam. What is your score? How much did you score in which subject? Like that. Even budgets will be having an outcome. Like for example, what purpose money was allocated? Was it used sufficiently? How was the budget? What is the score for the particular budget? Whatever we had finished now, the actual budgets already we have presented and finished, and also actuals are presented for the previous financial year. All that. These are the progress card on which various ministries, departments have done on the outlay of the previous annual budget. So, what are all the sources of revenue? In India, the major two sources of revenue, tax revenue, non-tax revenue. Under tax revenue, two different things. One, direct tax, incomes and wealth. Second one, indirect tax, that is on goods and services and customs. So, these are the major tax. Even under the Ministry of Finance, there is something called as Department of Revenue. This Department of Revenue also comes under Ministry of Finance. Under that, we have a CBDT, that is Central Board of Direct Tax, and CBIC, Central Board of Indirect Tax and Customs. So, what are the sources of revenue? Revenue receipt. See, tax revenue is the major source. Corporate tax, taxes on wealth, taxes on income, customs duty, union excise duty, GST, and taxes on union territory. What are the non-tax revenue? Dividends received by the PSUs, interest receipts, and receipts of union territory or any other non-tax receipt. These all are non-tax receipt classifications. Next, sources of capital receipt. What is capital receipt? One huge short money that we are receiving. How? One, either we are recovering all our loans and advances which is given to our own public sector enterprises or our state governments or any foreign governments we had given, or any union territories. And if not, we will only sell our own PSUs. If it is not performing, we will sell them off. That is called disinvestment. Debt capital receipt. We are borrowing within the country as well as outside the country. That is debt capital receipts. Next comes year after. It is not that important. It is hardcore theory. Year after, the expectation of questions will be very less. See, debt management. That means unnecessary spendings has to be controlled. See, public expenditure management. We should not spend money on unnecessary things. Certain capital projects has to be focused. Subsidies has to be reduced. Unnecessary subsidies. All this. So all this unproductive public expenditure has to be cut down. Tax has to be utilized in the most proper way. Tax structure has to be framed in the most efficient way. Expenditure profile, how much expenditure we are making, what all expenditures can be cut down. Again, under Ministry of Finance, there is something called as Department of Expenditure. Now that will come into action. You can read all this. Pause this and you can read it once, but not that important. So public debt management, that means simple. We will borrow a loan from the public, and in order to repay first loan, we will take second loan. In order to repay second loan, we will take third loan. In order to repay third loan, we will take the fourth loan. Like this, the cycle keeps on happening. That is public debt management. And there is also strategy for that, public debt strategy. Maturity, every time it gets matured. So whatever debt that we take now, whatever debt we take within the country, that is under the responsibility of RBI. Whichever debt we take outside the country, between any other foreign institutions or international agency, that is the responsibility of Ministry of Finance. All these things, you read it once, but this is not that important. And comes fiscal responsibility and a budget management. According to this act, budget has to be prepared. What all importance areas should be given? Long-term macroeconomic stability is the most. Fiscal management, balancing between fiscal and monetary policy, financial operations of the government has to be taken care. Again, new schemes, and how much total debt we have made in 2023 by end of 23, and expectation how much we will make by 2024. All this, and why did we take so much of debt? Best with reason, in order to tackle COVID-19. So in order to ongoing pandemic, in order to respond to the health issues challenges, we have taken a huge loan in 2020, 21 and 21 and 22. That is what this entire chapter is all about. So this is a chota chapter, wherein which the first part what I explained, until that balanced budget, deficit budget, until that primary deficit, That is where the chapter is important. Only first half of the chapter is the most important one. That is the main crux of the story. Clear? So thereafter, public debt management and later. That's only a hardcore theory. You might read it once. You can go through it like a newspaper once. Very less chances of asking a question from that area, but we can't predict it. But the major importance will be only in the first half of the particular budget unit. Clear? By this, chapter 7 also comes to an end. Now let us go ahead. Let us go and start with the chapter. One of the interesting chapter and the most super duper chapter here. All the 5 important theory, 3 plus 3, 6, not 5. All 6 theories are there. And theory, I will give you a shortest way to understand things. Already I've done this in the class. Okay, chalo, let's understand. Chapter 8 speaks about money market. Which market?
Money market.
So what is this? Money market is nothing but those management of a money inside a nation by way of rules, regulation, which is created under monetary policy. Created under which policy?
Monetary policy.
So what does money refers to? Now money is nothing but a legal tender. What is money? Money is a
Legal tender.
which is generally accepted within the political boundaries of a nation, which acts as a measure of value, medium of exchange, standard of deferred payment. See, in short, money is an asset. You can call it as liquid financial asset. So money is a liquid financial asset. So what is money? Money is a liquid financial asset which is used as a measure of payment, store of value, medium of exchange, medium of transferring purchasing power. In short, money is nothing but a legal tender. What is money? Money is nothing but a legal tender, or you can call it as a set of liquid financial asset. If you are defining it as a legal tender which is accepted within the political boundaries of a nation. Before the introduction of this concept of money, we used to have a barter economy. From barter economy, next we went into the metal standards like gold coin, silver coin, from there paper currency. Now from paper currency, we are moving into digital currencies. Now, whatever the paper currency that we have created now, that sheet of paper doesn't have any value. That doesn't have any intrinsic value. That is called fiat money. What is it called as?
Yeah.
So the concept of fiat money, that means the paper claim, whatever we have, that is called as a fiat money. And this concept of fiat money is nothing but we are creating a backup. Now, whatever money, currency note we create now, that is actually not the real currency of a nation. Whatever reserves that we are creating, the backup in the form of gold reserves or foreign exchange reserves, that is the real currency. Now, see, any country for it matter, if at all, India has to print some 100 crore of currency. Now, they need to create a reserve. Such reserve is a combination of what? Gold and foreign currency reserve. What is it? Foreign currency. That means some other nation's foreign currency. Now, that foreign currency reserve is not only just used for printing of currency notes, even for export-import activity, balance of trade, balance of payment, settlement of claims. Now, these two things has to be kept as a combination of two things, or any one out of it has to be kept as a reserve. That reserve is a real currency of a nation. Whatever the paper currency we are using, that paper is just backing this particular reserve. So that is the reason we call it as a fiat money, which doesn't have any intrinsic value. So in short, money is a legal tender recognized from the eyes of law. If not, this fiat money is materially worthless. That paper is worthless. That paper is considered as a legal tender from the eyes of law. Next, nature of money, which is generally acceptable. It can be held as a form of money. It has purchasing power, liquidity. It has no internal value. It is a legal tender, not necessarily any physical item. Money need not be. And roles of money, general characteristics, chota mota things. What you studied in your 11th and 12th now, same to same. No differences at all. Same things has been explained here. Clear? See, functions of money, medium of exchange, measurement of value, store of value, standard of deferred payment, all that elements. So straight away, let us come to the concept of demand for money. Now, simple pa. Why do we demand money? Now, demand for money is for 2 reasons. How many reasons?
2.
Number 1, in order to hold money in the form of liquid cash. So first reason is liquidity preference. Second, sir, I need to buy goods and services in order to store value in terms of goods and services. That is derived demand for money. What is it? Derived demand. First one for liquidity preferences. In order to hold money in the form of a liquid cash, I need to hold in my cash. Let me say in my wallet, I need to have it as a cash. And second, I need to buy goods and services. I might earn income today, but I need to buy goods after 1 week. So I will keep that money in order to buy goods and services. So in order to hold it in the form of any commodity over any real goods and services. So first one, liquidity preference. Second one is commodity, that is derived demand. So these are the two main demands. One is demand for liquidity. Second one is in order to hold as a store of in terms of goods and services. Clear? And determinants of money. It is considered as income. It has a general price level. It affects because of rate of interest. It also has a degree of financial involvement. That means we don't want to always keep in the form of cash. Now we have a facility called as internet banking, application banking, and automatic teller machine. ATM machines are there. So we have reduced it to hold a liquid money in the hand. We will keep it in the bank account. It also parts form of a real GDP of a nation. Now this is the main crux of the story. This is the most important aspect. There are totally 6 theory. How many theory?
6 theory.
3 plus 3. The first 3 is the most important theory. First one QTM, second one Cambridge approach, third one is Keynesian theory of demand for money. After Keynes, post Keynesians, we have inventory approach, Friedman's approach, and demand as a behavior towards risk. Let me put it across in the most simple and easiest way. Now listen. Now say for example, Mr. A, Mr. B, Mr. C. There are 3 people. Now all the 3 are getting 15,000 salary. How much are they getting salary? 15,000 salary. Now Mr. A is completely using this 15,000 rupees for a transaction purpose. Which purpose? He is completely spending on buying goods and services. He is not saving any money. But B fellow, he is little smart enough. He is also using it for transaction purpose. And second part, some. So if for example 12k, he will spend for transaction. Another 3,000 rupees, he will save this money. That is for precautionary purpose. Which purpose?
Precautionary purpose.
Now Mr. C is even more smart fellow. He will divide into 3 parts. First one, transaction purpose. Say he is spending some 12,000. He will also take a precautionary purpose. Say some 1,500 rupees. And another 1,500 speculative purpose. He will starting to invest it. So 3 purposes are there. Number 1, transaction. Number 2, precaution. Number 3, speculative purpose. So these are the 3 theory. Money is only and only used for a transaction purpose. Fisher's theory. Cambridge approach, transaction as well as precautionary purpose. In Keynesian theory, transaction, precautionary and speculative. Listen to this carefully. Transaction and precautionary purpose. This is dependent on income. This is dependent on what? Income. But speculative money is dependent on interest rate. What is it?
Interest.
Suppose in the economy, if interest rate is more, say for example, bond price, interest rate. Suppose if interest rate is 10%, bond price is 100 rupee. We don't want to keep more money in the form of hand. Speculative money, I don't keep it in hand. Since interest rate is more, my demand for speculative money, which money? Speculative money demand will be less. I will not hold more money. I will hold everything in the form of bond. I will not hold money in the form of cash. I will hold it in the form of bond. So when interest rate is high, demand for speculative money will be less. Suppose going further, after 6 months, interest rate becomes some 6%, bond value has become 300. Now this time when interest rate is low, I will not keep it in the form of bond. Rather, I will keep it in the form of speculative money, cash in hand. That is speculative demand. Which demand? Speculative demand for money will increase. So these two has inverse relationship. See, demand for speculative money and interest rate has dash relationship, negative relationship. But with respect to income, whenever your income increases, your transaction demand will also increase, precautionary demand will also. So there is a positive relationship between income and precautionary motive, but negative relationship between interest rate and speculative demand for money. See, remember, transaction and precaution is dependent on income, speculative money is dependent on interest rates. Clear? Now the very first one, Fisher's theory, transaction motive. So what is this? Equation is very simple. Say I am buying a chocolate. So the price of chocolate, say assuming it is rupees 50, and number of transactions I make. What is it? Number of? See, in a week I am going to buy it for 3 times. How many times? So 50 into 3. How much of money I spend? 150. So my total demand. What is it? Total demand for money is 150. Now that should be equal to the proportionate of total supply. That means now this price, whatever is there in the economy, that should be equal to the money supply in the economy. Suppose that means in economy there should be 50 rupees. Even that 50 rupees should be circulating. That is called velocity. Number of times the money gets circulated. Even it should be circulating 3 times. How many times? See, there should be 50 rupees of money in the economy. That money should circulate 3 times. This is the total supply. Even total supply is how much? 150. So this is total supply. So demand should be equal to supply. So this is called as P. This is called as T. This is called as M. This is called as V. P and M as a direct connection, transaction and velocity as a direct connection. So the formula is P into T. That should be equal to M into V. That is how much ever money is there in the economy. Now, suppose if there is only 40 rupees money available in the economy, if I set my product price as 50 rupee, they will come and buy. No, there is only 40 rupees in the economy. So even the price of a product should become 40. If there is a price of a product even greater than money availability in the economy, then demand will not be created. Clear? So how much ever supply of money is there, to that extent product price has to be defined. Number of times the money is getting circulated, that is defines the number of transaction that is happening in the economy. So there is a direct relationship between P and M, T and V. So in short, this PT is equal to MV. This PT, this defines the total demand side. MV defines the total supply side. Now Fisher theory focuses on supply side. Fisher theory will not focus on demand side. This is with respect to actual money. Which money? Actual money. Along with this actual money, there is also a credit money. Our people don't just hold money in form of cash. They will also keep it in the form of bank account or investment. So this P into T is equals to MV. MV is actual money and actual money velocity plus M dash V dash. M dash and V dash is credit money. What is it? M dash and V dash is a? See, this is a credit money. And this is actual money. So we are focusing with respect to actual money and credit money. So Fisher theory focuses on which side? Total supply side. It will never focus on total demand side. Clear? Now second theory. What did the second theory do? Now money is not only used for transaction purpose. Along with transaction, we also use it for precautionary purpose. That is Cambridge approach. That means whenever your income increases, whenever your income you earn more and more income. Whenever your income goes up, your speculative money, precautionary money, what is it? Will also increase. That means your precautionary money is a functional relationship of income. What is it? Functional relationship of what? See there, QTM I already explained. See, P into T, price into price into transaction should be equal to MV plus M dash V dash. MV is actual money, M dash V dash is a credit money. This will focus on only supply side of the equation. See, MV is only with respect to actual money. What is it? Actual money. M dash V dash is with respect to credit money and credit money velocity. Clear? And see there, Cambridge approach. Now your money demand, MD, is a proportion. K stands for proportion of your income. If you earn more and more income, your precautionary money, proportion of precautionary money K will also increase. So total money demand is equal to proportion of your precautionary money to your income. That's it. Now money is not only just used for transaction purpose, it is also used for a. Now see the difference. This difference is most important. See, QTM only focused on which side? Money supply. But Cambridge approach is focusing on money demand. In QTM we only focus for transaction motive. Here transaction as well as QTM considered as a flow concept, but here it is considered as a stock concept. Here it is only medium of exchange. Here along with medium of exchange, it is also a store of value. Precautionary purposes, we are storing the value. Clear? Next, Keynesian theory, three purposes: transaction, precautionary and speculative purpose. These two, transaction and precautionary, is dependent on income. Speculative money is dependent on interest rate. Suppose if interest rate is more, demand for speculative money will be less. To hold in the hand will be less. If interest rate is less, rather than keeping in the bonds, I will keep it in my hand. So there has an inverse relationship. What is there? See, speculative money is important. Whatever I just explained. See, how much we will hold cash for a speculative purposes. We hold money in a speculative purposes more and more when interest rate is less. See, that is defined on interest rate. That is the real returns on bond. So there is a rate of returns on money is 0. If you keep money in your hand, that will be 0. If you invest it, two types. One, interest income is there. Second one, capital gain. See, I said 10% was the interest rate, 100 rupee was a bond price. When bond price becomes 300 rupees, 6%. Now, not just interest rate is declining. Your bond price is increasing. Your 100 rupee investment has become 300 rupees. Clear? So there is also a rate of capital gain. So relationship with, see, inverse relationship with the interest rate. Already explained that inverse relationship. Same to same. Whenever bond price is more, interest rates will be less. Whenever interest rate is more, bond price is going to be less. Like this, there is an inverse relationship. See, transaction and precautionary motive is dependent on income. Speculative motive is dependent on interest rate. So according to Keynes, the sum of all the three, transaction, precautionary and speculative motive, is the total demand for money. So demand for money is three motives. See, simple. This graph will make you to understand. Suppose if interest rate is more, your demand to hold speculative money will be less. Suppose if interest rate is less, say it is less, now your demand to hold speculative money will be more. Next, the concept of liquidity trap. This is completely opposite of crowding out. Yesterday, if you remember, we discussed crowding out. What happens during a contraction phase? Rather than decreasing interest rate, if they increase interest rate, that will happen as a crowding out. Now, suppose rather than decreasing interest rate, they increased it. That is why crowding out. Now here they are decreasing interest rate. They decreased it to a so extent that it is almost zero. What is it? It is almost 0% interest rate. Now, whenever there is a 0% interest rate, whatever that you people spend, government spends money, the people will hold in the form of liquid cash. See, even if I hold money in my hand, it will never give me any returns. Even there is a zero returns, then why should I keep money in the bank account? And moreover, economy is not performing. There is an anticipation of a business cycle contraction or maybe war or some other bad circumstances. Now, whenever government, in order to boost the economic performance, when they spend more money, if the interest rate is like almost zero, that will have a liquidity trap. People will only and only hold liquid money in their hand rather than spending. So that is liquidity trap. Liquidity is getting trapped in the hands. So that is completely opposite of crowding out. What is it opposite of? That is liquidity trap. See, when interest rate becomes almost like zero, whenever government expenditure made, especially during the contraction phase, when government spends more money with the intention to boost the economic performance, our people will now not spend the money. Business will also not spend the investments. They will hold it everything in the form of liquid cash. They will not even keep it in the bank. Because even if I hold money in hand, zero interest rate. Even if I keep in bank also, zero interest rate. So in reality, Japan experienced this liquidity trap. You can pause and you can read it here once. YouTube. Students who are watching on YouTube. That is the main crux of a story. Done. Next comes post-Keynesian. Three more theories are there. Even this is interesting. See, number one, inventory approach. What is it? See, here I will make you to understand the logic rather than reading word by word. See, inventory approach said, see boss, money is just like any other inventory held. What is it? Money is just like any other. Like how you held your closing stocks. Like inventory as a closing stock, same way, whether it is transaction purpose, whether it is precautionary purpose, whether it is speculative purpose. Money is just like an inventory. Money is just like a inventory. And see, we receive income once in a month, but we need to spend our income throughout the month. So we need temporary abort of value. What is it? Temporary abort of? So the temporary abort means temporary storing that particular value in order to buy goods and services. See, in case here, Baumol and Tobin defined only and only about inventory approach. Which approach? See, money or real cash balance is nothing but holding only for a transaction purpose. The transaction is nothing but inventory held. The transaction is considered as buying goods and services for any emergency purposes, for investing on bonds. Everything is treated as a transaction motive. Which motive? See, there are two mediums in order to store value. One in the form of money or in any other alternative of interest bearing assets in the form of bond. But we have something called as fixed brokerage charges. Whenever you convert your cash into bond into cash, there is a brokerage charges. If you convert it more number of times, you have to pay more brokerage charges. If you don't convert it, if you keep it in your hand, there is an opportunity cost of interest foregone. So make sure that you are not converting more number of times and losing out in the name of brokerage charge, or you are not just simply keeping in your hand and losing out the interest that is foregone. So remember, if you keep it in hand, opportunity cost is there. If you convert more number of times, brokerage charge is there. You need to convert and keep it in hand in such a proportion that neither you are losing more in opportunity cost or you are not paying more and more brokerage charges. See, that is what this brokerage charges concept of Baumol theory. Clear? Same to same. See, opportunity cost is there. If you keep money in your hand, you are going the opportunity. And if at all you are depositing more and more demand deposit of currency, you will get no interest. Rather than that, if you keep it in savings bank account, at least you will get some interest. And if at all you by mistake, if you keep it in bonds and share, more interest will be there. And also it is a risky investment. Suppose if you keep it in your fixed deposits, like time deposits, that will have more and more advantage. So this is the concept of Baumol. And he also developed something called a square root rule. How much money should be kept in hand and how much money has to be invested. Based on this formula, He says this is the proportion of money you should keep it in hand. Proportion of money you should keep it in bond values. So the square root values, remember the formula. Usually you will be asked which is the right formula of square root rule of Baumol. That's it. You will never get a numerical problem from here. Clear? Same to same concept. See, because of brokerage fees. If brokerage fees is more, marginal cost bond holding transaction will increase. Rather than converting more number of times, I will keep it in as a bond. Only when it is needed, I will convert this. Number of time transactions will automatically decrease when brokerage fees are more and more. Clear? That is your inventory approach. Which approach?
Inventory.
In short, cash is nothing like any other inventory. What is it? Cash is nothing but any other
Inventory.
Clear? Next, Friedman's restatement for quantity theory. What is it? Friedman's theory. Simple. He considered all your future incomes present value. What is it? Future incomes. So there are 5 important class of assets. Say if you hold cash, nothing you will get in return. If you hold it in the form of equity, you will get dividends. If you hold it in the form of bond, you will get interest. If you hold it in the form of giving as any loan, you will earn a interest. Like this, different classes of assets have a different income. Now, all your future incomes present value should be calculated, like your statistics, time value of money. Like we should calculate the future values present in, let me say, income. Say for example, today if Pani Puri is 30 rupees per plate, that means for 100 rupees I am able to buy 3 plates. Next 5 years down the line, 1 plate Pani Puri might be 50 rupees. That means futures 50 rupees, presents 30 rupees. So we should calculate all my future income, whatever future I am going to earn an income now. That's present value. If the present value is greater than investment, good investment, go ahead, kindly proceed. Suppose say for example, I am planning to buy a car. Now the car value is 7 lakh rupee. I said in next 5 years, by using this car, I will be earning 10 lakh. I will be earning. That is in next 5 years. So calculate that 5 years, 10 lakhs present value. Suppose if it is greater than 7 lakh rupees, suppose that 10 lakh, okay, present value is 7.5. How much is car? 7 lakh. I will earn 10 lakh in next 5 years. Next 5 years, 10 lakhs present value is how much? 7.5. Good investment, go ahead. Your present investment value is having a greater returns comparing to the all your future incomes present value. Future incomes. So Keynes only considered present income. Now in this case, Friedman is considering all future incomes present value. What is it? So you should calculate all your permanent income, whatever you are going to earn from that investment, and you need to consider that what risk is also involved, and permanent income has to be identified. All your future incomes per present value. What is it? Future incomes. See, wealth is a present expected value of all your future. So future incomes present expected value should be considered. So money is a good as any other durable commodity or any consumable goods. Demand is a functional of great number of factors. Now, with respect to the returns on assets, see, different assets have a different returns, like 0 returns on money, interest on bond, dividend on equity. So these are the different returns we get: money, bond, equity, physical capital, human capital, and there is a positively related to the price level. If price increases, returns will also increases. Now there is an inverse relationship with opportunity cost. If interest rate goes on increasing, your opportunity cost, losing out money, will also be more. You should not hold in the form of cash. Cash holding should become less. That is what inverse relationship. This is the formula. Identify all your permanent incomes present value of your wealth, and then take a decision. Also consider the inflation rate. How much inflation is there? Based on inflation rate, you should take the decision. So this is the Friedman's theory. Simple. Consider all future incomes present value. Then if it is feasible, invest. If not, don't invest. Last but not the least, behavior towards risk. Now this is the most easiest one. See boss, how much risk are you ready to take? If you guys are ready to take complete risk, full risk, that means invest everything in the form of shares, stocks, bonds, nothing you keep it in the hand. That means 100% risk you are taking. See, or else combine your risk with safe as well as risky assets. Like for example, to some extent keep it in cash, some extent keep it in investment. Like this. How much of risk is it? To low to high risk or high to low risk? What is low to high risk? Sir, first slowly I will invest. Later on I will start increasing that investment value. Low to high risk. Or if not, opposite. High risk to more risk. First I will invest everything and slowly I will cut down. If not, I don't want to take a risk at all. Complete money I will keep it in. And I don't want, I know that I will not even earn anything. 0 returns I will be getting, but still I don't want to take any risk. Complete money I will keep it in my hand. That is, no returns is also okay for me. I am not ready to take a risk. It is a 0 risk. What is it? 0. So these are the 4 behavioral patterns. Either complete risk or either no risk or lower to high risk or high risk to low risk. Depending upon your risk behavior, you need to invest. You need to. That is Tobin's theory. That's it. This is the demand for money. This is the unit number 1. What is it? Theories for demand for money. Flip back your page. Have a look once. Deferred payments mean future payments. Even for future payments, we can use that money to pay. 3. Initial, usually. That is more suitable to the present world. It depends like what your analysis is, how much risk you are ready to take. Depends upon that. Okay, let's start. Chalo. Concept of money supply. We understood the demand for money. Now let us understand the supply of money. Now basically the supply of money is of two kinds. One is a stock concept, second one is a flow concept. See, number of currency notes printed in the economy and which is in circulation. These are two different things. Number of notes which is printed and ready, that is stock. The money which is in circulation, money which is in, that is flow. So flow is a part of stock. What is it? Flow is a that money whichever is printed, now that is only getting circulated. No. So flow is a part of stock which is available in the hands of a public. Clear? Now, who is called as a public? Very simple to understand. Producers of money is not called as public. Who is not called as a public?
Producers of money.
That is all your governments and bank. Government and banking system is not a public. Except government and bank, everyone else will come under the definition of public. See, all local authority, non-banking financial institution, non-departmental public sector undertaking, foreign central bank and foreign government, they are not our Indian government. Now, foreign government is keeping money in India. All this international monetary funds keeping money with RBI. That is also public, and it excludes interbank deposit. One bank keeping money with another bank. That bank's money is not a public money, wherein which one bank's money has been kept with another bank money, or any money held by the government and a banking system is not included as a public money, or there's not a definition of public. Simple. Public excludes producers of money. What is it? Public excludes. And what is that government? We call it as both central, state government, and as well as all the local authorities. And what is banking system? Which accepts a CASA deposit and which comes under the regulation of RBI. Which accept which deposit? That is current account and savings accounts deposit, and which comes under the regulation of a Reserve Bank of India. Clear? Next, rationally of a money supply. This directly come to the supply of money, not required that. Now, majorly there are two supply of money. One, high powered money. Who will create this high powered money or fiat money? Central bank of the nation. Whatever currency note that is printed and issued by the central bank of your nation, that is called as high powered money. The one which is created by the commercial bank by giving loans, that is called credit money. Simple. Say for example, now Shashikiran will go and deposit 1,000 rupees in bank. Now say for example, Kaushik, right? Purna. Now say Purna wants to take a loan of say 900 rupees out of it. Now say for example, Shashikiran deposited 1,000 rupees. How much did Shashikiran deposit? See, in bank A, Shashikiran went and deposited how much? So SK. Now the same bank is giving a loan, say to Mr. P, that is Purna. How much? 900 rupee. At any point of time, now Shashikiran can take back his 1,000 rupee na. And after getting a loan, even Purna can withdraw how much?
900.
But in reality, we only have a money of how much?
1,000.
But there is a liability for 1,000 plus 900. This 900 rupee doesn't have any kind of a backup. That is what credit money. This is called credit multiplier. Even the credit money acts as a multiplier. So remember, bank also creates a money in the process of providing a credit. That is called as credit money. Which money is that? Who will create that credit money? The creation of credit money will be in the hands of a commercial bank. Clear? Now see there. The central bank of all the countries are empowered to issue the currency, and therefore the central bank is a primary source of money supply in all the country. Next, the total supply of money in the economy is also determined to the extent of a credit created by the both. One which is issued by the central bank plus credit created by the commercial bank. Both put together is the total supply of money. Now, there are two major sources. One, high powered money issued by central bank, credit money created by
Commercial bank.
next see there. Currency issued by the is called as Now, bank creates money supply in the process of borrowing and
Lending.
that is called as.
Credit.
Now, whatever the money that is created by the central bank, that is called as fiat money. That means it is reserved, it has a backup. There is a reserve, but here there is no reserve. There is no kind of a reserve for a credit money. Clear? Next, digital currency which is issued by the central bank. Apa? See, to take a loan, but while giving that money, is there any backup for that credit money given? Like paper currency. Whatever the paper currency is there, you can find a statement. I promise to pay the bearer a sum of rupees so and so. That is a promissory note, that currency note. That as a backup. For any loan money given, you have a collateral. That is a pledge that has been taken. But is there any backup for the credit money that is created? That additional money, 900 rupees, whatever you got, is there any reserve, gold reserve or backup for that? No. That is what. There is no proper backup for a credit money. Clear? Now, even the RBI has come up with a digital currency. That means instead of printing the paper, they are issued in the form of digital way. What is it? Digital. Already it has been launched. It is in an experimental stage. In a big manner, they will be launching. Going further, paper currencies will reduce. Now more and more of digital currency will be issued. That is called as CBDC. What is it? CBDC. And crypto is not at all a digital currency in India. It is not a legal tender. It is not considered as a legal tender, not recognized in India. Clear? Now, measurements of money supply. Straight away come to this. Now, this is the important area. M1, M2, M3 and M4. Now, you can also expect problems from this M1, M2, M3 and M4. M1 is called as narrow money or most liquid. M1 is called as what? Most liquid. M4 is called as broad money and they are least liquid. M4 is what? Least liquid. M1 is most liquid. M1 is most liquid and M4 is least liquid. Clear? So see there, what is the M1 formula? Three components will come. Currency, notes plus coins with public and net bank deposit. What is it?
Net bank deposit.
See, one bank keeping money with another bank. That interbanking deposits has to be removed. That is the reason we call it as net bank deposits. What is it?
Net bank.
See here I have mentioned it. All interbanking deposits should be deducted. That is why we call it as a net bank deposits and other deposits with RBI. Even like all foreign governments, foreign institutions or IMF has kept certain portion of money with RBI. Now that is called as a public. They are not producers of money in India. Even such kind of deposits with RBI should be included. So M1 has three important components. What is the component of M1? Currency, notes plus coins with public plus M1 plus savings deposits with post office savings bank and M1. Sorry, these are the three components of M1. So currency, notes and coins with public plus net demand deposit plus other deposits with RBI. Now for that M1, if you add the savings deposit of post office, that becomes M2. M3, for M1, you should add the time deposits, all your FD, RD, that becomes M3. M4 is M3 plus all the total deposit with post office savings scheme minus NSC. What is it? Minus National Savings Certificate, because that is a money which has been utilized by the government. That is like a small savings of a general public is utilized by the government of India. That is with the government of India. So minus NSC. What is it? Minus. So these formulas are important. Based on these formulas, you will get a numerical question like identify M1, M2, M3, M4. Remember, in the numerical problem, if they have specifically considered as including NSC, like this, if they have given in the problem, then only you should subtract that NSC at last. If not, you should not take out that NSC from the problem. Suppose NSC value is also given. Total deposit with post office is also given. But they didn't specify anything whether NSC is included or not. In such case, don't subtract. Specifically, if they have mentioned including NSC, then only you should subtract. Clear? So this is the concept, and from this you will get a numerical problem. Already I have made you to solve the problem. If you want, YouTube students, you can pause it here. Have a look. Clear? Next, the concept of money multiplier. What is it? Concept of? See, already investment multiplier we have studied. What is investment multiplier? How many times will my investment increase? Clear? Whenever there is an increase in income. Say for example, I invested some 400 crore. Now that 400 crore has become 1200 crore. That means it has increased it by 3 times. How many times?
3 times.
Same to same. Whatever the money that is in circulation in the economy now, even that acts as a multiplier. For that, 3 people's behavior is important. Number 1, central bank behavior. Number 2, public behavior, and that bank behavior includes both the bank, commercial bank as well as central bank. Now I will make it very easier for you guys. Let me explain it. See, first let us understand money supply formula. See, money supply, M, is nothing but multiplier into monetary base. That means how much money has been printed and issued by the government, that is central bank, and how many times it is getting circulated, that is small m. So number of times it is getting circulated. Say now government of India has issued some 200 crore and it is circulating 5 times. So 200 into 5, total money supply in the economy is 1000. Clear? So this is the formula of money supply, small m into MB. That small m is called as money multiplier. By using the same formula, we can identify the small m. What is that? M, that is money supply divided by monetary base. Money supply by monetary. This is the formula for money multiplier. See, money supply divided by monetary base. Now that is dependent on 3 people's behavior. Which are those 3 people's behavior? Straight away, let me come here. See here. Behavior of a central bank. What is the behavior of central bank? See boss, how much money central bank is issuing? Central bank is issuing to the general public. So whatever that money which is coming as a flow, whatever money that is coming as a, now that will act as a circular, so let me say multiplier effect. So that is a behavior of what? Behavior of a central bank in terms of nominal high powered money. What is it? Nominal. So that will act as a money multiplier. That high powered money is nothing but a monetary base which is issued by the monetary authority. Now, whenever the central bank is issuing the currency, whenever that is getting circulated, when the money comes inside a bank, now when the deposits happen, so money gets deposited into the commercial bank, there is something called as required reserve. What is there? Required. Say now government will say, Sipa, for every 100 rupee that you get received, in that 10% reserves to be created. How much? 10% of reserve. That means in that, see, if you remember, I gave that example, 1000 rupees Shashikiran will deposit, but only 900 rupees is given as loan. See, that 10% is reserve. What is it? So this is called as required reserve ratio, RRR. What is it? Required. Appa, not your Rajmouli movie RRR. This is required reserve ratio. Now commercial banks has to keep a required reserve ratio as per the instructions of a central bank. What is it? As per the instructions of a central bank. But sometimes commercial banks will show over smartness. Now central bank asks them to keep 10% reserve, but these people will keep plus another 2% extra reserve. Now that means we already studied in investment multiplier. Whenever MPS is more, marginal propensity to save, when you are holding back more and more money, when you are holding back more and more money, that means that will reduce the effect of multiplier. When we spend more money, that is when MPC is more, multiplier value will be more. Same way, if you create more reserves now, that proportion of money will not come into circulation. So that will cut down. So central bank as instructed to keep 10% reserve, so you should shut and keep only 10% reserve. If commercial bank shows their extra talent and they create excess reserve, what is it? Excess reserve. To a deposit ratio. So that will cut down the value of a multiplier. See, earlier formula will be 1 divided by RRR, required reserve ratio. See, if reserve ratio is 10%, that is 1 divided by 0.1. What is it? 1 divided by? 0. Do it. 1 by 0.1. 10 times. Clear? Now rather than keeping 10%, if they keep 12% reserve, now 1 divided by 0.12. 0.12. How many times? 8.33. Now see, from 10 times, money circulating has become just 8.33 times, just for keeping this 2% extra reserve. Now money will not circulate 10 times, it will only circulate 8 times. So whenever excess reserves have been created, multiplier value will deplete. Same way, our people, how much money you will keep it in cash and how much money you will deposit. Out of your income, say if you are earning 15,000 income, in that how much you will keep in cash? Say 5,000 I will keep in cash, 10,000 I will deposit. When deposit money increases, especially that money will act as a credit money and that circulates in the economy. That will act as a multiplier. That will act as what? So more and more cash will reduce the value of multiplier. So these are the 3 people's behavior. Number 1, that is a central bank behavior in the form of issuing a high powered money. If more high powered money comes into circulation, multiplier value will increase. Behavior of a commercial bank. If you keep more and more excess reserves to the deposit, then multiplier value will decrease. Third one, keeping of general public behavior, that is cash to deposit ratio. What is it? If you keep more and more cash in hand, that will reduce the value of a multiplier. Then keeping your money in cash, you have to deposit, especially create in a currency deposit ratio or time deposit, if you keep it in time deposit, FDs and all, now that proportion of money is fixed for next 1 year there. So that multiplier value will be more if you keep it in time deposits rather than keeping in your savings account or any demand deposit. No doubt money multiplier will happen. If you keep it just in the form of hand, if you keep money in hand, will it put any extra money? No. There is an opportunity cost. So these are the three people's behavior. What is it? Three people's. Now there is one more formula in order to calculate this money multiplier and money supply. See, this is the money supply, new formula. 1 plus C, that is cash reserve. C stands for what? And R stands for required reserve, plus E stands for excess reserve. Again, C stands for cash reserve. How much cash we are keeping in hand? That is a value of C. R is required reserve ratio stated by commercial banks. That is, RBI will instruct the commercial banks to keep. Excess reserve over and above the required reserve, whatever excess reserve you keep, into H. H stands for high powered money. What does H stands for? This is the new formula for money supply. New formula for money supply. Now, in this, if you just eliminate this H, if you remove the H, only and only this particular formula will become multiplier formula. What it will be? So this becomes small m formula. Clear on this one? Already problem we have solved in the class. Grady's Island. You can refer it. So we need to convert. See, remember, 1 is considered as 100%. 50% is called as 0.5. 10% is called as 0.1. And if it is just 1%, what is it just? Called as 0.01. If it is 0.1%, that is called as 0.001. This is how the values will be mentioned, especially that value of RCC. 10% is a required reserve ratio. 0.1. Clear? By using that formula, C, multiplier value. 1 plus C plus R divided by R plus C plus C, 2.5 times. Clear? And especially, how do you calculate this excess reserve? See, 0.8 billion is excess reserve out of 800 million. So that is 0.8 divided by 800. That's it. So this will be 0.001. What is 0.001? 0.1%. What is it? 0. See, already we have done there. Clear? Next, see there. Money multiplier. Again, changes in money supply is 1 by R. RRR. What I said now, RRR and R is one and the same. Required reserve ratio into changes. Suppose if money supply changes, even reserves will also change. Clear? Now this concept is important. Government expenditures on money supply. See, sometimes government will be having a shortage. Now RBI can also give a loan. RBI can also give a loan to the commercial banks. Which banks? Same way, RBI will also give a loans to a government. RBI will also give a loans to a that facility of giving a loan is called as ways and means advances or overdraft facility. Which facility? Ways and means advances and overdraft facility. Now, say for example, Tamil Nadu government will go and approach a RBI. See, I don't have money in order to pay to my state government's salary. State government employees' salary. Give me some 100 crore rupees. Give me some 100 crore rupees. Okay, chalo. Now RBI will give a loan to a Tamil Nadu state government of how much? 100 crore. In short, for what purpose this Tamil Nadu will use that money? To give salary to their staff. Now that means whenever the salary has been paid, that means the money will come inside the bank. They pay salary through the bank account only now. Now RBI will instruct a commercial bank. See, I have given loan of 100 crore to Tamil Nadu government. That 100 crore money supply is increasing. Now create excess reserve. Create to the extent of 100 crore. See, suppose if at all you just pump in that 100 crore into the economy, now the money supply will increase. So it creates instability. Inflation trouble will happen. So boss, now RBI is giving loan to Tamil Nadu government of 100 crore. So RBI will instruct a commercial bank. See boss, it will come to you only. Their employees' account are with you guys only. That money will come to you only. When the money comes inside you, create excess reserve of 2%. Or create excess reserve up to 100 crore. Up to, in short, one way 100 crore has, excuse me. Now one way 100 crore has been given as a loan to the government now. That 100 crore has to be nullifying effect should be there. One debit and one credit. So now banks will be keeping 100 crore of excess reserve. See, 100 crores pumped into the market. That extra money has come inside. They will take out this 100 crore by keeping excess reserve. Now balancing will happen. So one way 100 crore is coming inside economy. Another way banks are creating excess reserve of 100 crore and taking back that 100 crore indirectly from the economy, so that now stability will be maintained. That is what the concept of effect of government expenditures and money supply. Whenever the loans has been given by an RBI to the governments, that is called as ways and means advances or overdraft facility. Which facility?
Overdraft facility.
Read this down once. That's it. Last but not the least, credit multiplier. I already spoke about it. 1 divided by required reserve ratio. Now Shashikiran went and deposited say 1,000 rupees in a bank. Now RBI said required reserve ratio is how much? 10%. That is 1 divided by 0.1. That means this money, whichever I deposited now 1,000 rupee, has a capacity of increasing 10 times. How many times? So 1,000 into 10, it will become 10,000. Now every single time. See, for example, now Shashikiran deposited 1,000 rupee now. In this, they have created 10% reserve. How much is 10% reserve? 100. Next, remaining money is how much? 900. They will give a loan. Now the person who takes a loan, he will go and spend it somewhere. Even he will bring that. The other person, third person who got the money will come and deposit to bank. Again on this 10%. That means how much? 90 rupees. Remaining money is 810. Again this 810 will circulate in the economy and again it will come to the bank. When it comes to the bank, again 10%. That is how much? 81 rupees. So remaining money is 729. Again the 729, 10%. Like this money keeps on taking 10%, 10%, 10% reserve keeps on happening. This 10% reserve has a capacity, and finally the initial deposit 1,000 rupees has a capacity of multiplying how many times? So reserve ratio was how much? 10%. 1 divided by 10% means 0.1. This is how many times? So this is called credit multiplier. Which multiplier? So this is the concept. See, it defines the amount of additional money created by the commercial bank through the process of lending money which is available to them in over and excess to the central bank's reserve requirements. If at all they keep excess reserve, I said now instead of keeping 10%, now if at all they keep 12%, what will happen? 0.12, 8.3 times. If there is more reserve, if there is an excess reserve, which reserve? Now that will reduce the value of a multiplier. That will reduce the value of a multiplier. Clear? So this is what the concept of credit multiplier is. And at any point of time, bank's liability will always be greater than the asset. See, I deposited 1,000. Same money it took as loan of 900. In reality, there is only 1,000 rupee, but there is a claim for 1,000 plus 900. 1,900 money is a claim. That is liability. But in reality, bank only has a 1,000. That 900 rupees extra money created by lending process now, that is credit money. What is it? So this is the second unit, that is money supply. Solve these problems. Already we have done 1 divided by required reserve ratio. See, 0.05. That means 5%. 8% is the reserve ratio. These many number of times it will multiply. And the initial deposit is how much? 3,000. So 3,000 into 20. So that will become 3,000 into 20. 60,000. Next 3,000 into 12.5. 37,500. See, just 5%, 8% reserve difference. See, 60,000 and 37,500. This is the difference. Clear? Next, see, 1 divided by RRR. 10%, 12.5%. Again, same to same. Multiply 10 times, 8 times. Initial deposit is 1 lakh. 1 lakh into 10, 10 lakh. Next, 1 lakh into 8 times is 8 lakh. Clear? So that was your unit 2. Flip back the page, have a look once before moving ahead to unit 3. Let's go to the unit 3. Now unit 3 is very simple. Only 2 concepts are there. Now that speaks about monetary policy. So under that we have monetary policy framework and organization structure for monetary policy. So what is this monetary policy framework? Under this monetary policy framework, there are 3 concepts. 1, objectives of monetary policy, analytics and operating. This operating procedures are important. See, objectives of monetary policy. There are mainly 2 objectives. Number 1, primary objective. Price stability has to be bought in, and economic stability by way of achieving full employment and producing more and more output. By creating more employment opportunity, we create more output. So these are the 2 primary objectives. And what are the other objectives? Rapid economic growth, debt management, moderate long-term interest rate. Long-term interest rate should not fluctuate. Exchange rate stability, adequate flow of credit into the production sector, stability of long-term interest rates to encourage investments, and also creation of effective government securities market. So these are the objectives of monetary policy. Most and the important one is primary objective. Along with this two, now there is one more new addition to that, that is called as exchange rate stability. What is it?
Exchange rate.
So along with the price stability and economic stability, we should also achieve which rate stability? Exchange rate stability. That is also becoming a primary objective. Too much of volatility should not be there in the exchange rates. Next comes transactions of monetary policy, transmissions of monetary policy. With respect to controlling up of interest rate, we will also control economic activity as well as inflation. Now it will affect savings and investment channel, how much we save, how much we invest in the economy. Whenever interest rates are low, bank deposits will automatically decrease. When interest rates are less, people will come forward to borrow more and more loan in order to build their house or to have a lower lending interest rate, so they will invest it on assets. Next, lower interest rate will also influence investment spendings and cash flow management. All monetary policy influencing the interest rate. You can read it once. This is not that important. Second element, just go through it like a newspaper. Asset price and wealth channel. When do we buy more assets? When interest rates are less, we go to the bank, we borrow loan and we invest it on asset. When such asset value increases, we can use it as a collateral to take a further loans, all these things. And exchange rate channel, we'll explain it chapter 9. There you will understand it much more better than explaining it here. Next, operating procedures. Under operating procedures, there are only two concepts. How many concepts? One, quantitative tool. Second one is qualitative tool. If you remember, I created one big story, and based on that story, I explained the entire concept. So if you remember, now say for example, Mr. A and Shashikiran. Who is that Mr. A and? Now we are a businessman. Now Mr. A has supplied some raw materials. What is it?
Raw material.
To Shashikiran. Say he has supplied on 1st of February, 1st of 2024. Now I said, see pa Mr. A, I don't have money at the moment. I will pay you after 1 month. So Mr. A said, okay sir, you pay me after 1 month, but kindly sign a bill of exchange. So Shashikiran signed a bill of exchange and paid, say for example, I am liable to pay 50 lakh rupees. How much? 50 lakh rupees worth of bill of exchange I have signed. I have taken a raw materials worth of 50 lakh rupee and I said I will pay him after 1 month. So the money gets matured on 1st of March. What is it? 1st of
March
2024. But in between, on a very important day, Mr. A has an emergency, 14th of February. If he doesn't gift a diamond ring to his girlfriend, now breakup will happen. So what Mr. A will do? Now Mr. A will take this bill of exchange and he will come to his banker. And he will say, see banker, this bill of exchange will be matured on 1st of March. You know, today is a very important day. Emergency is there. Why don't you discount this bill? Why don't you discount the bills of exchange and give me a money? Okay. Now banker will discount this bill of exchange and banker will pay him 45 lakh. How much? Now banker is having that bill of exchange worth of 50 lakh. Now the very next day, Aishwarya Rai, she will come. She had deposited some 70 lakh rupees in a bank in a FD 4 years ago. Now that money has been matured. The very next day, 15th of February. Now she will come and ask back that money. Now bank has a shortage of money. Now bank just yesterday had discounted one bill. 45 lakh rupees has been given to Mr. A. Now bank said Aishwarya Rai to come after 2 hours. Since it is a huge money, I will arrange it. Now bank, Canara, say for example, is a Canara bank. Which bank? Canara Bank. Now the Canara Bank manager will ask all the other banks, see pa, I have one customer, please say my mana maryada, give me some money, I will give you tomorrow after 1 week and all. No one will help. Finally, as a last resort, whom will the Canara Bank will go and approach? RBI. Now RBI knows each and every transaction that is made by the banks. Now bank knows that, RBI knows that yesterday you have discounted one bill. So RBI will ask, bring me this bill of exchange. Now RBI will rediscount. What is it? RBI will
rediscount
the bill of exchange. Now initial discounting was done between Mr. A and banker. That is what this discounting has happened. See, discounting of bill of exchange has happened between customer and a banker. Now this rediscounting is happening between whom? RBI and a commercial bank. Accepted? Okay. He said, you give me this back money after say 6 months and all, this is the interest rate, say some 5% interest rate on this money, whatever rediscounting has happened. Say for example, out of 50 lakh rupee bill, now RBI will pay to Canara Bank after rediscounting, say some 40 lakh. How much? 40 lakh rupees will be given. Now Canara Bank is like, stupid fellow, I need 70 lakh, not 40 lakh. Wait, how much over and above 40 lakh you need? 30 lakh rupees. Okay, I will give that, but two simple condition. How many simple condition? Now I will give you this another 30 lakh rupees of loan. 30 lakh rupees of. But for that you should come and pledge a security. Come and pledge a security. For this 30 lakh rupees of loan. Over and above the discounting of bill, I will give you this another 30 lakh. See, 40 lakh I have given. Now I'm giving another 30 lakh. On this 30 lakh, two condition. Number one, 8% of interest. How much? 8% of. And you need to repay this money within 14 days. How many days? 14 days. So this was the story. If you remember, I created this. Now, what does that bank rate refers to? Bank rate means rediscounting of eligible commercial bill. Now, whatever this rediscounting happened, now that 5% interest rate on this, that 5% is called as bank rate. What is it called as? Now, presently, this bank rate has been scrapped. Bank rate has been, we don't have a bank rate. Now, instead of bank rate, we are using this as a penalty rate. We are using this as what? Penalty rate. For not maintaining the sufficient CRR and SLR. What is it? For not maintaining a sufficient CRR and SLR, we are using this bank rate as dash rate, penalty rate. So what is that CRR and SLR? One more example. Say if any customer comes and deposits 100 rupee. Now this gets divided into three types. Number one, say for a sake of example, first one is 10% money has to be kept aside, and these 10% of money bank has to keep with RBI. Bank has to keep with. And another, say for example, 20 rupees of money a bank has to keep with themselves. Bank has to keep with either in the form of gold or any securities. That is public security. Which security? Public security. Whichever is agreed by RBI. And the remaining money, what is the remaining money? That is 70 rupees. This 70 rupees can be given as loans and advances. Now, the proportion of money which is kept in a bank, the proportion of money which is kept in the, which bank? RBI. By which bank? Commercial bank. Now, this particular concept is called as CRR. What is it called as? Cash reserve ratio, where commercial bank has to keep it with RBI. And the proportion of money which a bank has to keep with themselves in the form of either gold or any foreign currencies, that is any kind of a gold or securities, that is called SLR, statutory liquidity ratio, for not maintaining the sufficient CRR and sufficient SLR. Now, if at all you come and ask a loan once again, now say for example, okay, first time you had come and you have asked, okay, 8% interest rate, you have to repay within 14 days. Now, after 1 week, again, one more time emergency is there. Now, this time definitely they will help. Now, this time it is 8% plus 1%. What is it? 8% plus? This is called penalty rate. Which rate? Penalty rate. So, this penalty rate is now considered as bank rate. Over and above this 8%. What is this 8%? This 8% is called as repo rate. What is the concept called as? Repo rate. Now, this 8% whatever was there, this concept is called as repo rate. That means whenever RBI gives a loan to a commercial bank. What is it? Whenever RBI is giving dash? Loan to the commercial bank. And such loan money whichever is granted for a particular interest rate. In my example, it was 8%. In my example, what it was? 8%. That 8% is called as repo rate. See, already I explained you about this cash reserve ratio, CRR and SLR, proportion of cash that has to be kept with whom? That has to be kept with a RBI by the commercial bank is called as CRR, and the proportion of money that has to be kept by a banker either in the form of a or RBI approved securities, that is called as SLR. Clear? And I also explained you about, one second, let me explain bank rate and reverse bank rate. See, what is that bank rate? Initially, that is the interest rate for providing a long-term loan for rediscounting of eligible commercial bill. What is it? Rediscounting of? Eligible commercial. See, if you remember, this rediscounting is happening now. This rediscounting rate is called as bank rate. What is this called as? Bank rate. Now that bank rate has been suspended. Now bank rate is no more existing. See, that is the interest rate. That is say 5%. In my example, what was it? 5%. That is the interest rate at which RBI lends a long-term funds to the bank. It refers to the bank rate. Now see, presently RBI is not entirely controlling the supply of money credit by way of a bank rate. It is a liquidity adjustment facility. Which facility?
Liquidity adjustment facility.
The concept of repo rate. Which is it? Concept of. That is the one tool which is going to control the money supply now by way of providing any loans to the bank. Now see the note. This note is important. Now bank rate is used as a dash rate, penalty rate for not maintaining the sufficient CRR and SLR. Now earlier there was a bank rate. That was a long-term interest rate. What is it?
Long-term interest rate.
Now banks used to rediscount the eligible commercial bill. Now that rediscounting rate for a longer duration of time was called as a bank rate. Now that bank rate has been suspended after introduction of LAF. What is LAF? Liquidity adjustment. Under that we have a repo rate. What is repo rate? Whenever commercial banks will come and ask a loan from RBI. Now RBI by pledging a security from the commercial bank. RBI taking a pledge of a security from commercial bank for a short term. What is it for a? That is called bank rate. Sorry, repo rate. Which rate? See there. It is the rate at which banks are going to borrow from the RBI for a short term against a repurchase agreement. They are going to provide a government security, pledge it, and they are agreeing to repurchase that security from the bank. That is called as repo rate. Usually it will be like 7 or 8%. Now suppose whenever commercial banks are having excess money with them. What is it? Commercial banks are having
Excess money.
Now sometimes whenever there is excess money, they will unnecessarily start giving loans and advances. Now RBI doesn't like that. So RBI wants to cut down that. So RBI will ask for money from commercial bank. I know you have excess money, give that money. Whenever RBI is asking money, when commercial bank wants to give money, they will not give it for free of cost. Now see pa, last time when I had emergency, how much did you charge? 8%. Now should I give it for free? No, at least 1% lesser than that. See, 1% lesser than repo rate is called as reverse repo rate. That is whenever RBI borrows the money from the bank, or when RBI gets the money from the bank and they keep their additional fund, this is called excess liquidity. What is it? Whatever extra money that was there with the commercial bank, if at all it is left in the hands of commercial bank, they will start giving more and more loans. In order to cut down that, in order to cut short that excess liquidity, now RBI will only ask that money, give it to me. Now usually RBI will give 1% lesser than repo rate. That is called reverse repo rate. In short, borrowing rate of RBI. What is reverse repo rate? This is a borrowing rate of RBI. What is repo rate? This is lending rate. What is it? This is a short-term lending rate. Which term lending rate? Short-term. Earlier we had a long-term lending rate called as bank rate, but now it has been suspended. Now that bank rate is called as penalty rate for not maintaining the sufficient CRR and SLR. Okay, first time the banker will come, we will help you out by providing interest rate of 8%. Okay, chalo. One more time you come, another time emergency. Now that is called MSF facility. That is what? Penalty rate. Now this time 1% greater than bank rate. See, first time you had come for a help, I helped you, I took your security for 2 weeks purpose, you had a repurchase agreement, superb. One more extra time if you come, that means you are not maintaining a sufficient CRR and SLR. So this time I will help you out, but this time interest rate will be 1% greater than a bank rate. 1% greater than what?
Bank.
That is called MSF facility. What is it? And the penalty what is charged for the second time, that is called as a penalty rate. Or now this penalty rate is called as which rate? Bank rate. Clear? Now bank rate has been discontinued. Bank rate has been discontinued and it is charged as dash rate, penalty rate. Which rate? Clear? So I explained you about repo rate, reverse repo rate. I explained you about bank rate. I explained you about even this MSF facility. CRR and SLR is also done. Now, see there. Open market operation. What is it?
Open market.
Simple pa. Whenever there is excess liquidity in the economy. Where? In the economy. That means during the time of inflation, RBI will sell the government bonds. RBI will sell the
Government.
Now people are interested to buy that. When they buy, the money will come inside the banking system. Same way, whenever there is deflation in the economy, whatever they sold bonds at the time of inflation, now RBI will repurchase that. So buying and selling of government security, what is it? Buying and selling of? In order to control inflation and deflation is called as open market operation. That open market operations are conducted in order to control the money supply in the economy. See there, it in the general term, it is used as a monetary policy or market operations conducted by the RBI by way of sale or even a purchase of government securities either to the market or from the market with the objective of adjusting the rupee liquidity conditions in the market on a durable basis. In short, when will we sell security? We sell security at the time of inflation. We sell it to the market. When do we purchase it back? At the time of deflation. At the time of, see, RBI feels that if there is excess liquidity in the market, they will sell the security and they will suck off that excess rupee liquidity from the market. When RBI feels that there is a less liquidity conditions in the economy that has become tightened, now RBI will buy back the security whatever they sold. When RBI is only buying, the money will go outside. The rupee liquidity will go into the market. So in short, buying and selling of government security to control inflation and deflation or to control the money supply is called as open market operations. Clear? Next comes marginal requirement under qualitative tool. Which requirement?
Marginal requirement.
That means whenever you need to go and take a loan from the banker, now say I have a property, land, say a land worth of 1 crore. I will go with the documents, I will give it to a banker, bank manager. Now I will say I want 1 crore loan. He will say, no, we can't give 1 crore. I can only give you 80% of a value, only 80 lakh. Why did the 20 lakh rupee was held as a security? Now RBI said you can't give 100% of the value of a security as a loan. What if something happens tomorrow, uncertainty happens, value of land goes down, or you might take the money and run away, you will not recover, let me say repay with interest. All such troubles are there now. So we don't give 100% value of your collateral. Only a portion of that we will give it and some portion we will keep it as a security. That is called margin that we are keeping. What is it?
Margin.
See there, the RBI requires a certain margin against a which impacts the borrowing habit of the when marginal requirement becomes more. See, earlier 20% was a margin, now 30% margin. Now for 1 crore, earlier I got 80 lakh loan, but now I will only get 70 lakh loan. Now no one will come forward to take that loan. Next comes moral suasion. I will morally persuade the commercial banks to keep that money in the form of gold and RBI approved security in that SLR. Even though if you don't like it, I will morally persuade you. I will morally pressurize you to keep as per my instruction or let me say follow my rules and regulations. See, by way of persuasion, the RBI will convince bankers to keep money in the government securities rather than any certain sectors. Next, selected credit control. What is that? For what purpose you should give credit? For what purpose you should not give credit? For whom you should give loan and for whom you should not give loan. All this will be selected by RBI. See, controlling the credit by not letting certain industry or a specific sector or a speculative businesses to get the loans. Only for few business you will get a loan and few business you don't get a loan. So this is the concept of operating issues or operating procedures. Now this is the most important. From this area you can expect a question from operating procedures. Clear? Go through it before moving to the last topic of your chapter 8. This is easy peasy topic. Inflation targeting. Inflation targeting. Flip back the pages, have a look. So now, organizational structure for monetary policy decisions. So what is this? Now, what was the primary objective of monetary policy? Price stability, economic stability, exchange rate stability. Now, along with that, now even we should consider inflation targeting. What is it? Inflation. See, we need to achieve the desirable inflation rate in the economy. If inflation exceeds beyond the control, trouble. If inflation is lesser than whatever, let me say, it should be in the economy, even that creates a trouble. So inflation has to be in the stable way. Even inflation has to be targeted. So that inflation targeting has been done by both Government of India as well as Reserve Bank of India. With the consultation of both, they will discuss and they will come up with a inflation targeting, that is maximum tolerable inflation rate. What is it? Tolerable inflation rate. And the RBI should target in order to achieve a price stability. To bring in stability in the prices in the economy, they should also target the inflation. So there should be a flexible inflation target. What is this flexible inflation target? Under the Ujit Patil, he was the ex-governor of an RBI. There was a committee which also said, boss, year after, the primary objective of monetary policy should also be the inflation targeting. We should keep a target to an inflation. We need to achieve that particular target. Now, what is that? See, inflation targeting, they have said we need to achieve a 4% of inflation target of consumer price index. What is it?
4%.
Of consumer price index inflation target, with the upper tolerable limit of 6% and lower tolerable limit of 2%. Maximum. Worst scenario, it should never exceed beyond 6%. Lower, it should never come down below.
4%.
And we should always achieve a target of 4%. And RBI will always publish a mandate. And they will also publish a report every 6 months once explaining what are all the sources of inflation in the country for the next 6 to 18 months. What is it for the next 6 to
18.
And in that, they will also say what should be the inflation, what is the upper tolerable limit, lower tolerable limit, from what all we are getting a inflation in the country, all these things. And suppose if the nation is unable to achieve the target of upper tolerable limit for any 3 consecutive quarters, then it is said to have been failed. Then it is said to have been failed to meet the target. Same way, if the average lower level is not met for the next 3 consecutive or any 3 consecutive quarters, every 3 months once is called as 1 quarter. For any 3 consecutive quarter, continuously, if you are unable to meet the lower target, failure. Even if you are unable to meet the upper target, failure. If it exceeds beyond upper target, failure. Goes below lower target, failure. We should always try to achieve a target of how much? And RBI will always come up with their reports or journals every 6 months once. They will say what will be the sources of inflation. What will be the? And they are going to forecast that inflation in the country for the next 6 to 18 months. So this is the concept of operational structure for monetary policy decision. So this is a joint decision. This is an agreement between Government of India and Reserve Bank of India on maximum tolerable inflation rate. What is it? Maximum tolerable
Inflation rate.
Clear? So by this, entire chapter 8 comes to an end. Flip back the page. Have a look. Online students there. No sound at all today, man. Everyone is full on silent. Understood? Any doubt in chapter 8? So especially credit multiplier, money multiplier, those concepts are important. Especially that Keynesian theory, the theories of demand for money, and M1, M2, M3, M4, you will get an exam question from that numerical values. Those things are important. Clear?
So it's RBI moving the coins, right?
Only they will only mint the coins. RBI will only mint the coins, but it is issued by Government of India, Finance Ministry. Only currency notes are issued by RBI. Done? Sir, will you discuss mock paper? Yes, definitely after chapter 9. Another 1.5 hour I need for chapter 9. After that, we'll take up the mock paper 1. Mock paper 1 we will take up and we'll discuss. Or if you have any other doubts of MCQs, let me know. We'll also discuss that. Clear. Chalo, take a break, 15 minutes. Anyhow, this chapter is done. We'll take a break. So chapter 9 we will finish and we will also take up with the mock paper. Okay, let's continue. So the last chapter that is remaining is chapter 9. So international trade, that has totally 5 units. How many units are there? So out of that, 2 and 4 is the little bigger one. 3 is mediocre. 1 and 5 is the most chota and easiest one. So unit 1 is the most easy. That is speaking about theories of international trade. So what is international trade? International trade is not just exchange of goods and services. Along with that, it is also exchange of resources. What is it? Exchange of?
Resources.
So exchange of goods and services. One sec. What happened to this? So the only left out chapter, that is chapter 9. So we are done with all the remaining chapters. So chapter 9 speaks about international trade. So unit 1 is a theory of international trade. So what is that international trade? International trade is an exchange of goods and services as well as resources between the country, and that involves greater complexity. Compare it to an internal trade. So international trade is more complex than an internal trade. So whenever we are conducting international trade, see, there are multiple currencies involved between two nations, shipping businesses involved, immense documentation procedure is there, multiple legal environment gets involved and different taxes will be there, quantity restrictions are there and other barriers will be there. So as we think it is not an easy task, international trade is more complex than an internal trade. What is it? International trade is more complicated than an internal, that is domestic trade. And remember, every single time whenever we are conducting an international trade, it should be mutually beneficial. What it should be? Mutually. For both the countries, there should be a benefit for conducting this international trade. So with this respect, there are 5 theories of international trade. How many theory? The very first one. What is it? Mercantile view. Where we do not have this mutually benefit in mercantile view. We call it as a zero-sum game. What is it? Zero-sum game. Only one country will give and another country is going to gain. That means we should only and only export and we should not at all import. We should impose a barrier on import. We should only and only export. That is what the mercantile view speaks about. In order to, let me say, only export, we will earn the, let me say, specie. That means precious metals at that point of time earlier. Now it is an income. So our foreign exchange reserves will increase. So we should only export and we should not at all import. That is mercantile view. But the theory of absolute advantage says that, boss, international trade is a mutually benefiting trade and international trade is not a zero-sum game. Mercantile view said was it is a, but international trade should not be a zero-sum game. So why here there should be mutually benefiting? So Adam Smith said, boss, by advantages of comparison. What is it? Advantages of? We can still have a mutually benefiting trade. We call it as absolute advantage theory. What is it? See, according to Adam Smith, who supports the unrestricted trade and free international competition, there should be absolute cost advantage in determining the mutually benefiting international trade. So what is that absolute cost advantage? Now listen, whenever we are comparing this data now, we are only and only considering labor number of hours. Whichever the less number of labor hours, they are better. Say, in order to produce say 1 kg of rice, India is taking 2 labor hours, US is taking 10 labor hours. Who is taking lesser time?
India.
So India is better in rice productivity. Now in order to produce wheat, India is taking 20 labor hours time and USA is taking 5 labor. So USA is better. Like this, whenever you compare, now you will get to know yourself who is having a cost advantage. Now India can produce a better productivity of rice than USA. USA can produce better productivity of wheat than India. So man, kindly observe this. In India, we will be having an absolute advantage in rice productivity. In USA, there is an absolute advantage in. So there is mutually benefiting trade possible. So India should produce and export rice to USA. USA should produce wheat and export it to India. So like this, there can be mutually benefiting trade possible. This is called as theory of absolute advantage created by Adam Smith. Now, what if, sir, one country itself is specialized in production of both the prominent commodity? See, India is taking 2 labor hours for rice and wheat, they are taking 5. But USA takes 10 labor hours for rice and 20 labor hours for wheat. Now, if you compare, India is only taking lesser number of labor hours in productivity of both the commodity. Now, how can a mutually benefiting trade is possible? Yes, still the mutually benefiting trade is possible. Now, take up the ratios. Take up the ratios. Now, can I say for rice productivity, this is 1:5. India will take just 1 hour. For the same thing, USA is going to take 5 hours. That is the 5 times the time what India is going to take. Now, in terms of wheat productivity, it is 1:4. What is it? 1:2. Clear? So, this is the ratio. Now, wherever the ratio is greater, that means India is more and more efficient in rice production than wheat. No doubt, in both the productivity, India is more efficient with number of less labor hours. But more advantages there with rice and lesser advantages there with wheat. But USA has a disadvantage with both, but lesser disadvantages there with wheat, more disadvantages there with rice. Like this, you compare and your nation has to forego one commodity for production to another country in order to have a mutually benefiting trade. So in this case, so India, you have a greater advantage. You have a in rice productivity and USA has a lesser disadvantage in wheat productivity. India has greater advantage in rice, lesser disadvantage for USA in wheat. When you compare it, there is an advantage to India in rice and advantage to USA in wheat. Now, still mutually benefiting trade is possible. Even though if one nation specializes in productivity of both with less number of labor hours, still mutually benefiting trade is possible. You take out a ratio in which you are more and more efficient. Say India is efficient in both more advantages there in rice, lesser advantages there in wheat. USA has disadvantage in both, but lesser disadvantage in wheat. So let them produce wheat, you produce rice. Like this, still mutually benefiting trade is possible. This is what David Ricardo suggested. Who suggested? David Ricardo suggested. Again, it is considering labor as a most important characteristics in order to compare. Clear? So whenever disadvantage is lesser, what is it? Disadvantages? That will be produced by the another country. Whenever advantage is greater, that will be produced by the efficient country. Clear? So this is comparative advantage. Which advantage? Advantage. Clear? Now this is what the theories are, completely about the same. And even Eberler has introduced the concept of opportunity cost here. That will actually confuse you guys. So don't go ahead with the Eberler's opportunity cost theory to understand the comparative advantage. Opportunity cost concept of this Eberler will confuse you guys. Clear? Next. There is a question that usually it will not come. HO theory. What is it? Heckshaw and Holland theory. What is it called as? Heckshaw and Holland theory. What is it? Now, till now, absolute cost advantage, comparative cost advantage. We were only considering labor as an important factor. Do you agree? Now, along with labor, we will also consider capital. We also consider what? Now, let's continue with the same example. India and USA. In India, labor is more. In India, what? Labor is more. In USA, capital is more. So, India, you produce those products which is more and more used with labor intensive technology. USA will produce those commodity with capital intensive technology. So, India will export labor intensive good. USA will export capital intensive good. This is the first step. Next step, you send laborers from India to US. Since in USA the labor shortage is there, so prices of labor is exorbitantly high there. So send some laborers from India to USA. In India, capital is not there. USA people will invest capital in India. Like this, in both the places, the factor prices will become equalized. Factor prices becomes. That is why it is also called as factor price equalization theorem. What is it? Factor price. Equalization. Now we consider both capital as well as labor. See, India is a labor rich and capital poor. USA is a capital rich and labor poor. So India should produce and export labor intensive good. USA will produce and export a capital intensive good. So cost of producing with labor and capital, whichever is lesser, according to that we produce and still mutually benefiting trade is possible. This is also called as factor endowment theory. What is it called as? Factor endowment theory. Clear? So this is HO theory. Now HO theory is considering both capital and labor for a decision making analysis, not just a labor, not just a labor. Now next one, last but not the least, globalization or new international trade theory. What is that? Same product is exported, same product is also imported. So why this will happen? Because of two reasons. One, because of economies of scale. We have produced at economies of scale in bulk and we are unable to sell in our own country. So we are also exporting this to another country to sell in the other nation capital market. This process is also called as dumping. Next, second one, because of popularity, bandwagon effect, like lifestyle commodities, iPhone, best example. We also imported, we will also use it. Let's say, for example, imported cars. We also have a car manufacturing in India, but still we import the cars now. So same product is exported as well as same product is imported. Why? Because of two reasons, economies of scale and bandwagon effect. Now, Paul Krugman, the economist, one who received a Nobel Prize, has observed that, see, there is no rule that capital and labor exchange, whatever happens now, that should only happen between capital intensive and labor intensive country. That can also happen between two capital intensive nations. Example he has taken is USA and Sweden. See, in USA also there is a car that is produced, and the cars produced in USA, there is a demand in Sweden. The cars which is produced in Sweden, those cars are demanded in USA. So there is actually exchange also happening between two equally having a factor nations, like capital intensive as well as capital intensive. But in HO theory we said one capital intensive country, second one is labor intensive country. No rule. But now in 21st century, even both the nation which is having equal proportionate of factors, still they can have a mutually benefiting trade. One capital intensive nation sending goods to another capital intensive nation. See here, the HO model predicted that trade would be based on such factors of ratio of capital to labor, that is from capital rich country to exporting to a capital intensive goods and importing the labor intensive from labor rich country. But Krugman noticed that most inter countries with roughly same ratio of capital to labor can also export and import the goods and services. See, Sweden, USA, the car exporting of cars, same example they have given. Advantages and disadvantages of international trade. See, advantages, there will be specialization of goods and services. This particular nation will be known for productivity of XYZ commodity or XYZ services. Like this specialization will come, and effective utilization of resources. There will be high level of competition. Consumers have a wide choice between the domestic product or foreign product, and there will be usually lower prices because of competition, economies of scale because of productivity, cost will be less, and sharing of technology, division of labor, better international relationship, and that will lead to an FDI, that is precursor to FDI. Even before coming and starting business here, these are the guys who used to send the goods inside the country. We used to import from them. That means they were exporting us. Next, foreign exchange will increase, helps in increasing the nation's GDP and employment, access to new resources and market products. Next, what are the disadvantages? That will create more and more dependency on another country, either for resource, raw material, technology, labor, and there is a political instability. Turmoils will start, and strategic importance only for certain industry like telecommunication and defense. That will also lead to scarcity of goods in domestic nation, because these people are more focused on exporting rather than selling in the domestic country. So because of that, there will be a inflation inside the nation. And also infant industry, my industry, chota mota industry gets suffered if I allow all these foreign players inside the market. They are already super big, dominating, and depletion of our foreign exchange reserves when we keep on importing more and more. And another biggest trouble is dumping. Some other nation which has produced in excess, like country like China, they will start dumping their excess produced goods inside our country at lesser prices. Next, quick transmission of trade cycle. Business cycle gets fluctuated very fast, and rivalry in risk and trade associations due to changes in government policy. Whenever government policies, the nations, let me say political conditions changes, automatically that relationship between the countries will also change. So these are the advantages and disadvantages. Clear? So this is the unit 1, very chota unit, 5 theories of international trade, theory of absolute advantage, comparative advantage, HO theory. These 3 are most important. Clear? In mercantile view, we should only export, we should not at all important. Last one, new trade theory, same product is exported as well as same product is imported because of popularity, because of economies of scale. Now, unit number 2, this is little bigger and this is little amazing. So what does unit number 2 speaks about? Instruments of trade policy. Like what is India's trade policy with another country? What is its approach with WTO members, SARS nation? In short, what are all those rules and regulations that is designed by our nation in order to conduct an international trade? To conduct what? See, trade policy. These are designed as well as implemented by the country India to regulate the international trade. So policies regarding exports and import. How are we going to regulate the exports and imports? How are we approaching with any participation with bilateral and multilateral agreements? Bilateral is between 2 countries. Multilateral between group of countries. Next, there is something called as free trade agreement. That means without any restriction, there is complete openness. We are protecting our own domestic industry from foreign competition. See, protecting the domestic producers, trade liberalization, reducing rules and regulation day by day without having much restriction. Now, these are the 3 main classifications of trade policy. Number 1, tariff measure, non-tariff measure, and export related measure. Tariff, that means taxes, and these are visible measure. Non-tariff are invisible measures through rules and regulations. Export related measures, that is in order to control even some exports and what we allow and what we don't allow. So these are the main area. From this you can expect more and more questions. Tariff, non-tariff, and export related measures. Let's understand one by one the tariff measures, also called as visible measure. What is it? In short, we are levying a tax or duties on importing of goods and services, even on imports and even on exports. Whenever there is a taxes that is imposed now, that is discouraging to more and more import. The biggest advantage is government will get the revenue from that, that is tax revenue from that, and domestic market is protected. We are protecting our domestic industries and domestic producers, and these are the most visible measures wherein which everyone knows that if you are sending the goods, nation is going to impose the tax. Now there are 15 different types of tariffs. How many tariffs? 15. Now between the WTO members, what is it between the? See, there are 164 WTO member countries. Between all these WTO member countries, there will be a tariff that is already agreed and we are already bound to charge. Already agreed and already bound to. That is called bounded tariff. Say between all the WTO members, we shall be charging 10% of tariff when we import it from our member country. Can I charge lesser than 10%? Yes. Suppose if you charge lesser than 10%, that is called as applied tariff. But can I charge greater than 10%? No, you cannot. But there are two circumstances where we can charge greater than 10, that is more than bounded tariff, and still considered as valid when in case of anti-dumping duty and countervailing duty. I give an example. A country like China, they will produce in excess and they will start dumping that into our country for highly subsidized prices. Say for example, intentionally they will start selling for lesser than their average cost. So what happens? Because of that, my domestic market gets disturbed. My domestic producers cannot compete with the Chinese products, and one fine day they will also close down. And when everyone closes down, now China intentionally start increasing the prices in order to stop from such trade distortions. Now the importing nation, say India, will charge a higher tariff than what we have agreed. That is called as anti-dumping duty. What is it called as? And that is very much valid from a WTO perspective still. Yes, you are charging beyond bounded tariff. Yes, man, it is very much valid. Yes, you can charge it. You are protecting your nation's trade practices. You are not allowing other to come and disturb your trade practices in the country. Now that is called anti-dumping duty. That is the most important. From there you can expect a question. Second, countervailing duty. Usually India does this. Now India will export more and more textiles, whatever we have produced, to Bangladeshi market. In order to do that, Indian government gives a subsidy to our textile producers to go and dump that into Bangladesh market. When Bangladesh government gets to know that India is giving a subsidy in order to dump their excess produced goods, now Bangladesh government will start imposing additional taxes for whichever textiles coming from India in order to protect the Bangladeshi market. That is called as countervailing duty. That is when there is a knowledge of subsidy, the importing nation imposes additional tax, countervailing. When there is no knowledge, if the nation is dumping their excess produced goods, that is anti-dumping. Both will disturb the trade practices of our domestic country. So in order to protect the disturbances, we are charging additional taxes even beyond the bounded tariff. That is called anti-dumping duty and countervailing duty. That is tariff as a response to trade distortion. What is it? Tariff as a response to? Clear? So these are the most important: bounded tariff, applied tariff, anti-dumping duty, and countervailing duty. Now specific tariff. What is the specific tariff? On every single unit that you import, tariff is fixed. Say for example, one bicycle I am importing, say 10% on your bicycle value. What is 10%, sir? Let me say 5,000 rupees is the bicycle value. 10% is how much? 500 rupees. Tariff rate fixed, sir. Because of inflation, if bicycle price increases, still 500 only. How many number of units you import now? The tariff rate will be fixed on per unit. So tariff rate is fixed on what? Per unit. That is specific tariff. Ad valorem tariff on constant percentage. Constant. Say 10% tax. 5,000 invoice, 10%. 10,000 invoice, same 10%. See, the 10% is going to remain same. Next, mixed tariff. I will charge both. That is percentage as well as per unit. Whichever gives the higher taxes to the government, that we will charge. What is it? Either specific or ad valorem. Whichever gives the higher taxes, that is charged. That is called as mixed tariff. What is compounded tariff? It is now not or, it is and. I will charge both. What do I charge? I will charge specific tariff, upon that again ad valorem tariff. Not or, whichever is giving higher, that is mixed. Now I am going to charge both the tariff. First I will charge specific tariff, upon that I will also charge ad valorem. It is 1 plus 1. It is not one or another. It is 1 plus 1. Both are charged. That is called as compounded tariff. Next, what is this variable tariff? Sometimes you would have seen your friends who goes to Dubai, US and all, you will ask them to get an iPhone because there it is cheaper. Okay, 10 of your friends have said that if he brings 10 cell phones, will they allow inside Customs Union of India? Allow, pay the tax. How much ever difference value is there now? In India, how much? 1,20,000. US, 1 lakh. The 20,000. Difference value. Pay the tax. That is called variable tariff. Next comes escalated tariff. What is it? See, if at all we are importing a raw material, lesser tax. If India imports any raw material, tax rates will be lesser. That means if any nation sending raw materials inside India, taxes are lesser. Rather than sending raw material, if they start sending a finished good, which good? Tax rates are more. Taxes on raw material is less, taxes on finished goods are higher. That is called as escalated tariff. What is it? Next, most favored nation tariff. Between WTO members, lesser tax. Between non-WTO members, higher tax. That is called most favored nation. Next, preferential tariff. What is it?
Preferential.
See, we will only create one more group between WTO members. Like in a class, there will be another group of best friends. Now one more small chota group. Between themselves, even more lesser tariff than bounded tariff or let me say most favored nation tariff. That is called preferential tariff. Now nearby countries will come, they will come together and they will form their own association like NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement, ASEAN, South Asian Association of Regional Corporation. Between our own nearby countries, lesser tariff. Next comes technical tariff. What is it? See, based on different spare parts, different tax. If I am importing a car body, different tax. Car engine, different tax. If I am importing a drone body, different. For battery, additional tax. Like this, technical specification. For different spare part, different tax. That is called technical tariff. Next comes tariff rate quota. Quota means quantity. See, up to certain quantity, no tax or maybe minimal tax. If you exceed that quantity of imports, then additional taxes will be charged. Prohibitory tariff. What is it? See, the name itself says, my intention is to prohibit you. What is my intention is to? I don't want that goods intentionally 300% tax, 500% tax, 180% tax. Like this, intentionally I'm prohibiting you to import that commodity. Last but not the least, import subsidy. This is not a tax. Actually, government is only giving a benefit. This is a negative tax. In order to import, government is only giving a subsidy. That is called as import subsidy. So these are the 15 different types of tariff. What are they? 15 different types of. In detailed explanation I have given you. Already you guys have a notes. So these are the 15 different types of what? Tariff. So tariff rate quota, prohibitory tariff, import, substitution. See, what are the goals of charging a tariff? One, it brings revenue to the government. Next, government will carry on a social welfare activity from the tax money collected, and it is going to protect our domestic industries from import substitutes, especially rather than importing. Now they can substitute that import and buy it from a local market only. Next, it is going to impose a tariff, reduces the customer surplus, especially you are not ready to pay more and more. Now automatically surplus will come down. Whenever I impose tax, that product will become more expensive. Next, impact of tariff measure. See, whenever tax is imposed, tariff creates like obstacles for a trade, and that decreases the volume of import as well as exports, and therefore international trade gets disturbed. Now, the prospect of market access to the exporting country becomes worsen for the importing nation if they are sending that goods to the country. Say if someone is sending goods to India, if we impose more taxes, that sending nation will get more trouble because they need to pour more and more tariff. Next, by making imported goods more expensive, we are going to discourage our imported goods and encourage our domestic consumption of goods, and tariff discourages the effective producers in the rest of the world, and we are encouraging our inefficient producers in the domestic market. That means our own domestic people, if they are inefficient, still we are supporting them only. We are not encouraging the effective people from rest of the world. By imposing more tariff, we are discouraging them. Tariff encourages consumption as well as production of which goods? Domestically produced goods rather than getting from imports. We will follow import substitution. Rather than importing, we will buy it here. That is import substitution. Tariff increases government revenue of a importing country by the value of the total tariff that the nation is going to charge. So these are the impacts or benefits what government will have by imposing a tariff. So these are the tariff measure, which is visible measure. Which measures? Tariff measures are visible measures. Clear? So next, let us go to non-tariff. Now this is Khatarnak. These are not visible measures. These are invisible measures. What are this? By way of rules, regulations, we are going to restrict by one or another way. And remember, most important, this non-tariff measures cannot be imposed every single time. That can only and only imposed at a certain circumstance. Not every time you can't impose this non-tariff measure. Only under certain circumstances like COVID, war, any crisis. Only at that point of time you can impose a non-tariff measure. This non-tariff measure are circumventing the free trade rule and favoring the domestic industry with the expenses of a foreign competition. Indirectly by rules, regulation, we are indirectly curbing that importing goods and favoring my domestic country. So non-tariff measures are of two types. How many types? Two types. First, technical. Second one is, especially this technical is most important. SPS and TBT, sanitary and phytosanitary measures and technical barriers of trade. So what is that? See, sanitary and phytosanitary, straight away will come this rather than all this technical, whether I will impose ban or everything, tariff measure and all. Now, SPS, that means boss. Suppose, let me give a crux of the story. Whenever I'm importing any goods from your country or services or any resources, because of the goods, services or resources, if there is any effect on my nation's animal life, which life?
Animal life.
Human life or even
Bio-life.
plant life or any biodiversities, that extinct species and all, if they are getting affected because of any kind of risk associated in your product, either due to any pests, contaminants, toxins or disease causing organism, and to protect my biodiversity, either I can completely ban your commodity inside my country or even prohibit the import of such certain commodity. This is called as SPS measure. That means sanitary and phytosanitary measures in order to prevent animal life, human life, plant life and biodiversities. Clear? So this is the concept of SP. Yes. Next comes TBT. Technical barriers of trade. That is what, see boss, I said according to the shape, it is not there. No, I don't want this. I said triangle shape, but you have done star shape. No, I don't want this. I asked you to design it in XYZ format. You have done it in ABC format. No, I don't want it. Labeling is not accurate. Marking is not accurate. Packaging is not as per my instruction. All these technicalities. What is it? All this technicalities. Based on this, rejecting the goods. Even before sending the goods. Even during the pre-shipment. Even during the what? Pre-shipment only TBT can be imposed. Our own customs officer will be in your country. Before, when you are sending the goods only, he can inspect and he can reject then and there itself. See, in short, all these technical specifications like size, shape, design, labeling, marketing, packaging functionality and performance or any methods. If it is not matching according to our agreement, then SPS measures will be imposed, and these are standard and technical regulations which is going to restrict your commodities entry into my nation. Clear? So SPS is going to protect which all life? Animal life, human life, plant life and biodiversities. Clear? TBT, technical barriers to tape, speaks about all the shape, size, design, labeling, marketing, packaging, functionality, performance or any production methods. If they are not matching according to our agreement or instructions, I am going to reject it. Clear? Next comes non-technical measures. What is it? Simple. Very first one is a import quota, quantity restriction. I will allow only up to certain quantity. Beyond that, I will not allow. If you want to import, now you should take license. That is importing license. Even such license is of two types. One binding quota and another one is non-binding quota. So what is this binding quota? Binding quota is having a free trade limit. Up to certain limit, it is going to be free. Beyond that limit, it is going to be charged. And non-binding quota is of again two kinds. Under that, absolute quota and tariff quota. Under absolute quota, where you can import in a specific given year for so many quantity and there is no restrictions on origin of the country. But in tariff rate quota, there is a restriction from the origin of the country. Certain products cannot be imported from certain countries or certain region. No, I don't allow. So that is tariff rate quota. So in short, quota is quantity restriction. What is it? Quota is?
Quantity restriction.
So we will give you the license. According to that license, you should import up to certain extent, either no tax or only limited tax. Beyond that quantity, if you want to import, you should pay additional taxes. And still, there is a restriction on origin. Few countries, no, I don't allow such goods coming inside my nation. Next comes embargo. Simple. Embargo means total. I will not allow your goods inside my country. I have banned it completely. So in order to discourage your nation's goods, I will completely ban it because of some kind of trouble. Next comes government procurement policy. There was one case study where India has also lost this case. I explained it. See, simple. Now, government has imposed a rule stating that, say for example, to become a global leader in solar power, India started Jawaharlal Nehru National Solar
Mission.
According to that, they said, see, for private people, you establish a solar power plant and I will purchase that power. But the only condition is when you are establishing that solar power plants, 100% spare parts, everything has to be taken from my own country. None of the spare parts, components, cells, modules, batteries and all. It should never be any imported component. Then only I will buy electricity from you. And the case was challenged by China actually, because all solar cells and modules comes from China to India. They said, see boss, that is against national treatment principle. What is it? That is against national treatment principle. So what is this national treatment principle? Simple, boss. If the nation wants, you can impose a tax. to the commodity. But after imposing tax and after allowing that goods inside your country, now you cannot discriminate between your nation goods and imported goods. If you don't want, don't allow that goods only. After imposing taxes, you have allowed that goods inside your country. Now, after that goods comes inside your country, now you should not discriminate it, stating that this is not my Indian good, this is not my nation's good. No, you cannot discriminate it. Now, once that good enters, you should treat both the goods as one and the same. That is called as national treatment principle under the WTO agreement, and India had violated this national treatment principle. So, in short, treat your neighbor as how you treat yourself. Sometimes at your home, your mom and dad will be saying, "Now, even the next home kid is like my kid." That means for boys, indirectly, don't put line to the girl. She is also like your sister. She is also like my daughter. That is what. Treat your neighbor as how you treat yourself. So, even your neighbor's goods has to be treated as your goods. You should not discriminate between your goods and your neighbor's goods. Once you allow that inside your country, now discrimination is not allowed. If you don't want, you completely disallow that goods inside your country. Next comes, what is it? Trade related investment measures. Yes, up to certain percentage restriction. Say for example, 25% of the components of automobile should be sourced domestic. Yes, this is acceptable, but you can't say 100% and all. See, 25% compulsory, it should be domestically procured. Yes, that is accepted. So, local procurement should be encouraged. In the investment, such percentage has to be compulsorily used by a local product. That we will allow. Like this, we will indirectly restrict the foreign goods usage in the commodity. Next, marketing and after sales services. That means foreign goods can come to India and they can sell it their goods in India, but they can't have after sales services. Best example, all these international watch brands like Rado, Swiss, Kenneth Cole and all. You can come to India, you can sell it in India, but you cannot do the servicing. My Titan, my domestic company will do the services. So you can come, you can only sell by marketing the commodity, but you can't do an after sales services. That after sales services will be done by the local companies. Next, financial measures. What is it? Intentionally, I will ask you to pay in advance, like advance payment should be made 3 months in advance. Say for example, see certain percentage of value of goods which you are importing, you should pay 3 months in advance. In short, I want to discourage you. I will not give you the proper exports and import incentives, whatever is required, or maybe the currency value, whatever is required. Permissions, I will not control, I will not give you. Next comes price control measure. I will say you should never sell for so and so price. The prices should be always lesser than my domestic prices of goods. You cannot charge more prices than my domestic price, or you cannot completely sell it at lower prices than my domestic prices in the nation. You cannot disturb the trade. Like this, I will also impose some additional taxes and charges to make your goods prices equal to my domestic commodity price if it is lesser. Next, non-automatic licensing and prohibition. So what is this? First time I will give license. Second time, if you come, I will not renew that license. I will intentionally prohibit you. You cannot import that goods. No, first time I gave you import license. Okay, that is only one time. Again, if you come and take, no, I'm not giving you the license. All these different kinds of goods, I will restrict. Okay, last year we allowed. This year we are not allowing. We are prohibiting. Next, measures affecting competition. By sometimes I will only give access or I will give license only to some government entities. Like see, State Trading Corporation in order to import the palm oil, or I will give only some big establishments like Tata, Adani, Birla, only for them I will give license, only they can import, and intentionally they have to sell it for higher prices of such goods and services to discourage that consumption. All this we will do. That is measures affecting the competition and distribution restriction. What is it? So you should have certain license in order to sell this commodity. Imported goods has to be sold only with the specific license. If you don't have that license, you can't sell that commodity, and I will not give you license on time. Intentionally, I will drag, delay and dally that. All this I will do. Next, administrative procedures. Intentionally, I will make it very delay. I will not give license on time. I will irritate you, frustrate you. Finally, you should feel like giving up on importing that commodity. Customs, let me say, corruption and all this. See, frustrating the potential importer. See, they are only saying red tapeism and corruption in customs clearances. By intentionally delaying from the administrative procedures, will not allow you to import the goods. And rule of origin, from certain goods cannot be bought from certain country. Show me the certificate of origin, which spare part has come from which country. Oh, this spare part has come from Syria. I'm not allowing. This has come from Iraq. No. Pakistan, no, I'm not allowing. Like this, there is also rules of origin. Certain rules are there. If it is coming from so and so country, I will not allow. Last but not the least, safeguarding measures. In order to protect my domestic industry, all import restrictions and all certain goods I will not allow for imports. Clear? So these are the 13 different types of non-tariff measure. Which tariff measure? See, 15 taxes, that is tariff measure. Under non-tariff, there was technical and non-technical. Under technical, SPS and TBT. Under non-technical, especially government procurement policy, that is the most important thing. Clear? Treat your neighbor as how you treat yourself. You cannot discriminate between the imported goods and domestic goods. That is important. Government procurement policy, national treatment principle. That is the agreement which is signed under the WTO. Next, export related measures. Which measures? Now, sometimes even there is a restrictions on export. Say, we will completely ban that. No, you can't export this from our country. Like tomato. No, ban. First, do it in our own country. Rice. We only have a shortage. No, you cannot. Export. Pay the taxes and then export. If you're not listening, okay, pay the tax. Exorbitant tax I will charge. Next, so export, subsidies, and sometimes government will only encourage you to export. They will only give some incentives and subsidies to export. Next, voluntary export. That is quantity restriction. Only certain quantity you can export, certain quantity you should not export. Voluntarily, we are export restrictions have been imposed. See, either in the form of quantity restriction, quota, or by exporting country voluntarily restraining the quantity of goods that can be exported out of their country with a specific period of time. Only up to certain quantity I allow. After this, I will not allow you to export. So this is your unit 2 of chapter 9. Clear? Flip back the page. Have a look. Any doubts? Let me know before moving into the next unit.
What is the Syria?
There are many reasons. One, terrorism. Because of political instabilities, nations don't have a good friendly relationship between each other. Iraq, Iran, Syria, Libya, like this, there are many restrictions. Will not allow.
India will not import from them, India will not export with them also.
Complete restricted. Even they will send to some other country and from there if it comes now, still we are not allowing. Certificate of origin we will ask. All these things. Some in few products, especially defense related products. Next, third one is trade negotiations. So what is this negotiation? If you remember, I said we are bound to charge a certain tariff between WTO members. There is something called as bounded tariff. Which tariff is there? See, what is this bounded tariff? Whatever we have agreed between WTO members, that is what we should charge. Suppose if you need to change the tariff, if you want to increase, you should sit, you should negotiate, you should, let me say, possibly compensate for the losses. See there, the negotiation means complex interactive process. You need to make, you need to sit, you need to interact, negotiate, and it is a multi-level meeting, engage it with nations and other stakeholders. See, trade negotiation is the one which finally aims for international trade rules. After compensating them, then you can increase the taxes. So one of the most important trade negotiation, and after which the agreement gets created, is a regional trade agreement. So few countries will come together, they will only form their own alliances, need not be from same continent. See, BRICS nation, Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa. So they have created an agreement between themselves in order to promote economic welfare and reduce the trade barriers. And there are 8 types of regional trade agreement. I used to give the example of lunchbox if you remember. So between friends, exchange of lunchbox, no restriction at all. Between any non-member, only 1 chapati, 20%. Now not just lunchbox. Even we can exchange notes between ourselves. With any outsider, only 1 notebook in 1 day. Like this restriction, common regulations are there. And next, not just exchanging of lunchbox and exchanging of notebooks. Now exchange of watch. Like this. So what is that? Between the nation, trade bloc. That means now between the group of country, there is a free trade agreement. There is no restriction. There is no taxes kind of a thing. And this may apply even for a common external tariff with other members, with any other members. Say for example, 10% with other non-members, between ourselves free. Next, free trade area. There is a free trade among the members. There is no kind of tariff or quota restrictions, and there is a common barriers or common relationship. You are free to enter into common relationship with any non-members, or you can decide your own rules and regulation. Now customs union, free trade among the members, free flow of goods and services between the member country, and common regulation with any non-member. Now there are common external tariff. That means exact 10% with this country, 20% with this country. Now you cannot change. Rules and regulation you decided, but tariff rate will remain common between the non-members, and common market. That means free trade between the members. Next, common regulation with the non-members with respect to rules, regulation, tariff rates and all. And free flow of factors of production output among the members. Now, not just goods and services, even free flow of factors of production between the member countries. And member countries attempt to harmonize their institutional arrangement. They will make sure that with certain financial laws and regulation between themselves, they try to strengthen their relationship between themselves. And next come, not just free flow of goods, common relation with non-member, not just now free flow of goods, even free flow of factors of. And we also have a common central bank and common currency. Best example, European Union. Euro as a common currency and European Central Bank as their central bank. Next comes unilateral trade agreement. What is it?
Unilateral trade.
Only one country will open its gates to another country and no more restriction, no more tax, nothing. Say for example, now India will say, Sri Lanka, already you are suffering, don't worry, come. You send your goods inside India, I will not put any kind of a tax. For you, free, entirely. I am opening my nation's gates only to you. See, one country opening its doors to another country without any obligation in order to encourage the improving the imported countries' economic performances. We are encouraging their exporting countries. Next, bilateral, that is between two countries. Rules and regulations that has been set between the trade, between the two countries, what all we do, what all exchange rates are there, what all taxes we charge, how much is there for which commodity. That is rules and regulation between the two countries. Multilateral, that is between group of country. What is it between? Like BRICS was the best example. That is between multiple group of country. We will enter into an agreement that is called as multilateral trade agreement in order to reduce the trade barriers and encourage the more and more international trade practices only between their member groups. Clear? So these are the 8 types of regional trade agreement. This is important. From this you can expect a question from trade block. See, not just free flow of goods and services. Later on it will become common regulation with non-members. Next, free flow of factors of production. Next, common currency and common central bank. These are the 4 steps. Kindly remember that 4 steps. 1, free flow of goods and services between member. Second, common regulation with non-member. Third, not just free flow of goods and services, now even free flow of factors of production. Fourth, common central bank and common currency. With that, remember unilateral agreement, bilateral agreement and multilateral agreement. Clear? Now comes GATT. Now, after the second world war. What is it after the? In 1945, Keynes, J.M. Keynes had taken all this world important leaders into a place called as Bretton Woods. So it is called as Bretton Woods Conference. Which conference? So in that Bretton Woods Conference, he wanted to establish this 3 world-class institutions, IMF, World Bank and ITO. IMF and World Bank got established, but ITO was taking a lot of time because USA didn't want it to be a member of it, it didn't sign. Since it was taking a lot of time, as a secretariat, what is it as a? They established GATT. GATT stands for General Agreement for Trade and Tariff. That is going to restrict, or maybe they are going to make it more and more free, liberalized trade only in goods, only in. And it started its operations in 1948. When did it start its operation? So 1st January 1948. After the independence of India, it was only covering trading in goods. And it had 123 member countries. How many member countries? And it was existing for 47 years, from 1948 to 1990. It was only covering the good, it didn't cover the services or intellectual property rights. As the world trade increased, then the services started getting more and more importance, and GATT didn't have much powers in order to regulate the world's goods trade, services trade and intellectual property rights, like copyrights, patents, trademarks. We wanted some more better, stronger, powerful organization. That is when in 1994, we all met, all the 123 member countries met in a place called as Uruguay, that is called as Uruguay Round, and they restructured, they reculminated, that means say they established WTO and they made this GATT as a part of WTO. See, this is the entire explanation for that. You can read it. Whether it is GATT, whether it is WTO, their main objective is to promote an international trade. What is it? In order to promote the, see, somewhere I have given there the objective. See, to restore the economic health of the world after the devastation of the Second World War, and to boost international trade by reducing the tariff and quantity restrictions or any trade barrier was the main objective of the GATT. Now see, GATT was existing for 47 years and it had 8 rounds of meeting. GATT was only and only covering with goods. It did not cover services or intellectual property rights. The last round, Uruguay round, resulted in reshaping of GATT into WTO by culminating all its 123 member countries signing in a place called as Geneva. Hence, WTO was created to cover all the three: goods, services, and intellectual property rights. And these, after 1980s, all slowly the changes started happening. GATT started losing its power. It didn't have much powers control, so they created a Uruguay round. In this Uruguay round, how they established GATT, all the story, 123 country, that is called as Uruguay round. Pentadi Este, Uruguay was a place where they met, all this one blah 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 blah. Full on one story is given. This is the main crux of story. GATT didn't have much powers, it was only covering goods. We wanted some bigger organization which had more powers to cover goods, services, and IPR. So we started with WTO, and whatever the goods is there, that we included GATT into WTO, and we called it a Goods Council. Which council? See here, structures of WTO. We have a ministerial conference, that is a topmost. That ministerial conference, they will meet once in 2 years. So they are the topmost level and decision making body of the WTO, and they will only meet once in 2 years. And for any decision making, there is a general council. Now these are the people who will meet on every single year for all the matters, any dispute resolution, settlement between members. That is what they will come. And under the general council, we have goods council, service council, and TRIPS. This goods council is only GATT. Whatever the GATT we had existed earlier, that they made it as goods council. Which council? Goods council. See the next level. There is a goods council, service council, and intellectual property rights council. Respect to the report to the goods council. They all comes under the general council. They reported, and they are responsible for overseeing the implementations of WTO agreement in their respective areas that they are specialized. According to the WTO agreement, members have to operate. Now, there are totally 164 member countries in WTO. Out of that, 117 are developed countries, and out of still 24 are negotiating members. They are not a permanent members. 95% of world trade is still covered under the GATT. And GATT started its operation from 1st January 1995. Headquarters is located in Geneva, Switzerland. Now, main objectives again the same. In order to promote international trade, reduce the barriers, in order to have a smooth functioning of international trade. See, raising the standard of living, ensuring full employment, large and steady growing volume of real income, and effective demand, expanding their production of trade and goods and services, facilitating the free flow of international trade in smoothly, fairly, and predictably, and open trade and benefit to all the member nation. And special attention will be given to the developing nation. They will be supporting. They act as a trade negotiation among the member governments, administrating the trade agreements, reviewing the national trade policy, whether they are following properly or not, especially assisting the which nation? Developing countries in their trade policy issue through the technical assessment and training program, and cooperating and other international organizations like WTO, we have WHO, like various multiple international organizations. They are cooperating with that. These are the key 6 main objectives of WTO. See, to set and enforce the rules for international trade, to promote forum for negotiating and monitoring the future trade, liberalization. Going further, it should be more and more liberalized, and restore the trade disruptions or any kind of disputes between the member country that they will be resolving. They issue the transparency in decision making process, no hidden decisions and all. To cooperate with other major international economic institutions like one which they are operating with, WHO, like global economy and entities, and especially supporting which countries in fully for their global trade system. So that is the main objective, and this is the structure. After this, whatever is there now, guiding principles. See, most favored nation tariff is there, national treatment principle, treat your neighbor as how you treat yourself, and free trade should be encouraged, and less negotiate. Let me say they bring in under negotiation, predictability. These all are like, you go through this like a newspaper once, all this informations. Promoting fair competition, enhancing development of and economic reforms. So this is the shortcut. Whatever we just read there now, entire things, you have to just go through it like a newspaper once. This you need to remember the keywords. These are the keywords. These keywords you need to remember. These are the main elements or principles of WTO. What are this? So these elements, I will show it once again. Online students and as well as YouTube students, you can pause it and you can go through it like a newspaper once. These elements. See, promoting fair competition, reducing the barriers over a period of time. That is the main objective of WTO. Clear? Next, see this one, WTO agreement. See, earlier we had something called as agreement on agriculture. Now, this is one of the heated discussion in all the meetings of WTO or different rounds of meetings. See, going further, whatever support that they are giving for agriculture, that will be reduced, like market access or any kind of domestic support or export subsidies and all. See, because any nation for it matter, they should have a self-sufficiency in their agricultural output. Now, as of now, they are encouraging for agricultural export, but going further, they will discourage it because of mounting increase in the population of their own nation, they are unable to serve to their own country. Upon that, we can't give more and more importance for export of agricultural output. So earlier we had an agreement, yes, we still have it, we are still encouraging it, but this is one of the heated discussions in every round of meeting. So as of now, we are supporting for agriculture, but going further under WTO negotiations, especially in Uruguay round itself, it was specified that going further it will be reduced. Support of agriculture keeps on decreasing between the member countries. Clear? And sanitary and phytosanitary measures, every time you can't impose only during certain time. There was also textile agreement, especially India. We had something called as multi-fiber agreement under GATT. Now that has been replaced with textile agreement. Next, technical barriers to trade, trims, trade-related investment measures, what all kind of investment and anti-dumping agreements that has to be protected. These all are like full blah blah blah, full on there. Go through it like a newspaper once. Usually very less chances of getting a questions from here. Pause it here, you can read it once, but very less chances. Just go through it like a newspaper once. At least the pointers you need to remember. What all are covered, like principles, what all they will cover. See, customs valuation agreement, pre-shipment, SPS and TBT, pre-shipment inspection, agreement on rules, next import licensing procedures, subsidies providing and countervailing duties, all these things, ad valorem duty, countervailing duty, and agreement on safeguard, agreement on trade in services related to service, trade with related to intellectual property rights, that is called as TRIPS, trade related intellectual property rights, copyrights, patents, trademarks, national treatment principle, see, national treatment of intellectual property rights, copyrights, trademarks, geographical indications, trade policy review mechanism, are they following properly or not, are they going against all these things, and Doha round. This is one of the, again, round which started in 2001 and they frequently meet, and especially see the fourth round of ministerial conference, including all this agricultural service. These are all the areas what they have discussed. And recently you would have witnessed G20 summit, G20, global 20 economies. What are they? Now these words, strongest like powerful 20 economies, have created one more group among themselves, and they will meet frequently whenever there is a requirement. Like for example, recently they met during COVID-19 pandemic, in 2008 financial crisis, Iran nuclear power program, and Syrian civil war, and recently Russia-Ukraine war crisis. Now they have imposed certain kind of restrictions. See, despite the war in Ukraine, there is also continuing impact of COVID-19. They have imposed some kind of restrictions still on exports and imports. Out of that, supply chain is getting affected still. 52 export restrictions are on food, feed and fertilizer. Additionally, 27 export restrictions are on product essential to combat the COVID-19, out of which still export restrictions are there on food, feed and fertilizer, and 63% on pandemic related, export related measures on G20 economy. Still they haven't lifted, still there is a restriction going on. All this, what all trade we have done, what all implementations we have done, what all achievements we have done. That is the information. Clear? This was your unit 3. Next comes unit 4. Now this is little biggest and also important. See, foreign exchange rates. What is that exchange rate? It is a value of one nation's currency to the another nation's currency. There are two types of calling it. One is direct quote. Direct quote is when the base currency is a foreign currency and the counter currency is a Indian currency. Say $1 is 83 rupees, today's value. So this base currency, the first currency what we call, this is a base currency and this is the counter currency. Suppose if this base currency is a foreign currency and counter currency is a domestic currency, that is called direct quote. Opposite to that is called as indirect quote. Base currency is a domestic, counter currency is a foreign. But in India, we follow the direct quote. Now, when we speak about exchange rate, so exchange rates are of actually two types. How many types?
2 types.
Now, and for what all purposes we need this foreign exchange rate? Buying and selling of goods, buying and selling of any assets outside, or any transfer payments to be made. These are the reasons why we need a foreign exchange rates. And foreign exchange rate regime. See, mainly there are two types of foreign exchange rate regime. Fixed exchange rate and floating exchange rate. What is that? Fixed exchange rate and? So fixed exchange rate means government will fix the value of their nation's currency with respect to the another nation's currency. That is called as fixed exchange rate. What is it?
Fixed exchange.
Floating exchange rate means government will not decide. Demand and supply will decide. Every single day that fluctuations keeps on happening. That is called as floating exchange rate. In India, we follow floating. Under floating, there is one more category called as managed float. Which float?
Managed.
So that managed float is only in order to control extreme volatility. Government will interfere in a marketplace. Where do they interfere?
Market.
See, straight away, let me come to that fixed and floating. See, fixed exchange rate or flexible exchange rate, free floating. See, flexible pledge or fixed exchange rate and floating exchange rate. These are the two main exchange rate regimes. This is the important concept. And these all are chota mota concepts. There's market exchange rate category, how it will determine demand and supply. Again, government participation in the market. That is managed float. This is managed float. This is government determined. This is fixed. This is floating. Clear? So, under fixed exchange rate, remember, government will decide the value of their nation's currency with respect to another nation's currency or a basket of currency. Until government changes it next time, that exchange rate remains same. Whether today you buy, tomorrow you buy, next week you buy, next year you buy. Until government changes that rate, that is going to remain same. In floating exchange rate, that keeps on fluctuating every single day. Floating exchange rate will give the correct value. Fixed exchange rate will not give the correct value. That is the one biggest disadvantage of the fixed exchange rate. But fixed exchange rate will promote the foreign exchange because the values remain same. It will not change every single day. That will encourage more and more international transaction. But floating exchange rate risk is more because every single day fluctuation happens. The rates, it is not going to remain same. Today I entered into contract. Tomorrow we should execute. Tomorrow all of a sudden exchange rate increases. So there is a risk. But more reliable is floating. Fixed exchange rate will not show the true picture. So rather than reading all these things, better you can read this difference between fixed and floating exchange, which I have given at the later part. Wait, let me show that. This one. Difference between fixed exchange rate and floating exchange rate. See here, in case of fixed exchange rate, government should keep a huge foreign exchange reserve. This is the important one. In order to support such fixed exchange rate, they should keep what? Huge foreign exchange. But in floating exchange rate, that huge reserve is not at all required because it is dependent on market. And whenever there is an upward trend, downward trend in fixed exchange rate, that is called as revaluation or devaluation. Say for example, now $1 is equal to 75 rupees. Just assume $1 75. Suppose if this $1 becomes 70, $1 becomes, this is called as appreciation. What is it called as? Appreciation. We are gaining the value. Domestic currency is becoming more and more stronger. In this case, the nation's exports will decrease and imports will increase. Say Shashikiran is a bench manufacturer. Now I used to sell one bench for $1. Earlier I used to earn 75, but now same bench I am selling for $1. I am only earning. So I will export less. Exports will decrease. But I used to import one chocolate packet earlier for $1. I used to pay 75 rupees. Now same one chocolate packet I used to just pay 70. So imports will increase. This is called as appreciation. Suppose $1 from 75. If this becomes $1, say 65. What is it? $1? 65. What is this called as? Appreciation only. See, it is becoming more and more stronger now. Now rather than 65. Listen, suppose if it becomes 80. If it becomes, this is called depreciation. We are losing value. We are
Losing value.
now exports will increase and imports will decrease. Clear? So remember, whenever there is a fluctuations in floating exchange rate, that is called as appreciation and depreciation. If the same happens in fixed exchange rate, revaluation and devaluation. Revaluation means upward adjustment. Devaluation means downward adjustment. Clear? So read this. This will be more and more flexible. See, fixed exchange rate does not have a inflation in that. Inflation is controlled. But in floating exchange rate, inflation is not controlled. Floating exchange rates are decided by market determined, demand and supply. But in fixed exchange rate, who will decide it? Central bank of the nation or government of their nation. This one will be more and more appropriate to read and understand better than going with that entire theory part. And here also devaluation, revaluation thing. So downward adjustment, upward adjustment. Clear? Let's go back. See, fixed, floating, okay, managed float. See, this is what I said. Under floating, there is something called as managed float. That is what India is following. See, Usually it is completely market determined. Demand and supply is going to determine the exchange rate. But in case of extreme volatility, central bank of the nation will come and interfere in the marketplace. Where do they interfere? Marketplace. They will buy and sell their domestic currency. See, monetary authority will influence the movement of the exchange rate through active intervention of foreign exchange markets from time to time in order to prevent too much of volatility, either by buying or selling of their own. That is called managed float. Clear? And this is the fixed exchange rate. Same to same whatever we discussed. Next comes nominal exchange rate and real. So what is this nominal exchange rate? See, simple. Whatever the exchange rate that is there in today's market, whatever it is determined by demand and supply, that is called nominal exchange rate. See, that is one nation's currency in terms of another nation currency, that is in which market is running. Say today $1 is equals to 83 rupees. This is called nominal exchange rate. Whatever is today market is determined, that is demand and supply. Nominal. What is real exchange rate? In terms of goods and services. What is it in terms of? Say for example, in India, 1 kg tomato is say 50 rupee. In USA, 1 kg tomato is $2. How much? $2. Say if $1 is 75 rupee. $1 is? How much is $2? 150 rupee. Can I say in terms of goods? In terms of goods, this is 1:3. 1:3. That means what you get in India for 1 rupee, you need to spend 3 rupees in USA. 3 rupees in? Yes. This is in terms of goods and services. What is it in terms of? See, today $1 might be 83 rupees, but I'm not valuating in terms of the actual value of a currency. I'm identifying from the value of goods and services. See, how much goods and services of one country can be traded to one of the goods or services for the foreign country. So that is called real exchange rate. Boss, that means in short, in reality, boss, what you get in India for 50 rupees, you need 150 rupees to get that in USA. You need 3 times more money in USA to get that commodity in terms of goods and services. What is it in terms of? That is called real exchange rate. With that particular respect, boss, in India, if I'm getting, let me say tomato for 75 rupees per kg, that means $1, say assuming 75. That means if the same 1 kg is $2 there, that means boss, in India, products are much more cheaper compared to USA. In terms of valuation of goods, boss, in India, you will get it for 50 rupees. Same you need it in USA for 150 rupees. See, again, like real exchange rate, nominal exchange rate, same thing. Nominal GDP, real GDP, deflator value, we can convert it. Say for example now, nominal today, say for example, the price of tomato is how much? Price of tomato is 50 rupee. Now say domestic prices. See, this is nominal exchange. Wait, nominal exchange is present market value. Say market value is how much? 83 rupee. Now the domestic price of goods is how much? 50 rupee. Foreign price of goods is how much? 150. Do it. 50 divided by 150 into 83. Take out calculator. Do it. 50 divided by 150 into 83. 27.6. That means $1 is only 27.66 in terms of goods and services. What is it in terms of? That is real exchange rate. Clear? We are removing that inflation part in the currency. That is what? Real effective exchange rate. Again, GDP deflator. See, nominal GDP divided by real GDP to identify that index value. Which value? Index. See here, can you see that? Foreign price index, domestic price index. So in order to identify this foreign price index, we use this deflator values. Clear? Next comes foreign exchange market. What is it? Foreign exchange. These are electronically linked network. What are they? Electronically linked network of banks, institutions and brokers who is going to transact 24/7. In short, foreign exchange market is a over-the-counter market where you go and exchange one nation's currency to the another nation's currency. They all are electronically linked. Clear? There is something called as ask price and bid price. Remember, bid price will be always lesser, ask price will be slightly higher. That means, say, whenever you are going from India to US, you will go to Indian airport and you will ask for US dollar, na, asking. Usually that 50 paisa or 75 paisa will be more. That is a commission. Difference is the commission there. So this current transaction that is dependent on demand and supply, whatever the current value is there, future transaction. We will do the transaction in the near future. For that, values are determined today. For today's exchange rate, we will do the future transaction. That is like your agreement to sale, Sale of Goods Act. Agreement to sale. This concepts. Next, foreign exchange. These all are not required. Just go through it. Like brokers, who all are the participants? Commercial banks, brokers, all these commission houses, fund agents, all these people. It's not that important, but just go through it like a newspaper once. These all are not that great. Important also. Clear? This is the most important. Why do we need exchange rates, or why the exchange rates are going to change? See, how does the nominal exchange rate is going to change every single day in the market? See, let me teach you the shortcut here. Simple ma. Nominal exchange rates are determined by demand and supply. Demand curve is downward sloping curve. Supply curve is, say this is the supply of dollar and demand of dollar. See, whenever the intersection happens, that is the equilibrium price. Say this is the price, whatever gets established. Say for example, today it is 83. Now this is the price level, and for this is the particular quantity supplied in the economy. Now, suppose if more and more people are demanding for dollar, more and more people are demand increases. Right hand side shift na, dollar demand increase. Now because of that, see, dollar prices becomes stronger. When dollar price becomes more and more stronger, that means depreciation of Indian currency na. Now this becomes price, say from $1.83, now say for example it becomes 87. Our value gets depreciated. That means when dollar gets appreciated, domestic currency gets depreciated. Next, suppose if there is more supply of foreign currency, what is it more supply of? That means they are bringing, say from USA, more and more people are coming and they are exchanging that to Indian rupee. Now say this is supply curve. This is demand curve. This is the point where equilibrium was raising, say the price. Today it was 83 rupee. Now supply is increasing. What is increasing? Supply of dollar is increasing. Now this is dollar supply. Now see, dollar is losing out the value. Dollar is. That means my domestic currency gets appreciated. Domestic currency gets. So from 83, say for example, it has become 77 rupee. Like this. Due to change in demand, due to change in supply. One nation's currency increases, another nation's currency decreases. That is how we will define the nominal exchange rate, and for what all purpose we will demand the foreign currency. See, in order to purchase goods and services of another country, for any unilateral transaction, either way of giving gifts, awards, grants, donation to some other country, we are sending money from India to make investment income payable abroad. They had invested here, that income, whatever earned after investing, to be payable abroad. Purchase of any foreign assets and stocks and bonds abroad. Opening up a foreign bank account. Best example, Swiss bank account. Simple. Next, acquiring any direct ownership of real, like any land, building, property, acquiring over there, and speculative and hedging activity in the foreign market. For all these purposes, we are demanding foreign currency. That means money is going from India to outside. Money is going from India to outside. We are demanding, we are asking for a dollar. That means we are investing outside. See, money is going outside. Whenever supply happens, that means money is coming inside. Money is coming inside. See there, why do we supply, or why do we ask for more and more supply? See, simple. From purchasing of home, exports, we have exported goods. We are receiving money now. Money is coming inside. Money is coming. We had exported goods to USA. From USA, the money is coming. And unilateral transfers to home country. Sir, my cousin, someone is working in USA. Sir, he is sending every month, let me say, money to his parents, to India. Unilateral transfer. Next, investment income payments. We had made investments in US now. That investment income is coming inside. Foreign direct investment or foreign portfolio. FDI and FPI, they are coming to India and they are investing in India, like how we invested in their country. Now they are coming. Next, placement of bank deposits and speculation. Now they want to open the bank account in India, and in our own stock market they want to invest and speculate. Whenever supply side increases, money is coming inside India. Whenever demand side increases, money is going out from India. Whenever money is going out, that means dollar demand is increasing. Means rupee will depreciate, dollar will appreciate. Whenever supply of dollar increases, that means rupee gets appreciated, dollar gets depreciated. Clear? So this is how demand and supply. See, this is the shortcut to remember. Clear? So whenever demand increases, see, demand, right side line has come. See, domestic currency gets depreciated, foreign currency gets appreciated. Whenever supply happens, see, supply increase, same graph. So domestic currency gets appreciated, foreign currency gets depreciated. Clear? So these were the questions which I had given in the class. If you remember, I made you to solve all these questions. What happened? So this was your chapter. Last but not the least, impact of foreign exchange. Don't go with this entire big theory. I made you to learn from the shortcut. See, straight away come to the shortcut. You can read that from ArivuPro material, which is there in the website. You can download it and you can read it. See, shortcut. Suppose if domestic currency gets appreciated, what happens if domestic currency gets appreciated? So what happens when there is an appreciation? That means what? Was $1 was 75. Now $1 is becoming 70. That means this is called appreciation. Whenever appreciation happens, domestic currency is becoming stronger, foreign currency is becoming weaker. Now at that point of time, our domestic currency is becoming more and more stronger. Foreign goods are becoming more cheaper to Indians, and we import more and more, and we will export less. See, earlier I want to buy some one chocolate packet. I used to pay 75 rupee, but now same one chocolate packet, how much I will pay?
70.
So imports will become cheaper, and we will start importing more and more, and Indian goods will become costlier to the foreigners, and Indian starts to import more and export less, and Indian traveling to abroad will increase. Earlier you need to take 75 rupees for every dollar, but you should just take 70 rupee for every dollar, and any foreigner coming to India will become more and more costlier to him. And India, who had invested in abroad, Indians who invested in, they always think that Indian currency should depreciate, because see, when I am investing abroad now, I had invested say 70 rupee, when India dollar was $1 was 70. When I am getting that income back now, I want $1 to become 75. That means Indian currency is going to get depreciated, so that I will get more money when I am getting back. See, foreign currency should always appreciate, domestic currency should. That is what a person who has invested in abroad will think. But the person who has taken a loan now, full opposite. Indian currency should get appreciated. I took a loan when $1 was 75. But when I am repaying, $1 has become advantage na. So for a person who has taken a loan, he always thinks that foreign currency should depreciate, domestic currency should appreciate. Clear? Now complete opposite in depreciation. Suppose $1 was 75. Now this $1.75 is becoming 80. This is called depreciation. Now whenever depreciation happens, exports will increase and imports will decrease. See, whenever exports are increasing and imports are decreasing, imports are becoming costlier. Earlier I used to import one chocolate packet for 75, but now I should pay 80. There are some essential imports like crude oil, life-saving drug. Even such imports will become costlier. And when I'm importing that for higher prices, can I sell it for lesser prices here? No. Even their prices will increase. So because of that, there will be a cost push inflation. See, cost of essential imports like oil, life-saving drugs have gone up. Cost push inflation. And our own stupid people, they are exporting more and more now. Rather than selling in domestic market, they are exporting more. Because of that, in domestic market, there is a shortage. Demand is there, but supply is less. That leads to excess demand and prices will increase. And that leads to inflation. See, there is a demand pull inflation because there is a rising demand for a domestic goods in the local market. See, whenever there is a depreciation, Indian currency is becoming cheaper to the rest of the world. Now exports will increase and imports will decrease. Foreign goods become more costlier to the Indians. Foreign goods becomes, is it costlier or cheaper? Costlier, because imports have reduced now. So it is becoming more costlier. Now, because we are exporting more and more, we should produce more and more. Employment opportunity will increase in our country, and we are producing more. Our GDP will also increase. Next, Indian who was traveling to foreign are becoming more and more expensive, and Indians who are borrowed from abroad now his cost of borrowings will also goes up. Now I borrowed when $1 was 75. At the time of repayment, I should repay $1.80. $1. That is the trouble. Now what all good things is going to happen? See there. GDP will increase because of depreciation. Next, employment will increase, exports will increase, currency, current account value will. Bad things. Cost of travel, cost of borrowings, cost of essential imports will, and inflation is going to. Clear? So this is the shortcut to remember. So by this, unit 4 of chapter 4 comes to an end. Last but not the least, we have international capital movement.
Standoff living of the people in India will reduce.
Where?
In depreciation.
We are exporting more now. We are earning more now.
Even GDP increases, the power factor remains stable.
GDP increases means we are producing more and more. We are selling more and more. We are earning more and more.
The lower class standard of living will be good in our country and appreciation.
See, there are two factors. In terms of, say, for example, export and import, there is one answer. In terms of nation's productivity and increasing GDP of the nation, productivity of a nation, that is a different answer. In which perspective are we thinking, that matters. Let's get started. So, international capital movement. Simple. Foreign money coming inside India. See, in this chapter, we will not focus on any of these elements. Straight away, we'll only and only focus on foreign investments. Simple. So, FDI and FII. See, basic differentiation between FDI and FII. Let me give it across in the most simplest way. Simple, if any person comes to India and if he invest on infrastructure, what is it?
Infrastructure.
That means investing on land, building, and then starting the business. Investment on what? Investment on infrastructure of the nation is called as FDI. Clear? Rather than investing on infrastructure, if he comes and invests it on a securities market, which market?
Securities market.
That is called as FPI. This is the basic difference. And if the invested value is greater than 10% of required capital amount, say I want to start one insurance business in India, 100 crore is a requirement. But Indian government said, boss, I will not allow you to come and invest up to 100 crore full. A foreign company coming to India, you can only invest up to 49%. Like this, different sectors, there is a different restriction. Now for insurance, they have increased it to 74. For few business, 100% investment is allowed. For few, it is only 26. For few, 49. For few, 51. For few, 76. For few, 100. And even for few, completely restricted. We will not even allow you inside our country. Like this. If the required investment is coming greater than 10% is called as FDI. If the investment is lesser than, that is called as FPI. Now, whenever a foreign company is coming to India, investing in India and starting their business in India, what is their main intention? To have a management control. Which control?
Management control.
And my intention is to expand my business operation in this country. I should have some degree of control in the management affairs. But here when you come and invest on FPI, now your intention is not to have a management control. You are a profit motive, speculative intention. What is it?
Speculative intention.
That means you are a profit motive. Which motive?
Profit motive.
My degree of financial investment is not to have a management control, only for making a profits, good amount of investments. Clear? This is the major differentiation between FDI and FPI. Now, whenever this FDI is coming inside India, they will only bring in technology. They will only bring in
Technology.
and here they will only bring in the money. That's it. That means they will bring and come and money and investment will happen. Here they will bring money and they will invest it on security market. Here along with money they will also bring the technology. Because of because of FDI in the nation, GDP and employment will get increased. See, they only bought in technology now. They will utilize the local manpower resources. Employment opportunity of my country will increase. GDP of my nation will increase. But if you come and invest it on the capital market, that will not contribute to the GDP and employment contribution is not there. Clear? Remember, this is the basic differentiation between GDP and FDI and FPI. Now, GDP will contribute. This is the most important point. GDP and employment will get advanced whenever there is a FDI investment because they only bring in technology. So we need to come here, they need to employ the, let me say, local manpower will be taken. They are producing goods and services inside India. If you remember, category A, category B, GDP concept, that circle, category A, B, MNCs producing inside India, that will form part of GDP of the nation. So whenever FDI is coming in, that will impact on GDP and employment, but FPI will never impact on GDP and now, how do we enter the nation? Now, the main focus will be on FDI because government concentrates on what?
FDI.
Now, entry is of two types. What is it? Entry is of one, automatic route approval. What is it? Automatic route. That means government has given one big list. According to that list, if at all you are doing any business in this category of list, straight away come to India, register under the Companies Act, start performing. If that whatever business you are planning to do is not in that list, then you should take a government permission. What is it? So that is government approval. Clear? Earlier we also had something called as Foreign Investment Promotion Board, FIPB. Now it has been scrapped. Now it's not there. Entry is only of two types. After entering, performance of business. What is it?
Performance of business.
Performance of business. This can be either through joint venture or either through being a subsidiary company or either through franchising. What is it? Either through like McDonald's, KFC, Domino's, Pizza Hut, like this. Or else, even it can be from equity injection. What is it? Equity injection or mergers and acquisition. Mergers and or greenfield investment. What is it? Completely from scratch. Fresh. Everything is started investing from fresh. That is greenfield investment. So these are the various ways. Still, there are multiple ways of investing. These are some example. See, entry is of only two types. How many types? Automatic routed
Government approval.
after entering performance, either through
Joint.
subsidiary company. You will be under any Indian company or through franchising or equity injection, mergers and acquisition or through greenfield investment. So this is the basic differentiation between FDI and FPI. Clear? One sec. Now, see there, FDI. See, it can be defined as the proceeds by which residents of a home country, that is some other country, is making a substantial investment of greater than 10% in the enterprises of another country, that is host country. Now assume host country is India, home country some other country, they are coming and investing here in their public or private enterprises by a non-resident investor. Who is it?
Non-resident.
So when the investor acquires an asset in the host country, what is it? Asset. Again, investment on infrastructures, asset in the host country. Such movement of capital involves substantial ownership, management control of the assets in the host country. See, they want a management control, and it is always and always a long-term investment. Which term investment?
Long-term.
I forgot to say this. This is always, FDI is always a long term. Here FII can be either short or even long term. Usually that will be for a short term. Once they get a desired amount of profit, when the fund goes to peak, they will take out and they will be leaving and they will be investing in some other country. See, direct investment comprises not only initial transactions established between the relationship between the investor and the enterprise, but also all the subsequent transaction. It's not only one time investment. Even after that, whatever they come and invest or whatever the profits they made, if they come and reinvest it once again, even that is also considered as a FDI. See here, example, Suzuki of Japan entered into a joint venture. What is it?
Joint.
The way of performing business, joint venture, franchising, subsidiary company, joint venture with the government of India in order to set up a Maruti Udyog Limited. Technology will be bought in from the Japan and employment and GDP will increase too. See, that is what I said. Employment and GDP will be increased because of FDI. Clear? Now see there. FDI can be happen through either equity capital participation or retained earnings or reinvestment or giving any loan. Now this is important. Suppose if any person has already having a stake of greater than 10%. How much? Greater than 10%. And if at all he has a already stake, say for example in any foreign company, if he has a stake of greater than 10%, and if he gives a loan to such company, even such loan is FDI. Even such loan is only when a person has a stake of greater than 10%. Clear? Next, foreign direct investment can be made by any individual, incorporated or unincorporated private or public enterprises, associated groups, government or government agency, estates, trust or any organizations or any combination, either by opening their overseas company or either by opening a joint venture or any joint development of natural resources or purchase or annexation. That means taking over, annexation of a company in the country receiving such foreign capital. Now, there are 4 types of FDI. How many types are there? 4 types. Number 1, horizontal direct investment. That means you are investing in some other country on a same business. Which business?
Same.
Say for example, Shashikiran is a car manufacturer. Now, I am a car manufacturer in USA. I will also come to India and I will start the same car manufacturing business in India. That is called horizontal direct investment. Next, vertical investment. I will not do the same business, but similar. Rather than car manufacturing, I came here and started tire manufacturing. Similar business. Next, conglomerate. Completely different business. What is it? Completely
Different.
Say I am a car manufacturer in USA, coming to India and I am manufacturing musical instruments. All this pianos, tablas and all. That is completely different. Next comes reciprocal investment. It's like you come to my country and invest. I will come to your country and I will invest. India, USA. Boss, I will come to your nation and I will set up my company there. You come to my country and you set up the company here. That is called as two-way direct foreign investment or reciprocal investment. Clear? Next, modes of FDI. You can read this. Again, whatever I discussed. Direct investment. Again, investment in retaining control, lasting interest. Again, equity participation. All these things. Modes of investment. Either by opening any subsidiary company or associate. Associate means stake is greater than 20%. How much is stake is greater than?
20%.
That is associated company, or any equity injection, or acquiring a controlling interest in the foreign company, or through merger acquisition, joint venture, greenfield investment. I said now, fresh, complete fresh, or brownfield investment. Even already set up is there. We are going to come, we are going to invest it again, we are going to expand it, and we are going to develop that. Next, reasons for investing in FDI. Why do this foreign people, foreign companies, why do they want to come to India? Why do they want to come and invest it in Indian land? Or maybe they want to do their business in India. Definitely multiple advantages are there. One, they want to expand their market even in India, market seeking. Next, resource seeking. Resources are good in India. Say best labor resources. Labor resources are cheap. See, labor cost is cheap. Technology seeking. Technology is better in India. Maybe in order to earn higher profit, I need to diversify my business, not just in one continent, even with different continent, and also tax benefit. Taxes are usually less in India compared to other country for their point of view. Next, avoiding any. Suppose if I send goods inside India, Indian government is imposing more taxes. So rather than paying more taxes, I will only come to India and I will only produce in India. This is called precursor to FDI. What is it? Rather than that, Indian government is imposing some non-tariff barriers like unnecessary rules and restriction, SPS, TBT, all these things. Next, environment factor. In India, maybe lower environment standards or than any other country. In my country, more rules and regulations. European country. Most of the European companies are coming to India for manufacturing setup. Next, political conditions are good. Modi is there. Next again, Modi is going to come. So we are going to come. All these things. Next, interdependency. Either for raw material resources, I am dependent on your country. So better I will come to your country and I will start producing there itself. Internationalization. I need to have an international recognition. That's the reason. And geographical. Your country is located in such a beautiful geographical location. I can also serve eastern country as well as western country. Next, growth rate of your nation is improving more and more. I should take advantage of that. Clear? Advantages and disadvantages. See, large varieties of goods and services are available to the consumers at lower cost. Now, government is also providing, private is also providing, foreign players are also entering in the market. Next, a foreign company starts competing with the domestic company. As a result, because of competition, efficiency will increase and that will decrease the domestic monopoly. If there was any domestic monopoly, the domestic monopoly dependency is going to reduce and that creates a positive competition environment and effective use of technology. They will bring in high-end technology will be introduced. Employment opportunity gets introduced. Effects on environment, optimum utilization of bullshit. They are going to over-exploit things. That is what in disadvantages we see here. They are more of a dash technology. A country like India needs more of labor intensive, not a capital intensive. India is a labor rich. Next, discriminating and creating only low level employment. All decision making authority, all top levels will be in their country. Only some low level employment they will create here and they will bring their outdated technology. We feel it is superb duper technology here and they start exploiting the natural. Over a period of time, these people will start developing and they will create their own over the period of. So this is the disadvantage. And history in India. See, before 1991, we never used to allow any foreign companies to enter India. Only after LPG, and we brought in new rules, new regulations post 1980. After 1990 LPG concept, there was Foreign Investment Promotion Board. We scrapped it and we started with FEMA, Foreign Exchange Management Act, to regulate all the foreign funds coming inside India or foreign funds moving outside India. And we established some special economic zones. You come to India, produce in India, don't sell it in India. You can export from India. That is a special place given to you, special economic zones. That is not a domestic territory of India. You come here, invest here, produce here, but don't sell it here. You can export it from India. Next, all these foreign direct investments are either automatic route approval or government initiatives in order to promote FDI. See, through automatic route approval, simplification of procedures and setting up a foreign investment promotion board. Now that has been scrapped in 2017 and multilateral investment guarantee agreement. Okay, don't worry, your funds are safe. We'll enter into agreement. So rules and regulations doesn't change for next 20 years. Or maybe this is what we are abiding on. We don't change our words later. Next, permitting to use the foreign trademark and foreign brand names in. Yes, you can sell under your foreign brand name only in India, no restrictions and all. Next, 100% FDI in various sector. Establishment of Foreign Exchange Management Act, SEZ, supporting to more merger, acquisition and greenfield investment. Foreign technology collaboration. You bring the technology, we'll collaborate with you. We will provide labor. We provide space, all the infrastructure, you just bring technology, all these things. And there are also certain segments where FDI is completely, like see, lottery business, gambling, betting, chit funds, nidhi funds, trading of transferable developed rights, all these agricultural plots, layouts, developing and then converting into sites and transferring all such things, real estate, manufacturing of tobacco and tobacco substitutes, and which is not open to private sector in India. Best example, atomic energy and railways. Clear all this. And there are few investments where it is only repeatable. That means who can invest, they can not invest once again, which can be all this. This is not that important. Don't worry. They can only transfer money outside India through some dealer bank. All these things. Clear. This is the condition of foreign direct investment. And foreign direct investment in India. India is the largest receiver. See, 8th largest receiver of the FDI in 2020. Especially IT investments are more and more. Last but not the least, FP. Whatever we discussed in FDI, complete. Opposite is going to be the FPI. See, what is that? It is investment on stocks and bonds. That is, in short, securities market. Investment should be less than. There is no management control. They don't have any voting powers or managerial ability. It is always a short-term speculative and you are opportunistic. That is profit motive. Market, that makes domestic market more and more volatile. That means when they come and invest huge money, that will fluctuate the stock markets. And if they take out that huge money from the stock market, even that will fluctuate too much. Next, it doesn't have a direct impact on employment and that is an investment made on financial stocks, bonds and other financial instruments. That is on large investment by individuals and next, the flow of financial capital has an immediate effect in the balance sheet of the nation. That is on balance of trade and balance of payment. Exchange rate gets fluctuated. Next, it is not concerned with either manufacturing of goods with they only come and invest in the securities market. Their sole intention is to foreign portfolio investment in order to earn a remunerable returns. That means a good profit and then they will set at bye after they get a good profit. And next, portfolio capital moves to a recipient country which has its potential of higher returns, and whichever nation has higher returns, higher profitability, they are concerned on that. If India grows well, it will come and invest in India. After that, we'll take out and we will invest in some other country which has a potential to grow. This is the concept of FPI. See, major differentiation between FDI and FPI. Whatever we discussed now, same thing. See, FDI is long term. FPI is, they are investing on the financial assets, FPI. But here investing on physical assets. It is difficult to withdraw. Here it is easy to withdraw. Here it is not speculative. FPI is speculative. It is only a technology transfer will happen. Here there is no technology transfer. Here direct impact on employment and labor. Here there is no impact on employment and labor. There is an interest in the management and control. Here there is no interest in management and here significantly securities are held with a degree of management control and enterprise. Here it is only purely as a financial investment with the intention of making a profits. Clear? This is the difference between FDI and FPI. And see this, especially this last one. This is the important. John extended a loan to Victoria, a power production firm where John owns a 60% stake. How many percentage? 60%. Greater than 10% stake if you own. And if you give a loan, even such loan money given is called as FDI. See, note, lending loan is not an FDI. But if any person holds more than 10% stake and then if he provides them, that is considered as FDI. Clear? Understood? By this, your entire syllabus revision comes to an khatam. Clear? Now let's do with the mock paper. So first, before going ahead, flip back your pages. Have a look once. Any doubts? Let me know in chapter 9.
Any examples for this lending loan?
Which one? Many of them are there. See, many organizations, if you have a stake more than some foreign company, say IBM, Accenture, suppose a person who owns more stake, director or any kind of a big investor, and he has more than 10% stake, and if he is also giving a loan, such loan money given is considered as FDI. That is not a loan granted. It is not external debt. That is an investments only made, FDI. The 20 minutes remaining. We'll take one paper. So mock paper series 1. So any specific doubts you guys have in this question paper? Or should we just go ahead with random answering? Random answering. First one. See, you guys tell me the answer. What is the main objective of a Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act? That is creation of budget, fiscal management and budget. Fiscal deficit. All the deficits has to be eliminated. Next, contractionary fiscal policy can
Decrease the government.
Superb. Decrease the government spendings and increase the. Next, who gave the theory of pure public finance? Theory of public finance. Richard Musgrave. Superb. Next, the stabilization function is concerned with the performance of aggregate. See, stabilization function. What is it? Overall general price level balancing. All the above is the answer. Which of the following is an example of a market failure? Externality is a best example. Pollution. Which of the following is not conclusion about the market allocation of a commodity causing pollution externality, which is not
Recycling and reuse of pollutants.
The price of a product responsible for a pollutions are too high. It will never be reflected in the true selling price. Na externalities are. Primary cost will never show the external cost. That is another trouble. Which of the following is true of an imperfect market structure? They are asking which is true under imperfect market structure. Participants in market have little or no control on the outcomes of the market. Next, which of the following is not an example of a policy designed to encourage competition? Not an example. What is it? Not an example. Reducing income tax. Next, who developed business economics in terms of use of economic analysis in the form of business policies? Joel Din. That is given in ACCA material. One of the statement while reading it. Nah, first chapter only they have given. That's the reason sometimes I say just read ACCA material like a newspaper once. 90% I would have covered. Somewhere one or two things like this might have been missed out. Next, Marshall theory. Alfred Marshall theory of consumer behavior is based on both A and B. Next, successful business firms spends considerable time, energy and even efforts in analyzing the dash of their products demand in order to analyze their demand. Superb. Next, by way of optimal choice. What is it? By way of a consumer tends to maximizes the satisfaction subject to the constraint like taste and preferences. Now the economist concept of demand is dash as desire or needs or a choice of preferences or order. Not the same thing. It keeps on changing. It will not remain the same. Next, the demand for a labor in respect of wage rate is dash. Already we have spoken about this. There will be negative relationship. Direct demand and derived demand. This is the answer here. Next, in the short run, a producer operates only in stage 2. That is law of diminishing marginal returns, where average product of variable factor is declining. That is the question there. And what is the reason for it? In stage 1 and stage 3, the marginal productivity are fixed and the variable factors. Is that correct? Yes, na. Law of variable proportion and law of returns to scale. Especially they are speaking about this law of diminishing returns. Where does it comes? Law of diminishing return. Under which one? Diminishing. Both are there. Decreasing, diminishing. So this is long run, na. Increasing returns to scale, diminishing returns to scale. Law of diminishing returns. That is what? Scale. Clear? So what is the answer for the 15th one? Both A and B are true. And R is the correct explanation of A. Yes, this is correct. So usually marginal products are fixed and the variable factors are responsible for the negative return. You know what our example pa? More and more people coming inside. Those things. See, even I should connect here. Which of the following group of goods have an inelastic demand? More and more inelastic. Salt, uniform and medicines. That means it doesn't matter, boss. Even if the price goes exorbitantly high, only small decrease will happen. Uniform definitely you need to wear na. School uniforms. And here salt, basic necessary. Even if the price goes up or come down, you will definitely have it. And medicine, that is perfectly inelastic here. Which inelastic here? They have not mentioned it properly. It should be perfectly inelastic. Next, 17th one. If the price of the commodity rises by 12% and elasticity of the demand is minus 0.63, the expenditure made on the commodity by the consumer will be minus. If there is negative, going opposite around. The price of a product is increasing, expenditure is decreasing. The expenditure made. Negative relation is there. Okay, ignore this. Negative. For a time being, ignore negative. The price of a commodity rises by 12% and the elasticity of demand is 0.63. The expenditure made on the commodity, and moreover, if it is minus, which type of good is that? Inferior good. Inferior good has positive or negative relationship? Hey, inferior goods. Price and inferior good. Giffen's goods concept. Giffen's goods. Puma, Poma, biryani rice, normal rice. Oh, sir. See, all these dramas, angamas. Positive relationship, na? Answer is increasing. Positive relationship, and that too they have given minus specifically. If it is minus, inferior goods will have a positive relationship with price. Apa? Next, a consumer's preferences are monotonic or monotonic if one and only if between two bundles of consumer prefers the bundle. One second. A consumer's preference are monotonic if and only if between two bundles the consumer prefers the bundle which has indifference curve concept. It is maximum satisfaction, na? More of at least one of the goods and no less than other goods. This is the answer. See, simple. This is a concept of indifference curve here. See, a consumer preferences are monotonous. That means it is always combination of two commodity. If there is more and more goods are there, I prefer basket A than basket B. If you remember, we had given an example there. More of one of the goods is there, less of at least one of the goods, and more of at least one of the goods and less of the other goods, and more of at least one of the goods and no less. What is it? No less than the other goods. That means it is only quantity is more. When there is more options available, when quantity is more available, I choose that. That is always more I prefer. Option D. During lockdown due to COVID-19, a consumer finds a vegetable vendor selling vegetables in the streets. I have raised their prices of vegetables than usual price. Now she will buy dash. Usually this is basic necessary of life. It doesn't matter price goes up or goes down. Even though if price goes exorbitantly high, still we need to consume, na? So they will buy which kind of vegetables now? More, less, what they will buy? Basic necessaries of life, vegetable. They will buy same amount and it is more and more inelastic. Even price goes to some large extent, you might decrease. See, if price goes up like very exorbitantly high, rather than buying 5 kg tomato, you will at least buy some 1 or 2 kg. Na? Definitely demand will be there. Not the same demand, but demand will be there, but the effect on demand is going to be very less. Not that more. You will not stop eating that. Definitely you will eat it. At least the consumption will decrease. But prices have gone exorbitantly high. There will be inelastic demand. Next. This is a repeated question. Actually, in multiple questions, let me say papers, this has come. In the given figure, the the demand curve, where R is given point. In the demand curve, R is the given point on this, the area shaded below. That is OP1, OP1, R and Q1. Area below the demand curve is called as dash. Total utility. What is it? Total utility. But here utility is not there. Revenue concept is there. So what will be the answer? Total revenue. That's it. Here there is a budget line. Below that all your entire money will be spent. Perfectly inelastic and perfectly elastic.
In that concept only will be touching.
Which one?
I'm asking whether the demand line will be touching while it's
usually.
In the perfect.
See, point method we touched it. With a reference of what? Whenever it touches the x-axis, E will be equal to infinite. Sorry. E will be equal to 0, and here it will be equal to infinite. In order to represent perfectly inelastic and perfectly elastic. That's it. So this will be total revenue. Next. Marginal revenue of a firm is constant throughout. Under marginal revenue is constant in which market? P equals AR equals MR. Perfect competition, na? That is in perfect competition. Next, monopolistic competitive constitutes. Monopolistic. There are many producers and many buyers. So there are many firms producing a same commodity or different commodity. Different, not same. Monopolistic, na? Large number of buyers, large number of sellers. There are different goods. So many firms are there and they are producing a different substitutes to each other. Next, independence between firms. Interdependency between firm. This is the feature of easy question. Oligopoly has more and more interdependency, advertisement strategy, all these things. Next, which of the following is a limitation of using GDP as a measure of economic well-being? Limitation they are asking. welfare is never considered, and unequal distributions are there. It will never consider that unequal distribution. It does not account on proper income distribution. That is the biggest trouble. Next, if a country's gross domestic product is greater than the gross national product, already we spoke about this 4-sector model, Keynesian theory. When GDP is greater than GNP, we have be having a negative value in their exports and imports. What is it called as? Negative value of exports and imports. Deficits are there. Our exports are lesser, imports are greater. This can be confused with net imports also. When it is net imports, negative value will be there. But remember, when the deficit word is given, this has to be considered rather than considering the net imports here. Next, clear. 26th one. If the central bank conducts an open market purchase, open market. First tell me open market purchase. When will they purchase? When there is deflation. When there is no money in the economy, whatever they sold during the inflation, now they will purchase it back. Now there will be open market purchase of a government security. This is likely to impact the money supply. How it will impact the money supply? It will increase more money supply in the economy. Option A. Now, which of the following is included in M2? A broader measurement of money supply compared to M1. What is M2 formula? M1 plus savings deposits of post office. Savings deposit. Which deposit? Savings deposit. Clear? Total deposit that comes in M4 of post office account. Total deposits of post office account comes where? M4. Next, 28th one. Which of the purpose of what is the purpose of voluntary export restriction? That is quantity restriction on exports. Now, voluntary export restriction, only up to certain quantity we will allow. The last point of export measures, that is limiting the quantity of export. Just now we discussed, just few minutes back. For which one question? Sir, can you please show again? We'll take the screenshot. Which one? Okay. Can you explain reason? For which question? Both C and A and B are correct. Mention the question number in the comment section now. Next, 29. Which of the following is an example for a automatic stabilizer in the budget? What is it? Automatic stabilizer. Automatic stabilizer in the budget. Unemployment benefits. See, usually whenever there is more and more unemployment benefits now. See, usually when unemployment is more, they will give more benefits. Whenever unemployment is less, that benefits will become reduced. The budget allocation. See, if the unemployment problem is more in the economy, government will allocate certain budget for that. So that will automatically happen. If the nation is not having proper employment opportunity, all the schemes, new programs, that they will bring in. So unemployment benefits is the example of automatic stabilizer in the budget. Even when you are reading ICA material, they have mentioned this in one of the statement. Next, which of the following policy measures is typically used in the central bank to manage its, what is it? Central bank to manage their business cycle. Monetary policy. Now, central bank controls only monetary policy. Next, the concept of business economics was given by business economics. Who introduced it? Joel Dian. Adam Smith is a father of economics. General economics, that is, not business economics. What is it? Next, the choice between labor and capital intensive technique is related to choice between labor and capital intensive. What to produce, how to produce. Choice of technique. Where does it comes? How to produce, na? Choice of production is what to produce. Labor or capital. After deciding the table, okay, now should I produce labor by using more labor or more capital? How to produce it? Now, which of the following is considered as a disadvantage of allocating resources using a market system? They are asking which is this disadvantage.
Profit will tend to be low.
Where? Same question has been repeated. Already same question we discussed it earlier. Just the first 10 questions, same question was there, but they had asked in a different way. Which of the following is considered as a disadvantage of allocating resources using the market system? Market system means demand and supply. Capitalistic economy. This is the biggest disadvantage. Which of the following are the features of mixed economy? Planned economy, no. Planned is socialistic, dual system of pricing. Yes, there will be balanced regional development. All of the above 34th.
Yes.
Mixed economy planning, mixed, okay, dual system exists, balanced regional development will happen because government concentrates on rural, private concentrates on, yes, all of the above. Here planning will only come in case of public enterprises, but since it is a mixed, both will be there, private and public. So all the above is the answer. Next, which of the following is not a central issue of macroeconomics, which is not the problem of macroeconomics? Buying choices are not macroeconomics. Now it is coming under micro as a tax changing influence the buying. Option C. Which of the following statement is false? You guys only answer. Which of this is false? Easy. This is actually easy. A very long run focuses on the growth of a production capacity. Yes, long run is always on the production capacity. In a very long run, the production capacity are, assume it to be given. Usually we keep a target now. That is what, assume it to be given. Targets will be kept. In a very short run, shift in aggregate demand determines how much output is produced. Yes, that is what projecting the demand. Next, fluctuation in the rate of inflation and unemployment are important. Long run, no, that is a short term issue. Inflation for 1 year, inflation targeting, we will make now 3 consecutive quarters. Unemployment rate, that is not a long term, these are short term. This is the false statement. Option D. In a very long run, AD and AS, aggregate demand and aggregate supply model, if the AD curve shifts to the left hand side, that is decrease in demand, what happens? Hello, you have to draw the graph. Chapter 4, Unit 2. See, this is demand, this is supply. This is the price, this is the quantity. What are they saying? Now it is going to shift to the left side. AD shifts to the left side. This is the new equilibrium. Price is decreasing. Quantity is also decreasing. What is it? In a very long run, one second. In a very long run, aggregate demand ADAS model, if the demand curve shifts to the left side, price and output both decreases. Price and output both are decreasing. Equilibrium price and equilibrium out. But here in case of very long run, according to Keynesian theory, in a very long run, we will be having a vertical demand curve. Usually we will keep a target. That particular target should be achieved. So there will be a vertical demand curve in Keynesian theory. If the question comes from this is Keynesian theory, then it will be like this. So usually full employment level of output, that full employment level at this, sorry. If this is the case, demand shifts to right like this. Again, but no, this cannot be possible. A is only the answer. No, but they have not specified, but they have just said very long run. Option A is the answer. Price and output is going to decrease. Next, the concept of diminishing marginal returns implies that this is a repeated question. Already it is there in your ICA material, this one. Output is going to increase, but at decreasing rate of amount as labor is going to increase and the amount of capital remains fixed. Next, country with higher savings rate may have higher equilibrium growth rate, since country with higher savings rate have higher equilibrium growth rate. Higher savings means you are getting higher income. Higher income means you are been using more and more of capital. That means you are using more and more of labor. See, higher savings rate means first of all income should be earned to save more. If you are earning income, that means you are employed more. You are employed more, and that too higher equilibrium growth rate is also happening. Human capital should be increasing. Yeah, human capital. See, the higher savings rate allows the more investment in human capital, which enhances the economic growth. Option C. Next. Assume you build a new home, bought a new car, and bought some government bonds. Which of the following is true? Assume you bought a new home. New home means investment, that is. You bought a new car, that is consumption. You bought some government bonds, again investment, that is. Again, car is considered as an investment, that is one of the luxury in India. Which of the following is true? Here only investments are not going up. It's not consumption. Even car is an investment now. Car is also an asset now. Assets are invested now. Even new, that is C plus I plus D, construction of new home, that comes under investment. So consumption and government purchase went up. Consumption and investment went up. Bought of car and government bonds. No, consumption doubtful. Investment and government purchase. No, not government purchases. Option D only, man. Investment went up since you built a new house. That will have a more and more impact. But here, buying a car is also considered as an investment only. In India, car is a luxury. Now it is an investment. Where consumption and investment went up, you bought a new car and government bonds. See, government bonds, you are giving a loan to a government. That is a debt. Debt to the government there. You will get the interest out of it. Again. Chalo. A central bank that wants to stabilize the economy in the short run. Stabilize the economy in the short run should try to affect aggregate demand through their open market operation. So central bank, RBI, to bring stability, they conduct open market operation. Next, inflation occurs whenever general price level increases because of inflation. Main root cause of inflation is going to be money supply. Inflation occurs. They are saying inflation is going to occur because you earned more income, demand will increase. The price of any given commodity rises. General price level. Okay. The average price of most goods and services are rising. That is what? General price level. Most goods and services. Average prices. In a nation, all the goods and prices are increasing. Average price level is increasing. So 42 is C. C is the answer. Not just demand. Average price itself is increasing. Because of inflation, general price level will increase. Next, the quantity of dollar supplied will decrease. When will the supply of dollar is going to come down? The quantity of dollars supplied, imports from the United States increases. That means we should only pay to them. They are asking decrease. That will increase. The expected future exchange rate falls. Expected future exchange rate falls. That means our currency is becoming more stronger. No. The interest rate in the United States is going to fall. That means supply will increase. That the people will get back that money. When interest rate falls, they will take back. Bond price would have gone up. So they will take back. Fewer US residents are traveling. I think these three is not possible. Only this should be the answer now. This three is not at all possible. That will increase. Next, quantitative restriction refers to the limit set by the country to curb. Quantitative restriction. That means in order to curb the exports and imports both. They are just like quantitative restriction. Quantity of exports and quantity of imports. Sir, question number 24. Okay, we'll get back that. Wait. Next. The expenditure multiplier is used to calculate the changes in expenditure multiplier. That is autonomous spendings. Yes. Expenditure multiplier. Multiplier value happens especially when autonomous spending starts increasing. That multiplier will always have an effect of changes. That is on autonomous spendings. This is there in ICA material. When we are reading, you can get this. Okay, I will include this in the material. Next few questions. Next, the theory of mercantilism. That means only and only we should export. We should not at all import. That means encouraging only the export and discouraging the import. What is the formula for calculating gross domestic product using expenditure approach. C plus I plus G plus X minus M. So where it is? B na. See, net exports is given. Next. Which component of national income represents the income earned by individuals as well as business before taxes and other deduction? Before taxes. Personal income. Na. After taxes, disposable personal income it will be. Next. In modern fiat money system, the value of money is primarily based on gold reserve. It is mainly based on gold reserve. One second. In modern fiat money system, that is the backup. The value of money is primarily based on, one second, in the fiat money doesn't have, this is the backup kind of a thing. Exchange rate, no. Digital transaction, no. Option A and B, between these two it will be the answer. Government authority and public trust. Yes, yes man, fiat money means until government is going to consider it as a legal tender. See, based on the government's authority, see, if you stop considering it as a legal tender, it is no more a currency. So, government authority and public trust. See, public is believing it as a currency, fiat money, that paper currency. Why? Because government is considering it as a legal tender from the eyes of law. If government stops considering, that becomes demonetization. So, option B. Which of the following represents the total amount of money the government owes to external creditor and domestic lenders? National debt. Next, which of the following is an example of an automatic stabilizer in the budget? Automatic stabilizer.
Discretionary spending.
Automatic stabilizer. This question is repeated again. Automatically budget gets changed. Unemployment trouble. Unemployment benefit. This question is repeated once again. Already we discussed, few minutes back we discussed this. Unemployment. Automatically budget gets changed because of unemployment benefits. Next, which of the following is more sensitive in a short-term changes in the economic condition? Short-term changes, FPI. FPI can be either short-term or long-term. Which type of investment is more influenced by the government regulations and policy? More influenced by government regulations. FDI. Next, the concept of multiplier effects. The Keynesian economy refers to Keynesian economics. Investment multiplier concept. What is that? That will affect it more and more. MPC is the triggering point of multiplier when we spend more and more money. Read it. The impact of tax. Tax will not be there. The magnificent of the initial change in the spendings through the economy. Whatever the spendings that is made. MPC. This is MPC. Next. Liquidity trap in Keynesian theory. That means liquidity will be coming only in the hands of the people. They are not ready to spend at all. So, the situation in which interest rates are very low and savings are hoarded. That means holded in their hand. They will be keeping only and only the money in the liquid cash. Now, which international organization is responsible for facilitating trade negotiation and resolving trade dispute among the member country? What is it? WTO. Next, the law of a consumer surplus is based on diminishing marginal utility. Potential price keeps on decreasing when we keep on consuming the same commodity. That means movie ticket example, first time 500 rupees I was ready to pay, second time 400, third time 200. That one, LDMU, potential price gets affected because of LDMU. Such a easy question, man. Next, 58. The industrial sector depends upon the agricultural sector because sector provides raw materials and development of agro-based industry. Agriculture sector provides market for the industry. Yes, definitely all the above. All the above is the answer. Next, the price of apple rises from 30 to 40 rupee per kg and supply increases from, this is a formula method. You need to calculate and you need to do it. Next, you can do that. Aram say formula method it is. Next, the producer is in equilibrium at a point where the cost line is cost line. They are asking which line? Cost line. The producer is in equilibrium. ISO cost, ISO quant. They same budget line and indifference curve concept. That is same to same. That is from customer point of view. This is from producer point of view. What is ordinal approach equilibrium? Indifference curve should be tangent to budget line. Here ISO quant should be tangent to ISO Quant. That's it. You're thinking so much. Such a easy question. Already while writing a answer only I said it is similar to the budget line concept. ISO cost is similar to budget line. ISO quant is similar to indifference curve. Both the concepts remain same. That is from customer point of view in chapter 2 consumer behavior. Here it is from theory of production producer point of view. Equilibrium means they should be tangent between each other. Next, 61st term. A monopolist is able to maximize his profits. Superb question this is. Hey. Maximizing his profit. Again, equilibrium, firm equilibrium condition. Maximizing his profit. Behavioral principle 1, behavioral principle 2. Last topic of chapter 4. I made you to write behavioral principles. Marginal cost is equals to marginal revenue. MC cutting MR from below. This concept at this particular point. Already we have made a maximum profits here. Na? See this entire level. This is the maximum profit of output. So maximizing the profit is until the point of equilibrium. That is MC cuts MR from below and MC should be equal to MR. Next, agricultural goods market depicts characteristics close to easiest question this is. What is it? Pure competition is an example. Na? Agricultural market, pure competition. First 5 conditions satisfies. Large number of buyers and sellers. Manufacturer is only a price taker. Uniform pricing throughout the market. Homogeneous goods and services, free entry and free exit, first 5 characteristic features, perfect competition mark. FMCG is totally different, agriculture based is totally different. They are specifically given. Agricultural goods depicts the characteristics of pure competition, stock market, agricultural commodity. I clearly gave an example in the class. Which of the following is a function of an entrepreneurship? All of this. Next, which of the following statement is true relationship among the APA? Same to same question is there in ICM material. Option D. Next, for a price taking firm. What is it for a price taking firm? Price taker. Day. P equals to AR equals to MR. Average revenue, marginal revenue is equal to price. Na. Next, you're thinking so much. Coincidental indicator is not indicated as. Which among the following is not an example of coincidental indicator? Simple. New order, that is stands for leading indicator. New order for any consumer goods, plant and equipments and all, leading indicator it is. Next, indifference curve analysis is superior to utility analysis. All the above is the answer. Next. Perfectly competitive firm and industries are both in long run equilibrium. Perfect competition market in firm and industry. Perfect competition market, long run equilibrium. P equals AR equals LMR equals LAC. All that concept. Which is the answer? All of them are answers. Clear. Next. Economics historically performance was reflected by historical performance. Which indicator? Lagging indicator. Next, opportunity cost is a cost that cannot be avoided, cost incurred in the foregone. Next, APA, simple question. Quantity, price, Q has to be put into there. You need to put all the options you need to put and you need to match with the equation. Now you need to mix match. This is the maths question. You need to put in the place of Q. Now you need to put this values one by one, one by one, one by one. You need to put this values and you need to match. Next, different business cycle is dash in duration and intensity. Same or different? Differs. Next, price discrimination will be profitable only if the elasticity of demand in the different in which total market has been divided is price discrimination. Different elasticities in different market. Now, one relatively elastic, another relatively. Next, price discrimination will be profitable only if the elasticity of demand in the different market in which total market has been divided is same to same question again repeated. Jackpot questions, man, like this. Sometimes you may get it. If it comes like jackpot, may jackpot. Dash expresses the view. Economist is neutral. Robbins. Already we have done this. Next, price rigidity. Explained by Swiss model. This comes in okay, strategic management this comes again, but still, okay, chalo. Which one? Pakka. Superb. Price rigidity concept comes in oligopoly. Next, which of the following is not a determinant of the Firm's cost function. They are asking not a determinant. What is it? Nah. Firm's cost function. Which function? So taxes will affect the cost. They are asking not a determinant, man. Now the production function, definitely input into output, the price of the firm's output. No, that is decided by them, nah. Prices are decided by the manufacturer only based on his cost of production and all. It will decided on his own. Next, option C is the answer for that. Next, demand for a complementary goods are most easiest question. Derived. One product's demand is dependent on another product's demand. Next, consumer gets maximum variety of goods under monopolistic. Next, what is the primary goal of counter-cyclical fiscal model in the budgetary? Whenever government expenditure increases, tax decreases. Government expenditure decreases, tax will increase. That opposite direction. What does it mean? Stabilizing the economy during the economic downturn. According to Keynes, what can cause involuntary unemployment in the economy? Insufficient aggregate demand, especially this deflationary gap. This concept is of deflationary gap. Next, the concept of animal spirit in Keynesian theory refers to, I think this has to be read in ACCA material. Somewhere they would have given this. Animal spirit. This has to be, I need to check this in the ACCA material, man. Some nook and corner they have taken the question. Huh? By mistake if it comes, na. See, that is what, that is the reason I will make you people to at least say, read like a newspaper once. Read like a, see, almost 90 to 95% I would have covered. But still somewhere, see, from any nook and corner they would have asked a question like this. So, animal spirit, the unpredictable behavior of a financial market, the psychological factors influencing economic decisions, okay, economy-based government regulation for affecting business confidence. No, this cannot be. The impact of interest rate, I think B or C. I will go with B here. Better answer should be B. Because economic decisions, because Keynesian theories will always be focused on the decisions taken in the economy for the performance of the nation. Next. Which trade policy is designed to directly support domestic producer by reducing the cost of exporting goods? Superb question, easy. Export subsidies. Next, public goods are characterized by, easy question again. They are non-excludable and non-rival. Now, public goods are non-excludable and non-rival. Which of the following is a common solution to the problems of common resources being overused? The government should come up with a regulation. Now, they should not have over-exploitation of resources. Next, if the reserve required is 20%, what is the potential maximum expansion of money supply which the new deposits is 1000 crore. Reserve required is, required reserve ratio is 20%. 1 divided by 0.2. 1 by 0.2. So 5 into 1. That means 5 into 1000. 5000. Answer is 5000. See, this is money multiplier concept. 1 divided by required reserve ratio. 1 by RR. R. That one they have given in dollars. 20%. See, reserve requirement. Money multiplier concept. Credit multiplier. Required reserve ratio. Next. Which of the following is a factor income? Factor income. Factors of production income. Profits. Now, organization expects which of the following matters is or a fundamental connected to economies analysis? Superb. All the above. Management of the firm dash controls over macroeconomics as. Superb. They don't have any control. Next, after reaching the saturation point, that is a peak point. Now, consumption of additional unit of a commodity, LDMU concept. After reaching the saturation point, what will happen? Total utility falls and marginal utility will become negative after reaching maximum. Which of the following statement is correct? Now, you guys should only answer this. What is it? When the slope of a demand curve is 0, that is AP curve, slope of a demand curve, AP, average revenue curve. The demand is 0. The elasticity is also 0. The slope of a demand curve is 0. No additional. When the slope of, where and all nook and corner they have taken this question, man. Some stupid questions it is. Slope of the demand curve, that is AR curve. AR curve is the slope of a demand curve. When AR curve is 0, when AR curve 0 means it is going to touch x-axis. When it is going to touch x-axis, that means relay perfectly inelastic. Have they given inelastic word here? There na. Inelastic. Answer A. Slope of a curve that is touching and it is 0. 0 means E0. E0 means vertical demand curve. Oh, day. Even I should only think sometimes. From where and all they are nook and corner they are searching this, man. Computers and computer softwares are superb. Complementary goods. Which of the following statement is true about the slope of a budget line? Easy question, man. Same to same question was there in ICA material also. Traditional approach of law of demand was proposed. Traditional approach. Alfred Marshall. Under the law of variable proportion, stage 1 is known as stage of increasing return. Why? What is it? Innova car example. Law of variable proportion. Stage 1. Fixed factors are more. Variable factors are less. Stage of increasing return. That means variable factor keeps on increases. Now fixed factor is more. 7 seats are there. Number of people coming inside the car keeps on increasing. Which increases? Variable proportion will increase. B. Average production of variable factor increases. That to average productivity. That means satisfaction derived by average. It is not marginal. Next up. Production function Q is equals to 4 labor, half capital and 2/3 exhibits. 1 second, ma. This is what is it? Cobb-Douglas production function. If you remember, Q is equals to K, L of A and C of B. C. 4L, that is 4 labor and half capital. For half capital, every time there is a 4 labor that exhibits 2/3. 2/3 of 1 second. 4 labor and half capital. One half means 0.5. 2/3, 1/2. From where, from which all angle they are finding this man? This one I will come back to you guys. I will text you guys. I have to go through it little once. Half means initially efficiency is still remaining. Like 4 labor is there. I think 2/3 is a K. Proportion of K is 2/3. 4 labor and half capital. 4 labor and half capital. I have to go through this one. I have to just go through, even it is like I have to find out how this equation is derived. That is about Cobb-Douglas production function. Next, a mathematical relationship showing the maximum output that can be produced by each and every combination. Maximum output by each and every combination. Production function. Relationship between input and output. What is the maximum? By limited inputs, we can produce a maximum output. In economics, generally the classification of market is based on the volume, all the above. Next, decrease in input demand. Dash. If input decreases, then demand. Decrease in inputs. Demand is going to be decreased for inputs. That is all this production cost and all. That is decreasing. Here there is a positive relationship. Production is not happening. Remember, exception to law of demand, this is concept. See, there is no demand in the market at all. Production is decreasing. That means when your production is decreasing, your cost of production will also decrease. Why it is decreasing? Because demand is decreasing. So decrease in inputs. Your input cost is decreasing. That means you are not producing more and more. Demand. Even your input prices will also come down. Na? Even input prices will also come down. That means you are not producing more. You are not. See, decrease in inputs. When will your inputs come down? That means you are not producing. Input refers to land, labor, capital and organization, whenever that decreases, automatically supply will increase. See, if you remember, I said like land expects rent. Whenever rental expenditure is less, whenever wages paid is less, whenever interest paid is less, profitability will be more. Since because of that, supply will increase. When supply is increasing more and more, that means demand works in opposite direction. Demand will decrease. Clear? Puts even that input price also down. Next, freedom for choice is an advantage of capitalism. Clear? So here only this one question we need to tackle. 96. Only this 96. Text me anyone tomorrow. Tomorrow we will take this up. Clear? So still few questions are there. Don't worry if you have any doubts. I hope you guys have my contact number. You can text me or you can better 8050333614. Text me up. Better. You will clarify your doubts. Only this 96th question alone we have to tackle this, like how exactly they have got this values and how to analyze it. This is kind of easy only up to some, see 85 questions was up to easy. It was like some tricky are there. You need to analyze some nook and corner of the books and all, they have taken some questions. So that's the reason I always say, even though 99% I would have covered, somewhere nook and corner, one or the other thing would have been left out. Animal kinesian and also that definition given by for the business economics, Daniel, that person, Joe Daniel, that's name and all. That is usually that will never come like that. But sometimes, see, you can't predict ICI. They always want you to predict the unexpected things only. So that's the reason. Better once like a newspaper, you need to read an ICI material. That would be always and always better. Clear? Chalo. Fine. Let's wind up for the day. Bye bye. Sir, will you upload video for mock paper too? Chalo, I will do it. It will be time consuming. At least 1 hour it takes to solve. I will upload the video. I will do it and I will upload the video. That is best. Chalo, bye bye.